Talent may be insufficient, yet fortune compensates for it. In the realm of 10 winds, there are 3 seasons in a year: the warm season, the flood season, and the cold season, spanning 24 months. Men awaken as martial spirit masters to hunt exotic beasts, while women awaken as auxiliary spirit masters to engage in alchemy, crafting, and cultivation. Having transmigrated into the body of a seemingly useless girl who perished under the onslaught of beasts in 10 winds, Liuhua initially believed she would acquire a miraculous ability, perhaps even to pierce the depths of the earth. However, her first test proved to be a harsh reality check, leading her to embrace a laid-back existence in this world. In a single day, she experienced significant life events. She was jilted in the morning, yet by noon she had wed a handsome young man. Her meager talents often left her feeling out of sync with the world, as her meticulously honed skills produced only failures. Thus, she resolved to adopt a carefree approach to alchemy, experimenting with various methods, disregarding the need for precise control of flames, simply adjusting the heat-based on her mood. After numerous failures, she produced a repugnant green liquid, initially perceived as nothing but nauseating, yet unexpectedly had the power to mend her fractured spiritual abode. Liuhua, you may look down upon me, but your arrogance will soon meet the consequences of my craft. With casual practice, I might create either rubbish or masterpieces. You mock my lack of talent, yet after several failures, I shall forge a weapon of great power. In the wilderness, while women and children gathered wild vegetables and snatched spirit mushrooms, Liuhua wandered aimlessly, effortlessly catching fish and rabbits, her fortune seemingly invincible. Chapter 1. The Broken Engagement. In the realm of 10 winds, within the southern region of the Guiyuan territory, lies Yinqing. In the modest courtyard of Qinghua Alley in the southern part of the city, a girl clad in coarse fabric, her complexion pale, crouched in a vegetable patch. Her hands emanated a soft green glow, causing several recently planted, slightly wilted wild vegetables to sprout, reach maturity, and wither. Picking up a seed the size of a sesame, she buried it in the soil and once more summoned her inner spiritual energy. In a matter of moments, the wild vegetable seed broke through the ground, sprouting into a lush green plant that gleamed vividly under the sun. Staring at her palm in bewilderment, Liuhua realized, had she truly awakened? 5 days prior, she had transmigrated to this extraordinary continent. With 24 months in a year, encompassing 8 months for each season, 10 winds was vast and sparsely populated, where the populace subsisted on hunting exotic beasts and gathering herbs. Almost everyone practiced spiritual cultivation upon reaching a certain age. Men awakened as martial spirit masters, while women became auxiliary spirit masters, capable of planting, concocting potions, or forging items. Upon awakening, she felt a unique flow of energy coursing through her chest, leading her to suspect that she had indeed awakened. Testing her abilities confirmed her suspicions. The original owner of this body had spent 18 years as a useless being, yet upon her arrival, she had awakened. Could this be a belated miracle? Suddenly, a loud knocking echoed from the courtyard gate. As Liuhua rose to answer, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and she collapsed into the vegetable patch. After a moment, she managed to regain her composure, spitting out the dirt from her mouth. Frustrated, she pounded the ground in anger. She had nearly forgotten that the original owner was a frail and sickly individual. Having just used her spiritual energy, she felt even weaker. 5 days ago, the original owner had been gathering wild vegetables near the city outskirts when a black rock boar charged into the safety zone, fatally injuring her while saving her fiancé's sister, Xie Qingqing. Forced to inhabit this near-lifeless body, Liuhua couldn't help but curse the heavens for their cruelty. Who could understand her plight? In her previous life, after a long-awaited dream from her great-grandmother, she had spent her entire savings of 100,000 to buy a lottery ticket, winning a grand prize of 200 million. Yet on the very day she moved into her newly purchased luxurious apartment, a mischievous child had pressed the elevator buttons, causing her to plummet from the 18th floor. Before she could even enjoy her newly acquired wealth and lavish apartment worth tens of millions, it all vanished in an instant. What sins had she committed to deserve such a roller coaster of fortune from poverty to wealth, and then back to nothing, all while possessing a frail body that could barely survive. Was this some sort of cruel joke? Fuming, Song Liuhua ground her teeth, internally cursing the parents of the troublesome child, wishing them to bear 10 more like him, all equally troublesome. Perhaps it was due to her prolonged absence from the door, but the knocking grew more insistent. Rolling her eyes in exasperation, she struggled to rise, resembling an elderly man, and opened the door. Liuhua, what are you doing? Your aunt has been calling for you for ages. Why did it take you so long to answer? Xia Lu, her aunt, rubbed her sore fists, contemplating how this ungrateful girl seemed to be living well yet took her time to respond. With a frown, she continued, you should be more diligent. You know, your parents died young, and your brother is a man no one has taught you properly. At least show me some respect and call me aunt, so I can impart some wisdom. After a lengthy lecture, the plump woman dressed in a blue cloth gown, with thick lips and a small mole, was none other than the mother of Song Lu's fiancé, Xia Huaixing. As Xia Lu droned on, Song Liuhua shot her a disdainful glance. Once she finally paused, Song Liuhua feigned enthusiasm, inviting her into the parlor. Aunt, how rare it is to see you today. Xia Lu was momentarily taken aback, irritation flickering in her eyes. Cursing the girl under her breath, she wished that Black Rock Boar had done her in instead. Every time she recalled that incident, a wave of fear washed over her. Her daughter possessed exceptional talent, being a rare second-tier alchemist, and had recently joined the county's military. She had high hopes for her daughter's future, wanting her to marry well and support the family. Nothing could go wrong. Song Liuhua was of little use, merely a burden. Remembering her purpose for visiting, Xia Lu forced a smile. Seeing you unharmed brings me great relief. You have no idea how worried I was when I heard you were injured. I barely slept for nights, but with all the household matters, I couldn't find the time. As soon as I had a moment today, I rushed over to see you. Casting a glance at Xia Liu's flushed cheeks and empty hands, Song Liuhua smirked. Oh, aunt, you are truly considerate. However, given my severe injuries from saving Xia Qingqing, I may not be able to care for myself. With my brother away, it would be reasonable to have Xia Qingqing come and assist me for a while, as I save her life. As she spoke, she coughed a few times for dramatic effect, her pale cheeks suddenly adorned with a hint of sickly color. Xia Lu was taken aback, her usually obedient niece daring to make such an outrageous demand. Raising her eyebrows instinctively, she retorted, that won't do. Qingqing is an alchemist, how could she serve you? Realizing her words were too harsh, she forced a smile. Qingqing has become a first-tier alchemist and has gone hunting with a mercenary group at West River Ridge. She won't return for several days. Given that you seem to be on the mend, I believe you can manage a few days of rest at home. Actually, the reason I came to find you today is to discuss something important. Xia Lu feigned difficulty. Having seen countless melodramatic scenarios, Song Liuhua easily saw through Xia Liu's poor acting. Rolling her eyes internally, she quietly observed her performance. In recent days, she had heard numerous rumors that her fiancé, Xia Huaixing, had grown close to Wang Sainer, with whispers suggesting they had even wed at the county office. Ever since her brother, Song Yuanling, had been injured and dropped from a fourth-tier martial spirit master to a second-tier, the Xia family had been conspicuously absent. Moreover, since she had saved their daughter, they had yet to visit. Now, for them to come, it was evident they must have ulterior motives. Not pressing for details, Song Liuhua watched as Xia Lu, gritting her teeth, inwardly cursed the girl for her lack of propriety. Adjusting her expression, she pulled out a letter of engagement annulment. Liuhua, it is our family's fault. The third daughter of the Wang family fell into the water and was rescued by Huaixing afterward. She insisted on marrying him. If he refuses, she threatens to take her own life. Huaixing, too, was in a state of helplessness to save her. They had entered into a marriage contract 5 days prior. We feared that the news would break your heart, which is why we have only now chosen to inform you. Please, for the sake of compassion, let the engagement between you and Huaixing be forgotten. Song Liuhua fixed her gaze on the thick lips of the speaker, which moved as she spoke, revealing yellowed teeth speckled with remnants of vegetables, yet the absurdity of her words that was evident. Xia Dalong had, without formally breaking the engagement, concealed his marriage to another from the original betrothed. This revelation genuinely infuriated Song Liuhua to the point of laughter. Her delicate, oval face appeared pallid from the emotional turmoil, yet when she smiled, A hint of color returned. Xia Lu, feeling disdain, could not hide her distaste for Song Luo's appearance. Her fragile and pitiable demeanor had enchanted her son, leading him astray even after marriage. Thank goodness she had not been brought into their home, otherwise there would be no place for her as a mother-in-law. Receiving the annulment contract, Song Liuhua sneered. How can you say such things, aunt? You claim to have a heart for saving lives. Yet do you think I am made of stone? If Wang Sainer owes his life to Xie Huaixing, then what is he but a mere man? I shall accept this annulment from this moment forth. My marriage with the Xie family is entirely severed. You. Xia Lu had prepared herself for a tearful scene, but was caught off guard by Song Liuhua's forthrightness. She feigned comfort, saying, Ultimately, it is our Xie family at fault. I know you are a rare and good girl, and I am sure you will find someone better than my Huaixing. Song Liuhua, however, was not as meek as her appearance suggested. She raised her eyelids in mockery. What nonsense are you spouting? If I cannot keep a man like your son, how could I possibly find someone superior? Aunt, it seems your judgment is clouded. Perhaps you should cleanse your mind at home. Xia Lu found her words perplexing, yet somewhat valid. At least you possess some self-awareness. My daughter-in-law, Miss Wang San, is not only gentle and kind, but also a second-tier alchemist at a young age, with an immeasurable future ahead. Liuhua, let's be honest, you are merely an ordinary person. If not for past affections, who would wish to marry a woman of no use? A match is best made with equal standing. Considering our acquaintance, I have a nephew from my family, Liu Gangdana, who possesses good character. If you marry him, we shall still be family. Song Liuhua nearly retched at the thought. Who in Yanqing County did not know that Liu Gangdana was both ugly and poor, with a reputation for domestic abuse? Any family with daughters would steer clear of him. Xia Lu actually thought to pair her with such a scoundrel. With a cold laugh, she retorted, if Liu Gangdana is truly such a paragon, why not hastily arrange for your daughter, Xie Qingqing, to marry him, thus strengthening the ties between our families? Moreover, since Xie Huaixing is no longer my fiancé, I demand the return of the spirit sword my brother gifted him last month. The original betrothed's brother had generously spent a fortune of 10,000 spirit stones on a second-tier spirit sword for that loathsome character, oblivious to his doubtworthiness. Xia Lu, upon hearing her audacity to suggest pairing her daughter with such an unworthy nephew, nearly erupted in anger. Yet, when she mentioned the spirit sword, she was momentarily speechless. This spirit sword was damaged during Wei Sheng's last 2 hunts. What do you expect the Xie family to return? Furthermore, that sword was given willingly, so how can you demand it back? To ask for a gift back was simply shameless. While Xia Lu scoffed at the idea, she could not bear to part with it. The money spent on that sword could have married off an ordinary man, and the savings had already been allocated as a dowry for the Wang family girl. What a wretched girl Song Liuhua was. Why had she not simply vanished? Now, she had to endure the trouble of breaking the engagement, but lost it. Song Liuhua shot a skeptical glance at the flustered Xia Lu, clearly unconvinced. I care not for your affairs. That sword was a gift to my brother-in-law, not something to be bestowed upon just anyone. You have until tomorrow to return it, otherwise do not blame me for making a scene at your home to demand it back. Should the Xie family choose to act without shame, Song Liuhua would not hesitate to oblige. Xia Lu sensed the veiled threat in her words, her expression darkening. It is said that one should leave a thread for future encounters. My Huaixing is a young third-tier marshal, spirit master, with a bright future ahead, while your brother is merely a waste. Do not be so ruthless in your dealings. Song Liuhua was impervious to threats and stood to dismiss her. Any family with a shred of dignity would have long since fled in embarrassment. Aunt, perhaps you should look for your lost face in a roadside latrine. Should you fail to return it by tomorrow, do not blame me. Song Liuhua chuckled. I fear not the consequences. I have already been bullied to this extent, and I care not for your threats. Initially, the Xie family had lost their head of household, and Xia Lu had struggled to support her 2 young sons and daughter, relying on past affections to secure this marriage. When her parents were still alive, they had helped the Xie family considerably. Now, with Xie Huaixing and Xie Qingqing having suddenly advanced in their abilities, they had begun to sever ties before they had even gained their footing. How shameless! Had she not been physically weak, she would have confronted Xia Lu earlier, who had the patience to engage in wordplay. Unaware that her own weakness had spared her from confrontation, Xia Lu stormed away, her face a mix of anger and frustration. Once Lu was gone, Song Liuhua tidied up her space, preparing to venture out. She intended to visit the mercenary guild to test her qualifications and to purchase some groceries from market. Her brother had departed for Shiha Ridge 5 days earlier and was expected to return today. Now that she occupied the original owner's body, she needed to take action. The mirror reflected her pale complexion, her overly long eyelashes casting shadows beneath her eyes, and her delicate, diamond-shaped lips devoid of color. Each time Song Liuhua saw her reflection, she felt as though she were the reincarnation of a tragic beauty. After applying a touch of rouge and lip color, the image in the mirror appeared less dismal. The warm season brought a gentle climate, prompting her to don a light white silk top and a crimson skirt, accentuated by a delicate fragrance pouch hanging at her slim waist. A hint of rosy color adorned her previously pallid lips. What enchanting yet fragile beauty she was. Satisfied with her appearance, Song Liuhua nodded approvingly at her reflection. As she mentally calculated her shopping list, she locked the door and stepped outside. Upon reaching the alleyway, she collided with a solid wall of flesh, sending her reeling backward. Ignoring the sting in her nose, she quickly shielded her backside, fearing a painful fall. Be careful, her surprise. The anticipated pain did not come instead. A refreshing voice, clear as spring water, reached her ears. A pair of warm hands caught her slender waist. Song Liuhua opened her large, doe-like eyes, meeting the blurred outline of a man from her lowered angle. Her gaze followed his subtly pursed lips across his proud nose and met his gentle and clear phoenix eyes. Backlit, she could discern his strikingly handsome features even in the dim light. In that fleeting moment, a thought ignited within her. In the Ten-Wind continent, there existed a peculiar rule. If a woman remained unmarried by the age of 18, the consequences could be dire. She was on the verge of turning 18, and the pressing question of where to find a suitable victim for her plight weighed heavily on her mind. Could this man suffice? Why not give it a try? She blinked her eyes, mimicking the delicate and shy demeanor of heroines in her previous live dramas, gracefully rising and performing a curtsy, all in one fluid motion. Thank you, sir, for your timely rescue. I am indebted to you for saving my life. Should you remain unwed, I would willingly offer myself in return. As she spoke, Song Liuhua cast him a flirtatious glance. This exterior matched her previous live's beauty, an exquisite visage in her heart. She deemed herself the most beautiful woman in the Ten-Wind continent over the past 5 millennia. Feng Xiai glanced down at the girl whose eyes twitched and whose behavior was peculiar, stifling a laugh with a cough. Jiang Wenxiu chuckled. Feng Xiai, if I'm not mistaken, this marks the 5th woman today who wishes to offer herself to you. You are quite fortunate indeed. It's a good thing you remain unmarried, or those women would be in tears. Song Liuhua then noticed that a person was accompanying the young man beside her, possessing a sharply defined face, looking quite proper, though he did not align with her preferences. Upon hearing this individual mention his unmarried status, Song Liuhua nodded with satisfaction and immediately launched a fervent advance. I am but a humble girl, merely 18 years of age, strikingly beautiful, with a delightful character, gentle and amiable, suitable for both home and hearth. Gentle and amiable, is it? Feng Xiai could not help but chuckle. Yesterday, he had passed through Qinghua Alley and had fortuitously witnessed this girl, hands on her hips, fiercely confronting a mischievous child, who, merely 7 or 8 years old, was scolded to tears in a bid for survival. Even the act of bumping into someone on the street was not beneath her. Song Liuhua estimated that this encounter would not yield any fruitful results. The man before her was to her aesthetic taste, with a gaze that was clear and earnest, yet alas, it was a pity. Part of my intrusion, my apologies. A woman of substance can yield and adapt. Swiftly, Song Liuhua offered her apologies to the man, preparing to depart. Very well. The man's voice resonated like thunder, startling her. Was she truly taken aback? Had he genuinely acquiesced? Regardless, she decided to accept for the moment. She only remembered saying, "Let's proceed to the marriage shrine to forge our marital bond." The man readily agreed. At the entrance of the marriage shrine in Yanqing City, gripping the jade household registration booklet tightly, Song Liuhua felt her palms grow clammy with sweat. Let us go. The man chuckled lightly and stepped inside first. Song Liuhua regarded his upright figure, gritted her teeth, and followed suit. Though it was absurd. Having come this in the 10-wind continent, unless bound by an odd rule, women who do not marry by the age of 18 seldom live to see their 19th year. This lesson was learned through the sacrifices of countless forebears. She was not foolish enough to gamble her life away. In any case, she had to marry, so she might as well wed someone pleasing to the eye. Upon exiting the marriage shrine, Song Liuhua's mind buzzed, the surreal sensation making the passers-by appear somewhat illusory. Feng Ci looked at his newlywed wife, who had boldly declared her desire to marry him, and found her now in a state of daze after the contract was sealed. Time was of the essence. He had hunting to attend to that day. He retrieved a large spirit stone card and placed it in Song Liuhua's palm, advising, "I shall be going to Shihe Ridge today and will return by evening. With this spirit stone card, you may withdraw 100,000 spirit stones from the county's bank as your bridal gift. I shall visit your elder brother this evening." Chapter 3. Awakening of Inferior Talent. Song Liuhua clutched the 100,000 spirit stone card tightly, staring blankly at Feng Ci's retreating figure. To her surprise, her unassuming husband was quite generous. For a typical family, the bride price rarely exceeded 10,000 spirit stones. Do not underestimate this sum in the 10-wind continent. An ordinary family's monthly income often hovers around 3,000 spirit stones. Her family, before her brother's injury, was a fourth-year martial spirit master, only managing to scrape by as a modestly comfortable household in Yanqing City. After expenses, their annual income barely reached 20,000 spirit stones. As winter approached, if food supplies ran low, they would have to purchase food at exorbitant prices to survive the season. During exceptionally cold temperatures, they would incur additional costs for fire crystals to keep warm. A poor family lacking high-tier martial spirit masters could only manage to survive through hunting beasts and foraging for wild vegetables throughout the year, unable to save any money. Only after her brother ascended to a fourth-year martial spirit master 3 years prior could they finally set aside some savings. Recently, due to rising medical expenses, their total assets barely amounted to 30,000 spirit stones. Even so, they were considerably wealthier than the average family. In contrast, her unassuming husband appeared rather extravagant. Once they were far enough away, Jiang Wenxiu asked incredulously, "Feng Ci, do you even know who she is? You truly entered into a marriage contract with her?" Song Yuan's sister has been frail since birth. She is 18 and has yet to awaken her talent, essentially rendering her a waste. With your family background, why would you marry her? The Feng family is one of the 10 great families in the southern part of the 10-wind continent, and as the legitimate fourth son of the Feng family, even with an injured spirit house, he was not someone from an ordinary family could aspire to. Jiang Wenxiu felt a profound disappointment. You are foolish even with an injured spirit house. By seeking nourishing resources, you could potentially restore your abilities one day. Why resign yourself to despair? Moreover, if you seek a marital alliance here in Yanqing City, there are many noble women. The Song family is merely a common family. With Song Yuan's spirit house injury, he has lost all prospects. She is of no benefit to you. I know my own mind. Feng Ci lowered his gaze, his smile waning, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. As for marriage, he was capable of deciding for himself. The choice he made held more significance than one made by others. Additionally, his new bride was refreshingly unoffensive. Marrying her was quite agreeable. Her talent was of little concern to him. He was not so impoverished as to be unable to support his wife. Jiang Wenxiu, exasperated, watched as Feng Ci remained obstinate. I fear you are blinded by infatuation. When you face hardships, you will realize I spoke the truth. In families like theirs, marrying a woman incapable of awakening talent was utterly illogical, especially when sustenance was paramount. Food was hard to come by, and even the offspring of illustrious families had to toil personally. Supporting a useless commoner was no different from squandering resources. Feng Qi, never mind. Jiang Wenxiu shook his head and ceased his attempts to dissuade his friend. Song Liuhua was not one to overthink for her. Marriage was merely a fleeting episode. Her primary focus remained on testing her aptitude at the Mercenary Guild. The Mercenary Guild was bustling with activity, crowded with individuals undergoing aptitude tests, most of whom were 4 or 5-year-old children. Song Liuhua paid the 5 spirit stone testing fee. Standing out behind a throng of children, she garnered quite a bit of attention. However, her thick skin was an asset, having followed her mother to collect eggs, oil, and flour in modern times. She felt impervious to the pointed stairs, justifying her presence. As she moved slowly with the line, after standing for nearly half an hour, her head spinning from the weight, it finally became her turn. The attendant glanced at her indifferently, gesturing for her to step onto the testing platform. Relax, and place your hands on the orb in the center. Song Liuhua swallowed hard, her heart racing. From this day forth, a genius spirit assistant would emerge in this land, and soon high-tier elixirs, artifacts, and spirit plants would be at her fingertips. With this thought, Song Liuhua curved her lips into a smile. Her hand made contact with the icy orb, and a flash of white light flickered momentarily. The attendant swiftly jotted down the results, stating flatly, inferior spirit assistant aptitude. Next, Song Liuhua's smile faltered. The ranks of spirit masters are categorized into inferior, middle, upper, and supreme levels. Inferior spirit assistants typically exhaust their lives, reaching merely the first or second tier, while other transmigrators enjoy extraordinary fortunes and golden fingers that can penetrate the Earth's core. Why was she so unfortunate? Is this fairness? Song Liuhua maintained a cheerful demeanor while internally fuming. Thank you, attendant. After which, she turned and walked out of the guild doors with small, despondent steps. She had believed herself to be different. In this bewildering world. Now, she could only console herself that she was at least slightly better off than the original owner. Those with cultivation talent tend to have longer lifespans and superior physical qualities. Not too shabby out on the streets. Men and women in ancient garb conversed animatedly. Occasionally, a mercenary team clad in battle attire would pass by. This atmosphere oddly resembled a modern-day shopping experience. Song Liuhua felt a peculiar sense of unreality. Looking up, the words Liuhua Workshop boldly caught her eye. A thought struck her, and she stepped inside. The quaint workshop boasted an antique aesthetic. A long counter occupied the center, with wooden shelves displaying various spirit artifacts. A shopkeeper approached her with enthusiasm. What spirit artifact does the customer seek? A refining cauldron, the most basic one. The shop assistant, understanding her intent, smiled as he led her to the wooden racks in the southeast corner. These are the most basic alchemy cauldrons, priced at 500 lingbai. Lingbai is a currency unique to the Ten Winds continent. One particular cauldron, dark in hue and roughly the size of a basin, caught Song Liuhua's eye. He'll take this one. Will you sell it for 250 lingbai? Starting the negotiation by having the price, Song Liuhua demonstrated her ancestral bargaining skills. The shop assistant replied with a smile, "Our shop does not offer discounts. How about 260? The assistant maintained his smile. "Our shop does not offer discounts. 270. No discounts. A quarter of an hour later, with gritted teeth, Song Liuhua reluctantly pulled out a 500 lingbai card to complete her purchase, storming out of Liu's workshop in a huff. She would remember this shop assistant. Alchemy cauldrons can be used for both forging and potion making, and she had forgotten to buy the medicinal herbs and materials for crafting. Only after finishing her shopping at the mercenary market did she recall this oversight. Resigned, she headed to the apothecary to purchase some low-tier medicinal herbs, and then returned to Liu's workshop to sell a portion of her crafting materials. It was the same shop assistant who had sold her the cauldron, and perhaps fearing her negotiation skills, he generously gifted her a manual on alchemy. Song Liuhua felt satisfied. She had spent 10 lingbai on a potion manual. By midday, the original owner's total of 2,000 private lingbai had dwindled to 1,000. Earning money is no easy feat. Every bit saved counts. The paltry gift of 100,000 lingbai, given by her husband, was not something she planned to touch for now. The remaining 30,000 lingbai at home was the result of her brother's hard work over the years, which she also intended to preserve, especially since Song Yuan had injured his spiritual sea and would need nurturing in the future. It was prudent to keep some savings. Chapter 4. Successful potion making in the spacious side hall. A petite figure sat cross-legged on the floor, concentrating intently as she sensed the spiritual energy in the air. After a brief moment, a warm flow coursed through her body, and an orange-eared flame flickered to life in her delicate palm. Song Liuhua widened her eyes in astonishment. Gingerly touching it, it was not hot. This was spiritual fire. Weren't they saying it's difficult to summon spiritual fire? This seems rather simple, she muttered to herself. Next, I need to ignite it, placing the lingbai beneath the cauldron, and then light it. Whoosh! As the spiritual fire met the lingbai, it ignited like gasoline meeting a spark, blazing fiercely. Song Liuhua winced at the thought of the expense. No wonder, they said, alchemists and forgers burned through money. This was indeed a costly endeavor. Every moment of delay meant more money burned. So she hastily retrieved the formula and medicinal herbs she had just purchased, tossing them into the cauldron one by one. Blood-replenishing herb, meridian recovery herb, broad spirit herb. Once all the ingredients were in the cauldron, she controlled the flame's intensity, settling in for the tedious wait. Half an hour later, with a loud bang, the cauldron's lid shot up into the air, piercing through the roof with a crash before landing in the courtyard, spinning a few times before coming to a stop. After a moment, Song Liuhua regained her composure, slowly exhaling a cloud of black smoke. Ugh! Cough, cough. Inside the cauldron was nothing but a handful of charred ash, not a trace of potion left. The roof now sported a gaping hole, and she couldn't help but grimace. Picking up the cauldron lid from the courtyard, which was still intact, she exclaimed, "This cauldron is surprisingly sturdy." Learning from her first failed attempt, Song Liuhua decided to start with a high flame before reducing it, igniting the fire, adding the herbs, controlling the temperature. Half an hour later, the second attempt failed, costing her a set of first-grade, blood-replenishing damn materials and 20 lingbai. Taking heed of her lesson, she moved on to the third attempt. An hour later, bang! The third attempt failed. The fourth attempt failed. The sounds of explosions echoed throughout the Song family's courtyard all afternoon. Curious neighbors peeked out, shaking their heads at the commotion coming from a Song residence. The Song girl was rejected by the CF family. She must have lost her mind. She's a useless girl with no awakening. What's the point in her trying to make potions? With so much money, she could buy some beast meat instead of wasting it on this. Poor Song Yuan, to have such a sister. Now that the CF family has broken off the engagement, who would dare to marry her? What a pity for Song Yuan. An aunt lamented. Shaking her head, she had once hoped to marry her daughter to Song Yuan, but now he was useless, and with Song Liuhua dragging him down, who would want to marry into that family? Unbeknownst to Song Liuhua, after the morning's engagement cancellation with the CF family, her reputation had already been tarnished throughout Qinghua Alley by the afternoon. Frustrated, she stared at the room filled with black ash, having attempted to brew 9 cauldrons, all of which had failed. Scratching her head, she wondered why this was happening. She had applied the same diligence she once had for her exams in her past life, taking meticulous notes and summarizing her findings. Every step had been executed flawlessly, yet she still couldn't produce even a single pill. Pondering the situation, she had no idea where the problem lay. Song Liuhua felt like a deflated balloon, sprawled out on the floor with her limbs splayed. Gazing up at the large hole in the ceiling, she muttered despondently, "Is it me that has the problem, or is it this world?" Quickly, she concluded, "What wrong have I done? It is the entire world that is at fault. The 10th cauldron, whatever will be, will be." Song Liuhua emptied her storage pouch of all the various herbs, carelessly scattering them across the floor without any sorting. Let's add this first, then that small flame, then big flame, all of it goes in. With abandon, she poured all the herbs into the cauldron, disregarding the flame control big or small. It was all based on her mood. When necessary, she lifted the lid and tossed in random herbs, many of which she didn't even recognize from the original owner's collection. Finally, feeling the mix was too dry, she even poured in half a bucket of water. Done, pretending let fate decide. Half an hour later, contrary to her expectations of an explosion, a tantalizing aroma wafted from the cauldron. Lifting the lid revealed a deep green liquid bubbling away, the acrid scent almost overwhelming. Ugh! Song Liuhua covered her mouth and nose, nearly gagging. After a moment's hesitation, she thought, no explosion means success. As to what this concoction was, she had ceased to care. Stifling her disgust, she transferred the first successful potion into a wooden barrel and stepped out of the room. By now, dusk was approaching. Song Yuan and her husband should be returning soon. Song Liuhua quickly kindled a fire, cooking a pot of rice. After a moment's thought, she grabbed a handful of spiritual rice and prepared a pot of spiritual rice porridge. In this world, spiritual practitioners relied on the spiritual energy in food to strengthen their bodies, hence the high standards for their meals. In the storeroom, there were still 2 pounds of first-grade beast meat, which she decided to cook entirely. Slicing it, sprinkling seasonings, and grilling it on her homemade barbecue. She plated it beautifully. Earlier, she had bought a first-grade blue light fish at the mercenary market, which, along with wild spiritual peppers, became a large platter of grilled fish. To avoid monotony, she ventured into the small vegetable garden in the courtyard, picking some greens to stir-fry. 3 days prior, she had brewed fruit wine, anticipating it was about ready, so she dug it out from under the spirit fruit tree in the corner of the yard. Brushing off the mud from the wine jar, she opened it to release a crisp fragrance. Song Liuhua inhaled deeply, nodding in satisfaction that it was worth adding a few first-grade spirit fruits to the brew. Outside the city, the orange-hued sun began to set. A large flying vessel soared over the city, docking outside the city wall, as people began unloading crates of supplies from a ship. The previously tranquil city erupted into a buzz of activity. Song Liuhua stood in the courtyard with a spatula in hand, listening to her neighbors chattering excitedly about their recent harvests, their joyful laughter filling the air, a smile gradually spreading across her lips. Compared to her previous life, where she had been consumed by the grind of survival, these days seemed rather pleasant. Song Yuan, bearing a substantial backpack, wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead as he squeezed through the throngs disembarking from the flying vessel. The captain of the mercenary team patted him on the shoulder with a smile. Say, "You have worked hard these past few days. Once I gather some elixirs and weapons, let us embark on another hunt together." Though their mercenary group was merely a novice team, Song Yuan, despite his demotion, possessed experience in battling fourth and even fifth-tier exotic beasts. With just a few words of guidance, he could avert numerous troubles for the team. Thanks to his efforts, their harvest was quite satisfactory. Even though he had sustained injuries to his spirit mansion and could not frequently wield spiritual power, the captain was still eager to undertake future endeavors alongside him. After bidding farewell to the captain, Song Yuan trudged back with his hefty load. Overhead, several small flying vessels whisked by. He could occasionally hear envious voices around him. If only we had a flying spiritual artifact, we wouldn't have to walk in and out of the city every day. On the market, a flying spiritual artifact costs at least several 100,000 spirit stones. Only the direct descendants of prominent families can afford such luxuries. As for us, it's merely a dream. Song Yuan, of course, felt a twinge of envy. However, with his injuries and humble origins, such aspirations remained but a fleeting thought for him. Thinking of his younger sister, whom he had not seen in some time, Song Yuan involuntarily quickened his pace. In the glow of the setting sun, the figure of the robust man gradually elongated. Chapter 5. Elder Brother Song Yuan. As Song Yuan stepped through the courtyard gate, he was greeted by the delightful aroma of wine wafting through the air, mingling with the tempting scent of grilled fish. He carried a large basket of goods into the storage room and called out, "Sister, I'm back." In the main room, Song Liuhua was setting the table when she heard the commotion and hurried outside. There stood a robust young man with bronze skin, grinning at her. Dressed in a deep black martial outfit, his muscular physique was striking, and upon closer inspection, his broad face bore a resemblance to hers. It was Song Yuan. Her dear elder brother had returned. For a moment, Song Liuhua was taken aback, but quickly composed herself, mimicking the original owner's demeanor, and approached him with a smile. Calling out, "Elder brother," Song Yuan reached out his broad hand and affectionately patted her head, pulling out a pouch of wild fruits from his pocket, proclaiming that they were delicious and sweet. "Elder brother is so kind," Song Liuhua said, having received the original owner's memories, which fostered a natural closeness towards Song Yuan. She instinctively leaned into him. As they walked towards the main room, Song Yuan recounted his recent experiences, while Song Liuhua trailed behind like a little shadow. Their cheerful banter filled the once quiet courtyard with life. After preparing water for Song Yuan to wash his hands, his gaze fell upon the delectable dishes on the table, and he swallowed hard, reaching for a piece of roasted beast meat. However, Song Liuhua swiftly swatted his hand away, saying, "Wait, there is someone who hasn't arrived yet." "Who?" Song Yuan asked with a look of dismay directed at his sister. "My new husband." Song Liuhua casually dropped the bombshell. "What?" Song Yuan exclaimed, digging into his ears in disbelief. What was his sister saying? Before he could process this shocking news, Song Liuhua struck again with another revelation. The CF family has called off the engagement. There is another groom. What is going on? Song Yuan nearly jumped, glaring at his sister. How can the CF family call off the engagement? And what do you mean by this new husband? He had just stepped out for a moment. And now his sister was not only married but had also switched grooms. Was this reasonable? Catching a glimpse of her elder brother's anger, Song Liuhua cleared her throat and recounted the morning's events when Xia Dalong's mother visited to annul the engagement. She vividly reenacted how Xia Lu had come to cancel the engagement, how she had responded, and how she had sent them off. Even the moment when Xia Lu had blown her nose and wiped her hands on her shoes was mimicked perfectly. Finding a three-legged toad is difficult, but there are plenty of two-legged men. Xia Huaixing is nothing to worry about. Song Yuan chuckled in disbelief. So, his sister had married someone on a whim? He wasn't a fool. The news about the Xia family's withdrawal was quickly turning in his mind. Gritting his teeth, he thought, what is this nonsense about a Wang family girl and a Li family girl? Clearly, the Xia family is making excuses, thinking that I, your elder brother, am useless. And they want to distance themselves from our family. He pounded the table in frustration, declaring, that scoundrel. I should go teach him a lesson. He stood up, ready to storm out, but Song Liuhua quickly pulled him back. Elder brother, Xia Huaixing is already a third-tier martial spirit master. Can you defeat him? Song Yuan stared at her in disbelief. Sister, I am standing up for you, and yet you mock me. I speak the truth. If only my brother could defeat Xia Huaixing, I wouldn't stop him. In truth, she too wanted to give that scoundrel a taste of justice for the original owner. Let them annul the engagement. I am not particularly attached to Xia Huaixing. It's better to see the true nature of the Xia family sooner rather than later. The siblings exchanged thoughts about the Xia family, and Song Yuan inquired about her new husband, worried that his sister might have chosen someone even less dependable. His name is Feng. Suddenly, there was a knock at the courtyard door. The siblings exchanged glances. They're here. Song Yuan hurried to open the door. Outside, the sky was already dark, and the entire Yanqing County was illuminated under the glow of night stones. Upon opening the door, Song Yuan was taken aback to see a familiar young man standing before him, his eyes wide with disbelief. Feng Xi. The new husband is actually Feng Xi. Feng Xi belonged to the Feng family's direct line. Before his injury, he was rumored to be close to breaking through to the 6th tier. Such a figure, if not for his injury, would undoubtedly be outstanding. Song Yuan held immense respect for him. Feng Xi, aware of the Song family's situation, smiled and nodded at Song Yuan, greeting him as elder brother. Such an exceptional man becoming her brother-in-law filled Song Yuan with joy. He quickly invited him in, saying, brother-in-law, please come in. As Song Liuhua turned to look, she was momentarily stunned. The handsome young man she had only met once was now dressed in a light blue robe, his tall figure accentuated by a bamboo hairpin holding back his dark locks. His exquisitely refined features gleamed under the stone's glow, truly a sight to behold. As if crafted from jade, unparalleled in the world. Noticing the admiration in the young lady's eyes, Feng Xi smiled gently and handed her a woven basket made of vines. A small token of my regard for your brother's health. The deep timbre of his voice reached her ears, and before she could react, she felt a weight in her hands. Upon a cursory glance, she discovered it contained a bundle of second-tier red spiritual mushrooms. These rare ingredients were said to mend damaged energy centers and nourish the body, highly sought after yet rarely available in markets. Song Liuhua was again astonished by her new husband's generosity. She tilted her head and sincerely expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Under the soft glow, the young girl in her flowing dress stood gracefully, her delicate features illuminated with a jade-like sheen, long eyelashes fluttering like the wings of a gentle butterfly. Her water-like gaze full of sincerity, she resembled a soft and harmless little creature. Feng Xi's fingers twitched slightly, as he restrained himself from ruffling her hair, smiling as he said, we are family, no need for such formalities. Song Yuan observed the couple, increasingly pleased with his sister's choice. He warmly invited Feng Xi to join them at the table, exclaiming, yes, we are family. There's no need for such politeness. Let us eat. He then engaged Feng Xi in conversation with ease, noting how well they complemented each other, contrasting the somewhat rough appearance of Xia Dalong. Song Liuhua watched her brother, who was animatedly chatting away, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Her brother could be quite talkative. Feng Xi smiled in understanding. He had already heard about the Song and Xia family's affairs upon returning. And noticing the young girl's complex expression, he skillfully changed the subject, pouring a cup of fruit wine for Song Yuan. Song Yuan was readily distracted. Let us drink. This is specially brewed by my sister. It smells wonderful. We won't stop until we're drunk. Feng Xi glanced at the girl beside him, who was meticulously picking fish bones, then raised his cup to take a gentle sip. The moment the wine touched his throat, he was greeted with a refreshing, fragrant taste, unique in its flavor. As they exchanged drinks, the atmosphere grew increasingly familiar between the two men. By the end of the meal, Feng Xiai had evidently won the family's approval. Song Yuan's smile was wide, brimming with satisfaction. Song Liuhua, cradling her face in her hands, let her gaze wander over Feng Xiai's handsome features, nodding in approval. A good-looking man who was willing to spend for his wife deserved full marks. As for the wedding, she found it too cumbersome and, after discussing it with Feng Xiai, they decided to postpone the ceremony. This was a common practice in the Ten-Wind continent, and not considered unusual. After a hearty meal, Feng Xiai stood up and smiled at Song Liuhua. It's getting late, we should head back. Song Yuan was taken aback, his face reflecting reluctance. Song Liuhua felt the same. Although this was her first encounter with Song Yuan, she had wholeheartedly accepted him as her elder brother. In modern times, her parents divorced and remarried, leaving her, a burden, to be abandoned by her family to her great-grandmother in the countryside. When she was 7, her great-grandmother passed away, and she was tossed back and forth between her parents' households, enduring countless cold glances. In this foreign realm, the precious semblance of familial affection she had finally obtained was something she truly could not bear to part with. Chapter 6. The effects of the green elixir. Song Liuhua ultimately decided to spend a night at her own home, postponing her move to Feng Xi's residence until the following day. At the Xia household, Xia Lu was enraged after going to the Song family to call off the engagement. After finishing dinner, she slammed the dishes onto the table, her face contorted in fury as she summoned her son, Xia Huaixing, into the inner room. That wretched girl wants to reclaim the spiritual sword that Song Yuan sent you. Hearing his mother's coarse words made Xia Huaixing uncomfortable, and he frowned. Mother, Liuhua is a good girl. Our family has already wronged her. You shouldn't speak of her like that. I will personally return the sword to her tomorrow. Though reluctant, he still valued his dignity. Bah, what good girl. You didn't see her arrogance today. She was merely putting on an act in front of us. Xia Huaixing felt a pang in his heart. He harbored feelings for Song Liuhua, yet he could not marry someone deemed useless and frail. Moreover, with Song Yuan incapacitated, the prospect of reconciliation was even more remote. Having been engaged for over a decade, he felt deep sorrow at their current situation. Xia Lu was fully aware of her son's sentiments and felt his pain. An idea struck her. That little wretch, Song Liuhua, now that you've called off the engagement, it won't be easy for her to find another suitor. Just wait a bit. Once she turns 18 and remains unmarried, if she truly cannot find a husband, you can take her as a concubine. A mere morsel of food given to her will be considered a great kindness. By then, let us see if she dares to act arrogantly in front of us. Xia Huaixing's eyes lit up. If he could not have her as a wife, taking her as a concubine would be less complicated, and he would indeed rely on his mother's assistance. Xia Lu assured him, do not worry. I will handle it well. In the morning, Song Liuhua suddenly remembered the bucket of unknown green liquid she had concocted the previous day still sat in the side hall. Since she had worked hard to create it, she felt compelled to take a look, if only to provide herself with some closure. Upon entering the side hall and opening the door, she was immediately met with a nauseating odor that made her stomach churn. Covering her mouth and nose with a handkerchief, she hurried toward the wooden bucket in the corner of the room. The closer she got, the more pungent the stench became, overwhelming even through the cloth. It seemed even worse than the day before. After a moment of hesitation, she approached the bucket. To her surprise, the liquid inside, which had been a deep green and repulsive the day before, had turned a lighter shade after sitting overnight, looking far less revolting. If not for the smell, it almost tempted her to take a sip. Shaking her head to dismiss the absurd notion, she would rather eat slop than drink this concoction. She swallowed hard and took a deep breath. Just then, she heard Song Yuan's loud voice from outside. Brother-in-law, you're here. In the courtyard, upon seeing Feng Xiai, Song Yuan beamed widely. My sister is in the side hall. Let me take you to her. Without waiting for a response, he led Feng Xiai toward the side hall. Song Liuhua squatted by the bucket, straining to hear their conversation when the door suddenly swung open. Turning her head, she saw Song Yuan and Feng Xiai enter in sequence. Noticing her crouched by the bucket, Song Yuan curiously approached. Sister, brother-in-law has come to fetch you. What are you doing? As he got closer, he pinched his nose, his brows knitting together. What on earth is that smell? It's awful. Feng Xiai followed behind and, upon entering, was immediately assaulted by the indescribable odor. Strangely, however, He felt a faint warmth in his injured spiritual core upon inhaling the scent, which was unexpectedly pleasant. It was well known that when one's spiritual core was injured, their cultivation level would drop, and they would need to seek rare beasts or spiritual plants for healing. Such resources were scarce and difficult to obtain. Finally, Song Yuan spotted the source of the foul smell, a bucket of green liquid. Squatting beside Song Liuhua, he pinched his nose and asked, "Sister, what is this?" "It's quite disgusting." Song Liuhua blinked her sparkling eyes, surprised. "This is the elixir I concocted." You brewed medicine?" Song Yuan jumped, his eyes wide with disbelief. "You awakened?" "Yes. Didn't I tell you?" Song Yuan was speechless. "What do you think?" Song Liuhua sheepishly scratched her head. "I forgot. I tested my aptitude and found it to be low grade. After much effort yesterday, I managed to make this. It seems to have no use aside from its terrible odor." With reluctance, she took one last look at the concoction. "I'll dispose of it now. It has stunk up the entire room overnight." Song Yuan understood. It was a rare feat for his sister to awaken, and he didn't expect her to produce anything of value. After all, with low-grade aptitude, she could only assist in foraging for spiritual plants or wild vegetables, and one needed at least mid-grade aptitude to concoct medicine or refine items. He comfortingly patted Song Liuhua's head. "It's all right. Alchemy is inherently difficult, and many fail to succeed." He then picked up the bucket, ready to take it outside to dispose of it. "Wait." Feng Ci quickly stepped forward, dipping his long finger into the green liquid and tasting it. The bitter flavor spread across his palate, but moments later, a gentle warmth flowed into his spiritual core, slowly healing the minuscule cracks within. Typically, when one's spiritual core was injured, they would have to seek rare beasts or plants with exceptionally harmonious spiritual energy for recovery. However, such resources were not only rare but also challenging to capture. Thus, once an injury occurred, many would find their cultivation path effectively severed. Throughout the history of the Ten-Wind continent, no one had ever crafted a potion capable of mending the spiritual core. The red spiritual mushroom was something he and his kin had fortuitously discovered during their last expedition to Shiha Ridge. After a considerable effort to eliminate the fourth-tier red spiritual beast that occupied the area, allowing them to gather several pounds of the mushrooms. While the effects of the mushrooms were slow to manifest, they were still visible to the naked eye. Their efficacy was several hundred times greater than the second-tier red spiritual mushrooms he had given to Song Yuan the previous day. Though the latter had the ability to heal the spiritual core, it required prolonged consumption to yield subtle effects. In contrast, just a single drop of this green potion exhibited remarkable potency, which was utterly astonishing. Feng Ci's pupils widened in disbelief. "You actually dared to drink it." Song Liuhua regarded him with admiration, quickly stepping back, contemplating whether she could keep her husband. If not, perhaps it was better to part ways. Song Yuan, too, shifted his feet in distaste. "Brother-in-law, why on earth would you drink that? Don't tell me you're trying to poison yourself." "My sister just concocted this out of sheer randomness. It smells worse than urine. Not even a dog would drink it." Feng Ci, watching the siblings who seemed eager to distance themselves from him, could not help but facepalm. Chapter 7. Being neighbors. This medicine is rare. My dear brother-in-law should have a taste. After a moment of shock, Feng Ci quickly composed himself, smiling warmly as he earnestly persuaded Song Yuan. "What? You not only drink it yourself, but you want me to drink it too?" Song Yuan recoiled at the unpleasant odor, shivering. "Brother-in-law, I acknowledge your excellence, but asking me to consume this concoction is rather unreasonable." He retreated, shaking his head vigorously. "If it's palatable, you should indulge. If you need more, can't my sister fetch you some? I have no desire to partake." Song Liuhua also felt that her new husband consuming such a potion was somewhat distasteful. But her elder brother's quick dismissal of her efforts was quite vexing. With a raised brow, she shot Song Yuan a glare. "If you don't want to drink it, then don't. This potion is unique in the world. I cannot even recall how I concocted it. Even if you ask me to make it again, I wouldn't be able to replicate it." She spoke the truth. It had been a chaotic process, tossing various ingredients into the mix haphazardly and ultimately combining it with water. Thus, she truly had no recollection of what she had added. Feng Ci paused, taken aback by her words, before feeling a sense of clarity. He had been too greedy in his expectations. Even a single drop of this potion was precious, let alone a whole barrel. Noticing Song Yuan's persistent reluctance, he revealed, "This medicine can mend a fractured spiritual abode. Upon hearing that your spiritual abode was injured, why not give it a try?" Song Yuan was utterly astonished. "Is that true?" Song Liuhua's eyes widened. "Is it really?" Feng Xiai nodded affirmatively. I have personally tested it, there is no doubt. Song Liuhua thought. So, she is indeed a genius in alchemy. Song Yuan, observing Feng Xi's serious demeanor, grew solemn himself. He dipped his index finger into the barrel, tasted the potion, and without waiting to savor it, felt a warm current flow into his spiritual abode. To his astonishment, the web-like fracture in his spiritual abode began to heal, albeit at an agonizingly slow pace, visible to the naked eye. His eyes sparkled with joy. It's truly healing, he exclaimed, spinning around with Song Liuhua in his arms, laughing heartily. Since his spiritual abode had been injured, he had endured much humiliation, even causing his sister to be rejected by Xie Dalong, which had weighed heavily on his heart. Now, he had a chance to recover, and he could not contain his laughter. Song Liuhua rolled her eyes in exasperation, still reeling from the revelation of her own brilliance. Her elder brother was spinning her around like a little chick, and the dizzying motion made her head spin. Feng Xiai watched as Song Yuan twirled his petite wife, suppressing a smile until he finally intervened when she began to look faint. The small girl, delicate and soft, could barely stand upright as she was enveloped by his warmth. His long fingers gently smoothed her disheveled hair, and the soft touch felt electrifying, sending a shiver through her. As she opened her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of fine, white fabric, the warmth of his chest radiating through it. His gentle hand caressed her head, sending a tingling sensation throughout her body. The magnetic sound of his laughter resonated in her ears, and she froze in place. She felt his well-defined abs against her palm, and her heart raced with excitement. In a fluster, she broke free from his embrace, suddenly aware of how intimate their previous closeness had been. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she stood sheepishly to the side, her toes digging into the ground. After a moment, she cautiously glanced at Feng Xiai, only to meet his amused gaze. She offered a dry smile, attempting to mask her discomfort. It wasn't that she was flirtatious or lacking in virtue. Who could resist the allure of being held by such an extraordinary man? She had been a single woman in her previous life, merely an observer of romantic tales, never having had the chance to experience such intimacy. Feng Xiai found her bashful demeanor delightful, noting the flush on her cheeks as she stood awkwardly, trying to steal glances at him like a mischievous cat. A hint of amusement danced in his eyes. Meanwhile, Song Yuan, having laughed enough, glanced disdainfully at the shabby wooden barrel. Such a precious potion should not be contained in this dilapidated vessel. He rushed to the storage room to find a more suitable ceramic jar, transferring the vibrant liquid into it. This medicine is of utmost importance to me. Feng Xiai pondered for a moment before stating earnestly, I wish to purchase a portion of this potion, if you would permit. Song Yuan turned to his sister. This potion is your creation, dear sister, you decide. Song Liuhua waved her hand dismissively. You gave me a substantial betrothal gift. I have little to offer as a dowry. Let my brother take a portion, and the rest can serve as my bridal gift. I have no need for it. Feng Xiai gazed into her innocent eyes, momentarily taken aback, before softening his expression. Very well. Having accepted your dowry, I vow to cherish you always. All right, she replied with a sweet smile, though she hardly took his words to heart. She wasn't naive enough to believe in romantic declarations. After all, who wouldn't want to reap the benefits of such an arrangement? Ultimately, Song Yuan retained merely 1/3 of the potion, handing the remainder to Feng Xiai, who compensated him with a storage ring of considerable value. This item was difficult to craft and held no market price. Song Yuan, feeling slightly embarrassed, accepted it gratefully. Song Liuhua looked curiously at her brother's storage ring. A simple black band. In her past life, she had often read about protagonists possessing spatial abilities. Now, however, she found herself devoid of such advantages. While her brother was already enjoying the benefits of spatial freedom thanks to her new husband, her gaze lingered on Feng Xi's handsome face, desire flickering in her eyes. She regretted her hasty words about having no ulterior motives. Who wouldn't covet such a treasure? Noticing her longing expression, Feng Xiai smiled and produced a delicate jade bracelet, slipping it onto her wrist. The translucent green hue accentuated her fair, slender arm beautifully. This is a symbol of my family's main lineage and also serves as a storage space, vastly superior to your brother's. It even possesses defensive capabilities. You need only drop your blood to recognize it as yours. Song Liuhua's eyes lit up, instantly invigorated. She quickly pricked her finger to let her blood drip onto the jade bracelet, revealing a storage space of several thousand square feet. Thank you, husband, she exclaimed, genuinely grateful for the extraordinary gift. Feng Xiai simply smiled softly. I have also arranged to purchase the house next door, which will be ready for occupancy after some renovations. If you wish to remain close to your brother, we can create a passage between our homes for convenience. Song Liuhua was pleasantly surprised by this revelation, nodding eagerly. Yes, I would love that. As Song Yuan observed Feng Xi more closely, he found himself increasingly satisfied with this arrangement. Since there was no urgency to send his sister away, he engaged Feng Xi in conversation. The West River Ridge has just been opened, promising a wealth of treasures. What are your plans? The risks are considerable when exploring newly established hunting grounds, yet the potential rewards are equally significant. Naturally, Feng Xi would not wish to miss such an opportunity. Unfortunately, there is a scarcity of spirit restoration pills. These pills are of paramount importance to martial spirits and are typically hoarded by various noble families, who maintain a tight grip on this precious medicine. Most capable alchemists are affiliated with these esteemed houses, resulting in only a limited quantity of spirit restoration pills entering the market. He commands a team of several hundred, including 1 third-tier weapon master and 3 second-tier craftsmen. And while spirit swords are not consumables, their supply is still adequate. However, with only 3 second-tier alchemists at his disposal, preparing enough spirit restoration pills for 100 individuals will undoubtedly require some time. Chapter 8. The close friend Taiya. In this situation, Song Yuan found himself powerless. In an age where human relationships have grown increasingly superficial, the only bonds that tether individuals together are those of mutual benefit. Once acquainted with several alchemists, he had ceased communication with them ever since he sustained an injury to his spiritual abode. Song Liuhua, eager to assist, acknowledged her limitations. She was merely a novice, having concocted the rare green spiritual liquid through mere trial and error, and it would likely be ages before she could produce anything more. She could only express her regrets. Having obtained this medicinal liquid capable of healing his spiritual abode was already a tremendous fortune, and Feng Xi was thoroughly satisfied. He felt no disappointment that he could not assist the Song siblings. With no pressing matters at hand, he planned to venture to the rear lines later, where he anticipated considerable rewards. Upon hearing this, Song Liuhua's eyes sparkled with excitement. I want to go too. Since her arrival in this new world, she had yet to visit the hunting grounds. Feng Xi, with a cadre of martial spirit masters under his command, assured her that safeguarding his wife would pose no challenge. And he readily agreed. Song Yuan had just returned from Shiha Ridge and intended to rest for a few days before joining Feng Xi's expedition. With the potion capable of mending his spiritual abode in hand, he felt no inclination to leave the house and opted to consume some of it while recuperating. After lunch, Song Yuan secluded himself to repair his spiritual abode, while Feng Xi invited his wife for a stroll in the marketplace. As they stepped outside, a somewhat unfamiliar male voice called out, "Huar, where are you headed?" Xia Huaixing, clad in a blue martial uniform, hurried towards them. Spotting his former fiancée alongside Feng Xi, he expressed his confusion. "What brings young Master Feng here?" Song Liuhua gazed at the fair-skinned, handsome man and finally realized he was the original owner's former fiancée. She rolled her eyes, thinking, "What business is it of yours?" Feng Xi stood by her side, and she refrained from spitting at Xia Huaixing, as it would tarnish her image. Otherwise, considering the Xia family's demeanor, she would have taught him a lesson in manners. In their past interactions, Huar had always spoken to him gently. Never had she been so brusque. A flicker of disappointment crossed Xia Huaixing's eyes as he noted her newfound aloofness after just half a month apart, finding his demeanor reminiscent of a lovesick fool. Song Liuhua felt nauseated and irritably demanded, "Return my spiritual sword and get lost." Her brusque attitude only deepened Xia Huaixing's sorrow as he handed over the sword. Displeased by its filthiness, she frowned, preparing to use a handkerchief as a barrier. Feng Xi nodded at Xia Huaixing and stepped forward to take the sword. "Allow me to hold this for you." Xia Huaixing's eyes darted suspiciously between the two. "Huar, do you know young Master Feng?" Feng Xi's smile faded slightly. "Master Xia, be cautious with your words. My wife's given name is not something just anyone may utter. Now let us depart." He took Song Liuhua's hand and led her away. Watching the couple walk away arm in arm, Xia Huaixing's mind was in turmoil. His wife. It took him a moment to grasp that Song Liuhua had remarried someone else merely a day after their engagement was annulled. His face shifted through shades of green and white as he realized his well-laid plans had been swiftly dashed by reality. Had he known the value of that spiritual sword, he would not have. What a foolish loss. Feng Xi's fingers were long and delicate, with distinct joints, his palms slightly calloused yet warm, completely enveloping Song Liuhua's hand. She playfully scratched at his palm, feeling a delightful tickle akin to a feather brushing against her heart. Feng Xiai chuckled softly, squeezing her hand in return. The newlywed couple appeared remarkably at ease, contrasting with their earlier awkwardness. Feng Xiai owned a substantial courtyard along Pingqing Street in the eastern part of the city, complete with an acre of farmland. Yang Momo, a longtime servant of the Feng family who had accompanied Feng Xiai to Yanqing County, was unable to sleep the previous night upon hearing that her master had married an inconsequential commoner. Although severely injured, Feng Xiai was not someone of ordinary stature, and the most powerful family in Yanqing County would not even be worthy of serving him. Finally, seeing Feng Xiai return, Yang Momo could no longer restrain herself. Fourth young master, is it truly wise to wed a common girl? She possesses nothing but a pretty face and lacks. Feng Xi's expression turned icy. Momo, be cautious with your words. From this day forth, she is the mistress of the Feng household. You shall respect her as you would respect me, and if you cannot, you may return to the Feng family estate. Facing her master's cold gaze, Yang Momo broke into a cold sweat. As she watched him retreat into his room, she finally dared to straighten up, wiping the sweat from her brow with a rueful smile. She had truly grown forgetful, having lived a life of ease for too long, and dared to overstep her boundaries. It seemed that this mistress, whom she had yet to meet, must not be treated lightly. On this day, Song Liuhua purchased a considerable amount of alchemical materials and prepared to begin her work. Just as she set up her equipment, she heard a commotion outside. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by her recently acquired close friend, Taya. Bad news. Liuhua, bad news. Taya, robust and sun-kissed, burst in wearing coarse cloth clothing, resembling a small black cannonball. Song Liuhua cautiously took a few steps back towards the wall. Being collided with by Taya would surely spell disaster, as this girl was known to confront even the fiercest black stone boars. Given her fragile stature, even a small rabbit beast could trample her, so one could imagine the consequences of a collision with Taya. Xia Huaixing is throwing a banquet today, and he invited my parents, Taya exclaimed, coming to an abrupt halt in front of Song Liuhua, her face full of urgency. Oh, Song Liuhua replied nonchalantly. Seeing her lackadaisical demeanor, Taya stamped her foot in frustration. He's not a good person. Should I teach him a lesson for you? And how would you do that? Song Liuhua rolled her eyes. With your second-tier spirit plant mastery, you'd be easily flattened by a single punch. I could throw some beast dung at his wedding feast. Song Liuhua grimaced at the thought, feeling a wave of disgust. Let's not go that route. She feared that before Taya could even execute her plan, she would be knocked out herself. Furthermore, having just married, she didn't want to stir trouble with the Xie family, which might lead them to think she was still hesitant to let go of Xie Huaixing. Quite repugnant indeed. In this world, the number of men and women who abandon their humble spouses upon achieving success is not insignificant. Wang Sanner had married Xieta Lang despite his prior engagement, and once she became prosperous, she would not hesitate to cast aside her husband and children. Song Liuhua estimated that she wouldn't need to intervene. This pair of scoundrels would eventually unravel on their own. With her life flourishing and a handsome husband at home, she saw no need to waste her time on them. Seeing that Song Liuhua was genuinely unconcerned, Taya finally let go of her earlier thoughts. The county soldiers are going hunting at Shiha Ridge tomorrow. Are you going? Of course. My brother and Feng Xiai will be there too. Taya beamed with delight. Then we'll go together. I'll show you how to forage for wild vegetables and seek spirit plants. Sounds good. Chapter 9. The spirit-replenishing pill. Feng Xiai was preoccupied with family matters, while her elder brother focused on mending his dantian, leaving her without a companion for outdoor hunting. Having explored the vicinity thoroughly, she found little amusement. After bidding farewell to Taya, Song Liuhua decisively opted to continue her alchemical pursuits to pass the time. During this period, she attempted to concoct various elixirs and even tried her hand at forging, yet regrettably, none of her efforts bore fruit. The roof, however, had been repaired by Feng Xiai and Song Yuan several times. Today, she aimed to refine the spirit-replenishing pill. Kindling the fire, she unceremoniously poured all the ingredients for the pill into the cauldron, adjusting the flame at will while skimming through a novel. After realizing that her diligent efforts yielded not even a single hair in success, Song Liuhua embarked on a more impetuous approach to alchemy. Although the likelihood of failure was high, the green liquid she produced last time hinted at a glimmer of potential success. The essence of alchemy lies in maintaining a balance of spiritual energy. Guided by intuition, she added more of any herb she felt was lacking. In a flurry, She had added a substantial amount of materials. Estimating that enough time had passed, she lifted the lid for a glance, only to find the concoction had dried up. Remembering the moisture-rich second-tier snow spirit fruit Feng Xiai had sent her, she retrieved some from her storage bracelet, crushed the translucent white fruits by hand, and tossed them into the cauldron. Half an hour later, she unveiled the lid once more. A sweet, fragrant aroma wafted from the cauldron. At the bottom, a multitude of round pellets, the size of mung beans, lay in a dense layer. Upon closer inspection, the cauldron was nearly filled with a throng of white pills. Song Liuhua was taken aback. What on earth was this? To her knowledge, spirit-replenishing pills were at least the size of a fingernail, brown in color, and a single batch could yield a maximum of 20 pills. Despite having added numerous ingredients, how could she have produced so many? Thousands, it seemed. In ancient times, Shen Nong tasted a myriad of herbs. Now, she, little Song, dared not sample her own concoctions. Just then, Song Yuan's booming voice echoed through the courtyard. Her eyes brightened as she seized a handful of the white pills and dashed out of the side hall, eagerly inviting her brother to test the medicine. "Brother, I just concocted a new pill. Please try it." Song Yuan picked up one of the tiny white pills, which appeared almost pitiable in his bronze-colored palm. "What sort of elixir is this? It's so diminutive," he exclaimed. Song Liuhua shook her head, uncertain, having long since given up hope on her sister's alchemical endeavors. Song Yuan recalled the numerous failed attempts that had resulted in the roof being peppered with holes. This peculiar substance bore more resemblance to candy than medicine. Upon tasting it, a wave of sweetness spread across his tongue, and immediately, a pure surge of spiritual energy flowed down his throat, replenishing the energy he had expended at the Feng family's martial training grounds. With renewed vigor, Song Yuan gazed intently at his sister. "Liuhua, this is a spirit-replenishing pill. Its efficacy surpasses that of those available on the market," he declared. "You've created quite a treasure. The commercial spirit-replenishing pills do not replenish energy so gently or swiftly. How many did you produce? This is remarkable." He and Feng Xiai had been troubled by a shortage of spirit-replenishing pills in anticipation of tomorrow's hunt. If his sister could refine a few, it would suffice for their 20-member hunting team. Song Liuhua, equally astonished, realized that her haphazard efforts had indeed yielded genuine spirit-replenishing pills. She promptly took Song Yuan to witness her creation. Upon seeing the cauldron brimming with over 1,000 pills, Song Yuan's pupils constricted, followed by a hearty laugh. "Haha, little sister, you are incredible." He proceeded to gather the pills and sought out Feng Xiai. Song Liuhua was indifferent, while she practiced alchemy. Her brother and Feng Xiai supported her, which was simply a means of survival in this realm. Moreover, the materials she had consumed for her experiments had all been provided by Feng Xiai, and she hadn't spent a single coin. Little did she know how much she had already squandered, yet Feng Xiai said nothing. Now that the medicine was complete, she felt no regret in sharing it with them. With her unique talents, it was uncertain when she would succeed in her next endeavor. With these pills in hand, she could comfortably take a break for a while. How splendid! During this period, whenever he had the time, Song Yuan would visit the Feng family's martial training ground to spar with others. Upon seeing Song Yuan return, Feng Xiai inquired, "Did you forget something at the training ground, brother?" Song Yuan strode with purpose, a grin spreading across his face as he clapped Feng Xiai on the shoulder. "Good news, good news. We have enough spirit-replenishing pills." He eagerly produced a large pickled vegetable jar from his storage ring. Having understood Feng Xi's strength, Song Yuan felt a sense of urgency. His sister hailed from an ordinary background, but Feng Xiai commanded the loyalty of over 100 clan members, including several fourth-tier spiritual masters. Even if he restored his spiritual abode, he would pale in comparison to them. This faction rivaled the mid-tier families of Yanqing City, where the strong were revered, and many engaged in swapping spouses. Feng Xiai was a decent person, and he hoped his sister could establish herself within the Feng family, making life significantly easier for them. Though Song Liuhua's talent was somewhat lacking, her previous green liquid and the spirit-replenishing pills she had just crafted were truly exceptional. Song Yuan believed that with these feats, she could at least secure a foothold in the Feng family. He lifted the lid to reveal a jar filled with white pills, each the size of a mung bean. "Look, these are the spirit-replenishing pills my sister made," he proudly showcased to Feng Xiai. Feng Xiai was astonished. Given his wife's modest aptitude and the absence of any notable achievements aside from the previous green liquid, he hadn't paid much attention. To his surprise, She had indeed produced spirit-replenishing pills. Moreover, these pills appeared distinctly different from the ordinary ones. Sampling a pill, he quickly discerned the difference. It seemed his little wife was a hidden gem, extraordinary when she did succeed. With this abundance of spirit-replenishing pills, combined with those already gathered, they would have enough to sustain all the spiritual masters for half a month of hunting. Thank you, brother. With these spiritual herbs, we shall set off for Shiha Ridge at dawn. Here are 500,000 spirit stones to give to Liuhua. I will arrange the hunting matters for tomorrow and come to collect you both in the morning. Once we return from Shiha Ridge, we can move into the residence next to Qinghua Lane. I will take Liuhua over then. In their family, there was no need for formalities. Liuhua's alchemy required investment, and he would gladly accept the spirit stones on her behalf. At that moment, young Mama happened to arrive, announcing, "Master, the spirit fruit cake you requested for your young wife is ready. Originally made for her to enjoy on their journey tomorrow." Feng Xiai decided to have Song Yuan take some back with him. Chapter 10. The journey of the hunt. Song Liuhua was taken aback upon receiving the 500,000 spirit stones from Feng Xiai. Setting aside the previous promise of 100,000 spirit stones as a betrothal gift, she recalled that Feng Xiai had mentioned acquiring the neighboring estate, which turned out to be 2 properties, now undergoing transformation into a single courtyard. Song Liuhua grinned. She had not anticipated that her casually chosen husband would be an obscenely wealthy man. Such treatment would typically be reserved for the heroine of a novel. In her past life, what she would have found was likely a fraud. With a sense of delight, Song Liuhua tucked the spirit stone card into her spatial bracelet, bringing her total assets to 600,000 spirit stones. Even if things did not work out with Feng Xiai, she would still be quite affluent. She took a piece of spirit fruit cake, enjoying the fragrant essence that burst forth upon biting into it, soft, sticky, and melting in her mouth. It was quite delightful, and she closed her eyes in enjoyment. After a few days of recuperation, her health had improved significantly, and the injuries left by the original owner had nearly healed. That night, she was fortunate to have a good night's sleep. In the early morning, Song Liuhua rose early, knowing that the hunt at Shiha Ridge would require at least 10 days to 2 weeks. Accommodations and food were to be arranged by Feng Xiai, but she needed to bring her own change of clothes. She packed several simple dresses and donned a slightly worn emerald green female warrior outfit, braiding her long hair into 2 plaits that cascaded down her chest. Her skin was fair and delicate, devoid of even the slightest pore, and since she was going hunting, there was no need for makeup. When Feng Xiai arrived, he found her vigorously patting her face with a damp cloth, treating it as though she were scrubbing dishes. He couldn't help but chuckle, placing the food box on the table. Young Mama prepared spirit rice porridge and spirit fruit soup. You and elder brother should eat breakfast first. Having dreamt of Young Mama's spirit fruit cake, Song Liuhua eagerly poured out the wash water, calling out to her brother before sitting down to enjoy her meal. Feng Xiai served her a bowl of spirit rice porridge, commenting on Young Mama's impressive culinary skills. She usually helps with household chores and cooking. If you like her food, we can bring her over once the renovations next door are complete. Song Liuhua savored the soft and fragrant porridge, nodding in agreement. Outside the city walls, dozens of large flying boats were docked on the flat ground, with a crowd of people gathered. Men, women, the elderly, and children carried baskets and backpacks, chattering excitedly in groups. One particularly large flying boat belonged to the Mercenary Guild, appearing like a colossal structure towering beyond the city walls. Ordinary citizens and various mercenary teams queued to pay their boarding fees, while the remaining boats were smaller family vessels carrying their kin. By the time Song Liuhua, Feng Xiai, and Song Yuan arrived, all the spirit masters from the Feng family were already assembled. Feng Xiai donned a sharp black martial outfit that accentuated his handsome features. With a wave of his hand, a small flying boat capable of accommodating 300 to 400 people appeared on the ground, and hundreds of people boarded in an orderly fashion. Song Liuhua noticed several women at the end of the line. They were likely the Feng family's alchemists and blacksmiths. Once aboard the flying boat, Song Liuhua stood on the deck, taking in the unfamiliar scenery of mountains and forests below. Strange beasts flew overhead, roaring, while birds and other creatures occasionally collided with the boat, only to be swiftly taken down by the defensive spirit swords wielded by the martial spirit masters. This was far more exhilarating than flying in an airplane. Feng Xiai approached from behind, gently taking her cool hand in his. A flicker of concern crossed his handsome face. It will take half a day to reach Shiha Ridge. The wind is strong outside, and you are still weak. You should rest inside for a while. All right, she replied, having grown weary of the view outside. She obediently followed Feng Ci back to his cabin. His room was the largest on the entire vessel, furnished simply with a bed, a desk, and 2 armchairs. Feng Ci retrieved a small basket of spirit fruits, several plates of Yang Mama's spirit fruit cakes, a pot of spirit fruit tea, and some snacks favored by girls, placing them on the table. He ruffled her hair gently. Rest for a bit. If you get hungry, have some snacks to tide you over. Gathering her courage, Song Liuhua hugged him and said, You go ahead and be busy. Feng Ci paused, turning with a smile. The bed felt soft, imbued with his unique refreshing scent, and Song Liuhua quickly fell into a deep slumber. By midday, the flying boat arrived at Shiha Ridge. Feng Ci returned to the cabin, observing his wife asleep with a rosy complexion. A tender expression flickered in his eyes as he gently pinched her cheek. Liuhua, wake up. We have arrived at Shiha Ridge. Song Liuhua stirred, rubbing her sleepy eyes and mumbling. So soon? Not really. We encountered more birds and beasts than usual on the way, which delayed us by half an hour. Feng Ci helped her put on her outer garment and took her hand as they exited the flying boat. He pointed to a valley ahead. We will be hunting there shortly. If you feel bored, you can wander around. If you tire, come back to the boat to rest. The boat has a protective barrier. This is a boundary-breaking jade token. He produced a dark jade token and hung it around Song Liuhua's neck. Feng Qing. You two will stay behind to protect my wife. If anything happens, use the spirit communication stone to contact us. Understood. As soon as Feng Ci finished speaking, 2 handsome youths stepped forward from the group. Everyone else, let's set off. Feng Ci squeezed Song Liuhua's hand and led the team into the depths of the mountains. Yes. The resounding response echoed in the wilderness. As Song Liuhua watched the team of Feng Ci disappear, she turned her gaze to Feng and Feng Qing. Both appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old. Feng had a charmingly youthful face adorned with cute dimples, while Feng Qing bore a more stoic expression, exuding an air of seriousness. What level of cultivation do you both possess? 3rd tier. Feng Qing did not answer, but Feng responded with a smile. Both Feng Qing and I are 3rd tier martial spirit masters. Oh, quite impressive for your age. Song Liuhua sensed that the two might be displeased with their role as her bodyguards, yet she felt no anger. As long as they did not overtly express their disdain in her presence, she was indifferent to their thoughts. After all, in the face of danger, would they not protect her? Many women and children had already begun foraging, filling their baskets with edible wild vegetables and fruits. Even 4 or 5-year-old children skillfully wielded their shovels, efficiently digging up wild greens. Song Liuhua stood still, accompanied by her 2 guards, naturally becoming the subject of conversation among others. A group of women huddled together, digging fervently, their chatter incessant, occasionally casting furtive glances in her direction. Chapter 11. Unintentional harvest. Isn't that the young lady from the Song family? Wasn't she just jilted by the Xie family? Why isn't she at home, taking the time to find a new husband, and instead comes here? Indeed, what could she possibly do? Last time she was nearly trampled by a wild boar, and the few wild vegetables she gathered wouldn't even cover the cost of her round trip. It's true, this girl, apart from her pretty face, is utterly useless. With such a frail constitution, how could Song Yuan endure having such a sister? He must be enduring an incredible stroke of misfortune. If she were in my family, she would have starved to death long ago. Song Yuan is practically half useless himself, with 2 invalids in the family. The future of the Song family can only grow bleaker. The women busily gathered wild vegetables, chattering incessantly. One woman passing by with a basket interjected, Didn't I hear she's already married? Look at those 2 men beside her, they're from the Feng family. She merely made this remark and promptly moved on to search for vegetables elsewhere. The group of women erupted in whispers. Could it be that she's married into the Feng family? TSK, I just attended a banquet at the Xie family, and she's not wasting any time. This girl from the Song family hasn't even awakened her talents. I wonder which foolish lad, not fearing exhaustion, dares to support such a useless girl. What does it matter if he fears exhaustion? She seems to be living quite well. While we toil to gather wild vegetables, she saunters around with 2 men. TSK, such disparity in fate. One woman glanced over at Song Liuhua and her companions with a hint of envy. The others felt a pang of jealousy, quickly shifting the topic of conversation. Song Liuhua could tell they were gossiping about her and rolled her eyes. These aunties are no different from the gossip brigade in her previous life. Even passing a dog would lead to scandal, let alone her. a beauty entangled in rumors. Let them talk. As long as they don't say it to her face, she can pretend not to hear. Who isn't he indulged in gossip behind closed doors? Not bothering to gather wild vegetables, Song Liuhua continued to wander around with Feng Yi and Feng Qing. The two exchanged glances, a hint of exasperation in their eyes. They couldn't fathom what had possessed the fourth young master to marry a lazy, useless common girl in this remote corner of Yanqing Mansion. They had been out here for half an hour, and even hunting exotic beasts was less tiring than this. Having not seen the wilderness in a while, Song Liuhua relished the fresh air and the myriad of flowers and plants, finding her spirits lifted as she wandered into a secluded grove. The women and children gathering wild vegetables were nowhere in sight. With her legs aching, she found a quiet spot under a tree and sat down to catch her breath. Feng Yi, seeing her plight, leaned against a tree trunk, at a loss for words. A troubled dimple appeared on his youthful face. He wanted to suggest that someone else should protect the lady. At this rate, he would be worn out. As for Feng Qing, he chuckled to himself, thinking that this icy demeanor should be softened up by the lady. Otherwise, he would forever wear a face as if someone had stolen his bride. Feeling a chill, Feng Qing stood even straighter. He pondered why Feng Yi, who always wore a smile, was suddenly somber. Perhaps it was best for him to remain by the lady's side, lest his face crack from smiling too much. Unaware of their silent conversation, Song Liuhua felt a peculiar sensation at her feet, accompanied by a series of squeaks, causing her to freeze. What in the world? What had she stepped on? Oh no. She glanced down, seeing a chubby little creature wriggling desperately beneath her foot, as if trying to dig its way out. It was a small rabbit beast. The rabbit beast is a first-level exotic creature, known for its agility and penchant for burrowing, renowned for its cuteness and elusiveness. Young rabbit beasts are particularly tender and rich in spiritual energy, fetching 100 spirit stones per pound in the mercenary market, with demand far exceeding supply. Song Liuhua's eyes brightened, and she called out, Feng Yi, Feng Qing, come quick. It's a young rabbit beast. Feng Qing bent down immediately, capturing the little creature beneath his hand and swiftly binding it with some wild grass. Quickly, clear the dirt and grass from underneath my feet, she instructed Feng Yi, who, despite his youthful appearance, worked skillfully. He drew his spirit sword, and with a gentle sweep, created an opening the size of a fist. A rabbit burrow. Song Liuhua's eyes sparkled with excitement as she picked up a stick and poked into the hole. The little rabbit had been squeaking for a while, yet there was no response from within. Perhaps its parents were away. She mused, if only a few more little rabbits would show up. No sooner had she spoken than a chorus of squeaks erupted from the hole. There really were more. Elated, she jabbed with her stick while instructing Feng Qing to block the hole with his small basket. Before long, several snow-white young rabbits darted out of the burrow and straight into the basket. Feng Qing held the basket tightly, using long vines and grass to secure the little rabbits snugly. Song Liuhua counted the rabbits in the basket. 1, 2, 3. A total of 7. Well done. When we return, each of you shall have one, she exclaimed joyfully, jumping up to pat the shoulders of the two young men. Thank you, my lady. Feng Yi grinned broadly. Feng Qing's eyes also flickered with interest, contemplating raising one of the little rabbits, and, once it grew, sought it with wild spirit peppers for a delectable dish. Since we've found a nest of rabbit beasts, let us search for more, Song Liuhua declared, picking up a stick to poke around the ground. Feng Yi and Feng Qing nodded in agreement as they scoured the forest. Come quickly, rabbit beasts. After a lengthy search for rabbit burrows, they suddenly heard Song Liuhua's call and rushed over to see a snow-white adult rabbit beast darting out of the hole, quickly disappearing into the wild grass. Feng Yi and Feng Qing felt a pang of regret. What are you waiting for? Hurry, Song Liuhua exclaimed. Plopping down at the entrance of the rabbit burrow, several little rabbits kicked with all their might, nearly toppling her over. Here, Feng Yi helped Song Liuhua to her feet, while Feng Qing quickly covered the hole with the basket, capturing a large rabbit that attempted to escape. This adult rabbit weighed around 10 pounds. Its snow-white fur shaking adorably as it struggled in Feng Qing's grip, both pitiable and endearing. Song Liuhua reached out to stroke it, her eyes sparkling with delight. A rabbit this size would surely make a delicious, spicy rabbit head dish. The rabbits within the burrow, startled, began to scramble out. 1, 2, 12. Feng Qing was quick on the draw, capturing one after another, while Feng Yi bound them and tossed them into the basket. The two brothers worked in seamless harmony, one catching while the other bound, their teamwork remarkably smooth. With this success, the morale of their little hunting party surged. Song Liuhua took the lead in finding rabbit burrows, while Feng Yi and Feng Qing focused on catching the rabbits. Chapter 12. A bountiful harvest as the sun dipped below the horizon. The various families concluded their hunting endeavors for the day. Feng Xi's 100-strong team returned, bearing the fruits of their labor. 2 colossal second-tier silver-patterned deer lay bloodied on the clearing, each weighing over 1,000 pounds, while a group of martial spirit masters swiftly began to carve them up with their spiritual swords. Ordinary storage rings lacked preservation capabilities. Thus, a specialized food storage compartment was available aboard the flying vessel. The antlers and velvet could be utilized for spirit medicine, while the sinews, bones, and hides of the deer could be fashioned into weaponry. The deer meat was cut into manageable portions and transported into the flying vessel by the martial spirit masters. Feng Xi furrowed his brow and summoned Feng Shan, inquiring about the whereabouts of Feng Qing and Feng Yi. Feng Shan shook his head, indicating he had not seen them, nor had the lady returned. You may carry on, Feng Xi instructed. He retrieved a communication stone, infused it with spiritual energy, and the palm-sized stone emitted a warm orange glow, followed by a woman's startled voice. Feng Qing, hurry here. Feng Xi's expression darkened. Feng Yi, what has transpired? Meanwhile, Feng Yi surveyed the 10 or so large baskets brimming with their bounty and shook his head. My lord, we are unharmed. It is merely that today's harvest is quite abundant, and we may require a few additional hands to assist with the load. Hearing that no harm had come to them, Feng Xi's demeanor eased slightly. Wait there, he instructed, severing the connection and swiftly dispatching 2 martial spirit masters to assist. During the time Feng Yi and Feng Xi were in contact, Song Liuhua and Feng Qing had managed to catch over a dozen young rabbit beasts. By the end of the afternoon, they had captured a total of 120 adult rabbits and 68 young ones, filling several large baskets to the brim. Song Liuhua patted one of the baskets, feeling the fatigue settle in her body. Upon Feng Xi's arrival, he found his wife unceremoniously dozing off against a tree stump. With a gentle motion, he scooped her up and paused to gather the wild vegetables she had foraged before turning to leave. Feng Wu and Feng Lu, the twin brothers, approached Feng Qing and Feng Yi, delivering playful punches. My lord instructed you to protect the lady. Where have you been gallivanting? You have no idea how anxious we were along the way. As they walked, Feng Wu remarked, the clan does not rely on you to survive on these few baskets of wild vegetables. You ought to have returned sooner with the lady. Her status is no secret among us, and everyone knows that Song Liuhua is a talent yet to awaken, capable only of foraging. Feng Lu, with a distinctive red birthmark above his left eyebrow, smirked. Today, we successfully hunted 2 second-tier silver-patterned deer. The meat alone weighs over 2,000 pounds. You are in for a treat tonight. Feng Qing remained silent, balancing a large basket on her back while lifting another with one hand, preparing to depart. Feng Yi grinned as he pulled aside some of the wild grass atop his basket, revealing their impressive haul. We were with the lady, and we too had a substantial catch. The baskets brimmed with the heads of rabbits, leaving Feng Wu and Feng Lu momentarily speechless. Rabbit beasts, they exclaimed in unison, gazing at the other baskets in disbelief. Do not tell me those are as well. Feng Yi proudly indicated the basket on Feng Qing's back. Indeed, all of them. Feng Wu and Feng Lu hastily pulled back the grass from the top of the basket, revealing the soft and fluffy rabbit beasts inside. The 2 brothers stared in awe for a moment before bursting into laughter. This is fantastic. Tonight's meal will not disappoint. Feng Yi playfully punched the jubilant twins, and with great speed, he took off with the 2 baskets. Feng Wu and Feng Lu gathered their wits and hurried after him, grumbling as they carried the remaining baskets. Song Liuhua, deep in her slumber, was suddenly awakened by the enticing aroma of grilled meat wafting through the air. As she inhaled, her delicate nostrils twitched, and she slowly opened her eyes to meet a pair of amused gazes. Awake now? Feng Xi asked, a playful smile gracing his lips. Covering her mouth, she stifled a dainty yawn, only then realizing that Feng Xi had carried her all the way back. She wriggled free and linked her arm with his, excitedly recounting the day's bounty. Feng Xi, we caught so many rabbit beasts today. We shall treat everyone to a feast tonight. Feng Xi pondered for a moment. Realizing she had misunderstood, those baskets of wild vegetables were likely a ruse. To the right of Feng Xi's group camped members of the Qin family, one of the 10 prominent families from the south, led by the 7th son, Qin Yi. He approached with a smile, saying, Feng Xi, Is this your newly wedded wife? TSK, TSK, quite the hidden gem you have here. I wonder when your taste took such a nosedive. Qin, clad in a white martial attire, possessed a statuesque frame and striking features, his narrow phoenix-like eyes betraying his disdain for her. Song Liuhua loathed such individuals. Hands on her hips, she retorted. Even if I am not ideal, at least I am preferable to your sister, who, upon seeing another in distress, chose to escape her marriage. Upon marrying Feng Xi, she learned of the unfortunate circumstances he had endured. On the very day of their nuptials, his fiancée, he had eloped with another man, the 10th daughter of the Qin family. Qin Rue. Not only did she abandon him, but she did so on the day of the wedding, bringing shame to the Feng family. Enraged, Feng Xi's father had disowned him, severing their ties. Song Liuhua admired Feng Xi's resilience. Despite such a disgraceful episode, he remained untainted. Yet, she could not tolerate the Qin family's derision. Qin Ye's expression darkened, recognizing her humble origins. Indeed, it seems you lack decorum, he remarked, his tone dripping with condescension. I may lack decorum, but at least I am not burdened with a deceitful sister. Song Liuhua shot back, purposefully inciting him. Women and petty men are hard to deal with. Our conversation is futile. Qin Yi huffed, turning to Feng Xi. I acknowledge my sister's wrongdoing. She acted foolishly, and I apologize on her behalf. Let us put this matter behind us. Our long-standing friendship is not worth severing over two women. Feng Xi replied coolly. I harbor no resentment toward Qin Rue's actions. If you still consider me a friend, I ask that you respect my wife. Qin Yi glanced at Song Liuhua, begrudgingly conceding. Very well. Over yonder, Song Yuan gestured for her to join him, holding a platter of exotic beast meat. Song Liuhua huffed and dashed over. Qin Yi mimicked her gesture with an exaggerated scoff. Feng Xi couldn't help but smirk. Tonight, we shall roast the deer meat together? Qin Yi wrinkled his nose. Perhaps not. If I were to join, your lady would surely give me the cold shoulder. I shall return home and invite Wen Xiu for a gathering another time. Agreed. Upon returning to the flying vessel, Feng Xi discovered that Song Liuhua had prepared dinner for them. The martial spirit masters had hearty appetites, and Feng Yin generously served nearly 10 pounds of roasted deer meat on a large platter. The tender silver-patterned deer, brushed with oil and sprinkled with spirit pepper, was grilled to a golden perfection, exuding a tantalizing aroma. Having caught a considerable number of rabbit beasts, Feng Yin prepared a spicy rabbit dish for Song Liuhua and Feng Yi. Coupled with the spirit fruits and snacks Feng Xi had procured earlier, their dinner was quite lavish. Upon her husband's arrival, Song Liuhua waved him over. Quickly come. The deer meat and rabbit meat smell divine. Feng Xi smiled and piled her plate high with roasted venison. Make sure you eat well too. Song Liuhua, unpretentious, nodded eagerly and delved into her meal with gusto. Chapter 13. So this is how you brew elixirs. Song Liuhua had a modest appetite. After consuming a piece and a half of deer meat, some diced rabbit, and a glass of spirit fruit juice, she felt satiated. A half-eaten piece of deer meat remained on the plate, which Feng Xi kindly added to his bowl without a second thought. Propping her chin on her hand, Song Liuhua watched him. The man's handsome profile, illuminated by the glow of the night stone, appeared to be enveloped in a soft radiance, exuding warmth. Their gazes met, and Song Liuhua offered a slight smile, continuing to observe him. Although they had not yet engaged in any significant actions, the awkwardness of their initial encounters had dissipated over time. Song Liuhua considered herself quite experienced now, unabashedly admiring the beauty of the man before her. Feng Xi chuckled softly, swiftly finishing the last piece of exotic meat. The following day, the safe zone expanded further, and Song Liuhua accompanied Feng Xi to the rear safety base. The vast expanse of land was occupied by members of various families. Feng Xi gestured with his long fingers, indicating their surroundings. This area had been fortified by the combined efforts of the families, ensuring safety as long as one remained within its borders. Song Liuhua followed his direction and noted that this secure zone encompassed the flat terrain, silently impressed by the considerable investment. The flying vessels of each family had also been relocated here, and ahead lay a makeshift alchemy room specifically designed for alchemists and craftsmen. As a new day dawned, women emerged from the safety zone with woven baskets, while children, carrying small baskets and wielding tiny shovels, frolicked behind their elders. If one wished to stroll outside, it was advisable to bring along Feng Qing or Feng Yi. For alchemy or crafting, one could head to the Feng family's alchemy room. If fatigue set in, Resting on the flying vessel was an option. After a day spent capturing rabbit beasts, Song Liuhua still felt sore. Upon hearing Feng Xi's suggestion, she immediately opted for the latter, declaring, "I shall not venture outside today. I wish to practice alchemy. Feng Qing and Feng Yi, please take your leave." Feng Xi pondered briefly, retrieving 2 baskets of spirit stones and a basket of spiritual plants from his storage ring. "Here, you may use these spirit stones and herbs." Song Liuhua glanced over, discovering them to be fine materials, with quite a few Tier 2 and Tier 3 spiritual plants. Joyfully, she accepted, saying, "Then I shall take them. You know my talent is lacking. I may not produce anything worthwhile." Feng Xi gently squeezed her soft hand, smiling. "Do not fear waste. The alchemical process is inherently costly. Even if you cannot succeed, it is entirely normal. The green elixir and spirit-replenishing pills you create already surpass the value of countless herbs." Qin Yi emerged from the Qin family's encampment, his narrow eyes narrowing as he teased. "Feng Xi, you hide your treasures well. Your wife can brew elixirs?" He had inquired thoroughly and learned that Feng Xi's wife had once been deemed a waste, awakening only a month prior with merely inferior talent, struggling even with planting, let alone alchemy. In his eyes, it seemed almost a jest. His 10th sister, Qin Rue, possessed superior talent, yet was merely a Tier 3 alchemist, having faced tremendous hardships in her initial attempts. Feng Xi's wife appeared to him a classic case of someone whose aspirations exceeded her capabilities. With a life as fragile as paper, what a pity for such fine herbs. With Tier 2 and Tier 3 spiritual plants in that basket, it seemed wasteful for Song Liuhua. Unable to restrain himself, Qin Yi asked, "Your wife's level is low. There's no need for such fine herbs for practice. Our Qin family has brought a Tier 3 alchemist this time. Why not give me these herbs? We can split the resulting pills." Song Liuhua bristled with anger. This man again. "Am I a waste to consume your family's rice?" Qin Yi paid no heed to the outraged young woman, turning to Feng Xi. "What say you?" Feng Xi's smile faded slightly. "Not at all. My wife is worthy of the finest materials." Perceiving the seriousness in his gaze, Qin Yi waved his hand dismissively. "Feng Xi, indulge her as you wish." He then inquired, "I heard you acquired a batch of special spirit-replenishing pills that swiftly restores spiritual energy. Could you spare some? I would trade you a Tier 3 spirit sword." This sword was Qin Rue's recent pride and joy, valued far beyond the spirit-replenishing pills, thus serving as compensation from the Qin family to Feng Xi. No need for the Tier 3 spirit sword. 100 spirit-replenishing pills for 2 bolts of Xianling silk. The value of 2 bolts of Xianling silk paled in comparison to the spirit sword. Feng Yi glanced at Song Liuhua, who was being led by Feng Xi, understanding immediately. "Fine, since you brought it up yourself, do not blame me for being unkind as a brother." After Qin Yi departed, Song Liuhua curiously asked Feng Xi, "What is Xianling silk used for?" Feng Xi tenderly massaged her delicate hand and replied slowly, "Xianling silk is derived from the Tier 3 mutated white cicadas, light and airy, yet remarkably resilient, offering a degree of protection. It is highly favored by the women in the city. I shall have someone tailor a few dresses for you." Song Liuhua's eyes sparkled with delight. "Thank you, my husband." Feng Xi released her hand, encouraging her to go play. "All right then." Song Liuhua gathered the herbs and spirit stones, skipping away merrily. Feng Xi watched her enter the alchemy room, a slight smile gracing his lips. His wife was full of clever thoughts, yet never pretentious, with a rare and innocent heart, occasionally surprising him with unexpected delights. In his eyes, she surpassed countless so-called geniuses. The Feng family's alchemy room measured around 100 square meters, bustling with 5 young women engaged in alchemy and crafting, each focused on their respective tasks. Song Liuhua intended to practice alchemy and made her way towards 2 Feng family disciples who were currently brewing elixirs. Feng Li and Feng Su were engrossed in their work and felt a mix of emotions upon her arrival. They had only recently learned that their master had married, and his new wife was notorious in Yinqing City for being a waste. The day before, while they had labored diligently in the front, they had heard how she had strolled leisurely in the back with Feng Qing and Feng Yi, nearly infuriating them. What sort of lady behaved in such a manner? Wasn't he everyone else toiling tirelessly to support their families? Yet here she was, not relying on alchemy or crafting. Surely she could gather wild vegetables. It seemed she did nothing but stand idly, stepping on wild vegetables without even picking them. Others from different families had approached them, treating their new mistress as a source of amusement. leaving the two girls flushed with embarrassment as they argued loudly with others. Afterwards, they spent considerable time venting their frustrations in the alchemy room. However, upon returning, they learned that she had accompanied Feng Qing and Feng Yi to catch over 200 rabbit beasts. Feng Li and Feng Su were left astonished. Such a number of rabbit beasts amounted to thousands of pounds. Although they were merely Tier 1 exotic beasts, even 1,000 pounds held considerable value. An ordinary person would not earn such wealth even after a year of gathering wild vegetables. In contrast, their day's labor in alchemy scarcely compared to what she had achieved. The louder they had been the previous day, the more guilt they felt now. Feng Li, her sweet appearance evident, carefully controlled the fire beneath the cauldron, offering a shy smile. "Mistress, will you also be brewing elixirs?" Feng Su's delicate features twitched slightly. Knowing her talent was lacking, asking if she would brew elixirs seemed almost provocative. Song Liuhua sensed the tension in the eyes of the two young women and chuckled lightly. "You carry on. My talent is poor. I'm merely dabbling." Feng Su exhaled in relief, quickly immersing herself in her work. Feng Li wished to engage further, but found herself too focused on her task to do so, thus setting her thoughts aside for the moment. Song Liuhua selected a space. Retrieving the cauldron, spirit stones, and a box of spiritual herbs given by Feng Ci from her spatial bracelet, igniting the fire with practiced ease. "Miaoyan flower in here. Purple spirit grass in here. Mulberry yellow branch in here." As she murmured, she tossed familiar herbs into the cauldron. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, and she turned to find Feng Li, Feng Su, and the craftsmen staring in disbelief. The lid of their cauldron was askew, black smoke billowing from within, accompanied by a burnt odor. Chapter 14. The Miniature Sword. "You are brewing potions like this?" Pineapple and Pine Crisp fell silent in unison. Song Liuhua appeared innocent. "Indeed. Is it possible that the order of adding medicinal herbs is crucial?" Pine Crisp quietly remarked, "and the type of spiritual fire also matters." Song Liuhua responded, "Perhaps I am rather exceptional." Both Pineapple and Pine Crisp exchanged glances, speechless. As expected, half an hour later, Song Liuhua's potion-making ended in failure. With a loud bang, black smoke billowed from the cauldron. Pineapple hesitated for a moment, her small face scrunching up as she suggested, "Madam, how about I teach you to brew potions?" Song Liuhua readily agreed. "Great." 2 hours later, Pineapple and Pine Crisp found themselves speechless before a pile of black ash. Initially, it was Pineapple who was instructing, but the first attempt swiftly failed. Unable to bear it, Pine Crisp assisted in precisely controlling each step during the second attempt. Yet it too ended in failure. They were merely trying to concoct the simplest hemostatic powder, which didn't even require solidifying into a pill, after 4 attempts. All resulted in failure. Song Liuhua comfortingly patted the shoulders of the two. "You taught very well. It is I who am lacking." Pineapple and Pine Crisp exchanged awkward smiles. The lunch spread was similar to the previous days. Chef Fengyin had purchased 2 bunches of vegetables from several children, preparing a meat and vegetable dish for the 3 of them. Pineapple took a bite of the fragrant and spicy rabbit, her eyes squinting into crescent shapes. Stealing a glance at Song Liuhua, she inwardly lamented, despite being so adept at catching rabbits, why can't she master potion making? After lunch, Song Liuhua returned to the flying boat to rest for a while. Upon arriving at the alchemy chamber, she found that Pineapple and Pine Crisp had already created 2 healing pills. However, Song Liuhua had no intention of continuing potion making. The materials for refining tools gifted by Feng Ci days prior remained unused, and she intended to utilize them all. Thus, Pineapple and Pine Crisp witnessed a scene where the madam, who had been brewing potions with them in the morning, walked straight to the refining area. Feng Rou, Feng Lu, and Feng Xian exchanged glances but thought little of it. The morning's potion-making scene was still fresh in their minds, despite Pineapple and Pine Crisp's lengthy instruction. Song Liuhua had failed to produce even the simplest hemostatic powder, indicating her exceptional lack of talent. The trio merely glanced over before returning to their tasks. After all, the daily damage to spiritual swords was substantial. Their responsibility for repairs was heavy, leaving little time to concern themselves with others. Song Liuhua pressed her lips together. Retrieving the refining cauldron, she set up the spiritual stone, rolled up her sleeves to reveal her snow-white arms, and began tossing various refining materials into the cauldron with casual control over the flames, occasionally adding some spiritual herbs. Before long, 2 loud thuds were heard beside her. Feng Rou and Feng Lu had failed their refining attempts. Meanwhile, Song Liuhua's cauldron remained silent. Feng Xian opened the refining cauldron, revealing dozens of second-tier spiritual swords that had been completely repaired. The ancient, dark-colored sword grips were heavy, and the silver sword blades glimmered with a chilling white light, resembling the exquisite weapons from martial arts novels. Indeed, the spiritual swords in this world were far more formidable. A second-tier spiritual sword in the hands of a second-tier martial artist could effortlessly cleave through a tree as thick as a person. Only the toughest beasts could withstand such a sharp weapon. Song Liuhua suddenly recalled a second-tier spiritual sword her former fiancé had brought back. Disgusted that it had been used by that scoundrel Xia Huaixing, she had left it neglected in a corner. Taking it out from her storage bracelet, she tossed it into the refining cauldron without a second thought, and after a moment's reflection, she added a third-tier gale grass from the basket of spiritual herbs Feng Xi had given her that morning. Feng Xian collected the spiritual swords, placing the damaged ones into the cauldron, a mocking smile playing on her lips. She wondered what the fourth young master saw in such a woman. Unable to brew potions, her refining skills were haphazard as well. When the family had separated him, he had nothing but hundreds of weak and ill members. At this rate, no matter how many resources were given, they would never suffice. And as for her, if she weren't seeking to seize this opportunity for more resources and rise higher, she wouldn't be following the fourth young master, who was destined for mediocrity. Casting a sidelong glance, her smirk deepened, regardless of how this woman squandered her talents. It was of no concern to her. All she needed was to advance to a fourth-tier refining master before she turned 18, thereby enjoying the privileges of a direct descendant of the Feng family. By then, her worth would soar, and resources would be abundant. Feng Rou and Feng Lu had not considered such matters. Being of average talent, their fathers had always worked alongside the fourth young master. With their father gone and the fourth young master separated, they naturally followed their brother in the same path. Seeing Song Liuhua casually toss materials into the cauldron without regard for resources filled them with envy. The waiting period was exceedingly dull, so Song Liuhua took out a table, chairs, a small stove, spiritual fruit tea, and snacks, indulging herself in the pastries while sipping tea, occasionally adjusting the fire. It was a leisurely affair, attracting envious glances from Pineapple, Feng Rou, and the others. Feng Xian worked even harder, aiming to rise to the fourth tier soon to marry a good husband and live such a life. She wasn't jealous, truly. Time passed without notice, and the spiritual energy in the cauldron gradually stabilized. Upon opening the cauldron, a palm-sized miniature sword lay quietly at the bottom. Silence enveloped her this evening. The miniature sword, plump and round, resembled a child's toy, and regardless of how she manipulated it, it offered no response. A second-tier spiritual sword worth 10,000 spiritual stones had been transformed into a mere plaything in her hands. Song Liuhua sighed in disbelief. She needed to step outside for a stroll to soothe her wounded spirit. Gathering her belongings, Song Liuhua silently turned to leave. The moment she stepped out, Feng Rou exchanged knowing glances with Feng Lu, remarking, "Our madam is indeed something else. We've only ever heard of repairing spiritual swords into scrap metal, but never of shrinking them. That little thing, even my 5-year-old nephew wouldn't want to play with it." Feng Lu wiped the sweat from her forehead and tapped Feng Rou's forehead. "Enough. With such thoughts about our madam, you might as well focus on repairing a few more spiritual swords. This time, the harvest has been good, and we are bound to receive a substantial share. No matter how our madam fares, she has still caught thousands of rabbit beasts. Even if she ruins 10 furnaces now, no one would dare speak ill of her. If you don't work diligently, beware of your brother scolding you for being foolish when you return." Feng Rou recalled how her brother often bullied her, muttering under her breath, obediently refining potions. Other brothers might cherish their sisters, but her brother seemed intent on tormenting her, stealing her snacks, and dragging her into trouble whenever she misstepped. She felt weary. Song Liuhua, holding a small shovel and carrying a small basket, followed a group of children into the forest. Mushrooms. Someone spotted a cluster of wild mushrooms and exclaimed, prompting dozens of children to rush over with their baskets. The children chattered excitedly, their little hands moving swiftly, and soon the cluster of mushrooms was completely picked clean before they scattered in a frenzy. Song Liuhua leaned in for a closer look. The ground where the mushrooms had grown was scraped bare by the eager little hands. There was nothing left to collect. Chapter 15. The colorful wild chicken eggs. After a brief exploration, Song Liuhua found nothing of worth and decided to return. Upon entering, Feng Xi observed her delicate fingers playfully toying with a plump little spirit sword. A flicker of amusement danced in his sparkling eyes as he placed the object on the table and inquired with a smile, "What is this?" Song Liuhua recounted her endeavors in crafting today, lamenting regretfully, "Had I known, I wouldn't have wasted my efforts. I could have sold it for a considerable sum." Feng Xiai chuckled lightly, extending his long fingers. "May I take a look?" "Of course," she replied, handing the small spirit sword over with eager anticipation in her eyes. The sword felt cold and hefty in his grasp. Its thick hilt featured a circular indentation the size of a fingernail, while the blade appeared unopened. Incapable of cutting even a wild grass blade, let alone hunting exotic beasts. Aside from its uniquely intricate patterns, it seemed unremarkable. In Feng Xi's large hands, the petite spirit sword appeared even smaller. Channeling his spiritual energy into the sword, its blade radiated a brilliant glow, visibly enlarging until it returned to its original form. With the hilt's indentation expanding to the size of an egg, perfectly accommodating a mysterious crystal stone, he produced a crystal stone, embedding it in the hilt's recess. And in an instant, the spirit sword hovered in midair. "It's a flying spirit artifact." Feng Xiai retracted the crystal stone, and the sword shrank back to palm size. Song Liuhua's mouth fell open in disbelief. "A flying sword? If you prefer that term, it's acceptable," Feng Xiai replied with a gentle laugh, placing the miniature sword in her hands. "This is a third-grade flying spirit sword. Just be cautious with its slender blade." Regaining her composure, Song Liuhua cradled the small spirit sword, her joy evident. "Flying at low altitudes is safer. I can soar just above the ground. How splendid it will be to ride this when I go out." Feng Xiai retrieved a box of crystal stones, their translucent orbs resembling sugar candies. All were low-grade crystal stones, each sustaining flight for an entire day. Should their color shift to a reddish white, they must be replaced immediately. Song Liuhua treasured these as they were a source of fuel. Since acquiring the flying sword, Song Liuhua often glided low over the fields, much to the astonishment of onlookers, especially a pack of small children who chased her, exclaiming in awe. The envy and longing in the eyes of women and young girls were palpable. Many ladies from prominent families whispered among themselves, marveling at how fortunate the Song family girl was, and how dearly Feng Xiai cherished her. Indeed, such a splendid treasure was bestowed upon this little girl. Many speculated about the artisan who crafted the sword, pondering whether it would be advantageous for their family to cultivate a relationship with this smith, especially as Feng Xi's powers had waned. As the scenery zipped past and the wind whistled in her ears, Song Liuhua spread her arms wide, relishing the long-lost exhilaration. Feng Qing's expression turned solemn. How enviable. After a brief circuit over level ground, she navigated the flying sword back, stopping just in front of Feng Qing and Feng Yi. With renewed vigor, she punched the air and declared her intention to move forward, then shot off with a whoosh. Feng Qing immediately followed suit, his physical prowess as a martial spirit master allowing him to keep pace. The fields teemed with wild vegetables, as women and children scurried like locusts, swiftly gathering their bounty. What is the act of foraging for wild vegetables? It seems a lifetime away. Ahead lay a vast expanse of tender green wild vegetables, and several women had noticed, glancing over with guarded expressions as if she intended to snatch their finds. Song Liuhua twitched her mouth, adjusting her direction on the flying sword. She hadn't forgotten her primary role as a spirit plant master. It was said this area was once a river zone, and discovering wild spiritual rice would be a boon. The deeper she ventured, the taller the grass grew, eventually impeding her path. Thus, she stowed the flying sword and continued on foot. This place, allowing women and children to enter, indicated the absence of large exotic beasts, so Song Liuhua felt no fear. Yet, the grass was vexing, offering resistance with each step. Feng Qing silently trailed behind her, unlike Feng Yi's exuberance. Having been assigned to accompany her in this safe marshland, he kept watch. Song Liuhua scanned her surroundings. But despite the abundant weeds, not a single wild spiritual rice plant was in sight. Just as her spirits waned, a glimmer of light caught her eye through the grass. A nest made of fine dry grass revealed a portion of an oval egg. "Look," she exclaimed, "it's an egg." Feng Qing followed her pointing finger, swiftly parting the grass to unveil a nest the size of a basin, filled with numerous radiant white eggs glistening in the sunlight. "These are colorful wild chicken eggs," Song Liuhua exclaimed, excitement surging as she fetched a basket. I'm rich. I'm rich." The colorful wild chicken, a second-grade exotic beast, had surprisingly nested among the weeds. A fortunate turn of events for her. Visions of fragrant scallion egg soup filled her mind as she swallowed hard, carefully laying dry grass at the bottom of her basket before collecting over 30 colorful wild chicken eggs. Feng Qing, astonished, had not anticipated the presence of such eggs here. The gentle spiritual energy within them made them a nourishing treasure for women. Feng Qing, search for more. See if any remain. Song Liuhua tossed him another basket from her spatial storage, bending low to rummage through the grass. Feng Qing nodded in agreement. The pair scoured the area, one on each side, diligently hunting for treasure. After walking a short distance, Song Liuhua stumbled upon another nest, slightly smaller than the first, counting around 20 eggs within. Moreover, in a slightly damp area, she discovered water celery. The vibrant green of the water celery stood out amid the fading yellow weeds. Retrieving a small sickle from her space bracelet, she swiftly harvested clusters of water celery, as if cutting chives, filling 5 large baskets in no time. This water celery, a first-grade spirit plant, had a mildly bitter flavor, offering a unique taste to complement their meals. It would be ample for everyone. Having spent little time gathering the water celery, Song Liuhua pressed onward. Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings broke the silence. With keen eyesight, she spotted a colorful feather fluttering nearby, followed by a cacophony of flapping wings as a flock of vibrant wild chickens took flight amidst the grass. Feng Qing. Song Liuhua's voice nearly cracked with excitement as she pointed at the dozens of wild chickens. Quick, catch them. Feng Qing, not far behind, leaped into action, tossing his spirit sword with a swift motion, resulting in a crack as a colorful wild chicken fell. Though a second-grade exotic beast, their small size rendered them harmless. Their bodies rich in spiritual energy. Song Liuhua dashed forward, poised to pounce like a hungry tiger. Yet, upon spotting several large nests, she paused momentarily. In that instant, a few colorful wild chickens had already soared away, but Feng Qing moved swiftly, intercepting them with his spirit sword. Undeterred, Song Liuhua gathered the fallen wild chicken Feng Qing had dispatched and began collecting the colorful wild chicken eggs. They had discovered 5 nests, each containing 40 to 50 eggs. Just as she finished gathering, she unearthed yet another nest ahead. After collecting from one, another appeared, and then another, a series of 7 or 8 nests, each brimming with 40 to 50 eggs. In one breath, Song Liuhua amassed 500 to 600 colorful wild chicken eggs, her smile stretching wide with delight. Chapter 16. Molding clay. The vibrant wild chickens scattered in all directions, leaving Feng Qing overwhelmed, only managing to slay 3 before the rest vanished from sight. Song Liuhua remained cautious, not daring to stray far, and returned with the 3 multicolored wild chickens in hand. Observing this, Song Liuhua felt no disappointment. Rather, she proudly revealed the large basket behind her, nearly full. The half-person-high brown bamboo basket brimmed with oval-shaped white eggs, leaving Feng Qing momentarily dazed. After a brief silence, she handed over the 3 wild chickens. With a wave of her hand, Song Liuhua stored them away in her spatial pouch. While this space was inadequate for goods, it was quite suitable for food, albeit lacking in preservation. How many did you find? Feng Qing tilted her woven basket to show her, revealing a pitiful 10 or so colorful wild chicken eggs rolling about in the straw at the bottom. Good then. With her brilliance, it's only natural that Feng Qing falls short in comparison, Song Liuhua mused. Feng Qing remained silent, which spared him from further embarrassment. Having tasted success, Song Liuhua grew even more industrious. After a busy morning, they had thoroughly scoured the entire patch of wild grass, yielding 3 large baskets filled with colorful wild chicken eggs. During their search, they also stumbled upon a patch of wild celery, filling 10 baskets to the brim. However, the wild spirit rice she sought was nowhere to be found. The cook, Feng Yin, a slightly portly middle-aged man, managed a few lower-tier martial spirit apprentices and oversaw the culinary needs of Feng Xi's team. Upon seeing the colorful wild chicken eggs Song Liuhua brought forth, he was momentarily stunned, before eagerly wielding a spoon as if to twirl with joy. Rubbing his hands together, he awkwardly glanced at Song Liuhua. Madam, might I purchase some of these colorful wild chicken eggs? My wife has been unwell since giving birth 2 years ago, and I wish to buy 50, no, just 30 to help her regain her strength. Seeing the hopeful glimmer in his eyes, Song Liuhua readily agreed. All right, take 30 back with you. Together with Feng Qing, they had collected a staggering 1,700 to 800 colorful wild chicken eggs, filling 3 baskets to the brim. The remaining eggs would be distributed as rewards to the spirit masters in the team, with the crafting and alchemy masters allowed to take a bit more, for him to allocate as he saw fit. Feng Yin and his helpers' eyes sparkled with excitement. Flattering words flowed freely, one after another. Song Liuhua smiled faintly. After all, they were her subordinates, and granting them a small benefit was only fair, given the respect they showed her. She noticed that most of the tribe members under Feng Xi's command held her in high regard, with only a few expressing skepticism. Thus, she felt it only right to share the fruits of her labor with them. At noon, Feng Xi had yet to return. Feng Yin prepared her a meal of roasted deer meat, spicy rabbit, sauteed wild celery, cold mixed greens, and a soup made with colorful wild chicken eggs. His culinary skills were commendable, producing dishes that were visually appealing and fragrant. After a morning of labor, Song Liuhua was famished, devouring most of the meal. No wonder raising someone is costly. Having previously been in poor health with a small appetite, her recovery had led to an increased desire for food, she mused. After a brief afternoon nap, she wasted no time in the refining room, ultimately ruining 2 batches of medicine. Feng Li and Feng Su had given up on rescuing her from her predicament. Bored, Song Liuhua ventured outdoors to play with mud. Fresh soil, dampened slightly, was kneaded like dough until it took on a refined texture. Passers-by observed her with a mix of envy and jealousy, unable to suppress their derisive comments. After ascending 3 ranks, Xia Huixing formed a small mercenary group, accompanied by his sister Xia Qingqing and his wife, Miss Wang San. The Xia family had been stationed at the mercenary base, foraging for wild vegetables on another hill. As the 2 groups drew closer, they found themselves digging for wild vegetables in the same vicinity. Upon spotting Song Liuhua playing with mud, resentment from the previous encounter when she had rejected a marriage proposal surged within Xia Lu, prompting her to sneer, "Ah, the girl from the Song family has indeed climbed the social ladder." Before marriage, she foraged for wild vegetables to help with household expenses. Now that she is married, she is playing with mud instead. "If I were young Master Feng, I would divorce a spendthrift woman like you without hesitation." Engrossed in her clay, Song Liuhua was abruptly interrupted by the sharp, acerbic tone. Lifting her head, she saw Xia Lu, her rough hands clutching a basket of wild vegetables. Both old and young mixed haphazardly together, looking down at her disdainfully. Casting a sidelong glance, Song Liuhua thought, "What business is it of yours, an outsider, to meddle in my affairs? If you've had too much salt, and it's making you bitter, perhaps you should hurry home and have your wife bear you a grandchild to lick." With that, she turned her back to Xia Lu. Enraged, Xia Lu stomped her feet in frustration, but, aware of the watchful eyes around her in Feng's territory, she stormed off in anger. Rolling her eyes, Song Liuhua resumed her work with the mud. Some people were simply insufferable. The large lump of clay was moist yet not overly wet, sticky yet not messy, perfect for crafting small tea sets and bowls. From the sizable lump, she pinched off a smaller piece, skillfully molding it with her delicate fingers until a palm-sized bowl emerged. Following this method, she spent the entire afternoon crafting a total of 10 small bowls. As the sun began to set, the hunting parties from various families returned, filling the expansive safe base with lively chatter and the enticing aroma of home-cooked meals wafting from their kitchens. Standing on the deck of the flying boat, Song Liuhua scanned the horizon until she finally spotted Feng's team. Feng Xi led the way, flanked by Feng Shan on his left and her elder brother Song Yuan on his right, both of them smiling as they conversed with him. Feng Xi's expression was gentle, occasionally nodding in response. They had enjoyed a bountiful day, having captured a 2nd-tier silver-striped deer, a 3rd-tier flame bull, and a 1st-tier black rock pig, with the martial spirit masters skillfully butchering the exotic meat. Feng Xi and Song Yuan boarded the flying boat one after the other. Although it was merely the 3rd month of the warm season, Song Liuhua noticed their disheveled appearance, their hair soaked with sweat, prompting her to hurriedly usher them into a room for a hot water bath. Inside, the sound of water splashed gently. Song Liuhua leaned against the railing of the flying boat's deck, observing the hustle and bustle of the various families. From the adjacent Qin family's flying boat, Qin stepped outside. Their eyes met, and Song Liuhua quickly averted her gaze, pretending not to notice. Qin squinted, descending from the flying boat. "What is so interesting in the sky?" Feng Xi's voice suddenly broke through her thoughts, startling her as she placed a hand on her chest to steady herself. Turning around, she found Feng Xi standing behind her, clad in a moon-white uniform. His refined and handsome face bore a playful smile, his glass-like eyes twinkling as he regarded her. Song Liuhua playfully punched his arm, reproaching, "Do you walk without making a sound?" Feng Xiai chuckled softly, capturing her small fist and pulling her into his embrace. "Did I scare you? That was my oversight." His deep, rich laughter resonated in her ear, his warm breath brushing against her. Song Liuhua awkwardly extricated herself from his arms. Gazing elsewhere as she huffed, "I forgive you." Song Yuan emerged from the adjacent room, grinning upon witnessing the scene before him, and quietly walked away. The evening breeze on the deck carried a slight chill. Concerned that she might catch a cold, Feng Xiai urged her back inside to put on more clothing. Chapter 17, The Heist in the Kitchen. Feng Yin wielded a kitchen knife with an air of authority. Feng Yi squatted nearby, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. "Did you hear? Madam found a plethora of colorful wild eggs today." "Indeed." Feng Yin replied nonchalantly while preparing the ingredients, not lifting her gaze. She mentioned that she would share some upon returning home. Feng Shan entered the kitchen seeking water and, upon hearing this news, approached with the eagerness of a cat catching the scent of fish. His sharp eyes sparkled as he fixated on Feng Yin. What is the madam planning to share? He vividly remembered how, during the last hunt for the rabbit beast, the madam had promised to distribute the catch between Feng Yi and Feng Qing, and indeed, each received 5. That rascal Feng Yi had the kitchen cook all of them that very day, indulging to his heart's content. As for Feng Qing, who had intended to raise his 5 rabbits, they unexpectedly perished by morning, leaving him to grimly consume several large bowls of the meat. Colorful wild eggs. Feng Shan's eyes gleamed with delight. This was splendid, as his aging mother needed nourishment. For those without female relatives in the group, he could barter for more. Feng Shan immediately set his sights on Feng Yi. "I recall your family lacks female members. How about you sell me your share of the colorful wild eggs?" Feng Yi pondered momentarily and agreed. Feng Shan clapped him on the shoulder. "Good brother, you are the best." Feng Yi smirked. "If you could just lighten your pat a bit, I might actually believe it." Feng Shan chuckled sheepishly. When Feng Xiai arrived, Feng Yin relayed this matter to him. Feng Xiai chuckled, "As the madam suggests, do not forget to reserve some for her." The following day, Qin Yi, upon hearing the news, approached Feng Xiai. "I heard your wife found quite a number of colorful wild eggs. Might you spare me some? I could exchange them for a spirit-replenishing elixir." With numerous female elders at home, such a nourishing supplement was rare, and a small quantity could greatly benefit the women of his clan. Feng Xiai shook his head. "These were discovered by my wife. She has already promised to share them with our clan's youths." Qin Yi could hardly believe it. Such treasures. And you allow her to decide their fate? Feng Xiai remained noncommittal, asserting that these items were hers to manage. Qin Yi sighed. "Your wife is quite the spendthrift." However, as the head of the family, he could not let a mere woman dictate the distribution of food. If he were to share some with Qin Yi, he imagined his wife would surely take issue. Resolutely shaking his head, he declared, "She is the mistress of this household. If I were to break my word, it would surely put her in a difficult position." Seeing Feng Xi's firm refusal, Qin Yi chose not to press further, saying only, "Should you encounter such treasures again, do remember to set aside a bit for your brother." Feng Xiai smiled. "If it is my wife's bounty, you must discuss it with her. If she is willing to part with some, I have no objections." Qin Yi. It seemed that once married, he had transformed entirely. Today, a gentle rain began to fall. Various clans continued to venture forth with their spirit practitioners for a hunt. Song Liuhua indulged in a leisurely slumber, with breakfast prepared by Feng Yin awaiting her. After enjoying her meal, Song Liuhua made her way to the refining chamber. Feng Li and the others were off foraging for spirit plants and wild vegetables early that morning. Song Liuhua took out the refining cauldron and began her work. With each loud thud echoing, all her attempts failed. No longer disheartened as she had been at the outset, she set up a small table, laid out spirit fruits, spirit fruit cakes, and brewed a pot of tea, reclining in a rocking chair to savor a moment of tranquility. In the afternoon, after a brief nap, Song Liuhua resumed her refining. Ingredients such as 100 spirit fruits, fragrant money grass, purple orchid vine, green bullbone, gale grass, and the blood of a third-tier beast were added to the cauldron. As each material was incorporated, the spiritual energy began to stabilize. Song Liuhua retrieved the small clay bowl and cake she had molded yesterday and set them to fire. An hour later, the spiritual energy settled completely. Upon unveiling the cauldron, she discovered several exquisitely crafted small bowls adorned with floral patterns, their walls as thin as a cicada's wing. Tapping one gently with her finger produced a clear sound reminiscent of jade beads falling onto a plate, light and melodious. With each iteration of her crafting, she grew more knowledgeable about her creations. At this moment, she was acutely aware of the purpose of these 10 small bowls. Outside, the rain intensified, soon pouring down in torrents, drumming against the rudimentary roof of the refining chamber. Concerned for Feng Xiai and her brother still outside, Song Liuhua could no longer remain still. She stood under the eaves, gazing into the distance. Sure enough, within moments, women and children foraging for wild vegetables rushed toward her, with Feng Li, Feng Su, Feng Ro, and Feng Lu hastily boarding the flying vessel, carrying half a basket of wild vegetables. Feng Xian was cloaked in a protective barrier, appearing to bid farewell to someone. The rain fell too heavily, obscuring her vision, and Song Liuhua could not see clearly. As Feng Xian passed by the refining chamber, a smile graced her face, her eyes sparkling with a hint of red, adding color to her otherwise plain features. For the first time, she smiled at Song Liuhua, seemingly in high spirits. This left Song Liuhua somewhat bewildered. Observing her industrious figure in the refining chamber, Song Liuhua couldn't help but admire her dedication, always seeking to master the art of refining. A person of high talent and diligence would surely achieve great success in the future. The rain continued unabated, showing no signs of relenting. Song Liuhua moved a chair under the eaves, watching the rain while gazing into the distance. Finally, after half an hour, figures of spirit practitioners from various clans began to emerge from the mountains. Soon, Feng Xiai, Song Yuan, and the others returned with their kin. Everyone bore a grim expression. Even the usually gentle Feng Xiai wore a solemn face. Feng Shan shook off the rain from his head, cursing, "Damn it, we suffered a tremendous loss. The Li family are truly despicable, taking advantage of the downpour to steal our silver-patterned deer. We had nearly brought that beast to its knees. A bit more effort, and it would have been ours." Feng Wu and Feng Lu's faces were filled with discontent. "We expended nearly all our spirit-replenishing elixirs and lost so many spirit swords in the battle against that 4th-tier silver-patterned deer. If we had captured it, we could have returned home. Now, it seemed they could neither return nor rest, as they would be without spirit-replenishing elixirs for the next few days." Song Yuan's fists clenched tightly. "Don't let me catch them next time." It was at this moment that Song Liuhua realized they had been robbed of their prey by the Li family. The most pressing issue was the significant shortage of spirit-replenishing elixirs and spirit swords. This outing had resulted in a substantial loss. Chapter 18. Fishing at Shiha in the early morning. The rain fell even more heavily than the previous day, as if the heavens had torn open a seam, allowing torrents of water to pour down. Meanwhile, the teams from the Qin and Du families remained stationary next door. Feng Xi's plans to return today were also postponed, waiting for the rain to lessen before setting off. Qin Yi arrived at the door, extracting a box from his storage ring, and with a hint of disdain remarked, "Have you, the esteemed 4th young master Feng, turned into a timid turtle? What of the Li family? Just take people and fight back." Feng Xiai furrowed his brows and replied calmly, "Yesterday, I was lacking in strength. I cannot blame others for that. Throughout history, the weak have always been prey to the strong. Without absolute martial power, there is no rationale to speak of." The effects of the green elixir were gradually manifesting, and his spiritual abode was slowly recovering. At that moment, a glint of sharpness flashed in his otherwise calm eyes. Never mind." Qin Yi, well aware of Feng Xi's concerns, knew that his spiritual abode had been damaged, reducing his power to the 4th tier. Even with the backing of the Feng family, they would not intervene against the Li family. For now, he could only endure this humiliation temporarily. Though he was furious, the Li family was one of the top 10 families in the southern region, and even as the young master of the Qin family, he could not stand up for Feng Xiai. He could only provide some restorative elixirs, allowing Feng Xi's team to endure for a few more days. The two were close friends. Feng Xiai accepted the elixirs and said, "Thank you." Song Liuhua found it curious that despite Qin Yi's less than admirable character, he still exhibited a sense of loyalty as a friend. Her opinion of him improved slightly. She took out 3 small bowls she had crafted the previous day from her storage bracelet and handed them to Qin Yi. "Here, as a token of your commendable loyalty, I will gift you a few bowls I made myself." Qin Yi looked at her with disdain, questioning the utility of a few ordinary bowls. Song Liuhua rolled her eyes, finding him as insufferable as ever. "Take them or not, it's your choice." Qin Yi tossed the bowls back to her. "Keep them for your own meals." Song Liuhua was not angered. With a mischievous glint in her eye, she said, I was giving them to you because you helped us. If you don't want them, then so be it. Qin Yi scoffed. What good can a low-tier talent like you produce? Keep them for yourself. Song Liuhua shrugged and put the items away. A flicker of amusement crossed Feng Xi's eyes. He had a strong intuition that Qin Yi would come to regret his decision. Although his wife had low talent, the things she occasionally crafted were quite impressive, such as the green elixir and the flying spirit sword. Despite not seeing the merit in the bowls, he had learned enough about her in recent days to suspect they were not as simple as they appeared. With Qin Yi's assistance, Feng Xi's team consumed the restorative elixirs before returning to Yinsu City. In the afternoon, the heavy rain abruptly ceased. After days of exploration, the various family teams and mercenary groups had extended their reach to the banks of the Liuhua. The Liuhua was not merely a river but a sprawling cluster of lakes, both large and small, stretching as far as the eye could see. In the warm season, the aquatic vegetation in the lakes thrived, and one could occasionally see flocks of gray-spotted ducks paddling about. Suddenly, one duck was struck by a water ball, plummeting into the depths, leaving only a tuft of gray feathers floating on the surface. Song Liuhua tilted her head, realizing that the seemingly tranquil lake concealed considerable danger. Women and children gathered on the shore, collecting shellfish and aquatic plants in small wooden buckets. Feng Xi's team chose a moderately sized lake and set up a refining area on the beach. Feng Xian brought forth the crafted fishing nets, while Feng Shan organized the team to cast the nets into the water, with a group of martial spirits bustling around the shore. Feng Li and Feng Su were busy concocting elixirs, while Feng Rou, Feng Lu, and Feng Xian focused on crafting tools. Song Liuhua followed suit, wandering along the beach with a small bucket in hand. The martial spirits from the Feng family retrieved the spirit nets, baiting them and casting them into the lake. In no time, splashes erupted at the center of the lake, as if something was about to leap out. On the adjacent beach, a child, while gathering aquatic plants, was suddenly yanked by an unseen force and fell into the water with a splash. The screams of women and the cries of the child drew a crowd. Song Liuhua stood on tiptoe to see a martial spirit leap gracefully, rescuing the child and bringing him back to shore. Feng Xi, typically wearing a gentle smile, solemnly cautioned, "The water is perilous. Do not venture near the edge." Song Liuhua nodded eagerly, assuring him, "Don't worry, I won't go near the water." Feng Xi handed her a few spirit fruits and patted her on the head before departing. The martial spirits possessed keen eyesight. Qin Yi, observing from across the lake, couldn't help but twitch his lips. He questioned whether this was still the Feng Xi he knew. If he were to marry in the future, he would certainly not indulge his wife in such a manner. Song Liuhua was obedient, staying away from the lakeside, not even pulling up aquatic plants, merely wandering along the beach. The sun shone perfectly, neither too hot nor too cool, creating a pleasant warmth. Tired from walking, she decided to sit on the beach, idly digging in the sand with her shovel, finding joy in the simple pleasure of children playing in the sand. Occasionally, she unearthed a few palm-sized shellfish, tossing them into her bucket. As she continued to dig, something bright red caught her eye, a smooth, rounded object peeking out from the sand, reminiscent of an eggshell. What could this be? As she dug further, a multitude of vibrant red eggs appeared, each as large as her palm, significantly larger than the colorful wild chicken eggs she had found last time. Song Liuhua was astonished. Cautiously glancing around, she reassured herself that they were on Feng family's territory, with no outsiders collecting shellfish nearby. Confident, she used her toes to cover the eggs back with sand. At that moment, fierce battles raged in the lake. The Feng family's martial spirits stood at the shore, straining to pull the spirit nets from the water. Blue crabs, the size of basins, leapt from the surface, shooting jets of water toward the martial spirits on the shore. One martial spirit was inadvertently struck, turning pale as blood dripped from his shoulder onto the sand, where it was quickly absorbed. In haste, the martial spirit swallowed a restorative elixir, and instantly, his complexion improved significantly as he resumed his struggle against the basin-sized crabs. Such scenes unfolded everywhere, and Song Liuhua marveled at the wonders of the Ten-Wind continent, where even the most extraordinary entities became commonplace. Not far away, she spotted Feng Yi passing by and waved him over. Feng Yi approached with a beaming smile. "Madam, did you call for me?" Song Liuhua led him to where she had discovered the mysterious large eggs, using her toes to uncover the surface sand, revealing a dense array of red eggs. "Look, what kind of eggs are these?" Chapter 19, Level 3 red tortoise eggs. Level 3 red tortoise eggs. Feng Yi exclaimed in astonishment. There are actually level 3 red tortoise eggs here. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he cautiously cradled one of the crimson eggs. His expression akin to that of an infatuated admirer gazing at a beauty. What exactly are level 3 red tortoise eggs? The memories of the original owner began to fade, and Song Liuhua was intrigued by the nature of this peculiar item. Feng Yi eagerly elucidated. The flesh of the level 3 red tortoise is rather ordinary, but its eggs are rich in spiritual energy. These eggs belong to the yang category, making them exceptionally suitable for nourishing a man's spiritual essence. If fortune smiles upon us, the chances of elevating one's strength significantly are greatly enhanced. However, level 3 red tortoises are exceedingly rare, and their eggs are even scarcer. Who would have thought we would stumble upon them here? He meticulously wiped the sand from the eggshell, his grin so wide that the dimples at the corners of his mouth seemed capable of holding wine. Song Liuhua calmly nodded and retrieved a basket from her spatial bracelet, casually depositing the level 3 red tortoise eggs into it. Witnessing her lack of padding, Feng Yi became anxious, exclaiming, "Be careful, my lady. Don't break them. We need to cushion them with something." He was nearly ready to remove his own battle attire to provide some padding. Rolling her eyes, Song Liuhua tossed a bundle of golden silk grass to Feng Yi, who received it gratefully and began to line the interior of the basket with it. He then painstakingly wiped away the fine sand from each level 3 red tortoise egg, placing them into the basket with utmost caution, his movements slower than an elderly man crossing the street. Growing impatient, Song Liuhua turned and ventured off to dig for sand elsewhere. With a single scoop, she uncovered yet another nest of red tortoise eggs, the size of a man's fist, densely packed together, around 40 or 50 of them, their vibrant hue sending shivers down her spine. Rubbing her arms, Song Liuhua's lips twitched. Didn't Feng Yi claim these were quite rare? Uncovering a whole nest certainly contradicted his assertion. Feng Yi counted them twice, confirming that there were 30 eggs in total, each offering a 30% chance of advancement in strength. With 30 eggs, they could enhance the abilities of the martial spirit masters in their group. Once they grew stronger, they would surely repay those who had oppressed them. As Feng Yi indulged in his daydreams, he heard Song Liuhua calling him. Carefully carrying the basket, he approached, and upon seeing the vibrant collection before him, he felt an overwhelming urge to leap into the sky and spin around in joy. "My lady, you are my goddess." Feng Yi gazed at Song Liuhua with sparkling eyes, his face radiating admiration. Song Liuhua replied, "Thank you for the invitation, but it is unnecessary." Her delicate toes were busy sculpting a grand castle in the sand. "You continue your search. I shall amuse myself elsewhere." With a look of exasperation, she walked away. Just as she settled into a new spot, a sudden crack echoed, and a damp sensation spread across her backside. Stiffening, she touched the source, her fingers meeting a sticky, reddish liquid. Clearing the sand beneath her, she discovered a familiar broken eggshell, with crimson liquid spilling everywhere. It turned out she had inadvertently sat on a pile of red tortoise eggs, crushing one in the process. Meanwhile, Feng Yi was cautiously picking up another level 3 red tortoise egg from a distance. Feeling guilty, Song Liuhua discreetly buried the broken egg deeper into the sand before calling out, "Feng Yi, coming." Feng Yi hurried over, even forgetting to brush off the sand, as he gathered the last few eggs from the nest, clutching the basket with enthusiasm. Upon realizing the nest had vanished, his expression of astonishment had somewhat diminished. As they continued, they discovered several more nests of red tortoise eggs, with Song Liuhua's voice echoing across the beach. She tossed a pebble casually, only to hear a crack, knowing she had struck another eggshell. At that moment, her initial excitement had faded. Wherever she stepped in the sand, she stumbled upon yet another nest of red tortoise eggs. "Feng Yi, coming." Feng Yi was astonished at how quickly he was collecting eggs, yet he couldn't match the speed at which his lady found them. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he decisively took out a communication stone. Feng Qing, Feng Shan, and Song Yuan were working together to pull a spiritual net across the lake's surface, as several massive blue-shelled crabs leaped from the water, spewing a barrage of water spines. Song Yuan's spiritual palace was not yet fully restored, leaving him at the second tier, the weakest among them. He narrowly dodged a wave of spines that severed a lock of his hair, his bronze complexion reflecting his relief as he exclaimed, "That was close." My handsome face nearly got marred. Feng Shan steadied himself, his square jaw adorned with a teasing grin. Does a big man truly care about his looks? Song Yuan shot him a cryptic glance. You wouldn't understand. The unparalleled beauty of the Song family must be preserved through me. If my face is scarred, I might never find a wife, and our family's good looks would perish with me. Feng Qing observed him, noting that his face could only be described as rugged. Your sister's elder brother is quite the narcissist. If we're discussing looks, I dare say I'm far more handsome. Feng Shan burst into laughter. You and your lady both possess striking appearances. You will surely find a spouse. If we speak of refinement, your lady's beauty surpasses many noble ladies I have encountered. Song Yuan, while handsome among common folk, paled in comparison to his family's young master. Feng Shan mused on how striking the children of the young master and his lady would be. After much effort, they finally pulled the net ashore, revealing only one blue-shelled crab and a blue-shelled shrimp. Feng Shan spat in frustration. Damn it. These shrimp and crabs seem to have become quite cunning. We caught the most in the initial haul, but the subsequent nets yield less and less. Just these two? What a disappointment. Song Yuan, not to be outdone, added. After all our toil, we've only caught two. Feng Qing's brow furrowed suddenly as the communication stone vibrated. Feng Yi glanced around cautiously, ensuring no one from other clans was watching, and said, Feng Qing, come here. Before Feng Qing could inquire further, the connection abruptly severed. He turned to Feng Shan. My lady needs me to go to her. Feng Shan spotted her wandering along the beach, hands behind her back, kicking at the sand, and asked, What does she want you for? Feng Qing shook his head. Feng Shan waved him off, saying, Go on then. He pondered what the lady was up to. For so many days at Shiha Ridge, she hadn't gathered a single wild vegetable or spiritual herb, merely meandering about. While they had been fortunate in their previous finds, what could possibly be on this beach? Surely, there were hardly any shellfish to be found. What could he possibly help her with? Song Yuan, too, was baffled by how his younger sister had changed since her marriage, abandoning her herbalism and crafting pursuits. While she had lucked into some good finds, this couldn't continue indefinitely. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to defend her reputation in front of outsiders. Seeing Feng Shan's skeptical gaze, he asserted, My sister always has her reasons. Feng Shan sighed, realizing he had been overly concerned. Chapter 20. Attempting to trust Feng Qing approached Feng Yi with a puzzled expression. This is a Tier 3 red turtle egg. His pupils constricted as he pointed at the red egg in Feng Yi's hands, his emotions unraveling. Feng Yi, however, had no time to indulge him. He handed over an empty basket, gesturing towards the marked direction where another nest lay. Quickly, help me gather. Upon hearing this, Feng Qing hurried to the indicated spot and was taken aback by the multitude of red turtle eggs. Feng Yi, Song Liuhua called from a distance. Feng Yi responded promptly, swiftly collecting the remaining eggs in his basket before scampering towards her. It was then that Feng Qing realized all these red turtle eggs had been discovered by the lady. As they began collecting, Feng Qing heard her calling for him from afar and quickened his pace. Feng Shan, puzzled, had initially thought Feng Qing would only be gone for a short while, but half an hour had passed without his return. From a distance, he saw the two youths bent over, seemingly engrossed in some task. These two boys. I'll go take a look, he muttered, leaving Song Yuan to rest. As he approached, the sight of an entire basket brimming with vibrant red turtle eggs made him question his vision. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he confirmed their existence. With a startled yell, he drew the attention of those nearby. Feng Yi looked up, casting a disdainful glance at him. What are you shouting for? Keep it down, or we'll attract unwanted attention. Feng Shan cleared his throat awkwardly, whispering, How many did you collect? Feng Yi held up 10 fingers, stating that all were discovered by the lady. Feng Shan's eyes brightened, his mouth widening in a grin. From the moment the lady arrived, I knew she was extraordinary. I truly have a keen eye for talent. Feng Yi rolled his eyes, admonishing him not to inflate his own importance. The lady is calling for me again, which means she's found more red turtle eggs. You should hurry and help. Feng Shan dashed a few steps, then, fearing to raise suspicion, slowed his pace to a casual stroll, though he felt an urgency to reach the eggs. Meanwhile, Song Liuhua was effectively leading the search, marking the locations of the red turtle eggs with a stick, allowing Feng Qing and Feng Yi to collect them directly. Song Yuan, having quenched his thirst, noticed Feng Shan moving further away and wondered what was taking them so long. I must see for myself, he decided, approaching Feng Shan. When he leaned in and spotted the half-full basket of red turtle eggs, his mouth fell open in astonishment. Feng Shan. The booming voice startled Feng Shan, who instinctively hushed him, Keep your voice down. Don't make a fuss. Realizing his blunder, Song Yuan quickly quieted down, glancing around like a thief. Fengshan scolded him lightly. Stop acting so suspicious. You're only making it obvious that something's amiss. Taking this to heart, Song Yuan feigned indifference, yet the excitement in his eyes betrayed him. Fengshan felt a moment of superiority, thinking to himself how he was far better than Song Yuan, albeit only momentarily. Together, they hurried to gather the red turtle eggs. On another front, Feng Ci noticed several individuals had sustained injuries, and the supply of healing elixirs provided by Qin Yi was nearly exhausted. The catch of shrimp and crabs was dwindling, leaving many martial spirit masters unable to continue due to lack of resources. The hunt had to be temporarily suspended. Blue shell crabs and blue-skin shrimp were known for their exquisite flavor and tenderness, maintaining a high price in the mercenary market. Feng Ci, upon realizing the presence of these delicacies, was unwilling to simply return home. He decided to let everyone rest for a while to recover their spiritual energy while awaiting the elixirs being concocted by the two alchemists. Rubbing his temples, he caught sight of his wife wandering along the beach, a smile creeping onto his lips. He initially intended to protect her, but found himself enjoying the fruits of her labor instead. The blue shell crabs and blue-skin shrimp caught today, coupled with the 1,000 pounds of rabbit meat and over 1,000 colorful wild eggs she had procured, were more than sufficient to compensate for the loss of the 4th-tier silver-patterned deer taken by the Li family. With this thought, Feng Ci's gaze softened as he quickly made his way towards her. With additional hands assisting, Feng Yi felt considerably less burdened. After finishing collecting one nest, he stood tall and stretched, just as Feng Ci strolled by. Feng Yi's eyes brightened, and he approached eagerly with the basket of red turtle eggs. Look, young master, see what I've found. His youthful face radiated with joy, the dimples on his cheeks deepening. Within the bamboo basket lay a collection of blood-red eggs, strikingly vivid. Feng Ci, taken aback, maintained a composed demeanor while praising, excellent. Elated by the praise, Feng Yi eagerly recounted the tale of how the lady had discovered the eggs. I've already collected 10 baskets, and this one is the 11th. Feng Qin and Fengshan are also gathering over there. Even Feng Ci, usually stoic, was momentarily stunned, his eyes betraying a rare astonishment. Such a bounty of red turtle eggs, if utilized to enhance the clan's capabilities, held a 30% chance of significantly improving their overall strength. His gaze shifted towards the distant figure gliding over the beach on a flying sword, and a complex expression crossed his face. This unexpected blessing caught him off guard. Song Liuhua, upon spotting Feng Ci, accelerated her pace and leaped into his embrace, her wind-tousled hair brushing against his collar, releasing a subtle fragrance. Looking up with her delicate, rosy face, she playfully complained, Feng Ci, I'm so tired. Feng Ci held her close, feeling a warmth radiate from their bodies through the fabric. He gently tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear. Their eyes met, and as her petal-like lips moved, he felt a stirring in his throat, a flicker of something darker in his warm gaze. Finally, he chuckled softly, brushing the sand off her dress. If you're tired, go rest. Song Liuhua observed the bustling activity of Feng Yi and the others and sighed, just a moment longer. I want to gather all the red turtle eggs here first. Feng Ci furrowed his brow, disapproving of her disregard for her own well-being. The eggs won't run away. Go rest for a while, be good. With that, he lifted her effortlessly, heading towards the flying boat. Feng Ci, put me down, she protested, struggling slightly. Her brows furrowed as her dark eyes fixed on him. Her fair face wore a serious expression, and Feng Ci sensed her stubbornness. It was as if a refusal to let her down would lead to a confrontation. Momentarily taken aback, he bit his lip and slowly set her down. Song Liuhua, noticing his surprised expression, reflected on whether she had been too harsh just then. A glimmer of determination crossed her eyes as she tugged at his sleeve, her voice taking on a soft, pleading tone. We must gather these treasures. I don't mind a little fatigue. Once you grow strong, I can enjoy the fruits of our labor. Please let me continue. The peculiar pitch of her voice made Song Liuhua shudder at her own words, a wave of embarrassment washing over her. Feng Ci, gazing into her bright eyes, could no longer suppress a helpless smile. Go ahead, go ahead. I appreciate your intentions. With a gleeful laugh, Song Liuhua resumed her quest for treasure. In this land where sustenance was paramount, even if these red turtle eggs held no significant value, she would exert every effort to unearth them, especially since they possessed a substantial chance of enhancing the martial spirit master's prowess. Though Feng Xiai had never made any explicit promises to her, she could perceive his every word and action. As the saying goes, one good turn deserves another. Since she had initiated this bond with Feng Xiai, she was willing to extend her trust once more. Chapter 21. Good Things in the Evening. After a tiring afternoon spent on the beach, Song Liuhua returned to the camp, her body weary and aching. Upon her arrival at the flat ground of Fengshan, she was met with the broad smiles of Song Yuan and Feng Yi, their grins stretching from ear to ear. Even Feng Qing, who typically bore an expressionless demeanor, exhibited a rare curve of amusement, lending an unusual air to his countenance. Song Liuhua promptly tugged at Feng Xi's arm, exclaiming, "Look at Feng Qing. Is he not smiling?" Feng Xiai, noticing the mischievous glint in her eyes, playfully pinched her nose. Song Liuhua, seizing the moment, draped herself over Feng Xi's arm. Feng Shan began counting the day's haul. The total weighed 3,500 pounds, comprising green-shelled crabs, green-skinned shrimp, and various fish, a quantity significantly lesser than that of other families. Feng Wu, Feng Lu, and the other clansmen wore expressions of distress, their frustration palpable as they recalled the prey snatched away by the Li family. Feng Shan, with a knowing pat on Feng Wu's shoulder, anticipated the joyous distribution of turtle eggs upon their return. Qin Ye's team fared much better today, boasting a bounty of 2,500 pounds of green-shelled crabs, 3,000 pounds of green-skinned shrimp, and 500 pounds of second-tier green-scaled fish. He instructed the kitchen to prepare a substantial meal and changed into a dark red outfit before personally inviting Feng Xiai, saying, "I had the kitchen prepare some green-shelled crabs for us brothers to enjoy tonight." He then turned to Song Liuhua, inquiring if she would join. "Of course I shall go," she replied readily, adhering to her principle of accepting free meals. Qin Yi raised an eyebrow. "Very well. I shall have the kitchen prepare an additional bowl of second-tier green-scaled fish soup for you." The encampment of the Qin family was not dissimilar to that of the Feng family. Aside from the wooden tables and chairs, there was little else in the dining area. On a square wooden table, each person had a massive green-shelled crab before them, while a large platter in the center held dozens of pounds of green-skinned shrimp. As Feng Xiai conversed with Qin Yi, he deftly shelled the crab, placing the snowy white meat onto Song Liuhua's plate. She savored each bite, while neither of them noticed anything amiss. Though Qin Yi felt a twinge of discomfort at the sight, he decided to remain silent, aware that Feng Xi's sharp tongue could easily hold a grudge. Qin Yi then asked Feng Xiai, "There are plenty of shrimp and crabs in the lake. I intend to send someone back to the city to fetch some replenishing elixirs and stay here a while longer. What are your plans?" After a moment of contemplation, Feng Xiai replied, "We do not plan to return either. I will find a way to procure some replenishing elixirs." Curious, Qin Yi looked at Feng Xiai and asked, "Where do you intend to buy these elixirs? A team's demand is not insignificant, and given your current injuries and diminished powers, who would sell to you?" Unfazed, Feng Xiai continued to shell the crab, gently placing more meat onto Song Liuhua's plate. "I have my methods," he assured. Qin Yi remarked, "It seems we are still brothers. You are keeping secrets from me, Feng Xiai. That's rather ungracious." Feng Xiai merely smiled, choosing not to respond. Finding the conversation dull, Qin Yi shrugged. At that moment, a martial spirit master from the Qin family brought forth a bowl of fish soup made from second-tier green-scaled fish, fragrant with wild herbs. Having already consumed an entire crab, Song Liuhua felt quite full but could not resist the enticing aroma, and she unwittingly finished an entire bowl of soup. "Delicious, I assent it?" Qin Yi asked triumphantly. Song Liuhua patted her stomach in confirmation, acknowledging the soup's delightful flavor. "I shall give you a small bowl that I didn't manage to send last time, as a token of appreciation for your invitation." Qin Yi was about to decline, but Song Liuhua insisted, "Do not underestimate it. It holds great value. Once this opportunity passes, it may not come again." Qin Yi, skeptical of its worth but moved by her sincerity, reluctantly accepted the bowl. Song Liuhua smirked, "I'll be waiting for your regret." Qin Yi dismissed her words, thinking, "A bowl? What is there to regret?" He carelessly tossed it into a corner of his storage ring, contemplating using it to water his chickens. Feng Xiai interjected, "Qin Yi, you should keep that bowl safe." Qin Yi, dismissive, responded lightly, secretly amused by how Feng Xiai had become a mere echo of his wife's words since their marriage. The next day, hunting continued along the West River. After a night of rest, Song Liuhua felt her body sore and opted not to join the expedition. Feng Xian, Feng Rou, and Feng Lu, the three craftsmen, seized the rare opportunity to gather water vegetables and dig for shellfish. Inside the refining chamber, Feng Su was quietly concocting replenishing elixirs, while Feng Li watched the jubilant women and children outside, filled with envy. However, her excitement was short-lived as she accidentally scorched a batch of herbs. Reflecting on how long the two had been in this place without leisure, Song Liuhua encouraged them to take a break. But, we don't have enough elixirs left, Feng Su expressed with concern. Feng Li's hopes dimmed at this revelation. Indeed, she replied. Go. With the amount you both can refine, it won't make much of a difference. Feng Ci will find a way to procure more elixirs. Feng Li's eyes brightened at her words. Thank you, madam. Once Feng Su finished her current batch, she excitedly pulled Feng Li outside, their laughter echoing in the distance. Song Liuhua retrieved 2 alchemy cauldrons, intending to multitask, refining medicine with one hand while crafting tools with the other. While this may pose a challenge to others, it was a mere trifling task for her. As she had grown accustomed to her haphazard methods, failure was commonplace, and she didn't need to meticulously control the fire, let alone focus entirely. The only downside was that she had no free hands to eat, drink, or read. Half an hour later, the lid of her crafting cauldron exploded, but she remained unfazed, not even blinking, as she continued her alchemical work. Gradually, a foul smell wafted through the air, reminiscent of a 10-year-old foot odor. Song Liuhua gagged repeatedly, layering handkerchiefs as she lifted the lid, revealing a cauldron of blackened liquid akin to murky sewage. Feng Shan, having tasted enough sweetness, sought another beach, digging a massive pit in search of red turtle eggs. Alas, he found neither eggs nor shellfish. Frustrated, he turned to hunt for green-shelled crabs and green-skinned shrimp. As Song Liuhua approached, Feng Shan wrinkled his nose in disgust, exclaiming, Madam, what is that smell? It's dreadful. His loud voice drew curious glances from onlookers. Embarrassed, Song Liuhua shot him a glare, wishing he wouldn't speak so loudly. Can't you be quieter? You're ruining my reputation, she thought, realizing his blunder. Feng Shan explained to the crowd, My sense of smell is off. The madam is quite fragrant, not foul at all. The crowd exchanged knowing looks. Forget it. It would be better not to explain, Song Liuhua thought. Just then, Feng Ci approached, having heard the commotion. As he neared, the odor hit him, and upon seeing his wife's embarrassed expression coupled with Feng Shan's silly grin, he quickly deduced the situation. Taking her hand, he gently asked, What peculiar concoction have you brewed? Song Liuhua gave him a knowing look, retrieving a jar from her storage ring. You understand me well. Let me show you something remarkable. Chapter 22. Regret for not taking it. As soon as the item was unveiled, a pungent odor swiftly permeated the air, causing Feng Shan to retreat and retch. Feng Ci raised an eyebrow, his smile faltering as he reluctantly extended his slender fingers to accept the jar exuding the overpowering stench. With a gentle tone, he inquired, What is this? Song Liuhua had become somewhat accustomed to the foul smell, feeling little discomfort herself. However, she was quite pleased with Feng Ci's reaction. She then retrieved a small bowl from her storage ring, the very one she had forged days prior. Use this bowl to contain the liquid and pour it into the lake, she instructed. Feng Ci immediately grasped that there was a significant secret tied to both the bowl and the fetid concoction. Feng Shan, come here, he called. Feng Shan pinched his nose, his expression one of distaste as he reluctantly approached, still gagging. Song Liuhua relished the moment, thinking it fitting for him to face this arduous task after his mockery. Holding his breath, Feng Shan poured the repugnant liquid into the small bowl. Channeling his spiritual energy, the bowl began to levitate. Feng Shan's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, This is a second-tier spiritual artifact. He had never anticipated that such an unassuming bowl would possess such capabilities. Equally shocking was the realization that a woman of seemingly mediocre talent could forge such an item. It was known that Feng Xian, a mid-level spiritual craftsman, had been nurtured by the Feng family for decades, yet only managed to reach the 3rd tier. How was it possible that a woman who had awakened less than 3 months ago could create such a thing? Feng Shan had often heard from Feng Li and Feng Rou that she was merely fumbling through her attempts at alchemy and crafting, never succeeding even once. Now, seeing her produce this artifact, he was certain it was not a gift from the young master. The only conclusion he could draw was that this second-tier spiritual bowl was indeed her own creation. At this moment, he was left utterly astonished. The bowl containing the potion, under his control, steadily hovered in the air. He asked, Madam, what is the next step? What purpose does this foul-smelling potion serve? Song Liuhua pointed toward the lake's surface. You need to suspend it near the water's edge, a bit closer to the shore, but not too close. Feng Shan maneuvered the second-tier spiritual bowl slowly toward the bank. Song Liuhua directed him, You're too close to the edge, come in a little more. Lower the height a bit. Move outwards. You've moved too much, come in a bit. Feng Shan, under Song Liuhua's command, found himself spinning in circles as he carefully maneuvered the bowl, cautious not to spill its contents. His brow soon beaded with sweat. Feng Xiai observed the turbulent waves at the lake's edge, his expression shifting as he quickly positioned himself in front of Song Liuhua, warily glancing at the water. Before long, a bubbling sound emanated from the lake, and a multitude of blue-shelled shrimp began to emerge, their water jets spraying as they surged forward. Feng Xiai's demeanor turned serious as he shouted, Feng Qing, gather the others. At a distance of 300 meters, Feng Qing immediately rallied Feng Yi, Feng Wu, Feng Lu, and Song Yuan to join him. Upon witnessing the commotion in the lake, their expressions grew grave as they unsheathed their spiritual swords, adopting defensive stances. Feng Shan, struggling to maintain control over the second-tier bowl, gritted his teeth in frustration. Could someone lend a hand? I'm about to collapse. Only then did Feng Yi and the others notice his plight. Feng Qing subtly gestured, channeling his spiritual energy around the bowl, significantly alleviating Feng Shan's burden. Feng Yi then realized the cause of the unrest. The agitated blue-shelled crabs and shrimp were all attracted to this bowl. Feng Shan rolled his eyes, exasperated. The scene in the lake grew increasingly chaotic as countless blue-shelled crabs and shrimp swarmed to the surface, launching a barrage of water jets toward the shore. Feng Xiai drew his sword, shielding Song Liuhua behind him, while Feng Yi, Feng Wu, Feng Lu, and Song Yuan positioned themselves protectively around Feng Shan and Feng Qing. To their surprise, the water jets, though appearing menacing, were easily dispersed with a mere flick of their swords, far less ferocious than the previous day. Just as the group pondered this, they witnessed a sight that would be etched in their memories forever. A blue-shelled crab and shrimp leaped from the water, landing squarely on the ground. Feng Shan nearly lost focus on the bowl in his astonishment, but Feng Qing remained steadfast. Feng Yi and Song Yuan exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up with excitement. Quick, grab it! Feng Yi shouted, swiftly binding the enormous blue-shelled crab that was the size of a basin. With the first catch made, more followed in rapid succession. Song Yuan, Feng Wu, and Feng Lu eagerly swung their swords, their enthusiasm surging. Feng Yi, overwhelmed with excitement, called for nearby clan members to assist. The clan members, initially startled, soon became engrossed in the exhilarating task. Feng Xiai stepped back a few paces to protect Song Liuhua. Observing her beaming face, and couldn't he help but ask, what kind of spiritual artifact is this bowl? And what is so extraordinary about this potion? Song Liuhua, peering over Feng Xi's shoulder into the lake, explained, this bowl transforms repulsive substances into delectable ones. The more repugnant, the more exquisite the flavor. I call it the flipping bowl. Have you noticed that since we placed the black potion inside, the foul odor has dissipated? As for the potion, it is a bait specifically designed to allure crabs and shrimp. When placed in the flipping bowl, it becomes even more enticing. Feng Xi's eyes widened in realization. Subsequently, Song Liuhua produced 5 additional bowls from her spatial ring and tossed them to Feng Xiai. Surprised, he promptly gathered everyone to utilize the flipping bowls and the black potion to lure the blue-shelled crabs and shrimp. In no time, the Feng family team was bustling with activity, collecting the crustaceans eagerly, their previous despondency forgotten. Qin Yi, passing through a nearby thicket, stumbled upon this scene. Feng Xiai nodded in greeting, while Qin Yi, taken aback, pointed at the spectacle, rendered speechless. After a moment, he regained his composure, exclaiming, Feng Xiai, how did you manage this? With this approach, they no longer required the effort of casting nets or wrestling with the crustaceans at the lake's bottom. Once the blue-shelled crabs and shrimp reached the shore, their combat prowess diminished significantly, easily subdued by first-tier martial spirit masters. Within the time he observed, Feng Xi's team had already captured over 100 blue-shelled crabs. Jealousy stirred within Qin Yi. Good brother, do you have any more of those spiritual artifacts? How about selling me one of those bowls? I can trade you some rejuvenating pills. Feng Xiai sighed. A few days ago, my wife gifted you 3. You declined. The one I gave you yesterday as well. What? Qin Yi exclaimed incredulously. He glanced at Song Liuhua, then back at Feng Xiai, who nodded. Only then did he believe that Feng Xi's wife truly had given him a spiritual artifact. Panic set in. You gave me a spiritual artifact, and you didn't mention it earlier. He lamented, recalling the 3 that Song Liuhua had first given him, which he had dismissed as trifles, now regretting his oversight. The bowl, gifted later. It was too much to bear, igniting his frustration. Chapter 23. Qin Rue. Yesterday, Qin Rue, who had run off with someone, suddenly appeared, voraciously devouring several blue crabs. In her words, elder brother, though I am married, the Qin family remains my maternal home. A girl who has married should return to her family for a few good meals. Shun Tishi? Qin Yi looked at this cousin with increasing disdain. Initially, he believed she had a betrothal with Feng Xiai, and since he was good friends with Feng Xiai, their marriage would elevate the ties between the Feng and Qin families, making him Feng Xi's uncle. However, he was taken aback when Qin Rue had seemingly eloped, leaving for months only to return now, claiming to be married and taking advantage of her family. Qin Yi's patience wore thin. You've eaten and drunk your fill, now that you are married. Do not expect to benefit from your maternal family again. If you seek advantages, you must offer something of equal value in return. His dissatisfaction with Qin Rue stemmed from 2 reasons. Firstly, Feng Xiai was his good friend, and it was disheartening to see him affected by the actions of a distant cousin. Secondly, the Qin family had invested heavily in cultivating Qin Rue into a 3rd-tier artifact master, and her abrupt departure and secret marriage could be seen as a betrayal in a prominent family. Now that she had returned, showing no remorse and acting as if she were entitled, how could Qin Yi tolerate this? Moreover, this brazen girl, realizing she hadn't gained any substantial advantages, had the audacity to swipe a bowl gifted to her by Feng Xiai's wife before leaving. Qin Yi regretted more than once why he had suddenly felt thirsty and had brought that bowl out to fetch water. The lakeside was teeming with shrimp and crabs, and even though they were quickly caught upon landing, they continued to foolishly seek their demise. Feng Xi's assistant, Feng Shan, wore a twisted smile, and Qin Yi was consumed with envy, regretting his earlier decisions. Heartbroken, he resolved to retrieve that bowl from Qin Rue. Even brothers keep accounts clear. What more could be said of a married daughter of the Qin family? After taking a few steps, he suddenly realized he had forgotten to inquire whom Qin Rue had married, which gave him a headache. He glanced at Feng Xiai and thought, never mind. He was now a man with a wife and thus unreliable. With a sheepish grin, he approached Song Liuhua, Feng Xi's spouse, and asked, would you consider selling me 2 of those bowls? Qin Yi belonged to the type of handsome man who was unruly and would offer a sharp remark when displeased. Clad in white martial attire, he appeared graceful, yet his elongated eyes were filled with a charming demeanor, smiling like a beggar dog. Song Liuhua shuddered. Wouldn't it be better if I simply gifted you 2? Please, don't act like that. Wonderful. Qin Yi returned to his usual self, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. I wouldn't take them for free. I'll trade you 100 replenishing pills in exchange. Song Liuhua, not one to turn down a good offer, replied, very well. Considering your sense, I'll generously gift you some medicinal liquid. Feng Xiai explained the use of the bowl to Qin Yi, who then realized its true significance. Grabbing a small jar of black spiritual liquid that Song Liuhua had set aside, he rushed back to his own hunting grounds like the wind. At the Li family's hunting grounds, in the refining room, Qin Rue lounged lazily, supervising several girls in their artifact crafting. Why are you so incompetent? You can't even repair a fishing net, yet you call yourself a 2nd-tier artifact master? Pathetic. Li Yu's delicate face was filled with grievance. She had only just become a 2nd-tier artifact master this month and was unfamiliar with 2nd-tier spiritual artifacts. The fishing net was in such disrepair that it was beyond her ability to mend. Furthermore, it was Qin Rue's responsibility as a 3rd-tier artifact master to repair it. Yet, she had lazily passed the task on to Li Yu and then insulted her. Li Yu's face flushed with indignation as she bit her lip helplessly. Seeing Li Yu silent, Qin Rue felt a surge of pride. Indeed, being married was advantageous. She could now call the shots. Although Li Cheng, the 2nd son of the Li family, wasn't as outstanding as her cousin Qin Yi, he was the legitimate heir of the Li family and could lead a team himself. As the newly minted 2nd young lady of the Li family, she could do as she pleased. The troublesome tasks could be delegated to others with just a few words. She had no need to lift a finger. After gorging on blue crabs at her maternal home yesterday, she was feeling quite pleased and impatiently shooed Li Yu away, taking over the poorly mended fishing net. Sure enough, once the net was in her hands, She repaired it swiftly. When the Li family members came to retrieve the fishing net, Qin Rue smugly declared, "The fishing net is repaired. I shall deliver it myself." After she left, Liu and several other Li family disciples began to chatter animatedly. A girl with a single bun scoffed, "Our second young master is truly blind, marrying such a troublemaker. Who doesn't he know that she ran to the second young master on the day of her wedding to Feng Xi, coaxing him into marrying her? What if she has talent? She always leaves the dirty work to us, claiming all the glory for herself, while she hoards even the slightest good fortune. She hardly embodies the role of a proper mistress." Hearing the others criticize Qin Rue alleviated some of Liu's earlier humiliation, and a smile finally crept onto her delicate face as she whispered the news she had heard. "Did you know? The fourth-tier silver-patterned deer we captured recently was actually stolen from the Feng family's fourth young master, Feng Xi's team. I heard it was the second young lady who suggested it. Goodness, that explains why we caught so many that day. But food is precious, and whoever is strong enough to seize it has no cause for complaint from the Feng family." Everyone nodded in agreement, and Liu felt satisfied. Regardless of where the prey originated, the more they caught, the more they would share. However, she found it difficult to condone Qin Rue's actions that had irreparably soured relations with Feng Xi. The young mistress was already at odds with him, and now she had robbed him of his catch, solidifying their enmity. Others were indifferent, reasoning that since Feng Xi was injured and his cultivation would be stunted for life, and with the Feng family distancing themselves from him, even if he harbored resentment, he lacked the strength to retaliate. It was a pity for such a remarkably gifted young man. Had he not been so, Qin Rue and the second young master would not have dared act so brazenly. Liu couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret as she recalled the image of the striking young man. When she heard that he had later married a useless wife, her pity for him reached its zenith. Qin Rue delivered the fishing net to Li Cheng, who barely had time to converse with her. He pushed her aside and swiftly drew his sword to slice through the water spikes that surged towards him. Afterward, he wiped the water off his face, grumbling about how these creatures were becoming increasingly cunning. Just yesterday, they had caught over 1,000, yet today, capturing even one was a challenge. Qin Rue observed for a while, noting that the Li family members were laboring for little reward, and it seemed unlikely they would feast on shrimp and crabs that night. Finding it uninteresting and not wanting to return to the refining room, she wandered back to the Qin family hunting grounds. At the Qin family hunting grounds, Qin Yi, having received the bowl and medicine from Song Liuhua, immediately summoned several clansmen to replicate the technique. As expected, upon activating the spiritual bowl, the lake's surface surged with shrimp and crabs, eliciting excitement from the crowd. One bowl attracted more shrimp and crabs than everyone had managed to capture in half a day, not to mention using 2 bowls. The Qin family members were invigorated, vying to control the bowls, and chaos ensued. As Qin Rue approached, she noticed that the bowl, adorned with green leaf-like patterns, was identical to the broken bowl she had swiped from her cousin the day before. Her eyes brightened instantly, and she turned back. Chapter 24. Nothing gained, my dear husband. I have something splendid to present to you. Qin Rue retrieved a small bowl from several cubic storage bags. With this magical artifact, we shall be able to catch a greater abundance of shrimp and crabs. If we simply maintain control of the bowl by the shore, countless shrimp and crabs will leap ashore of their own accord, ready for our selection. As Qin Rue recalled the scene she had witnessed earlier with Qin Yi, her eyes sparkled with fervor. If only she could manipulate spiritual energy to activate this bowl, she would never have revealed such a treasure. Nevertheless, even if she did, once they captured the shrimp and crabs, her request for a larger share would be met with no objections from the Li family. Then, she could indulge herself to her heart's content. As a weaponsmith, Qin Rue's assertion that it was a magical artifact raised no suspicions from Li Cheng, who eagerly commanded his kin to activate it. The moment the spiritual bowl levitated, the crowd erupted in joy. They had long grown weary of the cunning blue-shelled crabs and green-skinned shrimp that eluded their grasp while causing constant disturbances. Qin Rue's bowl offered them a glimmer of hope, and anticipation lit up their faces. Qin Rue's gaze was fixed upon the lake's surface. A blue-shelled crab emerged, and she felt a surge of excitement. Finally, the martial spiritualists of the Li family stood poised, their eyes gleaming with expectation. However, the blue-shelled crab released a jet of water spikes and plummeted into the depths of the lake, vanishing from sight. What was happening? It seemed to differ from what the second young mistress had described. Doubts began to creep into the minds of the onlookers regarding the spiritual bowl. Qin Rue forced a smile, convinced that they simply needed to wait a little longer. Li Cheng waved his hand, and several martial spiritualists assisted in controlling the bowl. Yet, after a brief interval, the lake remained still. Previously, a few shrimp and crabs had surfaced, but now not even a crab's whisker was visible. Impossible. How could this be? Under the scrutinizing and skeptical gazes of the Li family, Qin Rue was bewildered by the sudden turn of events and hurried away. It must be Qin Yi. The bowl he used was certainly different from hers. Li Cheng's handsome features darkened as he swiftly followed her, dismissing the situation. Continue casting your nets, he instructed the clan members. Arriving at the Qin family's hunting grounds, Li Cheng witnessed Qin Yi impatiently shoving Qin Rue, causing her to stumble. He immediately confronted Qin Yi. What do you think you are doing? Qin Yi, displeased to see him, retorted, this matter between Qin Rue and me is none of your concern. This is the hunting ground of the Qin family. Does the Li family intend to sever ties with us? Li Cheng, sensing the escalation to a familial conflict, quickly denied. Qin Yi, do not misconstrue my intentions. You know well that I harbor no such thoughts. Qin Yi scoffed, oh, just a few days ago, you seized Feng Xi's prey. And now you stand on my family's territory, claiming no wrongdoing. Who would believe that? Li Cheng was momentarily speechless, then grasped Qin Rue's hand, saying, since I have married Qin Rue, her affairs are my own. You are her elder brother. Is this how you treat your sister? Qin Yi fixed a piercing gaze upon Qin Rue, coldly mocking. I thought you had chosen someone worthy. It turns out to be this fellow. No wonder you are becoming increasingly despicable. Yesterday, you stealthily took my magical artifact, and today you bring your husband to your family home to steal from us? Qin Rue, infuriated and embarrassed by Qin Yi's accusation, exclaimed, brother, we are siblings of the same clan. There is no need for such humiliation. Who knew that you would take offense at a simple magical artifact? I thought it was just a trinket. If I took it, what harm is there? As your sister, should you not be more forgiving over something so trivial? Qin Yi's expression hardened. Ever since she had fled from her wedding, he felt he had never truly recognized this talented cousin. With a dismissive flick of his sleeve, he stated, now that you understand it is not an ordinary bowl, it should be returned to me. As Qin Rue opened her mouth to respond, Li Cheng interjected, we find this bowl to be of little use. A careless clan member accidentally shattered it. Nearby, the Qin family members were bustling with activity, and Li Cheng seized the opportunity to observe the bowl's potential. His eagerness barely concealed. Such a fine item, once in his possession, he would have no reason to relinquish it. Qin Yi had always looked down upon the Li family. They appeared respectable in public, but their true nature was petty and malicious. Why would Qin Rue choose to marry into such a family? Li Cheng, though he seemed earnest, could not escape the Li family's inherent greed and selfishness. Had it not been for Qin Rue's usefulness, he would never have agreed to marry her. This foolish girl still held on to the illusion of living a life of luxury with the Li family. Let her wait and see. She would soon learn the harsh realities, as she was but a naive fool. Qin Yi, dismissing her, ordered, go home. You, an outsider, should refrain from frequenting your family. Li Cheng signaled to Qin Rue, who, in a fit of frustration, cried out, brother, just give me a little of the medicine contained in that bowl. You have 2 bowls. How much can you possibly use? If you share some with me, I will ensure we catch shrimp and crabs and send you a basket in return. Do I need your basket? Qin Yi scoffed, uninterested in her pleas, and dismissed them outright. Even at a distance, they could still hear Qin Rue's voice rising in protest. Qin Yi sneered, muttering, what nonsense. Not only was this item precious, but once used, it would be gone. Given the animosity between the Li family and Feng Xi, how could he betray his cousin, who had been generously offered this treasure by her family, to annoy Feng Xi? Such an act would be utterly foolish. He decided it best to leave the matter of this cousin to his uncle and aunt. It was not his concern. Upon learning of Qin Yi's actions, Song Liuhua felt quite satisfied, giving him a thumbs up for a job well done. Qin Yi cast her a sidelong glance, prideful yet composed, insisting, I am not one to be easily manipulated. Song Liuhua chuckled lightly, indeed, indeed. As dusk descended and the wind picked up by the lakeside, Feng Xi draped a cloak over Song Liuhua's shoulders. The couple's affectionate display, oblivious to their surroundings, made Qin Yi avert his gaze, stifling the urge to mock Feng Xi. He reconsidered, knowing that any comment would inevitably involve Song Liuhua, who was not one to let grievances go unchecked. However, encountering Qin Rue once more prompted Qin Yi to reflect. Feng Xi's luck was not so dire after all. Although Song Liuhua may not possess the same innate talent as Qin Rui, she stirred no trouble, refrained from causing a ruckus at her family home, and did not obstruct Feng Xi's hunting endeavors. Occasionally, she even produced remarkable concoctions that benefited Feng Xi greatly. It was evident that Feng Xi had likely profited handsomely today, which made Qin Yi green with envy. Noticing Qin Yi's fixation on the martial spiritualists of the Feng family collecting their spoils, Song Liuhua kindly tossed him the remaining spiritual bowl she had intended to keep, saying, "Our Feng family lacks alchemists. If young Master Qin finds the time, do share some spiritual elixirs with us." Cradling the spiritual bowl, Qin Yi smiled broadly. "Certainly, certainly." Seeing his friend and wife interact harmoniously, Feng Xi's gentle face broke into a warm smile. Chapter 25. The Bounty with the aid of 6 spiritual bowls and a dark elixir. Feng Xi's team amassed an impressive haul, collecting a staggering 30,000 pounds of blue-shelled crabs and green-skinned shrimp in a single day, tenfold more than the previous day. Feng Shan cheerfully led the martial spirit masters in transporting their bounty into the storage chamber of the flying vessel. Song Yuan gazed intently at the bowls. A silly grin plastered across his face. "Sister, how much of that elixir do you have left? Will it last us a few more days?" "This bowl combined with the dark elixir is highly effective, but we're down to a third of it. If we run out tomorrow, no matter how good the bowl is, it will be of no use." Suddenly realizing this, Song Yuan's expression shifted to one of concern. Song Liuhua retrieved another jar of dark elixir from her spatial bracelet and placed it on the table. Without a hint of distaste, Song Yuan embraced it. "Is this all we have? If we had a bit more, we could capture every last shrimp and crab in the West River." Having observed the bustling activity outside all day, Song Liuhua felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. Sitting opposite Song Yuan, she propped her chin on her hand and replied languidly, "This will suffice." Song Yuan, perplexed, inquired, "What do you mean?" With a languid glance, Song Liuhua lifted her eyelids. "These bowls are nearing their end. A few more uses and they will shatter." Song Yuan nearly leaped in surprise. "Is the spiritual artifact that fragile?" Song Liuhua retorted, "Are you the artifact refiner, or am I? If I say it will break, it will indeed break." She felt a twinge of frustration, having just realized that these items bore a resemblance to disposable goods. If they lasted a few more days, that would be fortunate. Clearly, her talent for artifact refinement was rather lackluster. Song Yuan, recalling that his sister possessed only a low-grade talent, managed an awkward smile. Unfazed, Song Liuhua succumbed to her increasing fatigue. Feng Xi appeared with dinner, noticing her head drooping towards the table. He served her a bowl of colorful wild egg soup and a cup of blood spirit mushroom and green-scaled fish soup before carrying her back to her room. Song Liuhua slumbered soundly until dawn. By the time she awoke, Feng Xi had already taken the team out to continue their shrimp and crab hunt. After enjoying a warm breakfast prepared by Feng Yin, she sauntered to the hunting grounds of the Feng family. Feng Shan and Feng Yi were managing a bowl when, with a sudden explosion, it shattered mid-air, the dark elixir spilling everywhere, shards of porcelain raining down. The incoming blue-shelled crabs and green-skinned shrimp paused in confusion before rushing toward the other bowls. Feng Shan stood dumbfounded, picking up the broken pieces. "How did it break? I didn't even apply much force." Feng Yi, regaining his composure, retorted, "Is it your clumsiness that caused this? You're the one who's reckless." The two exchanged huffs, standing apart in mutual silence. Song Liuhua anticipated this outcome and strolled over leisurely. The bowl has reached the end of its life. Ignoring the explanations from Feng Shan and Feng Yi, she summoned a bamboo bed from her spatial storage, laid down a soft mattress, and basked in the sun on the beach. The Feng family members passing by instinctively quieted their steps, wary of waking her. As Song Liuhua dozed, Feng Xi gently covered her with a blanket. Her skin, illuminated by the sun, appeared almost translucent, and the fine hairs on her delicate face were visible. Her tranquil eyelashes cast shadows on her eyelids, and her lips glowed a rosy hue in slumber. Feng Xi tenderly tucked a stray wind-blown hair behind her ear before quietly departing. By the lakeside, Feng Xi's bowl suddenly shattered, causing the advancing shrimp and crabs to retreat in an instant. Having learned from Feng Shan's mishap, the martial spirit masters, though regretful, were mentally prepared. They quickly retrieved their fishing nets to continue their catch. With the crabs and shrimp distracted elsewhere, the lake's surface became considerably calmer, allowing the martial spirit masters to set numerous nets along the shore. Feng Xi, from his storage ring, produced a fishing net and cast it far, watching as it sailed over the reeds toward the center of the lake. The onlooking family members gazed at him with admiration. Indeed, he was the master. Although his cultivation remained at the 4th tier, he was the highest among the team, while Feng Shan and Feng Yi had only reached the 3rd tier. And that was under the condition that Feng Xi had sustained injuries to his spirit abode. Otherwise, the likes of the Li family or Wang family would be inconsequential before him. As thoughts of their lost prey to the Li family stirred anger in the crowd, Feng Xi listened to their murmurs, tying the net's rope to a nearby stake, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Under the rejuvenating effects of the green elixir, his spirit abode had begun to show signs of recovery, allowing him to gradually increase his usage of spiritual power each day. Most of the fissures in his spirit abode had been repaired, and soon he would regain his peak prowess. Suddenly, the rope tied to the stake began to move. Feng Xi's expression shifted as he swiftly tugged at the rope, feeling an alarming resistance. Despite his 4th-tier strength, he found himself unable to budge it. Furrowing his brow, he called for assistance. In no time, several martial spirit masters rushed over to lend their strength. As they pulled, surprise quickly turned to joy. The fish must be enormous. "This catch is extraordinary," exclaimed one martial spirit master, straining with all his might. However, Feng Xi felt the force on the rope intensifying. If they continued to pull forcefully, they risked being dragged in themselves. He promptly summoned more martial spirit masters to assist. Before long, aside from Feng Shan, Song Yuan, and Feng Yi, who were still using bowls to catch shrimp and crabs, all the martial spirit masters had gathered to pull the rope. The lakeside buzzed with excitement. Song Liuhua, still in a drowsy state, awoke to the sounds of commotion by the riverbank. Slowly opening her eyes, she blinked at the crowd gathered by the lake, all tugging at something. Stifling a yawn, she stretched and ambled closer to see what was happening. At the forefront, Feng Xi gripped a rope thicker than his wrist, pulling with all his might. His neck veins were visible, and beads of sweat glistened on his refined face. The martial spirit masters behind him grimaced as they strained, their bronze faces contorted in exertion. Curiosity piqued, Song Liuhua wondered what lay within the net. After considerable effort, the fishing net was finally dragged ashore. Long, blue-scaled fish leapt from the water, while many silvery fish, adorned with iridescent hues, struggled desperately to escape the net, splashing water onto the shore. As Feng Xi and the others pulled the net onto land, the shimmering fish revealed themselves, causing gasps of astonishment from the crowd. "Look, so many fish!" Everyone hurriedly began to unload the fish onto the ground. As the grayish-blue mass came into view, the initial excitement among the crowd began to dissipate. They sighed in disappointment. Chapter 26. The Emerald Pearl, a collection of gray shells, both large and small, had been shaken down and formed a small hill. These shells were merely ordinary first-grade spirit clams. Though they paled in comparison to the azure-scaled fish and blue-scaled fish, they were better than nothing. The martial spirit masters were just about to pack these shells into baskets when Song Liuhua approached the towering mound of shells and selected one the size of a basin. Looking towards Feng Xi for assistance in opening it, without hesitation, Feng Xi drew his spirit sword and deftly pried open the shell. The pristine inner surface of the shell shimmered with a myriad of colors under the sunlight, and the white shell continued to writhe, releasing a strong earthy scent. Feng Xi inquired, "Would you like to taste the clam meat? I can ask Feng Yin to prepare it for you at noon." Song Liuhua shook her head, crouched down, and extended her delicate white hand to probe the clam meat. Suddenly, she felt smooth, round particles glide past her fingertips. Her eyes brightened as she carefully parted the clam meat, revealing a series of plump pink pearls before Feng Xi's astonished gaze. To his surprise, these were spirit clam pearls. Song Liuhua retrieved a pristine porcelain plate from her jade bracelet and placed the thumb-sized pink pearls onto it, their rolling sounds echoing as they clinked against one another. Upon hearing this, the others hurried over to observe. Feng Yu picked one up to examine it closely, unable to suppress an exclamation of awe. Spirit clam pearls were known for their beautifying properties. White pearls were the most common, followed by pink, purple, gold, and black, which were considered superior. It was said that river clams might also produce the legendary beauty pearls, although this remained a mere legend as no one had ever witnessed such a phenomenon, given that it took decades, if not a century, for river clams to cultivate spirit clam pearls. They were exceedingly rare. Spirit clam pearls were a treasure that could not be bought for a fortune in the marketplace. My sister had saved for 2 years just to purchase a pair of the most ordinary white spirit clam pearl earrings. Observing the smooth surface and even color of the spirit clam pearls that the lady had produced, which were pink and thumb-sized, it was evident that if sold in the mercenary market, they would be snatched up in an instant. Upon hearing Feng Yu's words, the crowd's eyes glimmered with excitement as they gazed at the multitude of shells. If the lady could produce so many pink spirit clam pearls so effortlessly, one could only imagine the bounty that would result from opening all these shells. They could exchange the pearls for currency and use the funds to refashion their small flying vessel into a grand one, allowing their families to accompany them on expeditions. However, it was crucial to note that without the presence of men, their families would be vulnerable to danger while traveling with the mercenary group's flying vessel. As for the idea of selling hunted beasts for spirit stones, it was absurd. In the 10th Wind continent, food was incredibly precious, and only those from lesser families would trade food for wealth. Families like theirs had many mouths to feed and needed to store food for the cold season. Unless there were established friendships, they rarely sold food for money. With these thoughts in mind, the crowd became increasingly eager, and they all began to pry open the shells. Yet, as they excitedly rummaged through the clam meat, they found nothing. Some, undeterred by this stroke of bad luck, continued to open several more shells, only to uncover empty insides. Disheartened, they eventually ceased their efforts and returned to the lakeside to continue fishing. Feng Xiai, aware of everyone's sentiments, sighed softly. Having separated from his family, he had nearly exhausted all his resources on a medium-sized flying vessel. Even if he sold some of the food supplies, he could not gather the billions of spirit stones required to expand the vessel. Thus, he could only hunt more exotic beasts to ensure the sustenance of his kin and their families. Watching his wife, who was engrossed in opening the clams, he smiled and encouraged Feng Yu to assist her. Continuing to lead the group in fishing, Feng Xiai never placed his hopes on elusive matters. After discovering over 100 pink pearls from one shell, Song Liuhua, now addicted to the thrill of discovery, selected another shell and directed Feng Yu to open it. With swift and nimble movements, Feng Yu quickly pried open a clam. As Song Liuhua felt inside, Feng Yu, without waiting for her command, opened another shell. After a moment of searching, Song Liuhua found nothing. Feng Yu efficiently collected the clam meat into a wooden bucket and then presented the newly opened shell before her. Song Liuhua gave him an appreciative glance. "Well done, young man." Feng Yu, a shy youth in his 20s, felt shy under her praise, his face flushing a deep crimson as he hastened his movements. "Thank you for your kind words, my lady." Song Liuhua, no longer teasing him, resumed her search through the shells. After rummaging through dozens, she had yet to find another pearl, and her small face fell slightly. Feng Yu hesitated for a moment before reassuring her. "Spirit clam pearls are indeed rare. You have already uncovered over 100. If sold in the marketplace, they could fetch several million spirit stones. This haul is already quite substantial." Hearing that spirit clam pearls were so valuable, Song Liuhua's spirits lifted, and she continued to explore the shells, thinking that finding even one more would be a gain. Most of the shells they had gathered were as large as basins, and as she reached into a sizable piece of clam meat, she meticulously explored, having touched nearly every inch, yet finding no foreign objects. Disappointed, she carelessly swiped her hand in a corner, preparing to discard it. Suddenly, she touched a rounded surface, and her heart leapt with joy. After feeling through 102 shells, she finally found another pearl. With eager fingers, she dug deeper until she unearthed a vibrant emerald pearl. Cradling the thumb-sized green pearl, her eyes widened in astonishment. The pearl was peculiar, its color uniform in a lush green, warm to the touch and surprisingly pleasant. As she wondered aloud whether pearls could truly look like this, Feng Xiai approached with a pot of spirit tea, only to catch sight of the green orb in her hand. His expression shifted dramatically, but noticing Feng Yu was still occupied with opening shells, his demeanor relaxed slightly. In a few swift steps, he enveloped Song Liuhua in his embrace. Startled by his sudden closeness, she barely registered what had happened before he took the pearl from her hand and placed it in her mouth. Strangely enough, the pearl, hard as it was, melted instantly upon contact with her tongue, releasing a gentle warmth that flowed into her abdomen, quickly dissipating any sensation. With wide eyes, Song Liuhua exclaimed, "Feng Xiai, what are you doing?" "Silence," he whispered, pulling her a short distance away and leaning close to her ear. "That is a beauty pearl. I once read its description in an ancient tome. It is said that beauty pearls are birthed within river clams, and among countless river clams, only one may yield such a pearl. It has the power to preserve one's youthful appearance for eternity. His warm breath brushed against her ear, and Song Liuhua felt a flutter of distraction, quickly replaced by astonishment at his revelation. So, I shall never grow old, she gasped, gazing at Feng Xiai with excitement. At just over 19, if his words held true, she could remain youthful even if she lived to 300 years old. Everyone desires to retain their youth, and Song Liuhua felt an urge to soar into the skies on her spirit sword. With this thought, she promptly retrieved her spirit sword, eagerly looking to Feng Xiai. He affectionately patted her head, smiling gently as he activated his sword, extending his hand towards her. Come, let me take you for a few spins. The couple soared through the air on their flying sword, the sound of Song Liuhua's melodious laughter resonating in the atmosphere. Observing them, the onlookers below exchanged envious glances and murmured amongst themselves. A flicker of jealousy and regret flashed in Qin Rui's eyes. Chapter 27. Distribution of supplies. After circling in the air a few times, Song Liuhua's mood gradually stabilized. Feng Xiai softly cautioned her, "Do not speak of the Dingyan pearl to anyone." Song Liuhua nodded eagerly and urged him, "You go ahead with your tasks. I will continue searching for the Lingbang pearls." Feng Xiai smiled gently and turned back to the shore. Sitting down, Song Liuhua resumed her search for pearls. In this interval, the wind and rain had likely opened many shells. As Song Liuhua felt around, she was pleasantly surprised by her luck. Although she did not find any colored pearls, she did discover a considerable number of white pearls. In terms of quality and size, they could not compare to the pink pearls. However, Song Liuhua was indifferent. Having already acquired the most precious one, these were merely delightful trifles. Feng Yu tirelessly opened the shells while Song Liuhua focused on her task, and gradually, the atmosphere became quieter. Eventually, Feng Yu surveyed all the shells and was astonished to see plates piled high with white Lingbang pearls and pink Lingbang pearls. Song Liuhua had worked her hands raw and, noticing him frozen in place, called out, "Aren't you coming to help?" This snapped Feng Yu back to reality. He strode over, deftly collecting all the already opened shellfish into a wooden barrel before kneeling down to search through the remaining shells. After 5 consecutive failures, he finally extracted a dozen white pearls from a shell the size of a plate. This was his first encounter with Lingbang pearls, and despite their ordinary color, it filled him with immense joy. He became increasingly enthusiastic in his search. Song Liuhua glanced over and continued her work. Suddenly, her fingers brushed against a smooth surface amidst the sticky shellfish flesh, and she knew there must be a pearl inside. She dug a bit, and the surface grew larger. With another careful prod, she held a palm-sized round pearl in her hand, her heart racing. Cautiously, she cradled the fist-sized pink Lingbang pearl, revealing it. Under the sunlight, the pearls shimmered brilliantly, reflecting beautiful hues. Song Liuhua gasped in wonder, and just then, Feng Yu looked over, his pupils dilating as he stood up, his gaze fixed on the enormous pink Lingbang pearl. Stammering, he exclaimed, "Dingyan pearl? Could this possibly be the fabled Dingyan pearl?" Song Liuhua twitched her lips. The genuine Dingyan pearl had already been consumed by her, and this was certainly not it. Before she could speak, Feng Yu dashed off to summon Feng Xiai. A wave of martial spirit masters flooded in. It was the first time many had seen such a large Lingbang pearl, and they eagerly gathered to observe. While she had never encountered the legendary Dingyan pearl, the quality and size of this Lingbang pearl seemed close enough. Wearing it for years could surely keep one youthful for a century. With such a treasure, seeking the help of Master Qing Wu to reforge their flying vessel seemed feasible. Then, they could expand the vessel and take their families along on their journeys. Truly, the lady had fortuitous luck. Song Liuhua replied, "A tiny bit, perhaps." Once all the shells had been opened, they had amassed 518 pink pearls and 1,353 white pearls. 2 days later, all the replenishing elixirs had been exhausted, and the various families returned to the city. Feng Xi's team had reaped a substantial harvest. Both Feng Xi's storeroom and training grounds were located on Dongping Street. The martial spirit masters unloaded all the spoils from the flying vessel, and Feng Shan stood by, weighing the goods, unable to suppress a smile at the corners of his mouth. 70,000 pounds of second-grade silver-patterned deer meat, 30,000 pounds of third-grade silver-patterned deer meat, 30,000 pounds of blue-shell crabs, 20,000 pounds of blue-shell shrimp, 8,000 pounds of first-grade blue light fish, 9,000 pounds of second-grade blue-scaled fish, 5,000 pounds of shellfish meat, 10 first-grade rabbit beasts, 1,500 rainbow wild chicken eggs, 6,300 third-grade red turtle eggs, 1 Dingyan pearl, 562 pink lingbang pearls, and 871 white lingbang pearls. We have struck gold, was Song Yuan's immediate thought. Feng Yi grinned, contemplating that each person could at least receive 300 pounds of meat, his eyes glimmering with excitement. Even Feng Qing, usually expressionless, managed a rare smile. Feng Xiai, already aware of the harvest, calmly instructed Feng Shan. Each martial spirit master who participated in this hunt shall receive 50 pounds of silver-patterned deer meat, 300 pounds of shrimp and crab, and 100 pounds of fish meat, along with 50 pounds of shellfish meat. Before he could finish, Feng Yi began counting on his fingers, exclaiming, "Heavens! 500 pounds of beast meat. That is a full half more than the 300 pounds I anticipated." When hunting with the eldest and second young masters, the distribution was generally similar. Feng Shan was momentarily taken aback, but soon felt overwhelmed with gratitude, his eyes reddening. "Young master, I follow you without regret." Feng Yi and Feng Qing quickly echoed, "Yes, we have no regrets in following you." Song Yuan, Feng Xi's brother-in-law, was astonished by the allocation, having heard that other families received far less. He was pleasantly surprised by Feng Xi's generosity, and his fondness for his brother-in-law grew. Feng Xi raised his hand to silence Feng Shan, Feng Yi, and the others, saying, "Since you are willing to follow me, I naturally wish for everyone to live well. This bountiful harvest is largely due to your contributions, and you deserve your share." He continued, "As for the red turtle eggs, each person will receive 5. The remainder will be handled by the lady. Do you have any objections?" Feng Shan and the others shook their heads in unison. The red turtle eggs were indeed discovered by the lady. They had merely assisted in gathering them, and although they felt some envy, they harbored no other thoughts. Feng Xiai nodded in satisfaction. "I recall when we were at Shiha Ridge, the lady promised to give everyone rainbow wild chicken eggs, so each will receive 12, with the rest reserved for the lady." "Understood." Feng Shan promptly noted this down. Feng Xiai then turned to Song Liuhua, who stood off to the side, lost in thought, and chuckled softly, pinching her delicate cheek. "My lady, do you have anything to add? Please instruct Feng Shan accordingly." Just stepping off the flying vessel, Song Liuhua was still drowsy and yawned before adding, "Each person will receive 5 white lingbang pearls and 2 pink lingbang pearls. For the unmarried, consider it a savings for future wives. For those already married, take them home as gifts for your wives. I am certain the ladies will appreciate them." Feng Xiai smiled. "How thoughtful of you to consider them." Feng Shan, "Proceed as the lady has instructed." "Understood." Feng Shan acknowledged Feng Xi's orders, and, along with Feng Yi and Feng Qing, began to busy themselves. The excitement on their faces was palpable as everyone received their share of the spoils. Feng Xiai took Song Liuhua's hand as they walked towards Qinghua Alley, where their home had been prepared, and Yang Momo had prepared lunch, awaiting their return. Song Yuan walked alongside Feng Xiai, carrying a basket, and felt a sense of relief watching the couple interact. Chapter 28. Winning Hearts in the second floor of Mingxiang Pavilion. A group of young ladies gathered around a table, sipping on spirit fruit tea and engaging in light-hearted conversation. Wang Xinya deliberately pulled her collar aside, revealing a thumb-sized white spirit clam pearl resting on her collarbone. Liuhua gasped in awe, leaning in for a closer look, and exclaimed with envy, "Xinya, when did you acquire such a large spirit clam pearl? Your parents are truly generous with you." Liuhua came from a branch of the Li family, where her parents and brothers possessed only mediocre talents, and their household was slightly better off than that of ordinary citizens. They were often frugal, prioritizing the needs of her brothers over her own, making even the acquisition of a new garment a matter of careful deliberation. Witnessing Wang Xinya, who shared a similar background, flaunt such a treasure made her heart ache, her eyes fixated on the pearl, longing to seize it and adorn herself with it. Wang Xinya ignored Liuhua fervent gaze, a subtle smile gracing her lips as her eyes casually drifted toward Feng Nuan, who wore a spirit clam pearl the size of a green bean on her earlobe. With an air of nonchalance, she remarked, "Oh, this pearl wasn't a gift from my parents. It was a present from my third sister." "Wow, your third sister must be incredibly kind to you," the other young ladies chorused, their envy palpable as they gazed at the pearl adorning her neck. Such a sizable spirit clam pearl could at least delay one's aging by a decade. "Does your sister perhaps need another younger sibling?" Suddenly, Liuhua recalled that Wang Xinya's third sister was none other than Wang Yuya. With a glimmer of mischief in her eyes, she turned to Feng Nuan, teasingly stating, "Isn't your fourth masteress wife the former fiancée of Xinya's brother-in-law? I've heard she is not particularly talented. Your family has quite the misfortune being associated with Feng Si Gongzi, especially with such a matriarch. How will you manage in the days to come?" Her sarcasm was unmistakable, and Feng Nuan's face flushed with anger. Wang Xinya added fuel to the fire, saying, "Yuner makes a fair point. You used to live in such comfort. Now, under Feng Si Gongzi, you even need to rely on the mercenary guild's airships for foraging. One can only imagine how hard you toil to gather wild vegetables and tend to crops, all while supporting her. TSK, I wonder what Si Gongzi is thinking." Feng Nuan let out an exasperated huff, rising angrily to retort, "Do you think your third sister is a virtuous person? She only married Xie Dalong after her belly had grown. It's only because our matriarch is so naive that those two deceived her. Even if she lacks talent, the Feng family is willing to support her. What business is it of yours? As for your pearl, who knows where that filthy thing came from? I hardly value it." Though Feng Nuan held little regard for the matriarch herself, she would not tolerate outsiders speaking ill of her in her presence. Casting a disdainful glance at Liuhua, she declared, "With Qin Rue as the matriarch of your family, I foresee a bright future for you clan members." Liuhua's expression stiffened. She recalled how Qin Rue eloped and subsequently married their second son, Li Cheng, strutting about the Li family with an air of superiority, treating them like commoners. Wang Xinya and Liuhua, having been thoroughly chastised by Feng Nuan, wore displeased expressions. The other young ladies listened to the gossip while sipping their tea, their eyes gleaming with intrigue. After finishing her tea, Feng Nuan paid for her drink and promptly left. Wang Xinya and Liuhua were comforted for a while, and their expressions gradually softened. Feng Nuan stormed home, and upon seeing her distressed demeanor, her mother, Lu, inquired curiously, "What happened, dear? Who upset you?" After a brief hesitation, Feng Nuan recounted the events at Mingxiang Pavilion to her mother. "Mother, do you think we are cursed? How could the fourth master marry such a wife? We are struggling as it is, and now we've got this troublesome matriarch. It would be shameful to speak of it." Lu, holding a garment in her arms, playfully tapped her forehead. "You foolish girl, the matters of the masters and their wives are not for you to discuss. Regardless of her shortcomings, she hasn't taken a bite of your food, so why should you harbor resentment?" Seeing her daughter's discontent, Lu shook her head in exasperation. "You seem to have too much time on your hands. The fourth master may be kind, but if he learns you're gossiping about the matriarch, he might well send you packing. Though being expelled from the family wouldn't leave them destitute, they would lose the protection of their clan. Living like ordinary citizens and facing daily risks alongside mercenary groups, with little to share. A sensible person would avoid antagonizing the family's power holders." Feng Nuan fell silent. Her spirits dampened. Lu watched airships glide overhead, mumbling, "Your brother must be returning." She then set about organizing the evening meal. Feng Yu, burdened with a large backpack and two hefty baskets hanging from his arms, struggled under the weight, yet his smile was infectious. As Lu prepared the meal, she stood at the door and spotted Feng Yu, her face lighting up with affection as she hurried to greet him. Just as she reached for the basket on his left arm, he sidestepped, saying, "Mother, don't, it's too heavy." Respecting her son's wishes, Lu refrained from insisting and instead opened the wooden doors wide to facilitate his entrance. Feng Nuan, having failed in her attempt to concoct a potion, heard the commotion and rushed out. Seeing her brother and mother surrounding the three baskets, their faces alight with joy, she eagerly asked, "Brother, did you have a bountiful haul this time?" Feng Yu rubbed his sore shoulders and arms, grinning as he replied, "We brought back 500 pounds of exotic beast meat." 500 pounds. Feng Nuan exclaimed, her voice rising in disbelief. "Indeed." Feng Yu carefully extracted a batch of colorful wild chicken eggs from the large backpack and handed them to Lu, saying, "Mother, these are colorful wild chicken eggs for you and Ainwan to nourish yourselves." Lu received the eggs gingerly, her crow's feet crinkling with delight. "Wonderful. Ainwan and I will certainly benefit from these." Counting the spoils, Feng Nuan realized they had received a significantly greater share than usual, filling her heart with joy. Upon discovering the colorful wild chicken eggs, she was pleasantly surprised, counting 12 in total. "These are all treasures. I want to eat them." "Mother, you need to replenish your strength. You should eat all of them." She urged Lu to cook them all, saying, "Mother, you must enjoy them tonight. You will surely sleep well. Lu gazed at her dutiful children, her smile widening. Feng Yu then pulled out a small pouch from his robe and presented it to Feng Yuan, saying, "Here are 7 spirit clam pearls, 5 white and 2 pink. You and mother can use them to craft jewelry." "Spirit clam pearls," Feng Yuan exclaimed, her disbelief evident as she quickly unwrapped the blue cloth. The sight of 5 white and 2 pink, round and thumb-sized spirit clam pearls was breathtaking. Both Feng Yuan and Lu were taken aback by the rarity and value of such exquisite pearls. Spirit clam pearls of this quality were seldom seen and were typically reserved for noble ladies and matriarchs in their clan, while common family members only received food. Feng Yu, having anticipated their reaction, smiled knowingly. "We obtained these during the hunt. The matriarch mentioned we have female kin, so she allocated several pearls for each of you to create jewelry." Exchanging incredulous glances, Feng Yuan and Lu could hardly believe their fortune. After a moment, Lu smiled gently, handing the pearls back to Feng Yu. "I want 1 white pearl to craft a ring, 2 white ones for your sister's earrings, and a pink one as a small pendant to wear around her neck. The remaining 2 white and 1 pink will be saved for your future wife." Feng Yu frowned slightly, saying, "Mother, don't speak of such things. I haven't even thought about marrying yet. The spirit clam pearls can delay aging. You should use them now while you can. Save the rest for when the time comes." Feng Yuan joined in, urging her mother as well. The siblings continued their gentle persuasion, and eventually, Lu relented. Feng Yuan tenderly caressed the smooth spirit clam pearls, her heart brimming with joy. This time, she wondered if Wang Xinya would still dare to flaunt her possessions in front of her. Reflecting on the fortunate allocation of valuable items, it was indeed the lady's suggestion that elevated Feng Yuan's esteem for this capable matriarch. Do not fault her for her shrewdness. In this day and age, those who can procure benefits are truly deserving of respect. A similar scenario unfolded in other households as well. The matriarch of Fengshan and her daughter-in-law gazed at the ethereal glow of the spirit clam pearls, basking in the warm hues of the setting sun, repeatedly murmuring, "The lady is truly admirable." Fengshan chuckled, "You women are easily swayed." This remark earned him a glare from both his mother and wife. With a sheepish touch to his nose, Fengshan retreated indoors, silenced. Chapter 29. The delayed wedding night in the quaint Qinghua lane of the southern city. Song Liuhua was darting about in the house that Feng Xiai had transformed. The term transformation hardly did justice to the extent of the renovations. It was almost entirely rebuilt. The layout remained the same as before, with spacious corridors flanking the east and west wings, constructed from pristine blue bricks and tiles. The courtyard boasted a serene atmosphere, with a floor made of large, meticulously cut blue stones. A half-acre vegetable garden had already been planted by Granny Yang, where tender green shoots emerged from the rich black soil. In the northwest corner of the courtyard, a small gate led directly to her family home. With her hands clasped behind her back, Song Liuhua nodded repeatedly. "Do you like it?" Feng Xiai asked, amusement dancing in his eyes. "Indeed," she replied candidly. Feng Xiai affectionately ruffled her hair, suggesting, "Then shall we move in tonight?" Without hesitation, Song Liuhua nodded, "All right." After all, she had grown accustomed to sharing meals and living with Feng Xiai during this time. Crossing through the corner gate, they arrived at the Song family home. After tidying up her belongings, Song Yuan was still engaged in a battle with a live blue crab in the kitchen, which was sputtering boiling water. Song Liuhua, observing the lively creature in the pot, exhaled in exasperation. "Brother, is it possible to perhaps kill it before cooking?" Song Yuan sheepishly scratched his head, chuckling, freshly steamed. You see, he had never learned to cook. Back at home, his sister did all the cooking, and in the team, there were chefs to handle such matters. Now, he couldn't possibly have his sister, who was about to be married, continue to cook for him. Realizing the challenge of cooking for himself, Feng Xiai interjected, "If you don't mind, come dine at my place." "I don't mind at all," Song Yuan replied eagerly, grabbing his meal and heading to Feng Xi's residence. Granny Yang had prepared a lavish feast, featuring 3 whole roasted blue crabs, sautéed shrimp with wild peppers, stir-fried greens, and colorful wild chicken soup, alongside a vibrant wild chicken egg soup. The culinary skills were a notch above Feng Yin's, leaving everyone with full bellies. Song Liuhua leaned back in her chair, content, as she listened to the conversation between Feng Xiai and Song Yuan. "My spirit realm is nearly restored, after a few more days of rest. I'll consume the red turtle egg. Advancing to the 3rd level is merely a matter of time," Song Yuan declared. Feng Xiai smiled. "Congratulations, my brother." Curious, Song Yuan inquired about Feng Xi's progress with his spirit realm. Feng Xi shook his head. It may take a little longer. My spirit realm is more severely damaged than yours, with about a third still unrecovered, though it has progressed faster than I anticipated. Hearing the certainty in Feng Xi's voice, Song Yuan rejoiced. Once you consume the red turtle egg, you'll swiftly regain your 6th level. Feng Xi smiled softly. Let us hope so. Song Liuhua thought of Qin Yi and adjusted her posture. Speaking up, that fellow has indeed been a great help to us this time. We didn't share the colorful wild chicken eggs with him, but let us sell him some of the red turtle eggs. Feng Xi turned to her. His eyes filled with warmth. You speak wisely, my dear. It is precisely my intention. Qin Yi was not just Feng Xi's childhood friend. He had also aided him significantly during the hunt, and Feng Xi felt compelled to reciprocate. He had initially intended to discuss this with her, but was pleasantly surprised that she brought it up herself. Song Liuhua, noticing Feng Xi's inclination to consult her on everything, couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. She waved her hand dismissively. In the future, you can allocate these things as you see fit. I will directly tell you what I want. Feng Xi nodded, smiling softly. He placed all his spirit stones into Song Liuhua's bracelet, and she accepted without objection, feeling quite satisfied. She appreciated his attentiveness. As night deepened, Song Yuan lingered for a while before heading home. Song Liuhua and Feng Xi strolled hand in hand into the bedroom. Knowing what was about to unfold, Song Liuhua felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. Was it finally time for intimacy? Her gaze swept across Feng Xi's sturdy frame, and she cleared her throat, attempting to appear nonchalant, unaware that her flushed ears betrayed her. Feng Xi smiled gently, reminding her, there's a warm pool next door. Would you care to bathe? I shall, she replied, heading to the wardrobe. Rows of exquisite women's garments dazzled her eyes, most likely tailored by Feng Xi. She selected a white nightgown and made her way to the other warm pool. Immersing herself in the soothing warmth of the water, she leaned against the jade-like pool's edge, exhaling in contentment. The warm water lulled her into a drowsy state, yet she remembered her purpose for the night. Pinching herself, she donned the nightgown and returned to the room. Inside, Feng Xi had finished his bath and was seated on the couch, holding a book, though his mind seemed elsewhere. Hearing the door creak, he looked up. The girl approached in soft slippers, her delicate face flushed from the steam, her dark hair cascading over her shoulders. Droplets of water glistening as they trickled down her chest, her nightgown clinging to her form, revealing glimpses of her silhouette. Her slightly misty eyes met his, sparkling with an innocent allure. During their time at the hunting grounds, though they shared the same roof, their differing schedules had kept them apart. Now, Feng Xi felt a sudden warmth spread through him, his tranquil gaze stirring with emotion as he tightened his grip on the book. Come here, let me dry your hair, he said, his voice smooth yet low. Song Liuhua paused, her heart racing. Feng Xi, clad in his white nightgown, appeared even more handsome, exuding an air of elegance as he held the ancient tome. Song Liuhua swallowed hard, raising her chin, feigning indifference as she walked over and sat beside him. All right. As she leaned closer, the intoxicating scent of her presence enveloped him. Feng Xi momentarily lost his focus, his fingers brushing through her wet hair, invoking his spiritual energy to dry the damp strands. His gaze drifted to her wet nightgown. After a moment's hesitation, he lowered his hand slightly to dry it as well. They sat side by side, their legs touching, the warmth radiating from him mingling with the fresh scent of her skin, causing Song Liuhua's heart to race. A bold woman. She felt it was only natural to embrace her lawful husband. Looking up at his moving Adam's apple, she playfully bit down. And as the softness of her body pressed against him, Feng Xi felt a jolt throughout his being. His eyes darkened, and a helpless smile appeared on his lips as he wrapped his arms around her, leaning down to kiss the corner of her mouth. Do you enjoy this, my dear? His eyes sparkled with affection, and Song Liuhua, momentarily taken aback, nodded dreamily. Feng Xi rested his forehead against hers, smiling gently, and then guided her to the couch. As the clouds parted and the rain ceased, Song Liuhua felt utterly relaxed, rolling her eyes in exasperation. It seemed that even the most harmless of men transformed into a beast once on the couch. After their intimate moments, Feng Xi's gaze softened further as he held her close, helping her change into fresh attire, kissing her tender cheeks, and gradually succumbing to slumber with the soft, warm figure in his arms. Chapter 30. Gathering. Unbeknownst to Qin Yi, he had been unexpectedly blessed with fortune and had shared Qin Rui's matters with her parents. Uncle Qin. Aunt Qin, perhaps you should pay more attention to your daughter. A fleeting look of embarrassment crossed the faces of Uncle Qin and Aunt Qin, leading them to apologize awkwardly. Qin, we truly were unaware of this matter. When that rebellious girl returns, my wife and I will certainly give her a proper lesson. Qin interjected. Let me be clear, if you two wish to coddle Qin Rue, that is your prerogative. However, if she dares to exploit her familial ties to take advantage of us, as the junior clan leader, I will not indulge her. Uncle Qin and Aunt Qin quickly responded, absolutely, absolutely. The following day, Qin Yi, Feng Xi, Jiang Wenxiu, and Lu Yuan gathered at Feng Xi's residence. Song Liuhua sat beside Feng Xi. Their relationship had deepened the previous night, making their interactions more natural. Feng Xi poured her a cup of tea and then served himself. Song Liuhua held her cup, observing the three uniquely charming men across from her. Qin Yi, being an old acquaintance, greeted her warmly. Jiang Wenxiu's gaze flitted between Feng Xi and Song Liuhua, a teasing smile gracing his lips. He had heard from Qin Yi how well Feng Xi treated his wife. Although he held a slight disdain for the situation, he recognized that this was Feng Xi's spouse and refrained from speaking ill of her. He smiled and nodded, addressing her as sister-in-law. Song Liuhua remembered him. He had been present when she first met Feng Xi. She smiled back, holding a favorable impression of him. Lu Yuan, handsome and exuding an icy demeanor, merely nodded slightly at Song Liuhua, who returned his gesture with a smile. Jiang Wenxiu, envious of the harvest Feng Xi and Qin Yi had brought back from Shihe Ridge, lamented, had I known I would be injured, I would have dragged myself along for the hunt. Qin Yi, reclining in his armchair, playfully nudged Jiang Wenxiu with his long leg, remarking, that's just your bad luck. Jiang Wenxiu glanced at Lu Yuan, feeling a bit better. If anyone's luck is poor, it must be yours, Lu Yuan. I've heard that a fifth-level elder brother of yours suddenly appeared, winning many hearts. Your position as the young master might be in jeopardy. Lu Yuan remained composed, a flicker of coldness in his eyes. He is merely a bastard child. I do not regard him as a threat. Qin Yi curiously asked Jiang Wenxiu, instead of worrying about Lu Yuan, you should be more concerned about yourself. Your father is unwell, and when your elder brother ascends, you might soon find yourself separated from the family. Jiang Wenxiu shrugged nonchalantly. If it comes to that, then so be it. Feng Xi has done quite well on his own after separating from his family. Feng Xi took a sip of tea, choosing to remain silent. Song Liuhua, with her wide, curious eyes, watched the exchange, occasionally being fed a piece of spirit fruit cake made by Grandma Yang, her eyes gleaming with delight. At that moment, Feng Xi tapped the table and said to Qin Yi, my wife has something for you. Qin Yi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, what delightful treasure does my sister-in-law have for me? Lu Yuan and Jiang Wenxiu turned their gazes towards Song Liuhua, unfazed by their scrutiny. Song Liuhua lifted her chin defiantly and declared, I have some red turtle eggs to sell. Are you interested? Jiang Wenxiu jumped up, exclaiming, red turtle eggs? Qin Yi straightened. Seriousness etched on his face as he asked, really? Lu Yuan remained silent, his icy gaze fixed on Song Liuhua, clearly eager to learn more. Indeed, I have 100. Priced at 500,000 spirit stones, she stated, and Feng Xi promptly brought in a basket. Qin Yi, Jiang Wenxiu, and Lu Yuan gazed at the vibrant red eggs in astonishment. They are truly red turtle eggs. Qin Yi quickly shifted the basket to his feet, pulling out a card with 500,000 spirit stones from his spatial ring to hand to Song Liuhua, earnestly thanking her. Thank you, sister-in-law. Song Liuhua accepted the spirit stone card and casually placed it into her jade bracelet space. I'll take care of this, Qin Yi said, pleased with her willingness to sell. Song Liuhua felt gratified by his understanding. Such rare treasures were generally not sold, and it was wise to reserve them for family. She chose to sell them to Qin Yi primarily due to his friendship with Feng Xi. Seeing the good fortune claimed solely by Qin Yi, Jiang Wenxiu grew anxious and pleaded with Song Liuhua and Feng Xi. Feng Xi, sister-in-law, you mustn't be so unfair. What of our friendship? You can't leave me to merely watch. I'll offer 1 million spirit stones for 100 eggs. No, 50 will suffice. Lu Yuan interjected. 150,000 spirit stones for 50 eggs. Song Liuhua glanced at Feng Xi, who smiled and replied, since you found these red turtle eggs, you should decide. Feeling somewhat sympathetic to their plight, she relented. Very well. Each of you can have 50,000 spirit stones for 50 red turtle eggs. Jiang Wenxiu and Lu Yuan were delighted. each handing over a card of 50,000 spirit stones. Song Liuhua accepted the payment and provided them with a small basket of red turtle eggs to take home. With the spoils shared, Jiang Wenxiu and Lu Yuan fell silent. The group then began discussing their hunting expedition plan for 5 days later. Qin Yi suggested, the eastern slopes of Shihe Ridge are surrounded by mountains, teeming with exotic beasts. Perhaps we should collaborate. After a brief deliberation, Feng Xi, Jiang Wenxiu, and Lu Yuan agreed. Song Liuhua excused herself shortly thereafter, heading inside. The family possessed a refining room, which she had only briefly inspected the previous day. Now, she observed that it was quite spacious, with windows on all sides, allowing bright daylight to illuminate the interior. She took out the refining cauldron and began her alchemical endeavors. After laboring for most of the day, her first batch failed to materialize. Qin Yi, Jiang Wenxiu, and Lu Yuan exchanged glances as they heard explosions emanating from the refining room. Feng Xi, unfazed, invited them to stay for lunch. Qin Yi stood, brushing off his robe. Perhaps another time. We must prepare for the upcoming hunt and attend to many matters. As the young master of his clan, Lu Yuan also had numerous clan affairs to manage and needed to return. Jiang Wenxiu, however, felt a sense of urgency to test the efficacy of the red turtle eggs and could no longer sit still. In the following days, Song Liuhua remained at home. A type of blue amaranth planted by Grandma Yang had matured. It was merely an ordinary vegetable. After several meals, Feng Xi and Song Yuan lost their appetite for it, while Song Liuhua was unbothered but found the garden barren. During a visit to the mercenary market, she purchased a packet of unknown seeds and planted them all in the vacant patch of garden. Her hands glowed with a gentle green light, and soon, the seeds swiftly sprouted above the soil. Typically, spirit plant masters would only nurture seeds until they reached the sprouting stage, allowing them to grow naturally. However, Song Liuhua aimed to control their growth directly, but her low level and the sheer number of seeds limited her ability. Grandma Yang watered the plants morning and evening, and the wild vegetables grew rapidly, reaching half an inch by the following morning. Chapter 31. The banquet. On this day, Song Liuhua had just finished watering her vegetable garden with Yang Mama when she saw Qin Yi entering. Upon noticing, Yang Mama hurried to serve tea to the guest. Song Liuhua washed her hands and sat down opposite Qin Yi, noticing his somewhat sullen expression. She couldn't help but inquire, who has offended young Master Qin? Why the long face? Qin Yi, upon hearing this, clenched his teeth and pulled out 2 invitations from his storage ring. Li Cheng and Qin Rui are hosting a wedding banquet and invite you and Feng Xi to join in the celebration. He looked down on the couple from the bottom of his heart, thinking it shameless of them to invite others to their wedding when they had the audacity to act in such a manner. If it weren't for the old man insisting he deliver the invitations, he wouldn't have bothered to show up. If you and Feng Xi do not wish to attend, do not force yourselves, he added before taking his leave. Song Liuhua looked at the 2 festive gold-embossed invitations in her hand and carelessly tossed them aside. That evening, after dinner, Song Liuhua nestled in Feng Xi's embrace and spoke of the matter. If you do not wish to go, then we shan't attend. After all, I do not know Qin Rui or any members of the Li family. As for the connections between the prominent families, Feng Xi, as a branch of the Feng family, need not concern himself with maintaining them. Feng Xi stroked her dark hair, his eyes sparkling with amusement as he asked, what of Qin Rui? I have never held her in regard. Do you wish to go? If you desire to attend, I shall accompany you. Song Liuhua pondered for a moment and replied, we must go. If we do not attend, others may think we are afraid of them. We must go with our heads held high. Very well, we shall go, Feng Xi affirmed before lifting her into his arms and carrying her to the couch. The following morning, as Song Liuhua prepared in front of the mirror, the crimson mark on her neck was particularly conspicuous. She applied a beeswax balm for quite some time before managing to conceal it somewhat. In the mirror, she beheld a fair face, a delicate oval visage, flush with color and brimming with youthful vitality, a stark contrast to the delicate demeanor she had when she first arrived. With meticulous care, Song Liuhua adorned herself. First, she applied a layer of transparent ice flower cream, followed by a delicate layer of pearl powder, crafted from white spirit shell pearls as a gift from Feng Xi. This light application enhanced her already smooth complexion, making it even more radiant. A subtle touch of blush graced her cheeks, instantly adding a glimmer to her beautiful face. Her naturally arched willow leaf brows and the small, petal-like shape of her lips were accentuated with a maple red lip tint. In just the span of a cup of tea, She had completed a fresh and elegant makeup look. Recently, the Xianling gauze that Feng Xiai had exchanged with Qin Yi had been fashioned into a flowing green floral skirt, now hanging in her wardrobe. As her slender fingers glided over the luxurious fabric, she felt it was no wonder the affluent ladies were eager to acquire the Xianling gauze. Its texture was ethereal and soft, fitting her form exquisitely. Song Liuhua was well pleased with her attire. Feng Xiai had generously used most of the white and pink spirit shell pearls they had acquired for her adornments, transforming the white pearls into powder and crafting numerous pieces of jewelry from the pink ones: earrings, necklaces, bracelets, hairpins, and more. As she sifted through her jewelry box, she selected a pair of medium-sized pink pearl earrings, a pink pearl choker, and a complete set of pink pearl hair accessories. It is often said that one's appearance is enhanced by their attire, and after her transformation, Song Liuhua felt her nobility had ascended several tiers. Smoothing her hair at the temples, she looked through the mirror at Feng Xiai, who was seated nearby engrossed in a book, and announced, "I am ready." Feng Xiai, already dressed in a light blue embroidered bamboo robe, had been an attentive witness to how his wife had transformed from a plain visage into a radiant jewel of nobility. His eyes, filled with a mix of surprise and admiration, reflected his thoughts. Rising, he smiled gently and took her hand, leading her out. The Li family, akin to the Feng family, was one of the 10 prominent families in the southern region, with their main residence located not far from Yanqing City and Ponsu City. Feng Xi's flying boat had undergone remaking, and they boarded Qin Ye's vessel. Along for the journey were Jiang Wenxiu and Liu Yuan, as all four were to attend the wedding banquet of Li Cheng and Qin Rui, thus hitching a ride on Qin Ye's boat. In Jiang Wenxiu's words, "Attending your sister's wedding banquet will cost a fortune. It's wise to save a bit by sharing a flying boat." Song Liuhua wholeheartedly agreed. However, she and Feng Xiai had no intention of gifting anything extravagant this time. She would merely use 2 of the remaining white spirit shell pearls she had ground into powder. After all, Feng Xiai had been distanced from the Feng family and had a strained relationship with the couple. It was a stroke of good fortune if they could avoid causing a scene at the banquet, let alone expecting them to present valuable gifts. At the entrance of the Li family's main residence, the atmosphere was vibrant with decorations and the sound of firecrackers. The head of the Li family stood outside to welcome guests, as people from the 10 prominent families came to offer their congratulations. In the Ten-Wind continent, there was little distinction or restraint between men and women. The younger generation, both married and unmarried, congregated together. The Feng family's contingent had nearly all arrived, but the 5th young lady of the Feng family, Feng Zhu, remained unwed. She sat beside the 3rd young lady of the Yun family, Yin Tang, and they exchanged hushed words. Suddenly, Feng Zhu's expression changed dramatically. Casting a glance around, she stomped her foot in frustration and immediately approached Jiang Shui, the wife of the current young patriarch, Feng Jing, to whisper in her ear. The thought of having missed out on the invaluable Ding Yin pearl incensed her. With a frown, she complained to Jiang Shui, sister-in-law, "You have no idea how unreasonable 4th brother has been. He acquired a rare Ding Yin pearl and has squandered it on the Yun family." Ding Yin pearl? Such a legendary item. Does Feng Xiai truly possess it so easily? Jiang Shui expressed skepticism. "Do not doubt me, sister-in-law. Yin Tang just told me that her family's ancestor, a formidable 7th-level alchemist, is helping Feng Xiai remold it, and the price is a Ding Yin pearl. Is it true? The Yun family does indeed have a 7th-level alchemist, and only he could forge a large flying boat." Jiang Shui began to believe Feng Zhu's words. Her expression turned serious as she signaled Feng Zhu to keep quiet, rising discreetly to approach Feng Jing and recount the matter to him. Feng Jing's face darkened. If this were true, 4th brother was utterly inexcusable. Such a treasure, and he would rather bestow it upon outsiders than consider the family. Jiang Shui felt a deep sense of discontent towards Feng Xiai as well. As the wife of the young patriarch, had this treasure been secured for the Feng family, it would have ultimately benefited her. Who wouldn't he desire to retain their youth? While harboring her ambitions, Jiang Shui said, "Indeed, 4th brother has acted rather thoughtlessly. Mother is in dire need of such a good item. How could he be so indifferent? Even if he requires something, he could discuss it with the family. Surely we could accommodate his wishes?" Feng Jing took a moment to compose himself and replied, "This matter must be reported to father and mother. We must find a way for 4th brother to retrieve the item." Qin Ye's flying boat gradually came to a halt outside Ponsu City. Song Liuhua noticed Feng Xi's mood had grown more subdued and asked with concern, "Feng Xiai, What troubles you? Feng Xiai smiled as he gently squeezed her small hand. It's nothing. Seeing him return to his usual self, she did not press further. As Feng Xiai gazed upon the familiar city walls, a hint of derision flickered across his eyes. Since the age of 8, he had toiled relentlessly for his family, and in a moment of disgrace, even his own parents and siblings perceived him as a burden. Were it not for the concern for reputation, they likely would not have shared even a fraction of their assets with him. Even so, upon leaving the family, his parents still foolishly sought to control him through marriage, which only amused Feng Xiai. He vowed that even in a state of ruin, he would never be subjugated by others. Chapter 32. Contradictions. Qin Yi, aware of his brother's inner turmoil, gently patted Feng Xi's shoulder, urging him to let go. Feng Xiai brushed aside his hand and replied coolly, I have long since moved on. His gaze shifted to his wife, who was scanning the surroundings, a subtle smile playing on his lips as warmth spread through his eyes. Upon witnessing this, Liuhua too revealed a rare expression of joy. In the memories of the original owner, she had never ventured beyond Yanqing City. Panchu City dwarfed Yanqing City by several folds, bustling with a dense population and wide avenues lined with shops of every kind. Its vibrancy was beyond compare to that of the small Yanqing City. Initially intrigued, Song Liuhua soon grew weary. The lifestyle of the people here was not markedly different from that in the smaller city. It was evident that the ordinary folk here enjoyed a greater wealth than the citizens of Yanqing. As Feng Xiai, Qin Yi, Jiang Wenxiu, and Liuhua strolled through the streets, they quickly drew the attention of the crowd. Several young women discreetly observed from a distance, while some bold ones feigned casualness. Passing by repeatedly, Song Liuhua, having never witnessed such a scene, stood by, thoroughly entertained. The Li family estate was a considerable distance away. After traversing East Street and walking for another 3 to 4 miles, they finally arrived. With the aid of her flying sword, Song Liuhua felt no fatigue. Qin Yi had previously observed her use it and was unperturbed, while Jiang Wenxiu and Liuhua, having never seen it before, curiously watched her for a while. Jiang Wenxiu, eager to try it out, asked, Sister-in-law, that flying spirit tool of yours seems quite fascinating. May I give it a try? Song Liuhua, feeling somewhat stingy, turned her head, declining the request. After several attempts met with firm refusals, Jiang Wenxiu reluctantly abandoned the idea. Liuhua, noticing Jiang Wenxiu's defeat, wisely refrained from mentioning it, instead committing the patterns on the sword's body to memory, contemplating asking the clan's blacksmith to replicate it. Qin Yi, seeing through his thoughts, doused his enthusiasm with cold water. You don't intend to have the clan's blacksmith forge a flying sword, do you? I wish you the best of luck. He recounted his own past endeavor, which had squandered countless materials without producing a single successful item, leading him to abandon the notion altogether. The items crafted by Feng Xi's wife are all peculiar. We cannot hope to replicate them. With his thoughts laid bare, Liuhua's brow furrowed slightly, already bracing for failure. His gaze toward Feng Xiai held a newfound depth. Could this truly be the wife he randomly picked up on the road? The adept pace of the martial spirit master allowed Song Liuhua to reach the Li family estate quickly on her flying sword. Meanwhile, Feng Jing, Jiang Shui, and Feng Zhu were still fuming over Feng Xiai, gifting the Dingyan pearl to the Yun family, their 3 pairs of eyes occasionally darting toward the entrance of the flower hall. As soon as Feng Xiai and Qin Yi appeared, Feng Zhu spotted them immediately. Look, 4th brother has arrived. Feng Zhu exclaimed excitedly, pointing toward the entrance. Feng Jing and Jiang Shui quickly followed her gaze, and indeed, they saw Feng Xiai accompanied by a beautiful young lady. Just then, she stumbled slightly, and Feng Xiai reached out to steady her. Feng Zhu pursed her lips, muttering to herself, this must be my sister-in-law, who is said to have poor talent and comes from a humble background. Jiang Shui observed the pink spirit clam pearl jewelry adorning the newcomer, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. Feng Jing, being a man, was less concerned with such feminine matters. However, upon seeing Feng Xiai, a fleeting shadow crossed his face, quickly suppressed. He rose and approached Feng Xiai, greeting him warmly. 4th brother, you've come. He then turned to Song Liuhua, smiling, this must be my sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, I am Feng Jing, and you may simply call me brother. Song Liuhua regarded the man before her, clad in a light purple robe with a jade crown atop his head. He bore a resemblance to Feng Xiai. Yet his features were sharper, his cheekbones subtly pronounced, making him appear handsome, albeit not as striking as Feng Xiai. Finding him insincere, especially when he smiled at her, She responded with a forced smile. Brother, it is a pleasure to meet you. Feng Jing offered a perfunctory smile, gesturing toward the approaching Jiang Shui. This is your sister-in-law. As you meet for the first time, feel free to ask her anything you do not understand. Meanwhile, I would like to catch up with fourth brother after our long separation. Feng Ci cast a worried glance toward Song Liuhua, but she discreetly shook his hand and flashed him a radiant smile. Go ahead, your sister-in-law will take care of me. Jiang Shui stepped forward, linking her arm with Song Liuhua's. Indeed, fourth brother, you have been married for quite some time, yet this is my first meeting with your wife. We should have a good chat, and the ladies' table is just next door. Surely, you are not worried about your sister-in-law being devoured by me? Feng Ci chuckled. Sister-in-law. You jest. My wife is in your capable hands. He then followed Feng Jing to another table. Jiang Shui led Song Liuhua to the women's table, carefully scrutinizing her appearance. Her gaze lingered on Song Liuhua's elegant attire and the pink spirit clam pearls, before teasingly saying, I heard fourth brother got married, and my mother and I were quite astonished. Indeed, upon seeing you today, you are truly a remarkable lady. No wonder fourth brother treasures you so. It's been so long. And he hasn't even brought you to the old residence for us to meet. She glanced around at the other women. By the way, I suppose you haven't met the sisters and sisters-in-law at the old residence yet. Jiang Shui stood up, pulling Song Liuhua with her, and addressed everyone. This is our fourth brother's wife. Sister-in-law is new here. I hope everyone will take good care of her. The ladies noted her opulent attire, silently assessing Feng Ci's worth. It appeared that the fourth son of the Feng family, who had been separated, was living quite well. Feng Zhu, too, noticed the string of pink spirit clam pearls adorning Song Liuhua, her eyes turning red with envy. Spirit clam pearls were rare, and pink ones even more so. Has my fourth brother gone mad? How can a woman of lowly birth be worthy of such fine things? As she thought this, her words dripped with sarcasm. Fourth brother is truly good to fourth sister-in-law. Such precious pink spirit clam pearls, and she possesses an entire set of adornments. Meanwhile, my own sister, on the brink of marriage, cannot even afford a simple bracelet. Fourth sister-in-law, may I borrow a glance at your bracelet? You won't be getting it back. Feng Zhu's true nature was evident, and the other women, including Jiang Shui, who had suffered at her hands before, wore expressions of amusement. From the moment Jiang Shui, the false sister-in-law, appeared, followed by Feng Zhu and the other ladies of the Feng family, Song Liuhua recognized that none of them were to be underestimated. Feng Zhu, with her shallow intentions, was the first to strike, and Song Liuhua, unperturbed, lightly caressed her own string of pink spirit clam pearls with a smile, saying, of course. Just as Feng Zhu beamed with pride, cursing Song Liuhua for being a fool in her heart, and extended her hand to receive the pearls. She heard Song Liuhua declare, that is not permissible. Feng Zhu's smile froze, incredulity flooding her face. You refuse? Song Liuhua nodded with a smile. Indeed. These were gifted to me by your fourth brother. I swear I cannot allow anyone else to touch them, not even you, fourth sister. For how could I betray your fourth brother's heartfelt intentions? Suppressing the bitter taste of her own words, Song Liuhua secretly shivered at the goosebumps that rose on her arm. Realizing she had been outsmarted by this rural, so-called fourth sister-in-law, Feng Zhu shot her a fierce glare. Very well. It seems fourth sister-in-law and fourth brother share a strong bond. I am quite envious. Fourth brother must cherish fourth sister-in-law dearly. I trust mother will also take a liking to you. As a sister, I will certainly speak well of you in front of her. She was determined to obtain what she desired, be it the pink spirit clam pearls or the Dingyan pearl. The onlookers could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Song Liuhua. The matriarch is notoriously difficult to please, particularly favoring the young maiden Feng Zhu. And she often makes life arduous for Jiang Shui, the lady of the lesser clan. As for the other daughters-in-law, their plight is even more pronounced. The second son, Feng Ting, and his wife, Yi Feilwan, exchanged knowing glances with the third son, Feng Rui, and his wife, Lu Qinyuan, their lips curling into smiles that hinted at the amusement to come. Song Liuhua gazed earnestly at Feng Zhu and remarked, that is truly splendid. I must express my gratitude to fifth sister in advance. This heartfelt expression of thanks only served to further infuriate Feng Zhu. Chapter 33. Attitude at this moment. Jiang Shui stepped forward to mediate, reassuring the fourth sister-in-law not to be afraid, as their mother was quite amiable. Once you meet her tomorrow alongside me, you will understand. Naturally, Song Liuhua agreed. Then, two women rose. Lady Yi Feilwan, the wife of the second son, and Lady Lu Chenxi, the wife of the third son. Yi Failwan raised a cup and said, "Fourth sister-in-law, I am your second sister-in-law, and this is your third sister-in-law beside me. We toast to you, as we will all be sisters from now on." Song Liuhua lifted her cup, smiling as she greeted, "Second sister-in-law, third sister-in-law," before downing the drink in one go. "I shall drink first in respect, and I look forward to your guidance." Yi Failwan and Lu Qinxi were taken aback by her boldness. Momentarily stiffening before they swallowed their drinks, their faces flushed from the heat. The two women felt entirely subdued. Feng Zhu, nestled beside a cousin, whispered, "My fourth sister-in-law surely lives up to her humble origins. Her mannerisms are quite uncouth." The cousin chuckled in agreement, prompting Feng Zhu to smile broadly as she glanced disdainfully at Song Liuhua. Song Liuhua rolled her eyes, unimpressed by Feng Zhu's bravado. As the lady of the young clan leader, Jiang Shui adeptly navigated the banquet, even engaging the newly arrived sister-in-law, Song Liuhua, in various conversations. While savoring pastries and tea, Song Liuhua listened casually as the women shared amusing anecdotes ranging from alchemy and weapon forging to flaunting their husbands, and even gossip about clothing and neighborhood affairs. There was hardly a secret among this circle of women. Feng Zhu, ever the brash one, exclaimed, "Fourth sister-in-law, have you met the bride of brotherly heir? Sister Qin Rue mentioned she has ties to our Feng family. She is incredibly beautiful and a third-tier alchemist. Brotherly is indeed blessed to have her. It's a pity for us." The room fell silent as all eyes turned to Song Liuhua. Her lips twitched. This was not merely a sister-in-law, but someone she could consider a rival. The fallout from Qin Rue and Feng Xi's past was still fresh, and it was evident Qin Rue was at fault. Feng Xi's invitation to the wedding was a means to move past that incident. Yet Feng Zhu foolishly resurrected it in such a setting. Was this not an act of provocation? Before considering whether Feng Xi would be affronted, the Feng, Qin, and Li families were already at odds. Jiang Shui's face darkened first. "Fifth sister, today is your sister Qin Rue's special day. Both the fourth brother and fourth sister-in-law are here in harmony. Why bring up the past? Sit well, and after the feast, we shall take your fourth sister-in-law to tour the main residence. It is her first visit, and we ought to extend our hospitality." Realizing her earlier words were inappropriate, Feng Zhu fell silent, huffing as she sat down. The table was adorned with pastries and tea, and as Song Liuhua took a sip, someone suggested, "Shall we go see the bride?" "Certainly." Many women from neighboring tables shared the same inclination, rising and chattering excitedly as they headed towards the garden exit. Jiang Shui beckoned to Song Liuhua. "Let us go take a look." Song Liuhua glanced towards Feng Xi, who was seated several tables away, alongside Feng Jing and other members of the Feng family, engaged in casual conversation. Feng Xi caught sight of their table, revealing a puzzled expression as he observed them preparing to leave. Song Liuhua gestured silently towards the direction they intended to go, indicating they were headed to see the bride. Feng Xi nodded in acknowledgement, and she followed suit. The women, like a vibrant flower, filled the air with lively chatter, adding to the festive atmosphere of the celebration. The wives and daughters from other families, having learned of Song Liuhua from the Feng family, cast curious glances her way. Song Liuhua was aware of the human tendency to revel in spectacle and paid it no mind, understanding that their discussions would bear no consequence. After all, the tides of fortune are ever shifting. Who could say who would ultimately laugh last? The Li family, as one of the 10 prominent families of the South, boasted a pathway lined with flourishing greenery and blossoms, and Song Liuhua could sense that many of these plants were spiritual in nature, some of which she did not recognize. Amongst the flora, she spotted a striking red spiritual plant resembling the Lycoris radiata. She pondered its potential uses, her curiosity piqued. Feng Zhu, walking behind with Yun Tang, the third miss of the Yun family, disdainfully remarked, "What a bumpkin. She doesn't even recognize the Huangquan flower." Song Liuhua turned to glance at them, while Feng Zhu nonchalantly shot her a defiant look. Yun Tang, embarrassed, smiled shyly, and explained, "Sister Feng, the Huangquan flower is a third-tier spiritual plant, useful for concocting the third-tier Yushu pill, effective for both internal and external injuries." The term sister made her sound like an elder relative, causing Song Liuhua to twitch her lips. Just as she was about to respond, Feng Zhu interrupted, "Yun Tang, why explain so much to her? With her talent, she'll struggle to brew even the simplest hemostatic powder, let alone the Yushu pill." Uncle Li truly has a flair for the dramatic, displaying third-tier spiritual plants as mere decor. Those from humble backgrounds may be tempted to take them, she added, casting a pointed look at Song Liuhua. Feeling Fengzhu's comments were increasingly outrageous, Song Liuhua decided not to indulge her further. Fifth sister, today's gathering includes distinguished families. A mere third-tier spiritual plant hardly warrants theft. You are not a child anymore. You ought to think before you speak, rather than spouting nonsensical remarks that only serve to irritate. Fengzhu's eyes bulged, resembling an inflated toad, as she seethed. Jiang Shui timely intervened to ease the tension. All right, fourth sister-in-law. Fifth sister is still quite young and naive. Do not take offense. And you, fifth sister, she added, glancing at Fengzhu, your fourth sister-in-law speaks candidly. It is not meant to scold you, so do not take it to heart. With a subtle wink and a slight movement of her lips, she silently mouthed Ding Yin Pearl, prompting Fengzhu to huff loudly and pull Yuntang ahead. Having had her fill of Fengzhu's inexplicable antics, Song Liuhua paid her no mind as they continued to navigate through the crowd, finally arriving at a festively adorned courtyard. The group squeezed into the main room, where a beautifully dressed bride sat gracefully upon an antique wedding bed, her face veiled. The guests began exchanging jubilant words, and Yunzhu squeezed her way to the front, calling out, Sister Qin Rui. In contrast to Song Liuhua, whom she deemed a useless fourth sister-in-law, she held a fondness for Qin Rui, the 10th miss of the Qin family. Just as she was about to say more, Jiang Shui pulled her away. Yi Feiluan and Lu Chenxi, wary of Fengzhu's potential to utter something inappropriate, hurriedly interjected with festive remarks, guiding her away. Song Liuhua cast a glance at Qin Rui before following the crowd back to the banquet table, where no amusing spectacle awaited them. Chapter 34. The banquet. Upon returning to the banquet, Song Liuhua and her companions sat for a brief moment before the feast commenced. As one of the 10 prominent families in the South, the Li family spared no expense for the wedding banquet of their second son. The menu was exquisite, featuring Tier 1 blue crabs, Tier 1 black rock pigs, green shrimp, Tier 2 silver-striped venison, Tier 1 blue light fish, Tier 1 wild amaranth, Tier 2 green vegetables, and a harmonious blend of meat and vegetables that looked appetizing. Although Song Liuhua's table consisted solely of the direct descendants of the Feng family, such delicacies were not something they could indulge in every day. A month had passed, and now it was the warm season of April. Half of the warm season had gone by, leading into the flood season. After 8 months of floods, the cold season would follow. Each family was diligently storing provisions, for failing to gather enough food for winter could easily lead to fatalities during the lean months. Before the dishes had all been served, they were swiftly snatched away by numerous pairs of chopsticks. Although it was not as terrifying as the feasts in her previous life in her grandmother's village, it was nearly akin. Even the dignified noblewoman Jiang Shui set aside her status as the young matriarch and busily scavenged food from her bowl, leaving Song Liuhua momentarily taken aback. It appeared that the nobility of the 10th Wind continent were rather down to earth. Song Liuhua usually ate at a leisurely pace, and her appetite was slightly smaller than that of the other women. She had no intention of piling her bowl high with food and instead aimed for a piece of crab meat. Just as her chopsticks reached the edge of the plate, a hand swiftly lifted the remaining crab meat and deposited it into her own bowl. Blinking in surprise at Fengzhu's triumphant gaze, Song Liuhua silently turned to grab some greens. From that moment on, the image of noble women in her eyes shattered into fragments, unable to be pieced back together. After the meal, the maids and servants cleared away the empty plates and brought forth desserts and tea. The ladies resumed their refined demeanor. Song Liuhua blinked, cradling her teacup and sipping tea while listening to a group of women gossiping. In this place devoid of entertainment, the speed at which these women spread gossip was impressive. On the day I returned to my family, guess whom I encountered? Whispered Ruan Xiu'er, the wife of Feng Xi's 6th cousin. Jiang Shui chuckled. Naturally, it was your family. Who else could it be? Ruan Xiu'er shook her head, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. No, guess again. Could it be the 6th brother? Yi Feiluan interjected. Did he sneak off to your family before you? Ruan Xiu'er still shook her head. Lu Chenxi, sitting beside Ruan Xiu'er, refilled her teacup. 6th sister-in-law. How are we to guess? Just tell us. Fengzhu chimed in. Yes, 6th sister-in-law. Stop keeping us in suspense. Who did you see? Song Liuhua's gaze was also fixed on Ruan Xiu'er, eager to discover whom she had encountered. Drawing everyone's attention, Ruan Xiu'er smiled and surveyed the crowd, and Song Liuhua felt as though Ruan Xiu'er's gaze lingered on her for a moment. Bewildered, Song Liuhua pondered the connection. The original owner had never visited Ponzu City and had no relatives there. As she remained confounded, Wan Xiu'er finally spoke. On that day, as I arrived at the treasure pavilion, I saw the eldest son of a farming family walking closely with a woman, buying her jewelry. How affectionate are cousin Nong Shi and his wife, Jiang Shui remarked, taking a sip of tea. Feng Zhu exclaimed, that woman could not possibly be the eldest daughter-in-law. Otherwise, sixth sister-in-law would surely recognize her. Wan Xiu'er shot a clever glance, and Feng Zhu proudly declared, I knew it. It must be some vixen. Sixth sister-in-law, do tell us. Who is that vixen? Wan Xiu'er cleared her throat, looking at Song Liuhua. This woman, fourth sister-in-law, you should recognize her. Yi Feilwan covered her mouth, incredulous. How could fourth sister-in-law know such a person? Feng Zhu scoffed, second sister-in-law. You know full well that our fourth sister-in-law comes from humble beginnings. Who knows what sort of unsavory character she associates with? Jiang Shui, intrigued, asked Song Liuhua, fourth sister-in-law, who is this person? As the legitimate wife, it is most pitiful to encounter a husband with a mistress. You should advise that woman to sever ties with cousin Nong Shi, otherwise, how miserable will the eldest daughter-in-law be? Song Liuhua looked utterly perplexed. Advise whom? In this world, the original owner had no friends, and since her arrival, she had only developed one friendship with Taiya, who lived down the street. Taiya's robust stature hardly qualified her as a mistress. If anything, a pretty boy would be more fitting. Noticing that everyone was becoming increasingly off track, Wan Xiu'er quickly clarified, that person does have some relation to fourth sister-in-law, but not in the way you think. This woman is the wife of fourth sister-in-law's former fiancé, named Wang. Wang Yui, yes. I later inquired and discovered that this woman had long been involved with cousin Nong Shi and somehow ended up entangled with fourth sister-in-law's former fiancé. As Wan Xiu'er spoke, she cast a sympathetic glance at Song Liuhua. Upon hearing this, Feng Zhu realized she had misunderstood Song Liuhua and shot Wan Xiu'er an annoyed look. Sixth sister-in-law, why must you make it so complicated? Wan Xiu'er chuckled, choosing not to engage with the willful cousin to avoid conflict with her husband. Jiang Shui's expression stiffened as she quickly donned an apologetic face, addressing Song Liuhua. Fourth sister-in-law, I apologize. It was my fault for jumping to conclusions without hearing the full story. Please forgive me this once. Song Liuhua, absorbing this somewhat shocking piece of gossip, felt her head buzzing. She had not expected Xia Huaixing to be so audacious as to weave such a green hat for himself. As for Jiang Shui's apology, Song Liuhua chose to forgive her. However, she would not hesitate to retaliate should the opportunity arise in the future. She waved her hand dismissively. Eldest sister-in-law, I understand your intentions. There is no need for apologies. The group of women continued to chatter, discussing various matters, and after much anticipation, the wedding banquet finally concluded. Feng Xi and Feng Jing approached one after the other, with Feng Xi maintaining his smile, while Song Liuhua perceptibly noted the dark undertones in his gaze. She stood up and walked beside Feng Xi, who glanced down at her and said with a smile, Come, I shall take you to meet father and mother. Feng Jing, observing the couple ahead, scoffed quietly. Feng Xi, this rascal, had merely tested the waters and was already displeased. He would soon unveil even more discontent. He planned to inform their parents about the matter of Ding Yanju. At that moment, Jiang Shui and Feng Zhu recalled the situation surrounding Ding Yanju and walked beside Feng Jing, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Feng Ting and Feng Rui, noticing the peculiar atmosphere from the earlier banquet between Feng Jing and Feng Xi, discreetly followed behind their respective wives, exchanging glances of speculation. Among the brothers, Feng Xi had once been the most talented, and thus they had been particularly close to this fourth brother. Yet now that he had become incapacitated, the position of young patriarch had shifted to Feng Jing, and naturally, they regarded Feng Jing with greater esteem. Chapter 35 The Feng Family Residence. Much like the Li family's estate, embodies a classic design, featuring a winding corridor. It had been half a year since Feng Xi had been separated from the family, and returning once more evoked a myriad of emotions. The family patriarch, Feng Yu, and matriarch, Nong Liuhua, both well past 60, appeared to be in their 30s. Feng Xi, accompanied by Song Liuhua, paid his respects to them, stating, Father, Mother, I am here with my wife to greet you. Feng Yu responded with a mild acknowledgement, while Nong Liuhua smiled softly. Rise, we are family, there is no need for such formalities. Xi, how have you been during this time? Feng Xi replied with a smile, I am well, and how are you, father and mother? We are doing well. Nong Liuhua nodded slightly, then turned her gaze to Song Liuhua, remarking, You finally brought your wife back for a visit. She is quite fitting beside you. Song Liuhua sensed the nonchalance in her tone, akin to speaking of an inconsequential pet, and inwardly rolled her eyes, understanding why Feng Xiai rarely spoke of the main residence. It was rather pitiful how detached familial affection seemed. Feng Xiai offered a faint smile, choosing to remain silent. Since his separation, his parents' attitude toward him had completely altered, and he had long since ceased to be affected by it. His gaze swept over Feng Jing and Feng Zhu, noticing their eager anticipation and the fleeting mockery in their eyes. Indeed, before Liuhua could finish her thoughts, Feng Zhu, impatient with the slow discourse, interjected loudly, "Father, mother, you may not be aware, but fourth brother has acquired a beauty-enhancing pearl and has betrayed us by giving it to the Yun family." What? Seated at the head, Feng Yu could no longer contain himself, his sharp eyes fixed on Feng Xiai. "Fourth, is what your fifth sister said true?" "It is true. This matter is also known to elder brother." Feng Zhu tugged at Feng Jing. Feng Jing echoed the condemnation, "Fourth brother, as a member of the Feng family. How could you bestow such a precious item upon outsiders?" Yi Feilwan and Lu Qinxi observed Feng Zhu and Feng Jing's fervent expressions, startled, while casting glances at the composed Feng Xiai and his wife, contemplating how deeply the couple concealed their true intentions. Feng Ting and Feng Rue exchanged disapproving glances at Feng Xiai, with Feng Rue stating, "Elder brother is correct. Fourth brother, it is indeed foolish to offer such a treasure to the Yun family. Even though you have separated from the family, it is still unwise to engage in such self-destructive actions. If you have grievances with the family, speak openly. We are still family, and we would not allow you to suffer." Feng Jing, pleased with the support of the second and third brothers, instructed Feng Xiai, "You must retrieve that beauty-enhancing pearl." "Yes, it must be returned." Liuhua, surprised by the revelation, could no longer maintain her aloof demeanor, her eyes ablaze with intensity as she looked at Feng Xiai. "Fourth, as long as you bring back the pearl, your father and I shall not hold it against you." Feng Yu issued a direct command. "Fourth, follow your elder brother's suggestion." He added, "Whatever compensation the Yun family demands, the clan will cover half." Song Liuhua had never encountered such brazen individuals. As far as she knew, Feng Xiai had signed a contract upon his separation, committing to provide for the family for a century, and all remaining resources were to be at his discretion. Moreover, the offerings had already been deducted when he separated. Feng Xiai had anticipated their intentions regarding the beauty-enhancing pearl when Feng Jing first prodded him. Aside from initial anger, he felt little emotion now. His visit to the main residence was twofold: to introduce his wife to his parents and to clarify this matter to prevent similar occurrences in the future, as the family might assume they could manipulate him. Despite his separation, the patriarch must still adhere to established protocols. He spoke calmly. "The Yun family has already forged a new flying vessel for me. The beauty-enhancing pearl serves as a bargaining chip in our transaction. Thus there is no reason for its retrieval. Furthermore, the family has its rules, and I am bound by the contract I signed. This year's offerings have been settled, and I have every right to utilize the pearl as I see fit." His gaze met Feng Yu's. "I have been separated from the family, bearing the responsibility of our century-long offerings and the livelihoods of over 100 households. The cost of forging a new vessel is substantial, and I am too ashamed to burden my parents. Hence I had to part with the pearl." He scanned Feng Yu and Liuhua, smiling gently. "As a son now deemed a waste, I trust my parents can comprehend my predicament." "Very well. You have separated, and the family cannot dictate your actions any longer. Do as you wish." Feng Yu's expression darkened as he stormed away. Liuhua reproached, "How can you say such things? Look at how upset your father is. If you retrieve that pearl, I will plead with him on your behalf to ease his anger." Feng Xiai fixed his gaze on Liuhua, suddenly smiling. "Mother, the pearl cannot be retrieved. Consider this matter as if it were never mentioned. There are many affairs to attend to at home. We shall take our leave now." With that, Feng Xiai took Song Liuhua and departed. Liuhua slammed her palm on the table. "Fourth, you are leaving just like that? From now on, your father and I will no longer concern ourselves with you." Feng Xiai paused momentarily. Feng Jing, Jiang Shui, and others urged, "Fourth brother, why must you defy our parents' wishes? If you retrieve the pearl, they will forgive you. There is no need. A promise made cannot be broken." With that, he resolutely led Song Liuhua out of the Feng family estate. Dissatisfied murmurs followed from behind. Song Liuhua looked at Feng Xiai with concern, receiving a reassuring smile in return. "Do not worry about me." Among numerous siblings, The affection of their parents was already sparse for him. Previously, his high aptitude and advanced rank as a spirit master had garnered their favor, but now, upon leaving the Feng family residence, Feng Ci proceeded directly to the Yun family. After retrieving the newly forged flying vessel, the couple returned to Yanqing City. The next hunting expedition was imminent. Feng Ci spent his time either training at the martial arts arena or attending to family matters in the study. The shortage of medicinal pills was particularly troubling for him. While he could purchase a few from others occasionally, it was becoming increasingly impractical. It was imperative to have a dedicated alchemist. The current resources provided by Feng Li and Feng Su were far from sufficient. Feng Shan, how goes the recruitment of alchemists? He inquired while managing affairs in the study. Feng Shan's expression turned grim. Only one second-tier alchemist has responded to our recruitment notice. Not a single third-tier alchemist has shown interest. A second-tier alchemist can produce a maximum of 10 spirit recovery pills in a day, while a third-tier alchemist can manage at least 40. Alchemists were already scarce, and those above second tier generally served the 10 great families. Naturally, they preferred to align with the main branches rather than a separated branch like Feng Ci's. After all, the resources provided by the main branch far surpassed those of a minor offshoot. Understanding the situation, Feng Ci waved his hand dismissively. I see. Continue the recruitment. With only 3 days remaining until the hunting day, Feng Shan had been busy with recruitment, yet had not forgotten to oversee Feng Li and Feng Su in producing spirit recovery pills. Excluding the newly recruited second-tier alchemist, they had managed to create less than 200 pills, which was woefully inadequate for a 100-person team. Feng Shan was frantic, his lips chapped from worry. Feng Ci had already made plans. Qin Yi, Jiang Wenxiu, and Liu Yuan had agreed to provide him with 150 spirit recovery pills each, along with the additional 1,000 he managed to procure through private channels. This would barely sustain the upcoming joint hunting expedition. The importance of spirit recovery pills was paramount, and securing a third-tier alchemist was urgent. With just 1 day left before the hunt, on this day, Song Liuhua was watering the vegetables she had planted. In just a few days, the mysterious seed had grown nearly half a meter tall. Its purple stalk was adorned with palm-sized, feathery leaves, and at the top bloomed delicate purple flowers. Song Liuhua was unfamiliar with this plant and called for Yang Momo, who also could not identify it. Song Liuhua then used her spiritual energy to hasten the growth of one of the plants. In an instant, the purple flowers blossomed, withered, and yielded deep purple fruits the size of a thumb. Observing the small purple fruits that resembled tomatoes, Song Liuhua fell into contemplation. Could this be a mutated descendant of a tomato? Just then, Yang Momo approached and announced, Madam, your friend, Miss Gong, has arrived. Miss Gong? Which Miss Gong? After a moment of realization, Song Liuhua understood that her good friend, Taiya, had come. It is Taiya. Momo, please invite her in. After giving her instructions, Song Liuhua hurried to wash her hands. When she emerged, Taiya had already followed Yang Momo into the courtyard. She gazed at the spacious yard and remarked enviously, Liuhua, your home is truly grand. Not too bad, Song Liuhua replied, recalling the estates of the 10 great families, which made her own courtyard seem modest in comparison. Nevertheless, it was significantly larger than those of ordinary folk. Yang Momo served tea and snacks, and Song Liuhua urged Taiya to sit down. Do try this. It is a delicacy made with second-grade spiritual green apricot fruits, crafted by Yang Momo. The freshly baked green apricot cake, steaming hot, was cut into thumb-sized squares. Its pale green hue arranged beautifully in the orchard, a sight to behold. Taiya picked up a piece and popped it into her mouth. The sweet and tangy cake melted away, filling her mouth with a refreshing aroma of the spiritual fruit. Delicious, Taiya exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Song Liuhua pushed a cup of tea toward her. If you find it tasty, do indulge. By the way, how did your recent matchmaking go? Last time, during the hunting expedition at Shiha Ridge, you didn't attend because you went to Taizu City for a match. I wonder how that turned out. Upon mentioning this, Taiya blushed, a faint flush appearing on her dark cheeks. She shyly bit into another piece of cake and mumbled it. It went well. When is the wedding? After marriage, will you not move to Taizu City? The thought of her only friend in the Ten-Wind continent marrying far away made Song Liuhua feel a pang of reluctance. I have already made a marriage contract with my cousin, and I will be leaving in a few days. As she spoke of leaving, Taiya's expression turned somber. She had grown up alongside her cousin, who moved to Taizu City when she was 10. While she was delighted to marry him, it also meant leaving her home. Bidding farewell to her parents and friends, Song Liuhua retrieved a wooden box made of wild pear blossom wood from her storage bracelet and handed it to Taya. Since you are getting married, I have nothing else to gift you. Please accept this set of pink spiritual clam pearl jewelry as a wedding present. Taya opened the box to reveal a set of thumb-sized pink pearl jewelry, and she gasped, slamming the box shut. No, no. Liuhua, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. She pushed the box back toward Song Liuhua. The pink spiritual clam pearls were invaluable, known to slow the aging process. It was far too extravagant for her to accept. Song Liuhua, feeling helpless, pressed the box back into her hands. Why this formality? If it weren't for your care when I was injured, I might have perished alone in my room without anyone knowing. I have plenty of these. Take it. This is too. Taya attempted to refuse again, but Song Liuhua raised an eyebrow, indicating she would not take no for an answer. Very well, Gong Taya will forever remember your kindness. Song Liuhua smiled and nodded, satisfied. When she first traversed to this world, she had taken over the original host's battered body, covered in injuries from being gored by a black rock pig. It was difficult for her to even take a few steps. And had it not been for Taya passing by and caring for her during those crucial days, she might have crumbled under the pressure. The two friends shared gossip and amusing stories until Taya realized it was getting late and prepared to leave. Just before stepping out, she suddenly recalled something. I wonder if you are in need of an alchemist? A distant relative of my cousin is a third-grade alchemist. She lost her husband and is looking to relocate with her son. Song Liuhua was aware that Feng Ci had been recruiting alchemists recently. While they were in need, a third-grade alchemist was still a significant asset. However, she wondered if there might be complications with Taya's cousin's relative. No, no. Taya quickly interjected. I have met that aunt. She is quite straightforward, but her late husband left behind considerable debts for medical expenses. She hoped to advance 1,000,000 spiritual stones to settle her debts, but the 10 great families refused her request. I see, Song Liuhua remarked. I will inquire with Feng Ci and get back to you shortly. With that, she took out a communication stone. Meanwhile, Feng Ci was in the midst of a meeting. Feng Shan said, the spiritual swords and armors are ready, but we have only managed to gather 300 replenishing spiritual pills. Additionally, the second-grade alchemist we recruited recently has joined the Leaf family instead. Feng Shan was quite vexed by this turn of events. On the day the contract was to be signed, the alchemist had not appeared, and when they sent someone to retrieve him, they discovered he had run off to the Leaf family. Feng Ci was not overly concerned about a second-grade alchemist. He waved his hand, retrieving a jade box from his storage ring. Inside are 800 replenishing spiritual pills. Use these for the time being. I will think of another solution. Feng Ci was also at a loss. The upcoming joint hunting expedition would last at least a month, and 1,000 replenishing pills would surely be insufficient. It was urgent to recruit a third-grade alchemist. Just as Feng Shan was about to speak, Feng Ci's communication stone lit up with a unique 7-colored glow. It was Song Liuhua. Chapter 36 Feng Ci, do you want to become a third-grade alchemist? As Feng Ci picked up the communication stone, he heard his wife's melodious voice resonating from the other end. A third-grade alchemist? Yes, Feng Ci replied decisively. The other party requested a prepayment of 1,000,000 spirit stones. Do you still want it? Yes. Very well. Song Liuhua disconnected the communication stone and turned to Taya. We shall depart for Shiha Ridge for hunting tomorrow. Can your distant aunt come today? She can come. My cousin is here to pick me up, and he should not have left yet. I'll ask him to bring my aunt along. They should arrive by evening. Seeing the matter taking shape, Taya hurriedly agreed. All right. When your aunt arrives in the evening, bring her to my house. If there's south no place for her to stay, I will have young mama prepare a guest room for her. Okay, I will inform my cousin right away. Taya rushed back. Song Liuhua watched her dash away, calling after her, slow down. Understood. After sending Taya off, Song Liuhua resumed her study of the small purple fruit. She had only picked one from the plant she had just urged to bear fruit, with 10 still hanging on the tree. She harvested them all, breaking one open to reveal a multitude of white seeds nestled within the purple flesh. The purple juice trickled down her fingers, staining her delicate, fair palm. Bringing it to her nose, she found it devoid of any scent. Unsure if it was edible, she stored it away for the time being. In the evening, just as Song Liuhua and Feng Ci finished their meal, Taya arrived, accompanied by a woman who appeared to be around 23 or 24 years old. Her face weary and drawn. She had an ordinary appearance, slender and tall, clad in a plain, coarse dress. Her long, dark hair was neatly tied at the back of her head with a wooden hairpin, and her tranquil eyes held a palpable fatigue. "Liuhua, I have brought my aunt," Taiyu announced. In a world where the average lifespan was 300 years, Song Liuhua was not surprised that the 36-year-old woman looked barely in her 20s. She nodded and turned to Feng Xiai. Feng Xiai understood and inquired, "I hear you wish to withdraw 1,000,000 spirit stones in advance." "Indeed," the woman replied softly, her hands resting by her sides. Feng Xiai nodded, explaining that to withdraw such a sum in advance, a 10-year contract must be established. "Are you willing to proceed?" "I am willing." "Excellent. I shall have the contract prepared." Feng Xiai used the communication stone to notify Feng Shan to bring the contract and the 1,000,000 spirit stones. A moment later, Feng Shan hurriedly arrived with the items. Taiya's distant aunt, Su Yin, promptly signed the 10-year contract. Upon receiving the 1,000,000 spirit stone card, tears welled in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks as she repeatedly bowed to Song Liuhua and Feng Xiai, expressing her gratitude. She spoke of her love for her husband, how they had joined forces to create a mercenary team, and how during a hunting expedition, her husband had been gravely injured while protecting everyone. Instead of gratitude, those they considered family had shifted the blame onto him, seizing the resources meant for the couple and casting her out of the team. Su Yin had exhausted her savings and incurred a massive debt in her desperate attempt to save her husband, only to discover that the borrowing contract had been tampered with, escalating their original debt of 500,000 spirit stones to 1,000,000 in a mere 2 months. During this time, she had tried every conceivable method to repay the debt, leaving her utterly drained. Receiving the spirit stone card was her first breath of relief. Su Yin's affairs were handled swiftly. After signing the contract, she departed with Taiya. The guest room prepared by Yang Mama remained unutilized. As Taiya mentioned that Su Yin had a 7 or 8-year-old son and preferred to stay at their home temporarily until they returned from the hunt before finding a place to settle down. Song Liuhua expressed her understanding. The next morning, Feng Xiai, Jiang Wenxiu, Qin Yi, and Liu Yuan gathered their respective teams at the city outskirts. This hunting expedition was unprecedentedly lively. In addition to the inhabitants of Yanqing City, families and mercenary teams from other cities flocked to join. They brought along their women, the elderly, and countless children. Feng Xi's airship, having undergone a significant upgrade, was now more than twice its original size. The grand vessel rested upon level ground as the women and children of the Feng family boarded it, carrying baskets on their backs. The newly modified airship also featured a protective shield. With the infusion of spirit stones, they could activate it. The martial spirit masters no longer needed to stand guard against the encroaching beasts, but could leisurely chat on the ship's deck. Song Liuhua mused. The use of the facial enhancement pearl was indeed worth it. In her eyes, this counterfeit pearl was nearly as good as found treasure, having upgraded their indispensable equipment, making it an exceedingly profitable exchange. With the experience from their first journey, Song Liuhua settled into the airship and began to catch up on sleep, urging Feng Xiai to join her. When she awoke again, Feng Xiai was no longer by her side. Stepping onto the deck, she realized the airship had landed on a new expanse of flat ground. Their airship was stationed not far from those of Qin Yi, Jiang Wenxiu, and Liu Yuan. The martial spirit masters were busy constructing temporary shelters, bustling with activity. Women and children wandered nearby, searching for wild vegetables. From the deck, Song Liuhua observed the throngs of people around her. Just as she was about to disembark, Feng Xiai appeared, carrying food. "It's noon. Let us eat before heading down," he said, firmly pulling Song Liuhua into the cabin. After upgrading the airship, Feng Xi's quarters had expanded considerably, now comprising a bedroom and a separate living area. The living space contained an octagonal table, several round stools, a couch against the northern window, and a Huang pearwood writing desk with a master's chair to the south. After sharing a meal with Feng Xiai, Song Liuhua descended from the airship. Feng Xiai, alongside some martial spirit masters and the spiritual practitioners from the Jiang, Liu, and Qin families, set out for the hunt, leaving others to continue erecting temporary shelters. The first to be constructed was the alchemy chamber. Upon Song Liuhua's arrival, Su Yin, Feng Li, Feng Su, and Zhao Qiyun, Feng Shan's wife, had already finished their meal and commenced alchemy. Feng Rou and Feng Lu were also igniting the alchemical cauldrons, preparing for crafting. However, Feng Xian was nowhere to be found. Song Liuhua raised an eyebrow. She had seen Feng Xian on the airship earlier, so she must have arrived. As for her current absence, it was likely due to some pressing matter. Song Liuhua paid it little mind, recognizing that as long as it did not disrupt the team's operations, Some leisurely indulgence was permissible. However, if one desired a larger share of resources, they must labor more. It had been quite some time since Song Liuhua had practiced alchemy. Contemplating this, she took out her alchemical cauldron, found a suitable spot, and began her work. After 3 consecutive failed attempts, the Feng family girls had grown accustomed to it, while Su Yin, after an initial moment of surprise, remained composed throughout. Song Liuhua herself was unfazed. For her, success was merely a chance occurrence, while failure was the norm. After yet another failed attempt, Song Liuhua grew weary and shifted her focus to crafting. Following 3 explosive failures, night descended. On the first night of hunting, after a day of hard work, Feng Xi gently rubbed her smooth, delicate shoulder with his fingers and inquired, "The women from the Qin, Jiang, and Lu families will be foraging tomorrow. Do you wish to join?" "I do not," Song Liuhua firmly rejected. She had no intention of digging for wild vegetables. The next day dawned bright and clear. After 2 rounds of refining black ash, Song Liuhua lost her patience. With basket and shovel in hand, she trailed behind the others. In the warm season of growth, her shoes crunched against the wild grass underfoot. The women hurried to find good finds. Where Song Liuhua passed, the earth was already pockmarked with holes, revealing patches of black soil resembling a balding head. On this sunny day, Song Liuhua leisurely chose a direction and ambled forward. Traversing through the towering forest, she arrived at a valley that had long been frequented by others, evidenced by a multitude of footprints and patches of barren earth. The keen eyesight of women had already been honed. Whenever they passed through, not a single wild vegetable or herbal remedy would remain, unless it was too old to be of any use. Song Liuhua had no expectations of finding anything here. Crouching down, she randomly used her spade to sever several unknown wild grasses. This pastime resembled wielding a stick and indiscriminately hacking at a patch of weeds, both a source of relief and joy. The wild vegetables, which she had cut into disarray, bore oval leaves and thick roots, growing in large clusters that appeared rather aged and inedible. As she surveyed the valley, it was evident that this area was predominantly filled with such weeds. Song Liuhua paid them no mind. If they were truly wild vegetables, she would have refrained from digging. There were 2 things in life one ought not to do: forage for wild vegetables and eat plain porridge, unless her mind were to falter. As Song Liuhua continued her labor, several women approached, thinking she had discovered something valuable. Upon realizing her actions were merely aimless, they expressed their disdain and moved on with their baskets in another direction. Song Liuhua overheard a woman remarking about the young wife's foolishness, to which a companion agreed, suggesting that such a lifestyle would inevitably lead to her husband's abandonment. Even if her mother-in-law did not intervene, Song Liuhua rolled her eyes, questioning why they could not find a more distant spot for their gossip. What was she to do now? Was she to call them back and engage in a quarrel? Feeling fatigued, Song Liuhua sat down to rest. After sending away several groups of women and children, she finally found herself free from prying eyes. Presumably, news had spread in the foraging circle about the woman with a peculiar mindset, digging in the earth. With a glimmer of hope, she noticed that no one was watching her anymore. It was time to get to work. Song Liuhua lifted her spade and resumed her digging. In fact, upon her 3rd stroke, she discovered something unusual about the soil. This was no mere weed. Upon parting the roots, she uncovered what appeared to be a wild fruit akin to peanuts. In terms of appearance, it resembled peanuts, yet it was 3 times their size. For simplicity's sake, she decided to call it a peanut. Most importantly, it turned out to be a 2nd-tier spiritual plant. As she unearthed a peanut plant, she found numerous plump peanuts densely packed beneath the surface. After digging for a quarter of an hour, she finally extracted all the fruits of this one plant. Estimating her haul to weigh around 4 or 5 kilograms, which felt somewhat exaggerated yet was undeniably real. Counting the peanuts, she promptly resolved to seek external assistance. When Feng Xi's communication stone responded, he was engaged in a joint assault with Qin Yi, Jiang Wenxiu, and Lu Yuan against a 4th-tier silver-striped deer. He wielded his spiritual sword, delivering a swift strike to the deer's neck before quickly sidestepping and activating the communication stone. Send a few people to assist in foraging for wild vegetables, he instructed. Upon hearing the location, Feng Xi immediately arranged for Feng Fengyu to take 2 first-tier martial spirits to the site. Feng Yu appeared bewildered when pulled from the hunting grounds, but upon learning they were to help gather wild vegetables, he begrudgingly hurried off. During this time, a group of children arrived, prompting Song Liuhua to sit squarely on the freshly unearthed peanut plant. As expected, The children took one look and fled. It wasn't until they spotted the familiar face of Fengyu that Song Liuhua finally exhaled in relief. When they approached, she nudged the peanut plant beneath her and said, "Dig it up." Fengyu immediately recognized that this was clearly not a wild vegetable, at best a weed, leaving him puzzled. Nevertheless, he was accustomed to following orders. If the lady commanded digging, then dig they would. The two first-tier martial spirits exchanged glances before kneeling to commence their work. It was only when the trio unearthed the shelled fruits that realization dawned upon them, and their actions became infused with joy. The strength of martial spirits surpassed that of auxiliary spirits by several fold, and together, the three worked vigorously, accomplishing the task much more efficiently than the older, weaker plants in the field. In no time, they had cleared an entire patch of land, yielding 5 baskets full of peanuts. Meanwhile, Feng Ci and his group finally subdued the 4th-tier silver-striped deer, tallying their spoils and preparing to return to their temporary camp for lunch. As the meal was served, Feng Ci waited for a while, but he noticed that neither Song Liuhua nor Fengyu had returned. Furrowing his brow, he retrieved the communication stone. Upon receiving Feng Ci's message, Song Liuhua glanced at the sun, realizing they had forgotten about mealtime. Gazing at the remaining acre of land, she felt reluctant to leave it untouched. Having already begun to excavate, the secret of this land could no longer be concealed, and they needed to hasten their efforts to fully harvest the remainder. Song Liuhua rubbed her aching back and instructed Feng Ci to summon more help. "Feng Shan, bring a few more people to assist the lady in foraging for wild vegetables." Upon hearing this, Feng Shan's eyes lit up. He called upon a dozen martial spirits and swiftly made his way to the valley. Upon seeing the newcomers, Song Liuhua felt a wave of relief wash over her. She dropped her spade and directed Feng Shan, "Do you see this? Dig it up, and dig it up well." Exhausted, she collapsed onto the ground to rest. Feng Shan observed the fruits in the baskets and waved his hand, summoning another group of strong men to begin their work. The advantage of their numbers quickly became apparent. With the efforts of the dozen men, they soon completed the remaining patch of land, collecting 6,000 pounds of shelled peanuts. Although Feng Shan and his companions were unaware of what this food was, they were not foolish. Clearly, so many fruits were far more profitable than foraging for wild vegetables, especially since they had expended minimal effort. Just as Song Liuhua prepared to rise, she suddenly felt something moving on her head, sending a chill down her spine. Feng Shan and Fengyu rushed forward, alarmed by her terrified scream, only to discover a plump, jade-colored worm writhing in her hair. To their surprise, it was a land cicada. Chapter 37. Ground cicada, stop gawking. Quickly remove that thing from my sight. Song Liuhua glared at Feng Shan and his companion, feeling exasperated by their foolishness. Though she had yet to see it, she could sense it was something soft and squishy, which she abhorred. "Oh, very well." Feng Shan extended his finger, cautiously capturing the ground cicada and retrieving a small porcelain vial from his waist pouch to contain it. Only then did Song Liuhua behold its entirety. White, plump, with a myriad of red legs, its body writhing incessantly. A shiver of revulsion coursed through her. "Why would you want that?" she queried, perplexed by Feng Shan's actions. With a smile, Feng Shan replied, "My dear lady, this is a ground cicada, a second-tier exotic beast. When boiled with blood spirit mushrooms, it can mend the damage to one's spirit repository, an exceedingly precious ingredient." "Is that true?" Song Liuhua's lips twitched in disbelief. "Surely. It was just too repulsive." "Absolutely," Fengyu affirmed. "As martial spirit practitioners, we often sustain minor cracks in our spirit repositories from prolonged battles. While they can heal naturally over time, having a nourishing ingredient like ground cicada is the most beneficial. Regrettably, we only have one." As Song Liuhua gazed at the wriggling clump of earth beneath her feet and the ghastly white mass protruding from it, she instinctively leaped back, tears welling in her eyes as she pointed. "No need to lament. Look over there." Her family members shared her horror as they spotted a large mass of wriggling fleshworms, sending chills down their spines. "Oh no!" Feng Shan suddenly exclaimed upon seeing such a multitude of ground cicadas, his brain momentarily bypassing rational thought, echoing a phrase often uttered by his wife. "Brothers, this is a windfall. Quickly, capture the ground cicadas. Do not let them escape." Fengyu was the first to react, immediately squatting down and digging through the earth, seizing one after another. By the time others rushed over, Fengyu had already collected a good 30 ground cicadas single-handedly. A dozen burly men stood around, grinning foolishly at the dozens of wriggling creatures. Song Liuhua felt on the verge of tears. She sensed herself encircled by these loathsome beings. A glance in any direction revealed a mass of white, plump creatures entwined and writhing together. She felt a creeping sense of unease, as if the ground beneath her was no longer clean. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she felt the soil beneath her toes begin to move. A pale form emerging from the earth. Ah! Song Liuhua cried out in panic. Worms. They're everywhere. Feng Shan and Feng Yu's eyes widened in excitement. Where are the ground cicadas? In a frenzy, Song Liuhua pointed in every direction, and soon, the others discovered countless ground cicadas, abandoning their laughter to join the chaotic pursuit of capturing them. Song Liuhua extended her arms in frustration. What about me? Am I to be ignored? With a resentful glare at the group, she drew her flying sword, levitating it in the air. From this vantage point, the sight became even more terrifying, as clusters of squishy worms emerged from the overturned peanut field, causing her stomach to churn. She retrieved a communication stone and messaged Feng Xiai. Feng Xiai, come fetch me. Please hurry. At that moment, Feng Xiai was preparing to head to the hunting grounds with Qin Yi when he received Song Liuhua's message midway. Hearing the tremor in her voice, he urgently inquired, My dear, what is the matter? Song Liuhua shook her head. I am fine, but there are so many worms here, and I am a bit frightened. Growing up in a village, she had been bullied by unruly children who would throw worms at her, which instilled a lasting fear of them. Upon realizing her fear was of worms, Feng Xiai breathed a sigh of relief, though his expression turned cold. What is Feng Shan preparing to cook? Detecting the anger in his voice, Song Liuhua quickly explained, I asked them to gather ground cicadas. Do not blame him. Despite her aversion to the creatures, she could see the fervor with which Feng Shan and the others pursued the ground cicadas, understanding their significance. She did not wish to disrupt their quest for such valuable ingredients due to her personal discomfort. Having spent time together, Song Liuhua recognized the loyalty of these clansmen to Feng Xiai and did not want to let a trivial matter complicate their camaraderie. Feng Xiai offered no further remarks, simply reassuring her, Do not be afraid. I will be there shortly. Chapter 38. Gossip and Feng Xiai. Song Liuhua found solace as she clung to Feng Xiai. Do not be afraid, he reassured her, gently patting her shoulder while casting a glance over the cicadas. The pallor of her face prompted him to hold her even tighter. I shall take you back to rest, shall I? All right. The mere thought of those wriggling worms made Song Liuhua feel queasy. Upon returning to the encampment, Feng Qi served lunch, and after ensuring that Song Liuhua had eaten and retired to bed, he returned to the hunting grounds. Upon awakening, the sky was adorned with a breathtaking display of red as the sun set, painting a beautiful picture of dusk. Women and children sat on small stools, meticulously cleaning the roots of wild vegetables, binding them into neat bundles with grass ropes, and arranging them orderly in baskets. They did not partake in the tribe's distribution of resources. Whatever wild vegetables they collected were for their own households. Meanwhile, the martial spirit masters busied themselves with the butchering of strange beasts, but Song Liuhua did not see Feng Xiai. However, Feng Shan appeared to be in high spirits. How many meatworms did you catch? Song Liuhua inquired, her curiosity piqued. Feng Shan flashed a broad grin, extending his palm. 5,000. 5,000. She exclaimed in disbelief. In less than 2 mu of land, you caught 5,000? Surely, you must have stripped the ground bare. Song Liuhua twitched her lips. Not quite stripped. Merely turned the soil 3 times, Feng Shan boasted, assuring her that not a single ground cicada had escaped their grasp. Isn't that akin to stripping the ground? Song Liuhua retorted, her expression skeptical. Just as she was about to depart, Feng Shan called her back, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor. Madam, today I became so engrossed in catching ground cicadas that I neglected your safety. I beg your pardon. This unexpected display of politeness caught Song Liuhua off guard. What has come over you? She wondered, perplexed by his sudden formality. Feng Shan's expression fell. I startled you today, and the young master has punished me. Very well. The matter is resolved. Song Liuhua waved her hand dismissively. Since he has punished you, let it be forgotten. Ground cicadas are indeed precious, and your dedication to the team is commendable. As for my fear of the meat worms, it is of little consequence. Her intention was not to impose a punishment, but since Feng Xiai had already made a decision, she felt it inappropriate to say more. Next time, she would ensure he received a more generous share of any good finds. Feng Shan bowed once more, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, madam. Enough, I am not angry. You may return to your duties. He left, elated. Since encountering the meat worms yesterday, Song Liuhua had been plagued by dreams of them. For the past 2 days, she lacked the inclination to step outside, opting instead to remain in the refining chamber of the encampment. She casually refined a few batches of waste ash while listening to a group of young girls chattering about gossip. Suddenly, with a puff, a cloud of black smoke erupted from Feng Li's refining cauldron. The attempt had failed, prompting Feng Li to swiftly clean out the remnants and begin anew. While refining medicine, she chattered on. Wang Xinya's brother-in-law, Xia Huixing's mercenary team has disbanded, and they have joined a farming family. Feng Yu remarked that Wang Xinya had received a spirit clam pearl and was flaunting it everywhere, behaving as if she were a young lady of high standing. Tsk. Feng Su interrupted, exchanging a knowing glance with Feng Yu. Everyone was aware that Xia Huixing was Madame's former fiancé. Feng Li's thoughtless mention of him was akin to slapping Madame in the face. Feng Rou and Feng Lu exchanged silent glances, choosing to feign ignorance. Their movements in the refining process becoming increasingly adept. Feng Li, lacking the ability to filter her words, dared to offend Madame directly, as if she were tired of living comfortably. Despite Madame's usual indifference, if genuinely angered, she could easily turn the tables on Feng Li, Feng Shan's wife, Zhao Qiyun. A second-tier alchemist, had recently recovered from an illness and joined them. Upon hearing Feng Li's discussion, she glanced at Song Liuhua, hesitating to speak. Feng Xian maintained her focus on refining, appearing oblivious to the conversation, though the slight upward curve of her lips betrayed her amusement. Su Yan, older than the others, was composed and preferred to adhere to the principle of listening more and speaking less. She silently continued her refining, not engaging in the gossip. The atmosphere turned suddenly quiet. Feng Li finally realized the impact of her words, the smile frozen on her face as she cautiously looked towards Song Liuhua. Surely, Madame had not paid attention to her remarks, had she? Feng Li swallowed hard, inwardly praying, recognizing her tendency to blurt out thoughts without restraint. Song Liuhua, engrossed in the conversation, noticed the silence and curiously turned to Feng Li. Why have you stopped? Continue. Madam, I did not mean to. I should not have mentioned the Xia and Wang families. Feng Li felt as though she were speaking in contradiction, her cherubic face scrunching up in worry. Goodness. Song Liuhua finally realized that Feng Li was concerned she might not have moved on from the past and might feel discomfort. With a dismissive wave of her hand, Song Liuhua remarked, "What is there to be sensitive about regarding the Xia family? Speak freely, I do not mind. Tell me, is it true that Xia Huixing has truly joined the farming family? If my memory serves me right, during the last wedding banquet of Qin Rue, Feng family's sixth sister-in-law mentioned that Xia Huixing's wife, Wang Sanner, had an affair with the young master of the farming family. It seems the child Wang Yueya is carrying is not even Xia Huixing's. Oh dear, it appears the two families are entangled now, and there will be quite a spectacle." Feng Li was taken aback, realizing she had worried for nothing. Madame was not at all bothered. "Yesterday, I visited the Liu family, and my friend S. cousin married into a farming family. She personally told me that Xia Huixing and Wang Yueya have been at the farming family's encampment for 2 days now. Also, I suspect the relationship between Wang Yueya and the farming family's young master is quite complicated." "Oh, in what way?" Song Liuhua did not expect Feng Li to have such insights. Feng Su and the others observed Song Liuhua's indifference to the mention of the Xia family with relief and leaned in to hear more of Feng Li's gossip. The tales of the farming family's young master were even more tantalizing. Eyes were glued to the refining cauldron, ears perked up attentively. "Isn't Feng Yu acquainted with Wang Yueya's sister, Wang Xinya?" On one occasion, when she visited the Wang family, she saw the farming family's young master exiting Wang Yueya's room, and it happened more than once. There is definitely something unseemly between them. Feng Li's thoughts drifted to the sordid affairs of Wang Yueya and Xia Huixing, a contemptuous expression flashing across her face. Indeed, the eyes of the masses are keen. Feng Rou quietly added, "I have heard that Wang Yueya became pregnant shortly after marrying into the Xia family. Is it possible that the child is not from the Xia family?" Feng Su and Feng Lu seemed to ponder this. "Why not? It is entirely possible," Feng Li replied bluntly. Song Liuhua could not help but agree, "My friends, you may be onto something." Feng Li, with her lively nature and penchant for gossip, was well versed in the tales of the upper echelons and the common folk alike. With Feng Li's chatter filling the otherwise dull refining chamber, the hours passed swiftly. However, Song Liuhua produced naught but failures today, and as night fell, she felt a sense of despair creeping in. After 2 days of idleness, She resolved to focus on her refining. After several failed attempts, her enthusiasm waned rapidly. Su Yan, Zhao Qiyun, and the others encouraged her, reminding her that failure was a common occurrence. Yet, the monotony of repeated failures was truly maddening. With a sense of resignation, Song Liuhua put away the refining cauldron. Chapter 39. The purple berry, the shadow cast by the cicada, had yet to dissipate as Song Liuhua stepped out of the temporary encampment, her reluctance to tread upon the ground palpable. She retrieved her flying sword and affixed a new mysterious crystal, elevating herself a foot above the earth. She felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. As she glided past women and children, she garnered countless envious glances, a sight that had become second nature to her. Feng Xiai and his companions were engaged in hunting within the northern mountains, and emboldened by the protective properties of her spatial jade bracelet and her flying sword, Song Liuhua daringly made her way toward the hunting grounds. She traversed a bamboo grove and a towering primeval forest before locating the hunting party on a spacious patch of land. They were besieging a level 4 azure bull beast, its massive form akin to a small mountain, shaking the very ground with each stamp of its feet. At the forefront were Feng Xiai, Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, Jiang Wenxiu, Feng Shan, and several unfamiliar faces. Her brother, Song Yuan, wielding a green potion, had successfully mended the cracks in his spiritual abode and, aided by a level 3 red turtle egg, had restored his cultivation to level 4. He charged from the southwest, his spiritual sword striking fiercely against the back of the azure bull beast, sending sparks of sword light scattering. Feng Xiai and his companions wore grim expressions, their swords dancing with rapid precision. Behind them, martial spirit practitioners below level 4 executed a coordinated assault, seamlessly rotating in and out of the fray. Those injured were promptly replaced, the battle proceeding with methodical finesse. This was Song Liuhua's first glimpse of martial spirit practitioners in combat. Countless white sword lights erupted against the azure bull beast, the surrounding towering trees reduced to stumps at waist height, and the shouts of the practitioners resonated like thunder. Song Liuhua felt her blood surge with excitement. Feng Xiai and Qin Yi were struck back by the azure bull beast's formidable power, exchanging solemn glances. They had been assaulting the beast for half a day, yet its hide remained unscathed. Many had already sustained injuries, and Feng Xiai, having exhausted his spiritual energy, felt a dull ache in his spiritual abode. At this rate, they could be locked in combat for 3 days and nights without success. Qin Yi recognized the gravity of the situation and felt a twinge of retreat brewing within him. The azure bull beast's thick hide and tough flesh posed a significant challenge, and if they continued this way, their entire party might perish. Retreat seemed the wiser course. Lu Yuan concurred. Jiang Wenxiu lamented, smacking his lips. This beast weighed 4,000 to 5,000 jin, a level 4 creature, with its skin, bones, tendons, blood, and horns being top-tier materials for alchemy and crafting. It was a shame to abandon such a prize. Qin Yi shot him a glare, remarking that one must possess the capability to claim such benefits. Lu Yuan silently muttered a derisive comment, provoking Jiang Wenxiu to stomp in frustration, though his ire was curtailed by the azure bull beast's relentless assault. At that moment, Feng Qi spotted his wife, hovering above on her flying sword, watching the spectacle. His pupils constricted, nearly betraying his surprise with an exclamation. Song Liuhua chuckled softly, maneuvering her flying sword to descend gracefully. Feng Yu sat cross-legged on the ground, his face pallid from inadvertently being struck by the beast's tail, his internal organs momentarily displaced. Fortunately, it was merely a common internal injury. After consuming a restorative spirit pill, he gradually began to mend as his spiritual energy returned. Just as he opened his eyes, he beheld his wife descending before him. Feng Yu widened his eyes, leaping to his feet. "What are you doing here? It's far too dangerous. You must leave at once." Song Liuhua was about to respond when Feng Xiai approached with an exasperated expression. "Liuhua, listen to me. This is not a place for you. Return now, and I will have Feng Yu escort you back." Though they had decided to retreat, timing was crucial. They still did not know how long it would take to withdraw. The woman was fragile, and a mere sneeze from the azure bull could prove fatal. He could not take such risks. "Very well, but do take care of yourself," Song Liuhua replied, noticing the pallor on his face and unwilling to add to his worries. "I have my flying sword and jade bracelet. I can return on my own without Feng Yu's assistance." Without waiting for Feng Xiai to protest further, she stepped onto her flying sword and soared into the sky. Qin Yi and the others exchanged sympathetic glances with Feng Xiai. What a reckless act. How could she wander about in the hunting grounds? Feng Xiai's wife truly lacked judgment. Even Qin Yi, who thought highly of Song Liuhua, found himself at a loss for words at her folly. As she hovered in midair, a thunderous bellow pierced her eardrums, destabilizing her and nearly causing her to tumble off her flying sword. Covering her ears, she looked down to see the massive azure bull tilting its head back, mouth agape as it roared into the heavens. In an inexplicable moment, she recalled the purple berries she had gathered, resembling tomatoes. She pulled out a handful and flung them directly into the beast's gaping maw. Chapter 40. The fourth level azure bull. Is that all? Those few pitifully small purple fruits truly fell into the maw of the azure bull beast. The creature paused momentarily. Its enormous eyes, akin to lanterns, flickered with confusion before it began to rampage wildly. Little sister? What are you doing? Song Yuan leaped up, striking the fourth level azure bull's leg with his sword, then swiftly dodged, raising his gaze just in time to witness the scene. This is not your place. You must leave at once. A hint of urgency flashed across Song Yuan's face, and his tone was uncharacteristically stern. His shout drew the attention of everyone present. Song Liuhua hovered in the sky, caught in the gaze of thousands, and even with her steadfast heart, she felt a pang of embarrassment. Feng Xiai was entangled in a fierce struggle with the rampaging azure bull, and, upon hearing Song Yuan's words, looked up to see his wife still remaining. Almost crushed by the bull's hoof, he quickly shifted his position to avoid the blow, his brow furrowing slightly as a flicker of urgency crossed his calm and gentle eyes. Enough. Liuhua, do not be reckless. Leave quickly. Realizing her fault, Song Liuhua offered an apologetic smile to him and Song Yuan. I will leave right away, I promise. Big brother, Feng Xiai, do not be angry. With that, she summoned her flying sword and soared away. Qin Yi and the others missed the moment when Song Liuhua tossed something into the azure bull's mouth, assuming the beast had gone wild from their assault. Seizing the opportunity, they jested, Feng Xiai, you spoil her too much. She dares to intrude into the hunting grounds. If you do not rein her in, she may not even know how she perishes. Jiang Wenxiu, having been injured on the cheek by the azure bull's tail, narrowly evaded the next strike and muttered, Serves him right. I advised Feng Xiai against it, but he wouldn't listen. This girl is of no help and only creates chaos. Now it's too late for regrets. Lu Yuan, typically taciturn, managed to utter a few words at this moment, troublesome. Having witnessed Song Liuhua depart, Feng Xiai finally felt a weight lifted from his heart. Facing the criticisms from his friends, he raised his sword to block a massive tree thrust by the azure bull, offering a wry smile. As the saying goes, one knows best their own circumstances. I have no regrets. I knew. Jiang Wenxiu shrugged and struck even harder. Qin Yi remained nonchalant. Lu Yuan glanced at Feng Xiai, a myriad of emotions reflected in his gaze. Is this what it means to grow up together as brothers? What kind of look is that? After a quarter of an hour battling the frenzied azure bull, an opportunity to retreat finally emerged. Qin Yi, Feng Xiai, Jiang Wenxiu, and Lu Yuan simultaneously commanded their clansmen, prepare to withdraw. The lower-tier martial spirit masters retreated first, while Feng Xiai, Qin Yi, and the higher-tier masters remained vigilant, gradually distancing themselves from the center. The retreat proceeded smoothly. The outer circle of martial spirit masters swiftly departed, and Feng Xiai and the others also created distance from the azure bull. Qin Yi sighed in relief. Let us go. With that, the group hurriedly followed the prearranged route. After running a few paces, a thunderous rhythmic sound echoed from behind. Feng Xiai and Lu Yuan exchanged glances, turning in unison, only to witness a scene that left them utterly astounded. The fourth-level azure bull beast had not pursued them. Instead, its massive form swayed drunkenly, each of its four colossal hooves moving in different directions, creating a bizarre, unsteady posture. It then began to spin wildly, faster and faster. Feng Xiai believed that had the azure bull not been so cumbersome, it could have spun even more rapidly. After an indeterminate number of rotations, its enormous body suddenly jolted several times before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, sending up clouds of dust. Feng Xiai, Lu Yuan, Jiang Wenxiu, now completely dumbfounded. This Qin Yi completed his thought. Unheard of. Exactly the likes of Song Yuan and others, who prided themselves on their worldly experience, stood rooted in place, unsure of what to do. Feng Xiai decisively declared, let us investigate. This decision met with unanimous agreement from Qin Yi, Liuhua, and Jiang Wenxiu, who promptly gathered their forces and advanced to inspect. The azure bull had gone mad, destroying numerous giant trees, leaving the area flattened. After cautiously testing the beast, they confirmed it was indeed silent and lifeless. Upon closer inspection, they verified the external wounds were inflicted by their spirit swords. Qin Yi pondered aloud. This fourth-level azure bull has tough skin and flesh. Despite our prolonged assault, it only sustained a few superficial wounds, yet it is dead. How is that possible? Jiang Wenxiu and Liuhua were equally perplexed. Only Feng Xi recalled that his wife had previously visited, secretly speculating that her involvement might be linked to the creature's demise. Song Yuan had also thought of this. He recalled seeing his little sister toss something into the azure bull's mouth just before it expired. The realization brought him joy mixed with disbelief. What peculiar concoction had she concocted this time? He felt an urgent need to return and inquire. Feng Xi, noticing Song Yuan's unusual demeanor, felt a sense of confirmation regarding his earlier speculation. While proud, he was also somewhat exasperated. This girl was far too audacious, daring to intrude into the hunting grounds. Tonight, he would need to teach her a proper lesson. With the fourth-level azure bull in their possession, Feng Xi and his group concluded their hunt for the day. At their encampment, Jiang Wenxiu continued to discuss the strangeness of the azure bull. Qin Yi and Liuhua turned their attention to Feng Xi. It must have been your wife's doing. Qin Yi had known Song Liuhua for some time. Despite her lack of talent, she occasionally produced astonishing items. During their hunt that morning, she had been the only variable. Though Liuhua was not particularly familiar with Song Liuhua, he understood Qin Yi and Feng Xi well enough to piece together the day's only surprise. Jiang Wenxiu, the most naive among them, was incredulous upon hearing Qin Yi and Liuhua's suspicions. How could that be? Who does not know that Feng Xi's wife has minimal talent? If she possessed such abilities, why would she need us martial spirit masters? Furthermore, he had never heard of any alchemist capable of concocting a potion to easily subdue a fourth-level azure bull. Qin Yi, Liuhua, have you both overdosed on spirit-enhancing pills, causing your brains to malfunction? Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Wenxiu spared no effort in ridiculing the two. Liuhua shot him a look of disdain. Qin Yi glared at him, then turned to Feng Xi. Do not hide it. Who else could produce something so extraordinary? Feng Xi had never intended to conceal his wife's abilities, so he was not surprised that Qin Yi had deduced the truth. You are correct. Jiang Wenxiu's eyes widened in shock. Impossible. Qin Yi shot him a disdainful glance. Fool. Liuhua's suspicions were validated, and he viewed Song Liuhua with newfound seriousness. What kind of elixir did your wife use? Is there any left? Qin Yi queried. Yes. If we had that elixir, we could easily capture several more fourth-level azure bulls. Rest assured, when the time comes, we will credit your wife accordingly. She shall not be deprived of her share. Feng Xi shook his head. I do not know. She is not at the encampment. With Feng Xi's admission, Jiang Wenxiu had no choice but to believe, eager to find her immediately. Qin Yi and Liuhua felt anxious, but for now, they could only wait. Chapter 41, Fragrant Chicken, Help My Eyes. Song Liuhua emerged from the hunting grounds, following behind a group of children. They soon arrived at the spot where they had dug for peanuts the previous day. A gathering of women was crouched down, digging in the earth, seemingly searching for something. Song Liuhua's lips twitched. Perhaps these individuals believed that something valuable lay hidden in this already disturbed patch. They were, however, too late. Fengshan had turned the soil several times, and that was no exaggeration. The area that yielded peanuts was limited to just 2 acres, yet the entire valley, spanning nearly 10 acres, had been turned over. At a glance, there was not a single wild vegetable in sight. It resembled a plowed field. Given the state of disarray, Song Liuhua doubted there were any treasures left to uncover. Indeed, after digging for quite some time, one woman began to complain, exclaiming that there was nothing of value to be found. I've been digging for half an hour, and I haven't seen so much as a shadow of a wild vegetable. Another woman wiped the sweat from her brow, stood up, and surveyed the area. Noticing that no one had made any substantial finds, she prepared to leave, muttering that someone must have been idle enough to dig up the ground for no good reason. You all can take your time. I'm off, she said, calling for her child as they departed. Song Liuhua thought to herself, I'm afraid you're mistaken. However, the woman's words sparked an idea within her. There was a vacant plot of land in the camp. She could enclose it and transform it into a vegetable garden. This venture would be splendid, as they would be staying for at least a month and potentially up to 2. She could plant fast-growing vegetables and use her spiritual energy to hasten their growth, allowing for a harvest in just over 10 days. Furthermore, she could select some seeds from the peanuts for planting. After searching the valley once more for any remnants of peanut seedlings and finding none, she abandoned the quest. If any had survived nearby, they would have undoubtedly fallen into Fengshan's hands. Thus, her efforts bore no fruit. She wandered toward a less populated grove, acknowledging that her courage had greatly increased since arriving in this world. The forest was silent, the wind rustling the leaves with a soothing sound. She felt no concern for her safety, bolstered by the defensive capabilities of the jade bracelet and her trust in the martial spirit masters. For millennia, in the 10th Wind Continent, martial spirit masters had ventured forth to hunt, while female auxiliary spirit masters and children foraged in the rear. Ensuring the safety of the area was verified daily. As she walked, the leaves crunched beneath her feet. A towering tree was entwined with unknown vines, and at a height of 2 meters, a white mushroom blossomed. Song Liuhua briefly glanced at it, choosing to ignore it. Beneath another large tree, she kicked aside the fallen leaves, revealing a patch of tender green quinoa, only ankle-high. This quinoa resembled the amaranth from her past life, with its rhombus-shaped leaves of vibrant green. She remembered the delightful taste of the cold-tossed quinoa and stir-fried quinoa prepared by Grandma Yang. She rather enjoyed it. However, given its underdeveloped state, she decided against harvesting it, reasoning that the women at home would have gathered enough quinoa already, and she could simply buy some for Feng Yin to prepare. Passing by a tree hollow, she instinctively poked it with a branch, simply seeking amusement. To her surprise, a chorus of clucking echoed from within. Startled, she stepped back a few paces. Although there were no large beasts in the vicinity, a small, aggressive creature, akin to a goose, could still pose a threat. She recalled the childhood experience of being chased and pecked by a goose, which sent a shiver down her spine. When silence returned to the hollow, her curiosity piqued once more. She approached and prodded again. The clucking resumed. Startled once more, she retreated, only to feel her curiosity reignited. Resolutely, she continued poking. Soon, a cacophony of clucks erupted from the hollow, and a creature resembling a chicken leaped out, accompanied by a foul stench that nearly blinded her. The fragrant chicken. This creature, a third-tier exotic fowl, bore a striking resemblance to a domestic chicken from her past life, yet in the 10th Wind Continent. It possessed an extraordinary ability, the ability to release a noxious odor when threatened. Most exotic beasts, overwhelmed by this stench, would abandon any thoughts of hunting them. Song Liuhua quickly reacted, retrieving a basket from her jade bracelet and positioning herself at the entrance of the hollow. With the first chicken having made its escape, a second, third, and even a 16th soon followed. Drawing from her experience capturing rabbit-like creatures, she swiftly gathered all the fragrant chickens. However, once finished, she was left reeking, her eyes stinging from the noxious fumes. Frustrated, she kicked the basket containing the captured chickens, who squawked in protest. If she had her way, she would have renamed them stinky chickens. Nevertheless, these foul creatures were quite nourishing, particularly when paired with blood spirit fungus and cicada stew, making for an excellent tonic suitable for all ages. After thoroughly exploring the tree hollow, she couldn't resist reaching inside, and indeed, she felt several fragrant chicken eggs. With her bounty secured, she meandered through the area, poking every tree hollow she came across, and was rewarded with yet another nest. This time, hesitation gripped her. Having witnessed the formidable power of the fragrant chicken stench, she was reluctant to endure another bout of discomfort. Her eyes were already swollen to the size of walnuts, and she questioned whether she could withstand another assault that might blind her. Resolutely, Song Liuhua activated her communication stone to summon help. Meanwhile, Qin Yi, Jiang Wenxiu, and Lu Yuan lingered at Feng Xi's side, unwilling to depart until they could inquire about the pill that had subdued the 4th-tier azure bull beast. With Qin Ye's explanations, Jiang Wenxiu gained a deeper understanding of Song Liuhua. Upon receiving her message, Feng Xi shamelessly insisted on joining them, eager to clarify the mysteries surrounding the azure bull beast. Qin Yi and Lu Yuan followed suit. Chapter 42. Immature Thoughts. Feng Xi, come help me catch the chickens. Song Liuhua exclaimed upon spotting Feng Xi, one hand clutching a basket blocking the entrance of a burrow, while the other waved excitedly at him. Feng Xi hastened over. Jiang Wenxiu, seeing her swollen eyes resembling walnuts, let out a chuckle, his shoulders shaking with laughter. Qin Yi was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter as well. Song Liuhua, Did you perhaps disturb the nest of the fragrant chickens? Indeed, Song Liuhua replied tersely. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Feng Xi's eyes as he took the basket from her. The toxins of the fragrant chickens were mild. A simple wash with water would suffice. Song Liuhua shot him a resentful glance. I've already washed them. There's no way they de-swell down so quickly. Ha ha. Jiang Wenxiu laughed even more heartily, earning a glare from Song Liuhua. Lu Yuan couldn't help but smile as well. Qin Yi observed the basket in Song Liuhua's possession, which contained a dozen fragrant chickens, and his lips twitched. Although Feng Xi's wife was not particularly adept at alchemy or tool-making, her luck was truly remarkable. Last time, she had found quite a number of colorful wild chicken eggs, and now she had captured so many fragrant chickens. This alone was enough to earn Qin Yi's admiration. Feng Xi, hurry. There's a nest of fragrant chickens in this tree hollow. You must catch them quickly. There could be fragrant chicken eggs inside. Be careful not to break them. Song Liuhua urged. Feng Xi nodded with a smile. All right. He took a branch and poked inside the hollow a few times, and after a chorus of clucking, one fragrant chicken after another leaped into the basket. With Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, and Jiang Wenxiu's assistance, they swiftly captured the dozen fragrant chickens. Feng Xi then extracted around 20 fragrant chicken eggs from within, prompting Jiang Wenxiu to exclaim in awe. If only we had some cicadas. Paired with fragrant chicken in a soup, it would be utterly delicious and nourishing. You think cicadas are wild vegetables, available at your whim? Qin Yi retorted. Without cicadas, a soup brewed with blood spirit mushrooms and fungi would still be splendid. Jiang Wenxiu salivated at the thought, reasoning that since they were already there, he might as well search for a few. Song Liuhua smiled mysteriously. Cicadas were readily available, were they not? Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, and the others shared Jiang Wenxiu's thoughts. Since they were there, gathering fragrant chickens to cook soup was indeed a fine idea. The group then began to search around, mimicking Song Liuhua's method of looking for tree hollows, and indeed found a few. However, they did not possess Song Liuhua's fortune. After half a day of searching and poking into no less than 10 hollows, they found only one nest, which contained at most 2 or 3 chickens. Clearly, Song Liuhua's nest of a dozen was beyond compare. Feng Xi followed closely behind his wife, watching in wonder as she miraculously uncovered nest after nest of fragrant chickens, until her hands grew weary from catching them. Jiang Wenxiu, with the worst luck, managed to catch only one and gazed enviously at the basket overflowing with chickens in Feng Xi and Song Liuhua's possession, drooling in envy. Qin Yi suddenly felt that the 5 fragrant chickens in his hands were far less appealing. After exhausting the nearby tree hollows, Song Liuhua and the others had gathered nearly 100 fragrant chickens and over 300 fragrant chicken eggs. She then had a whimsical idea to hatch the fragrant chicken eggs. Upon returning to their camp, Qin Yi and the others finally recalled their original purpose. Feng Xi's wife, what kind of elixir did you feed that 4th-level azure bowl today? It collapsed shortly after you left, Qin Yi hurriedly inquired. Yes, do tell us, Jiang Wenxiu added, bursting with curiosity. Lu Yuan sipped his tea, his gaze fixed on Song Liuhua. Under the intense scrutiny of several eager gazes, Song Liuhua appeared utterly bewildered. What are you all talking about? She questioned, clearly confused. Feng Xi found her dazed expression amusing and explained, shortly after you departed, that azure bowl went mad, spinning in circles until it collapsed. Really? Song Liuhua was skeptical. An enormous beast like that spinning itself to death seemed absurd. Indeed, Feng Xi confirmed with a nod. Well, I suppose I have seen little, she conceded. So what exactly did you do? Qin Yi raised an eyebrow with a smile. Song Liuhua quietly retrieved 3 small purple fruits from her space pouch. Perhaps this may have something to do with it? Lu Yuan frowned. Is that a fruit? Not quite, he replied. The fruit resembled the red fruit known as fan fruit, but was deep purple and significantly smaller. Feng Xi examined the thumb-sized purple fruits in his palm closely, concluding they were not ordinary fan fruits, but rather mutated ones, classified as 3rd-level spiritual fruits. After taking turns inspecting the fruits, Qin Yi, Jiang Wenxiu, and Lu Yuan concurred with Feng Xi's assessment. The issue likely lay with these fan fruits. Feng Xi's wife, how many of these fan fruits do you possess? Jiang Wenxiu's eyes sparkled at the thought of using these purple fruits to easily subdue several azure bowls. Just these 3, Song Liuhua replied. Earlier that morning, she had casually gathered 7 purple fan fruits, all of which had been fed to the azure bowl. I fed the azure bowl 7 this morning, but let me clarify. These 3 purple fan fruits may not necessarily have the same effect. This incident was rather fortuitous. Who knows how many fan fruits it truly takes to fell an azure bull? Song Liuhua cautioned, lest they face a setback. That was indeed a concern. Feng Xiai, Qin Yi, and the others shared the same thought. After lunch, they steeled themselves for the quest ahead to seek out the azure bull. Song Liuhua, her eyes still swollen, felt reluctant to venture out. As usual, she concocted 2 batches of elixirs before sneaking away to a patch of open land at the camp. The grass and trees in this area had been uprooted, leaving only knee-deep wild grass neglected and flattened by the foot traffic of the past few days. Reflecting on her plans, Song Liuhua enlisted Feng Yin's help to tidy up the space. Feng Yin, being easygoing, readily accepted the task upon hearing her intention to cultivate a vegetable patch. Rest assured, madam, I will handle this matter and ensure it is completed promptly. Before long, Feng Yin returned with several martial spirit practitioners, and they swiftly turned over the land, breaking the clods of earth into finer pieces, leveling the ground, and even using bamboo cut from the mountain to enclose the half-acre vegetable garden, creating a rustic pastoral charm. Excellent, Song Liuhua expressed her satisfaction, mentally noting this accomplishment for Feng Yin. As for what to plant in this patch, she already had an idea. She intended to cultivate peanuts. At that moment, she recalled the valley where she had first discovered peanuts and immediately called upon Feng Yin and the others to bring back soil from that valley to layer her newly established garden. As for the remaining soil, Song Liuhua decided to have it collected and stored in the storage room. She harbored a somewhat immature idea, one that could only be validated once the peanuts were sown. Chapter 43. Harvest. The hunting grounds. The azure bull, a relatively common beast, was soon spotted by Feng Xiai and his companions, who quickly found a solitary level 4 azure bull. Following the battle formation from the morning, they sought an opportunity to feed at the purple little fruit. Should the fruit prove ineffective, they would retreat as planned. Having devised a strategy, Feng Xiai led his kin into the fray. The level 4 azure bull, with its thick hide and substantial mass, was slightly smaller than the one encountered earlier in the day. After a fierce skirmish, Feng Xiai sensed the opportune moment and exchanged glances with Qin Yi, Liuhua, and Zhang Wenxiu. Understanding the signal, they launched a concentrated assault on the bull's front. Blades flashed as they struck at its head. The bull roared with fury, baring its massive jaws to retaliate against Qin Yi and the others. Now was the moment. With a swift motion, Feng Xiai maneuvered behind the azure bull, leaping onto its back and racing from its tail towards its head. The beast, sensing something amiss, shook its body violently. Feng Xiai remained poised, his steps light and steady. Observing this, Qin Yi and Liuhua intensified their attacks on the bull's face, with Liuhua even throwing his spirit sword, striking the bull's left eye. The bull, enraged by the blow, bellowed and exhaled heavily through its cavernous nostrils. Its enormous eyes ignited with fury, quickly dismissing the pain. Raising its massive hooves, it aimed to stomp down on Qin Yi and his companions. Feng Xiai had reached the creature's neck, and the bull, now aware of the threat, desperately shook its head in an attempt to dislodge the intruder. Qin Yi and Liuhua nodded, launching into another round of fierce attacks, further aggravating the azure beast. Annoyed, the bull bellowed in frustration. Feng Xiai, with a serious expression, retrieved a purple little fruit, stepping onto the bull's head, and with a swift spin, tossed the fruit into its mouth. What is this? As the fruit entered its mouth, the bull chewed, its large eyes momentarily clouded with confusion. Whatever, it was insignificant. These wretched humans must perish. Successfully delivering the fruit, Feng Xiai rejoined his comrades, and a new round of battle commenced. Moments later, the azure bull began to go berserk, attacking wildly. After about a quarter of an hour, the bull spiraled in a bizarre dance before crashing to the ground, its eyes closing in a daze. This spectacle left the crowd in stunned silence. As tranquility returned, cheers erupted through the forest. Zhang Wenxiu was ecstatic, confirming the fruit's efficacy. Even Qin Yi and Liuhua, who had long been convinced, could not contain their excitement. They still possessed 2 more purple little fruits, enabling them to easily hunt 2 more level 4 azure bulls. Given their large party of over 1,000, it would typically take them 3 days to capture a single level 4 azure bull. Yet, in just 1 day, they had already hunted 2, and perhaps more awaited. The thought alone was exhilarating. To the west, the hunting grounds belonged to the Li, Yun, and Nong clans. They were besieging a level 4 silver-patterned deer when they suddenly heard the jubilant cheers. Initially taken aback, they began to speculate. If memory serves, the central area is the territory of the Feng, Jiang, Qin, and Lu clans. What have they hunted to elicit such excitement? I saw them the other day with only a few level 2 blackrock boars and a level 3 silver-patterned deer. Did they manage to catch something substantial today? Humph. What 4 clans? Feng Ci has been divided. His team consists of barely 100. How can he represent the Feng clan? The young masters of the Qin and Lu clans and the third son of the Jiang clan were equally perplexed. Collaborating with Feng Ci seemed a clear act of patronage. What could they possibly hunt? At most, a single level 4 silver-patterned deer. It's already past midday, and they celebrate capturing just one? The speaker was a member of the Li clan, who had seized Feng Ci's level 4 silver-patterned deer last time, thus harboring animosity. Li Cheng scolded, preposterous. Is this something you should say? The brash Li clan member immediately recoiled, silenced. Nong clan's young master Nong Hung and Yun clan's young master Yun Ju exchanged glances, amusement flickering in their eyes. At least Yun Ju did not believe that Feng Ci's division rendered him powerless. The precious defining pearl his clan received was a gift from Feng Ci. How could someone capable of acquiring such treasures be deemed useless, as the Li clan suggested? Nong Hung held Li Cheng in disdain. He knew Feng Ci well, having interacted with him more than with Li Cheng. Even if Feng Ci faced criticism from various clans due to matters of marriage, he was not as simple as he appeared. And as for Li Cheng, if not for the current young master of the Li clan being occupied, such a person would not have had the chance to collaborate with them. This fool thought he concealed his schadenfreude well, yet in truth, Nong Hung and Yun Ju couldn't even be bothered to glance at him. Understanding Feng Ci, Qin Yi, and their companions must have hunted something remarkable. Their curiosity piqued. They could not afford to let their hard-won prey slip away, tightening their resolve and intensifying their strikes. Throughout the afternoon, Feng Ci, Qin Yi, and their group replicated their earlier success, utilizing the remaining 2 purple little fruits to successfully slay 2 more level 4 azure bulls. By evening, Feng Ci, Qin Yi, Liuhua, and Zhang Wenxiu each claimed a hefty azure bull weighing several thousand pounds. Though Feng Ci commanded the smallest contingent, the immense contribution of Song Liuhua's purple little fruit was irreplaceable. Thus he received the heaviest bull, tipping the scales at 5,823 pounds. Zhang Wenxiu could barely contain his grin. Such bountiful spoils were beyond his wildest dreams. A single azure bull contained more spiritual energy than 10 level 4 silver-patterned deer. And they had managed to secure one each within just a day. He had never experienced such fortune. Presently, he viewed Song Liuhua with more favor than Feng Ci. Qin Yi and Liuhua shared similar sentiments. Feng Ci's wife was not to be trifled with. Qin Yi discreetly tucked away the 100,000 spirit stone cards he had prepared for her, instead presenting her with a card worth 200,000. Liuhua, his gaze flickering, likewise exchanged a card for one of equal value. Zhang Wenxiu scoffed, exclaiming their scheming was rather cunning. He promptly produced a 200,000 spirit stone card for Song Liuhua, alongside a small item. This is a small medicinal hoe crafted by my cousin, a level 1 spirit tool. It will ease the labor of foraging. Take it and enjoy. Qin Yi and Liuhua. Oh dear, the fool has finally wised up. As Song Liuhua was busy shelling peanuts and selecting seeds, she suddenly received the 60,000 spirit stone cards from Qin Yi and the others, along with Zhang Wenxiu's small hoe. She quickly realized the purple little fruit had worked wonders and accepted them with a clear conscience. After all, who would ever complain about having too much money? Qin Yi observed the peculiar fruit in Song Liuhua's hands, a thoughtful glimmer in his eyes. Liuhua, rarely speaking, inquired, might there be more of these purple little fruits? That was a tricky question for her to answer. Among the seeds she planted at home, she had only hastened the ripening of one, yielding the 10 purple little fruits which had now all been used. The others had yet to ripen. Who knew what they might produce? Song Liuhua could not guarantee anything, and said, that's all there is. Qin Yi sighed in disappointment. Well, good things are indeed rare. To have stumbled upon such a fortunate opportunity is already quite commendable. Song Liuhua pondered about her return, hoping for some unexpected gains. The pressing matter at hand was to plant her peanut seeds first. She thought to herself that perhaps there might be unforeseen rewards. Thus, Feng Ci, Qin Yi, Liuhua, and Zhang Wenxiu were once again conscripted by Song Liuhua to shell peanuts for an entire hour. For dinner, she treated them to stir-fried peanuts as a side dish. These peanuts were rather special, larger than longan, simply fried with a touch of oil and salt, resulting in a delightful crunch. Feng Xiai and the others praised the flavor. They genuinely enjoyed this peanut delicacy, savoring its lingering fragrance. Being a grade 2 spiritual food, it paired perfectly with their spirit wine. The men gathered around a large plate of peanuts, sipping their spirit wine while discussing their hunting plans for the following day. Song Liuhua picked up a peanut the size of a longan and put it into her mouth, her cheek bulging comically, especially with her eyes still puffy, presenting quite the amusing sight. Jiang Wenxiu burst into laughter, slapping the table. Feng Xiai chuckled softly and, with his chopsticks, crushed the peanuts into pieces, placing them in front of Song Liuhua. Chapter 44. The path grows narrower. Planting peanuts is a straightforward endeavor. With a small hoe, one digs a hole of moderate depth in the well-prepared earth, dropping 3 to 5 peanut seeds into the pit before covering them with soil. For half an acre, Song Liuhua toiled tirelessly throughout the morning. After massaging her sore back, lunchtime arrived. The womenfolk, not participating in the hunting, foraged for wild vegetables and sought out spiritual herbs. Yet they did not partake in the distribution of any resources, dining separately from the martial spirit masters, each bringing their own provisions. Naturally, if a martial spirit master felt compassionate towards their womenfolk and chose to share their rations, no one would object. Today, Feng Yin had prepared a fragrant chicken stew with blood spirit mushrooms specifically for Song Liuhua. The broth was infused with a touch of tender wild vegetables, their verdant hues floating atop the delicate soup, whetting the appetite. The steaming soup, fresh from the pot, beckoned Song Liuhua, and with a gentle sip, she was greeted by an explosion of rich flavors that soothed her soul. The chicken, succulent and tender, melted in her mouth, leaving her feeling revitalized. After savoring a bowl of the chicken soup, she felt utterly refreshed, the sun shining warmly outside, prompting her to take a brief nap in her cabin. In the afternoon, as was her custom, Song Liuhua concocted 2 batches of elixirs, bestowing her spiritual energy upon the newly planted peanuts until the seeds sprouted and pierced through the soil. This flurry of activity continued until sunset, resulting in the cultivation of 2 rows of peanuts, and she found herself utterly exhausted. Sitting on the ground, she pressed her hand against her slightly throbbing head, closing her eyes to gather her thoughts. It felt overwhelmingly vacant. Song Liuhua internally lamented that had Feng Yin not prepared that nourishing chicken soup for her at noon, she might not have had the stamina to finish even 2 rows. However, a sense of confusion lingered. Despite her current level, be it in weapon forging, potion crafting, or planting, being merely first tier, she was somehow able to cultivate second-tier spiritual plants. Although it required more effort than a true second-tier spiritual planter, the results were undeniable. The same was true for the small red tomatoes, before they bore fruit. She had no inkling they were third-tier seeds, yet managed to cultivate them as well. At the time, having only sprouted 1 plant, she felt no strain, and thus had not considered this aspect. In retrospect, this seemed rather illogical. Pondering deeply, she found no references to guide her in this matter, and after a few minutes of contemplation, she confidently fabricated a reasonable explanation. Having traversed through time and space, and transformed into a so-called waste, devoid of any golden finger, it was entirely plausible for her specialized skills to exhibit a few bugs. Once she embraced this rationale, clarity washed over her. The young woman, with a pallid complexion and an aura of fatigue, squatted on the ground. The orange evening sun bathed her fair, delicate cheeks in a soft golden hue, accentuating her exquisite beauty. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently, casting shadows upon her eyelids, now rising and falling like fragile butterflies, weakly flapping their delicate wings. A sight both enchanting and pitiable. Upon returning to the camp, Feng Xiai was greeted by this scene, his heart suddenly constricting. Beauty was a distant notion in his eyes. His wife must be feeling utterly miserable. Without a second thought, he tossed the pink rabbit cub he was holding to Feng Shan and swiftly approached Song Liuhua, lifting her effortlessly into his arms and carrying her into the cabin. Still lost in her thoughts about her bug-ridden skills, Song Liuhua was abruptly lifted off the ground, startled into awareness as she opened her eyes to find herself face-to-face with Feng Xi's graceful chin. Feng Xi. Song Liuhua playfully pounded her fists against his chest. Are you trying to scare me to death? I knew it. You heartless scoundrel must be tired of your plain wife and wish to frighten me into oblivion so you can marry a stunning beauty instead. Oh, woe is me. Suddenly, an impish spirit surged within her, and she began to theatrically perform a skit, her exaggerated expressions and peculiar tones drawing the attention of onlookers. "Oh, it seems our young master has a penchant for this kind of entertainment," a young unmarried girl remarked with a smirk, pulling out a brush and notebook to start scribbling and sketching while giggling obnoxiously. Feng Xiai, with keen ears, disregarded the teasing remarks of the crowd, lightly tapping Song Liuhua's forehead with one hand, shaking his head in exasperation. He had known from the outset that she lacked theatrical talent, and despite being married for several months, her skills had not improved, a source of both amusement and resignation. Initially worried about her health, he found his concerns alleviated as she embarked on this playful escapade. With a tender embrace, he pulled her closer, patting her soft backside while whispering, "Do not cause any more trouble, all right?" His voice, low and enticing, sent a thrill through her, causing her heart to race. Song Liuhua, unable to resist, leaned in to plant a kiss on Feng Xi's alluring lips, inciting a chorus of laughter from the surrounding crowd. The sounds of merriment echoed around them. Song Liuhua, feeling the heat of embarrassment, turned slightly to see the curious gazes of the crowd, her mind spinning as if caught in a whirlwind. How should one react to social embarrassment? Should I calmly smile back, or should I perform a dramatic display of distortion, crawling, screaming, writhing, or splitting apart? She pondered, her urgency palpable. "Oh, I nearly forgot. I have become disconnected from the internet and cannot await the advice of the online community." Ultimately, Song Liuhua chose to feign unconsciousness, burying her face into Feng Xi's embrace. She could hear the gentle rumble of laughter emanating from his chest. Embarrassingly, she brazenly slipped her hand beneath his clothing, relishing the feel of his solid abdomen. Such delightful sensations. The exhaustion from depleting her spiritual energy was undeniably unpleasant, with persistent headaches plaguing her. The following day, Song Liuhua found herself squatting in the peanut field, where only 2 rows had sprouted, lost in contemplation. She sensed that the path ahead was narrowing. What could be causing this constriction? As she mulled over this, a few women passed by, commenting on her efforts. "I wondered who was so daft as to plant in the camp. Turns out it's Our Lady," one woman noted, glancing at the meager sprouting soil. "Shoo, keep it down. What if the lady hears?" Another woman whispered, quickly lowering her voice, yet unable to resist boasting. "My daughter is a 3rd-tier spiritual planter. She gathered plenty of spiritual herbs yesterday, all handed in. We could trade them for a substantial amount of food. In my opinion, the lady's talent is lacking. Instead of toiling away in the fields, wouldn't it be easier to gather wild vegetables? After 10 days of this, she might not see any harvest. It's quite pitiable, really. Your daughter is so capable. Why not let her assist the lady? With her abilities, everything would sprout in half a day and yield a harvest in 3. No. That won't do. Who knows what those are? If they're just ordinary wild vegetables, wouldn't that be a waste of time? It might hinder my daughter's search for spiritual herbs." The woman shook her head vigorously. Unbeknownst to them, Song Liuhua had overheard their entire conversation, her mind racing with newfound clarity. In an instant, she recognized where the issue lay. Chapter 45. Maturity. She longs for a daughter. No, she yearns for a diligent worker akin to a woman's daughter. Now that she has become a boss, why should she toil herself? How idle she must be. Song Liuhua grumbled. With small, hurried steps, she infiltrated the enemy's ranks. "Madam, if I were to present this object, would you permit your daughter to assist me in the fields for a day?" Without much ado, Song Liuhua revealed a radiant white spirit clam pearl. The pearl, the size of a thumb, gleamed brilliantly in her fair palm. The lady, surnamed Bai, immediately brightened, exposing a set of pristine teeth. "To serve the lady is a blessing for my daughter. I shall accept this spirit clam pearl on her behalf and promptly summon her to assist you." Satisfied, Song Liuhua nodded and handed the pearl to the lady. Nearby, several women with eager gazes declared, "Madam, my daughter is a level 2 spirit plant master. She could also assist you in the fields. Shall I call her?" If summoned, a level 2 spirit plant master would require a slightly smaller spirit clam pearl. After rummaging through her jade bracelet-s space for a while, Song Liuhua finally produced a small box containing spirit clam pearls the size of her finger. She extracted one and displayed it to the crowd, though it paled in comparison to the one given to Bai. Despite some disappointment, the women fervently promoted their daughters. Madam, my niece is also a level 2 spirit plant master. My second daughter is a level 2 spirit plant master," as well they clamored, each presenting claims of their daughters being level 2 spirit plant masters. With a grand gesture, Song Liuhua proclaimed, "Come, all of you." The women, receiving the green light, beamed with joy. The initial lady, Bai, who had boasted of her daughter being a level 3 spirit plant master, carefully concealed her acquired pearl, holding her head high, her face alight with glee. In mere moments, 5 young ladies gathered in Song Liuhua's peanut field. Aside from the 2 rows she had nurtured herself the previous day, there remained a vast expanse yet to sprout. Without using spiritual power, it would take 7 days for the seeds to germinate and 3 months to mature for harvest. With a wave of her hand, Song Liuhua initiated the work. The young ladies, with solemn expressions, entered the peanut field, each offering their spiritual energy, their palms emanating a soft glow. Soon, under the influence of their spirit power, tender yellow shoots broke through the soil, emerging one after another. Among them, Bai's daughter, Fengling, stood out as the sole level 3 spirit plant master. The girl, around 15 or 16 years of age, possessed a delicate appearance, her long, lustrous black hair neatly tied back with a light blue ribbon, crouching in the soil, a small bundle of earnestness. With a serious expression adorning her cherubic face, she concentrated, causing the peanut seeds to swiftly sprout. Without a moment's hesitation, she proceeded to spur the next batch of seeds. The other girls, comparatively slower, found themselves outpaced by Fengling. Observing their efforts, Song Liuhua noted that Fengling had successfully induced 4 batches of peanut shoots, while the others managed only 1 each. This girl is a promising worker in the fields, Song Liuhua silently affirmed. Determined to reward Fengling for her hard work, she resolved to double her daily allocation of spirit clam pearls from 1 to 2, as she seldom wore these white pearls, ultimately grinding them into powders for cosmetic use. After acting as a supervisor in her reclining chair all afternoon, Feng Ci instructed Feng Yin to prepare a fragrant chicken soup for her recovery, and at last, Song Liuhua's headache began to subside. Thankfully, Feng Ci refrained from adding the distasteful ingredients from the cicada, or she would have fainted. As dusk approached, the half-acre peanut seeds had all germinated and grown to 2 feet in height. Song Liuhua settled the promised rewards for the young ladies, who joyfully departed with slightly smaller spirit clam pearls. The 4 large spirit clam pearls her brother had brought home previously had been given to the elders, leaving the girls envious. Now, having earned one with their own hands, they planned to craft it into pendants. Fengling, aware that her mother had already received the reward, dusted off her clothes after completing her task and bowed slightly to Song Liuhua, preparing to depart. Wait a moment. Fengling turned her head, tilting it slightly. Her obedient eyes fixated on Song Liuhua, perplexed. Madam, did you call for me? Is there something else you require? With a smile, Song Liuhua handed her a spirit clam pearl. You performed admirably. Take this to enjoy. Thank you, madam. Fengling, momentarily stunned, graciously accepted the gift and departed slowly. The following day, Song Liuhua led Feng Yin to water the peanut field and then ceased her involvement. Feng Yin was perplexed, questioning why they didn't allow the young ladies to directly mature the peanuts for harvest, which could be done in no more than 3 days. Song Liuhua shook her finger, signaling it was a secret. The madam has her reasons for doing things. Feng Yin rapidly comprehended. Madam, what would you like for dinner tonight? I shall prepare it. A cold dish of green quinoa, Song Liuhua replied instinctively. After a few days of chicken soup, she sought something lighter to counteract the heat. Understood. Feng Yin grasped the wooden bucket and returned to the kitchen to prepare dinner for the large group. Since watering, the peanuts had shown remarkable growth each day. Song Liuhua gently poked a peanut plant with a stick, startling it, and she quickly dropped the stick in surprise. Her suspicions had been confirmed. On the 4th day, Song Liuhua summoned Fengling and the other young ladies once more to assist in hastening the peanut's maturity. The tender white stems gradually transformed into green, sprouting lush leaves on either side, and delicate yellow flowers blossomed atop. As the flowers fell, clusters of peanut leaves shifted from vibrant green to deep green. As the sun dipped low, the maturation process across the half-acre was finally completed. The young ladies, exhausted, bore pale faces devoid of color. Song Liuhua couldn't help but wonder if she had pushed them too hard. Nevertheless, the girls gratefully accepted their spirit clam pearls. Still eager to express their thanks, Song Liuhua mused, she is truly relentless. Before they departed, she instructed Feng Yin to present a few fragrant eggs to nourish their bodies, earning her family's heartfelt gratitude. Well, they are indeed a lovely bunch. Seizing an opportunity when no one was watching, Song Liuhua wandered through the peanut field with a stick, selecting a fortunate peanut to unearth. As the plump, white peanut shell emerged, She swallowed hard, braving a tingling sensation on her scalp as she dug deeper. Alas, a plump white worm writhed in the soil, and Song Liuhua's pupils constricted. She abandoned the stick and fled the peanut field like the wind, her heart racing as she patted her chest. Remembering that she had prodded the worm with the stick, she suddenly felt her hands were unclean. Chapter 46. The Things in the Peanut Field. What Happened to Your Wife? Feng Xiai, accompanied by Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, and Jiang Wenxiu, arrived to see Song Liuhua dashing towards the kitchen like a startled bird. Feng Xiai merely shook his head slightly. Qin Yi chuckled. She sure is dramatic. It's quite amusing. Feng Xi's lips curled into a slight smile. Indeed, her personality could hardly be described as gentle. Most of the time, she was languid, yet occasionally, she resembled a frenzied creature, adorable yet spirited. Recently, among the womenfolk, there had been a trend of keeping little rabbit-like creatures as pets. A few days ago, he had caught a pink rabbit creature, intending to gift it to her, but he had forgotten amidst other matters. He would have Feng Shan deliver it to her shortly. Upon noticing that a vegetable garden had sprouted in Feng Xi's residence during his absence, Jiang Wenxiu approached with curiosity. Feng Xiai, when did you plant a vegetable garden? Instead of letting the spiritual plant experts grow vegetables, wouldn't it be better to have them gather more spiritual herbs? What kind of vegetable is this? It looks a bit like a weed. Curious, Jiang Wenxiu plucked a green peanut leaf and tasted it, only to exclaim, "Ah, spit. Feng Xiai, what on earth have you planted? It's bitter and astringent. The vegetables are overripe." Feng Xiai was aware that Song Liuhua had been experimenting with growing peanuts and had even hired someone to hasten the growth of the seeds. Yesterday, the seedlings were only about an inch tall, and today they seemed fully grown, indicating she must have had them accelerated again. Peanuts. The field is filled with peanut fruits. Feng Xiai added. Oh, both Qin Yi and Lu Yuan were intrigued. So this is what peanuts are. Qin Yi, with his long legs, stepped over the bamboo fence and uprooted a cluster of peanuts, finally satisfying his curiosity upon discovering the fresh, soil-covered peanut fruits beneath. Just as he was about to rise, he noticed something white wriggling out from the loose soil. What is this? It's a cicada, Lu Yuan's calm voice rang out from outside the fence. Feng Xiai was surprised. Indeed, it was a cicada. Cicada? Where's there a cicada? After Qin Yi had dug up a bunch of peanuts, Jiang Wenxiu felt a strong urge to investigate. Just as he stepped into the bamboo enclosure, he heard the three of them rushing over to observe. Ignoring her, Qin Yi extended his long fingers and began to dig at the spot where he had just uprooted the peanuts. A pile of plump, white cicadas wriggled together, captivating his gaze. Look, Feng Xiai. Feng Xiai and Lu Yuan had already noticed. Jiang Wenxiu let out a startled shout. What the? Having washed her hands, Song Liuhua felt much more comfortable. As she stepped out of the kitchen, she heard Jiang Wenxiu's exclamation and curiously approached to see what they were doing in her peanut field. What are you all doing? She inquired. Qin Yi was about to show her a cicada he had pinched between his fingers, but Feng Xiai furrowed his brow and quickly stepped in front of Song Liuhua. Qin Yi, put that away. Seeing the seriousness in Feng Xi's expression, Qin Yi, bewildered, retracted the cicada, handling it with such care one might think it was his beloved. Song Liuhua, protected behind Feng Xiai, caught a glimpse of the mud in Qin Yi's hand and realized he had dug up peanuts. Suddenly, a thought struck her, causing her to grip Feng Xi's clothing tightly. Cicadas, have you all seen cicadas? Yes, Feng Xiai comfortingly patted her hair. You knew there were cicadas here? Qin Yi asked, astonished. As Song Liuhua leaned against Feng Xiai, she idly toyed with his fingers. This revelation astonished not only Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, and Jiang Wenxiu, but even Feng Xiai was taken aback. He was aware that last time she had taken Feng Shan to dig up over 5,000 cicadas. Yet, how had she managed to cultivate them here? This completely shattered Feng Xiai's understanding. Even he, usually composed, felt a moment of bewilderment. Song Liuhua offered no explanations, merely stating, I'll give you something, you can decide what to do with it. She immediately instructed Feng Xiai to have 15 baskets of soil from the storage room brought out. Here, 5 baskets for each of you, 1 million spiritual stones. 1 million spiritual stones. Are you robbing us? Jiang Wenxiu initially thought it was something valuable, but upon realizing it was merely a few baskets of dirt, he nearly leapt up in indignation. Song Liuhua shot him a glance. Take it or leave it. If you don't want it, I'll take it back. She turned to Qin Yi and Lu Yuan. Without hesitation, Qin Yi replied with a smile, I'll buy all 5 baskets that Wenxiu doesn't he want. Liuhua added coolly, I'll take half. As they spoke, both immediately pulled out their spiritual stone cards to make payment. Jiang Wenxiu sensed something was amiss and quickly pushed the two aside. Who said I didn't want it? It's just 1,000,000 spiritual stones. I'm wealthy. Here. Jiang Wenxiu promptly produced a card worth 1,000,000 spiritual stones and handed it to Song Liuhua, preparing to store the 5 baskets of soil in his spatial ring. Wait. Song Liuhua stopped him. Jiang Wenxiu grew anxious. You took my money. The soil is mine now. Are you trying to back out? Song Liuhua rolled her eyes at him. What are you thinking? I told you not to store it in your ring. Have someone carry it back. Why? Jiang Wenxiu asked, puzzled. Why so many questions? Just do as I say. Otherwise, if any issues arise later and you want a refund, I want to give it back. You. Feng Xi, control your wife. Jiang Wenxiu felt he was being targeted. Feng Xi chuckled, my wife is quite lovely. Jiang Wenxiu incredulously replied, Feng Xi, you've changed. You're doomed. You fear your wife. Qinyi, Liuhua, do you agree with me? Qinyi looked up at the sky, pretending not to hear. Liuhua glanced at him, his thin lips curling into a disdainful, fool. Jiang Wenxiu lamented, you all have changed. Song Liuhua laughed heartily, because you're too foolish. You. Jiang Wenxiu was at a loss for words, muttering, a good man doesn't fight with a woman. Song Liuhua scoffed, tossing 3 baskets of shelled peanuts. These peanuts are a gift for you. You know how to choose seeds, so I want to repeat myself. As for planting, just have the spiritual plant experts hasten their growth. 3 days is enough for a harvest. As for where the cicadas came from, Song Liuhua believed she had made herself clear. Qinyi and Liuhua were not foolish, connecting the dots between Song Liuhua's peanut field and today's activities. They understood what to do. Jiang Wenxiu gradually caught on, inwardly cursing Qinyi, Liuhua, and Feng Xi for being unhelpful friends, remaining silent as he was about to suffer a loss. Fortunately, he was clever. Otherwise, he would have missed out on such valuable cicadas right under his nose, nearly regretting it. It must be said, Feng Xi's wife had something remarkable about her. Jiang Wenxiu quickly put on a smile, seeing him regain his composure. Song Liuhua haughtily snorted. Feng Xi chuckled and gently patted her little head. Chapter 47. Digging. Digging the cicadas from the earth are quite valuable. Feng Xi immediately organized manpower to harvest peanuts and catch the cicadas. Upon hearing that cicadas were present, Feng Shan hurried off at a swift pace. Feng Yi, Feng Qing, and Song Yuan quickly followed suit. Feng Wu and Feng Lu, witnessing this, also did not lag behind. Thus, a chain reaction ensued, with Feng Shan leading a throng of people who began to busily work in Song Liuhua's half-acre peanut field. Qinyi, Liuhua, and Jiang Wenxiu could not resist joining in to help. Even Feng Xi got involved. The members of the Feng family were taken aback by the astonishing sight. They saw their young master accompanied by the heir of the Qin family, the heir of the Lu family, and the 3rd son of the Zhang family, along with a group of prominent gentlemen, all diligently harvesting vegetables in the ladies' field. In no time, the bamboo fence was surrounded by relatives, eagerly watching. Song Liuhua stood outside the fence, hands tucked into her sleeves, observing the spectacle. A group of women murmured among themselves, and Bai Shi pointed at the peanut field, proudly stating, this was planted by my daughter for the lady. Curiosity bubbled among the onlookers. What could this possibly be? The leaves appeared aged and did not resemble any delectable greens. In truth, Bai Shi was equally perplexed about the nature of the plants. Yet her desire to share her thoughts was uncontainable. She shot a glance at the woman who had inquired and declared, you know nothing. Let me tell you. This is something valuable. Did you not see how the young masters are personally picking it? The woman nodded. So, what exactly is this treasure? Bai Shi replied. Just wait and see. Feng Ling, who had been involved in the peanut planting process as a spirit planter, was very curious about the nature of these vegetables. She quietly stood beside her mother, Bai Shi, her round eyes fixated on the field. Previously, Feng Shan had led a group to catch cicadas, but Feng Xi had yet to do so himself. At this moment, he gathered a cluster of peanut seedlings, gripping them firmly, and with a slight exertion of force, a large bunch of peanuts emerged from the soil, accompanied by a cluster of white cicadas entangled beneath the earth. Feng Xi was momentarily stunned to witness such a scene. Were cicadas really so common as to appear in clusters? Jiang Wenxiu's astonished cry broke the silence, and Feng Xi chuckled, promptly retrieving a small wooden barrel from his storage ring to collect all the cicadas. Although Qinyi and Liuhua were aware of the abundance of cicadas, they were taken aback by the sheer number. Under nearly every cluster of peanut seedlings, there was a nest of cicadas, ranging from a dozen to over 30. Recalling the soil and peanut seeds provided by Song Liuhua, Qinyi and Liuhuan's eyes sparkled with the thrill of possibility. Meanwhile, the onlookers erupted into a flurry of excitement. Cicadas! So many cicadas! I have never seen such a multitude in my life, exclaimed a young woman, straining her neck to catch a glimpse of the writhing cicadas in the field, almost longing to join in the catch. Money, money, money. How can you be so ignorant? Cicadas cannot be bought with money. They are precious ingredients for enhancing spiritual abodes, and no amount of money can persuade one to sell them. Who doesn't he know? I was just saying, replied the young woman, somewhat sheepishly. The family of Feng Ergo had never known prosperity. How could they comprehend the rarity of cicadas? Bai Shi and others had been with the Feng family for 30 or 40 years and naturally recognized cicadas. Bai Shi particularly remembered the time when she first married into the Feng family, when her husband's great-grandfather was still alive and received a single cicada, cherishing it so much that he refrained from consuming it until it was nearly dead. That was the only time she had seen a cicada, identical to those now before her. In her memory, cicadas had always been exceedingly precious, and seeing so many at once left her feeling as if she were dreaming. After rubbing her eyes, the swarm of cicadas continued to dance before her. Feng Ling, noticing her mother's dazed expression, shook Bai Shi's arm and curiously asked, "Mother, what are those? Those plump white insects?" Bai Shi shot her a reproachful look. "Those are not mere insects. They are cicadas." Cicadas? Feng Ling had heard of them but had never seen one before. Her interest piqued as she gazed intently. Bai Shi whispered, while helping the lady with the planting, "Did you not notice the cicadas beneath?" Feng Ling shook her head. "I did not." Bai Shi sighed in resignation. Her daughter, despite her talents, was rather oblivious, and such significant matters escaped her attention. Nevertheless, Bai Shi felt a swell of joy. With a husband and sons, surely they would acquire a few cicadas. Feng Shan, having experience in digging for cicadas, efficiently excavated the peanuts before commencing the search for cicadas. Song Yuan and Feng Yi doubted their own vision, incredulous at Feng Shan's calm demeanor, and thus pretended to be nonchalant as they too began to dig. Feng Wu and Feng Lu, the twin brothers, were not as composed, marveling as they dug, but saw the calmness of Feng Shan and the others and tempered their excitement. Feng Qing maintained his usual inscrutable expression. If one overlooked his speed, they would genuinely believe him to be unfazed. In truth, Feng Shan was not as indifferent as he appeared. He had previously led a team to unearth over 5,000 cicadas and felt a need to maintain a facade of composure in front of his peers. A group of men toiled in the small peanut field, unearthing peanuts and continuing to dig, turning the earth repeatedly, ensuring not a single cicada could escape from beneath their watchful gaze. Song Liuhua, observing this chaotic scene reminiscent of bandits raiding a village, felt her mouth twitch in disbelief. After this round of digging, they would have to rework the land. With the strength of the martial spirit practitioners and their numbers, by nightfall, the half-acre of peanuts and cicadas was finally cleared. Feng Shan, Feng Qing, Feng Yi, and the others gleefully carried several wooden buckets to the storage room. Qinyi, Lu Yuan, and Jiang Wenxiu watched with envy, and even Feng Xi's invitation for dinner went unheeded as they hurried back. After dinner, the night had fully descended. Song Liuhua stood on the deck of the flying boat, gazing towards the encampments of the Qin, Lu, and Jiang families, where the lights blazed brightly. The men were busy excavating and cultivating the land. The following morning, while Song Liuhua was refining medicine in the alchemy chamber, she overheard Feng Li gossiping. "Have you heard? Ever since the cicadas were unearthed from the lady's field, the young masters of the Qin, Lu, and Jiang families have been working tirelessly to cultivate their fields. And by this morning, they've already planted the peanut seeds. Shall we go take a look after we finish this batch?" Since the third-tier alchemists Su Yin and Feng Shan's wife Zhao Qiyun had joined, the supply of spirit-replenishing pills had sufficiently covered the consumption. Consequently, the two young ladies, Feng Li and Feng Su, had more free time and could wander about. Su Yin, being composed and disinclined to join in the frivolity, shook her head. "I will not go. You and Feng Su can go explore." Feng Li then turned to Song Liuhua. "Lady, will you go?" Song Liuhua casually tossed a handful of cowhide into the refining cauldron. This was the hide from the fourth-tier blue bull, which Feng Xi had arranged to be prepared for crafting armor after returning home. The remaining scraps were tidied up to serve as materials for the blacksmiths to practice their skills. These palm-sized pieces of cowhide were given to her by Feng Xiai. As she placed the cowhide into the refining cauldron and increased the fire's intensity, she reclined in her chair, glancing through a picture book. Upon hearing Feng Lie's question, she nodded in agreement, indicating her intent to join. After a while, the spiritual fire beneath the cauldron gradually dimmed. Song Liuhua lifted the lid, revealing a batch of spirit pills the size of a fist. Song Liuhua, a certain someone who had spent 2.5 years practicing rap in suspenders, suddenly came to mind, and she contemplated whether to utter a certain expletive. Feng Rou and Feng Lu inquired with curiosity, "Madam, what is this?" Faced with the gaze of the entire room, Song Liuhua could only offer a forced smile. How was she to respond? It seemed that Feng Xian perceived her predicament and, with a compassionate understanding, remarked, "Well, if Madam does not speak, she likely does not know what this is either. Let us refrain from asking." Song Liuhua cast her an appreciative glance. A subtle smile graced Feng Xian's lips, and a flicker of disdain glimmered in her eyes. Chapter 48. The walls have eyes. Song Liuhua seldom interacted with the ladies of other families, and this was her first visit to the Qin family's residence. The Qin estate was significantly larger than that of Feng Xi's, surrounded by numerous makeshift grass huts. Feng Li was quite familiar with the area, leading Song Liuhua and Feng Su to find a companion from the Qin family. "Wana, this is my lady. I brought her to see the land that your young master developed yesterday." Qin Wan, a second-tier alchemist from the Qin family, was a member of one of the 10 prominent families, and she shared a close friendship with Feng Li, as both families had frequent interactions among their younger generations. She greeted Song Liuhua with respect, noting the young woman's elegant demeanor and striking beauty, which rivaled that of the esteemed daughters of the 10 families. Having heard from Feng Li about her amiable nature, she felt a sense of warmth and said with genuine enthusiasm, "It is a rare pleasure to meet you. Madam Feng Xi, we seldom see you here. Do come by more often when you have the time. It is always lively with more people around." Feeling the kindness in Qin Wan's words, Song Liuhua reciprocated with a smile, "Certainly." Qin Wan then guided them to the land that Qin Yi had cultivated the previous night. This is the land that the young master meticulously prepared overnight. This piece of land was designed in comparison to Song Liuhua's own, not identical, but rather a perfect replica. Even the bamboo fence was quite similar to that built by Feng Yin and her companions. Song Liuhua couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Indeed, Qin Yi was a remarkable talent. His efficiency was nothing short of impressive. As the young master of the Qin family, overseeing most of the family's resources, he had summoned 3 third-tier spirit plant masters and dozens of second-tier spirit plant masters to assist. By the time Song Liuhua arrived, the Qin family's spirit plant masters had been laboring for half the day, and the peanuts in the field had already sprouted. They were still nurturing them, and at this rate, they would be ready for harvest by tomorrow. Song Liuhua couldn't help but marvel at the lavish resources available to the core members of the family. Curiosity piqued about the residences of Liu Yuan and Jiang Wenxiu. She decided to accompany Feng Li and Feng Su to explore the estates of the 2 families. The sight before her left Song Liuhua utterly speechless. The peanut fields of Liu Yuan and Jiang Wenxiu were identical to hers. She could only conclude that it was no surprise, given that they had grown up together. Their thought processes were strikingly similar. The progress among the 3 families was nearly the same, and if they continued with their nurturing methods, the peanuts would indeed be ready by tomorrow. She assumed the underlying produce would be similarly developed. Determined to return the next day to evaluate the results of her high-priced sales, she knew she had to verify their effectiveness. If the quality fell short, it would be rather embarrassing to engage in future transactions with them. Feng Li and Feng Su wished to linger outside a while longer, but Song Liuhua waved them off, indicating her intention to return first. She barely knew anyone else, and the gathering of the young ladies was more about discussing gossip and exchanging insights on alchemy. As someone who took a less conventional path, she felt out of place. As she strolled up the mountain, she reflected on how the nearby wild herbs and spiritual plants had been nearly depleted by women and children. Along the path, she spotted freshly sprouted wild vegetables and neglected weeds. In recent days, Feng Xiai and the others had to venture farther afield to find game. It seemed that soon, the residents would need to be relocated. In the forest, a pair of young lovers gazed longingly at each other. The man produced a beautiful lotus jade dragonfly hairpin from his bosom, delicately pinning it into the woman's hair while affectionately caressing her fair cheek. With deep sincerity, he said, "Xian Xian, upon our return, I wish to bind our fates as husband and wife. Will you consent?" The girl appeared troubled, her brows furrowing with concern. Our families harbor grievances. I fear for you. She hesitated, but the man understood her unspoken fears. With a relaxed demeanor, he reassured her, fear not. My second brother may have taken a silver-patterned deer from Feng Xiai, but he is not me. I trust Feng Xiai will distinguish between personal vendettas and our union. Even if he were to object, you are a member of the Feng family, and your marriage is not for him to dictate. Even if it were brought before the Feng family, there is no decree against your marriage. A flicker of impatience crossed Feng Xian's eyes. She thought to herself, who spoke of such matters? She was merely concerned that while Feng Xiai had a falling out with the Li family, she, as a member of the Feng family, marrying into the Li family would invite unwelcome gossip. This third son of the Li family, Li Ji, was indeed a fool. She had made her feelings abundantly clear. Yet he remained oblivious. She had hoped that with her talent and hard work, she would quickly ascend to the rank of a fourth-tier weapon master, at which point she could report to the main branch, elevate her status, and marry a suitable partner. However, after 2 months, her skills in weapon crafting had stagnated at the third tier. With her 18th birthday approaching, she could wait no longer. After much consideration, Li Ji was the only suitable candidate from the Li family, and despite her reluctance, she had to settle. Xian, these are trivialities, do not worry. As long as you agree, you will be my one and only wife, and I will ensure you live a good life. Trust me, he said with honeyed words. In response to Li Ji's sweet talk, Feng Xian concealed her reluctance, her expression softening into a delicate smile. I trust you. The two exchanged tender words, entwined in each other's company as they emerged from the forest. Perched atop a tree, Song Liuhua observed quietly, not daring to make a sound. Once the couple disappeared from view, realization dawned on her. She had been sidelined. Feng Xi's team was indeed in a precarious position, as their only third-tier weapon master was about to be taken away, and by a member of the Li family, no less, who had previously encroached upon their hunting grounds. Upon returning to the forging chamber, Feng Xian had already changed into her crafting attire and resumed her work. Inside the chamber were only Su Yin, Zhao Qiyun, and Feng Xian, diligently engaged in their tasks. Given their slightly older ages, Su Yin and Zhao Qiyun had the patience to endure the grind. However, Feng Xian had just accepted a marriage proposal and immediately returned to crafting. Song Liuhua found herself admiring her tenacity. Though she had not delved deeply into Feng Xian's character, she recognized that such determination was rare. Song Liuhua felt compelled to inform Feng Xiai about Feng Xian's situation. In a team, both martial spirit masters and supporting spirit masters were indispensable, and with only Feng Xian as the third-tier weapon master, preparations needed to be made swiftly to avoid impacting their next hunting expedition. That night, Song Liuhua mentioned it to Feng Xiai. He smiled and replied, I am already aware of this matter. Do not worry, I have plans. Upon hearing this, Song Liuhua refrained from further inquiries, yawned, and soon fell into a drowsy slumber. Chapter 49. The unusual events of the Song and Yuan dynasties regarding the matter of Feng Xian. Since Feng Xiai already had his plans, Song Liuhua decided not to intervene. Today, the peanuts belonging to Qin Yi, Liu Yuan, and Zhang Wenxiu had ripened. To facilitate the harvest, Feng Xiai and the others agreed to postpone their hunting arrangements until the peanut fields were properly managed. Feng Xiai then commanded the clan's martial spirits to take half a day's rest. Early in the morning, Song Liuhua hastily consumed a few pastries before dragging Feng Xiai to Qin Ye's encampment to witness the excitement. Feng Xiai walked at a leisurely pace, which made Song Liuhua anxious. She tugged on his arm, urging him to hurry. Her little wife was so flustered that she stamped her foot. Feng Xiai pinched her pouty cheek and chuckled softly, quickening his pace. At the Qin family's encampment, a crowd of onlookers gathered around the peanut fields. The Qin clan members were already aware of the situation concerning Feng Xi's peanut field. They whispered among themselves while watching the actions of the young clan leader, Qin Yi. Standing at the forefront, Qin Yi first stepped over the bamboo fence into the peanut field, crouched down, and pulled up a cluster of peanut seedlings, their roots laden with muddy peanuts. However, there was no joy on Qin Ye's face. He continued to dig into the exposed soil until he discovered clusters of plump soil cicadas, which brought a hint of a smile to his lips. After personally digging up a few more clusters of peanuts and confirming that the cicadas were not a mere coincidence, he dusted off his hands and instructed the clan's martial spirits to commence the excavation. A similar scene unfolded at the Liu family. Liu Yuan first dug up several clusters, confirming the presence of soil cicadas. His cold brow softened, and a smile graced his lips, drawing the attention of several clan members. Be cautious while digging. There are cicadas in the peanut field, Liuhua advised before allowing the clan's martial spirits to join in the efforts. Meanwhile, Jiang Wenxiu was equally animated. From the moment he unearthed the first cluster of cicadas, he grinned widely. When Song Liuhua and Feng Xiai arrived, they found him eagerly digging with enthusiasm. Resembling a playful puppy, unable to contain her laughter, Song Liuhua burst into giggles. Jiang Wenxiu looked up, spotted the couple, and excitedly waved, abandoning his peanuts to run towards them. Feng Xiai, I'm going to strike it rich. Do you know how many cicadas I've caught? Feng Xiai shook his head, unaware. Jiang Wenxiu grinned. I've already caught over 300. Once we finish here, I expect to have over 2,000. Even if I have to turn some into the clan, I will still have a considerable share, providing me with some security if I ever suffer injuries to my spirit palace. He paused, recalling that Feng Xiai had become a clan outcast due to injuries to his spirit palace, and subdued his excitement, speaking earnestly. Feng Xiai, your harvest of cicadas is substantial. With their nourishment, your spirit palace will surely recover. If not this year, then surely in 5. Feng Xiai nodded affirmatively. I believe so. In truth, his spirit palace had already undergone significant healing thanks to the green medicinal liquid, and the addition of cicadas would only expedite the process. Within 10 days to a month, he would be entirely well. He still had plenty of the green liquid, which was far more effective for repairing the spirit palace than cicadas. Feng Xiai intended to share some of the cicadas with the clan's martial spirits, as he felt a responsibility as their leader to consider the well-being of his kin, particularly those who had lost male members in their families. Feeling hopeful about his recovery, Jiang Wenxiu genuinely rejoiced for Feng Xiai. He patted Feng Xi's shoulder, exposing a broad smile. With your outlook, my brother, I am at ease. Feng Xiai brushed off his hand with a gentle smile. By midday, the peanuts and cicadas from the Qin, Liu, and Jiang families had all been harvested. Qin Yi obtained 300 pounds of peanuts and 210 cicadas. Liuhua gathered 157 pounds of peanuts and 172 cicadas, and Jiang Wenxiu secured 481 pounds of peanuts and 121 cicadas. It was undoubtedly a bountiful harvest. In the afternoon, the group convened at Liuhua's encampment, their spirits high. With a flourish, Qin Yi produced a piece of lotus-colored ethereal silk from his storage ring and smiled at Song Liuhua. This remarkable harvest is largely thanks to your methods. This new shade of silk is for you to tailor a dress. Seeing this, Liuhua handed Song Liuhua a palm-sized box containing a segment of third-grade mutated purple bamboo, suitable for use as refining material. Jiang Wenxiu also presented his prepared gift. I may not have the wealth of these two, but this bag of seeds is a family heirloom of the Jiang clan. No one has ever cultivated it, so I have no idea what it is. You can try planting it. Honestly, you are all too generous for old friends, Song Liuhua said as she efficiently accepted their gifts, feeling quite pleased to have made a small profit. Seeing her smile radiate with joy, Feng Xiai affectionately squeezed her hand. Song Liuhua returned the gesture and smiled at Qin Yi and the others. In light of your kindness, I shall surprise you with something. What surprise? Qin Yi, Liuhua, and Jiang Wenxiu asked in unison. It's nothing grand. I still have several baskets of soil, 300,000 spirit stones. If you want, I can send them over. Absolutely. The three responded without hesitation, reaching for their coins. All right, there are 9 baskets in total. Each can take 3 baskets. Just bring your people to carry them. Thank you. Knowing they had received a significant boon, Liuhua and the others produced bottles of spirit-replenishing pills to gift to Feng Xiai, with Qin Yi and Jiang Wenxiu following suit. Feng Xiai accepted 3 bottles of pills without a second thought. Song Liuhua noticed that each bottle contained 50 pills. While their value didn't quite match that of cicadas, it was still considerable. Her satisfaction with the trio grew, and she mused that next time she acquired something valuable, they could certainly share in the bounty. After lunch, Feng Xiai and the others discussed their plans for the afternoon's hunt before parting ways. Upon entering her encampment, Song Liuhua was greeted by the sight of her brother, Song Yuan, whose face was flushed. His bronze complexion was now a vibrant red, and unless one looked closely, it was hard to tell. She wondered what had transpired to leave him so flustered, his movements awkward as he held his face, grinning foolishly. Had he transformed into a silly version of her once stalwart brother? Curiosity piqued, she approached and playfully tapped his arm, startling him. Brother, what's wrong? Why are you grinning like that? Song Yuan cleared his throat and quickly composed himself. Nothing, little sister. The hunt is about to begin. I need to change my clothes. With that, he dashed into the flying boat. It was then that Song Liuhua noticed he was clad in a set of sleek, black garments adorned with golden cloud patterns, making him appear striking and gallant. This was decidedly out of character. Song Liuhua pondered in silence. Chapter 50. An uninvited guest. Fourth sister-in-law, I trust you are well. On this particular day, Song Liuhua was engrossed in alchemy when Jiang Shui arrived gracefully with a strikingly beautiful woman. Thanks to everyone's kindness. My husband and I are doing splendidly, she replied, her disinterest in the guests evident as she cast a cursory glance at Jiang Shui's companion. Unperturbed, Jiang Shui maintained her gentle demeanor, saying, as long as you and the fourth brother are thriving, I can rest easy. I regret not visiting sooner. I have been preoccupied with crafting tools. After a month at Shiha Ridge, I feel a bit estranged from you, dear sister-in-law. She playfully chided, we are family after all. Even if I have been busy, it is inappropriate for you to remain distant. You should come to me directly. Song Liuhua forced a smile, rolling her eyes inwardly. These people truly lacked self-awareness. After the incident with the Dingyan Pearl, Feng Xiai nearly severed ties with the entire Feng family. Yet this so-called sister-in-law could waltz in as if nothing had happened, shamelessly pretending to foster familial bonds. Dear sister-in-law, you are mistaken about me. My husband has chosen to establish a separate residence, shouldering the livelihoods of hundreds. As his wife, I cannot simply shirk my responsibilities. Since you insist, I shall visit you every day from tomorrow onwards, she replied, her eyes fixed on Jiang Shui as if to convey her intent to overindulge at their expense. Indeed, that was precisely Song Liuhua's plan. She intended to bring along more companions to further deplete their resources, having recently befriended Feng Li and others. Song Liuhua had learned much gossip, including the grievances between Feng Xiai and the Feng clan. When Feng Xiai suffered injuries, his cultivation diminished. And though he was the eldest son, his lesser talent allowed Feng Jing to ascend as the young clan leader. Had Feng Jing not committed a most distasteful act, he would have been properly divided from the family. In a rather revolting maneuver, Feng Jing had assigned the elderly and infirm members of the Feng clan to Feng Xi's name, managing to gather over 100 households. It was absurd, considering that on the 10th Wind continent, where families boasted numerous children, Feng Xi's 100 households comprised barely over 100 martial spirit practitioners. It was utterly unreasonable. Clearly, Feng Jing had burdened Feng Xi with the clan's most vulnerable. Song Liuhua found the entire family unworthy of respect, given their self-serving nature. She suspected they were eyeing the prize Dihuan. How naive. Jiang Shui had never regarded this sister-in-law born of humble origins with any seriousness. Upon hearing her intentions to visit daily, Jiang Shui's first reaction was to dismiss her as someone who sought to exploit their generosity. With a condescending air, she remarked, while having you visit daily would be delightful for me, dear sister-in-law, your newfound independence comes with its own challenges. Surely, you cannot afford to neglect your own duties for our frivolous pursuits. Perhaps we could gather again when you have more leisure time. That would be mutually beneficial. How presumptuous. Song Liuhua scoffed inwardly. Jiang Shui's audacity was astonishing, as she monopolized the conversation with both flattery and veiled insults. Indeed, you are correct, dear sister-in-law. Song Liuhua replied impatiently, scratching her nails as she sought to dismiss the conversation. It's quite late, and I assume you have prepared lunch. I fear my humble fare would not suit your tastes, so I shan't keep you. Jiang Shui, taken aback by such blatant dismissal, momentarily faltered. Remembering her purpose, she suppressed her annoyance and forced a smile. Sister-in-law, lunch can wait. I actually came to discuss a matter with you. What is it? Song Liuhua found Jiang Shui's hesitance grating. She wished she would simply state her intention so that she could refuse and save her time. Jiang Shui lowered her lashes to conceal her irritation and continued, I heard that your fourth brother has acquired a significant quantity of Dihuan. Since your household is small, might you consider distributing some among the clan? Rest assured, we will not shortchange you. We can purchase it from you at a fair price, whatever you deem reasonable. Jiang Shui added. Song Liuhua let out a derisive scoff. Sister-in-law, do you take me for a fool? You know as well as I do the value of Dihuan. It is a rare and invaluable commodity, and you expect me to part with it for mere lingbai? Surely, you jest. You mustn't say such things, Jiang Shui argued, suppressing her frustration. As a member of the family, how can you be so selfish? Many suffer due to the clan's fragmentation, And with the surplus you possess, can't you contribute or sell a portion for the benefit of others? Spare me your moralizing. Even if we were still united, who would be foolish enough to relinquish a life-saving resource? You are well aware of Feng Xi's circumstances. He needs these Dihuan more than anyone, Song Liuhua countered firmly. The matter of selling Dihuan is non-negotiable. Please take your leave. Jiang Shui's attempts at emotional manipulation only served to heighten Song Liuhua's irritation. She was no naive maiden, easily swayed to part with her family's precious resources. After years of marriage to Feng Xi, Jiang Shui had learned that bargaining with him was futile, and thus she sought to exploit Song Liuhua, whom she deemed a simpleton. A flicker of malice crossed Jiang Shui's face as she glanced at Wang Yuya, who stood nearby. Sister-in-law, your heart seems quite hardened. I have no words in response, she said with a forced smile. Jiang Shui then drew Wang Yuya forward, introducing her. This is Miss Wang, the wife of the renowned Xie family heir. Considering the connection between Wang Yuya and Xie Huai, Jiang Shui had conducted her research and was aware of Wang Yuya's prior engagement to Xie Huai, which had left her with lingering feelings. Jiang Shui had no intention of being malicious, but given Song Liuhua's obstinacy, she could not resist the opportunity to provoke. Oh, it is indeed my first encounter with you, Song Liuhua remarked, shifting her attention to the so-called Miss Wang. She observed the woman's delicate features. Her fair skin flushed with a subtle hue, and though her features were not particularly striking, her tearful eyes held an innocent allure. Clad in a flowing lady's martial attire, she exuded a blend of strength and femininity, instinctively cradling her abdomen, a reminder of her condition. I have heard much about you, Lady Feng, Wang Yuya said, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she regarded the wife of the infamous Feng Xi. She felt a twinge of guilt regarding her predecessor's departure, but held her reasons close to her heart. Song Liuhua, unimpressed by Wang Yuya, offered a curt greeting before ushering both women out. Chapter 51. Outside the residence of the Sphere Spirit Tool, Jiang Shui scoffed. So, your cousin Nong sent you to purchase the land cicadas, and this is how you conduct business? Not a word about it. While she still harbored a semblance of decorum towards Song Liuhua, she held no patience for Wang Yuya, whom she deemed a seductress. If you had shown the same fervor in vying for a man, we wouldn't be leaving empty-handed. Wang Yuya, confident that she had not offended Jiang Shui, replied with clarity and reasoning, Madame Feng, there is no need for such veiled sarcasm. If you cannot accomplish it, I certainly lack the audacity. I must report this matter to my young master. You may proceed as you wish. With that, Wang Yuya turned and walked away in another direction. Vile woman. After being confronted by two women she looked down upon, Jiang Shui's face fluctuated between shades of anger and embarrassment. Seizing the opportunity of being unnoticed, she muttered a few curses before hastily departing. In the afternoon, Song Liuhua faced a series of failures in her artifact crafting. The onlookers were accustomed to such outcomes, and she herself remained unfazed, idly toying with a palm-sized basketball, deep in thought. Perhaps she could present this object to Feng Xi for his appraisal? Though it might be somewhat embarrassing, it was better to use it than let it gather dust. Thus, with this rather absurd rationale, she finally convinced herself. In the evening, Feng Xi and his company returned. Song Liuhua recounted the earlier encounter with Jiang Shui and Wang Yuya, to which Feng Xi nodded and replied nonchalantly, I understand. You acted wisely. Since we have separated from the clan, apart from the century-long offerings, the family has no grounds to demand our possessions. At that moment, Song Liuhua could not help but admire the foresight of the ancestors of the great families. To prevent infighting among the clan's descendants, numerous regulations had been established, one of which prohibited the main branch from forcibly seizing resources from the branches, with the consequence of exile to remote areas for those who attempted to do so. This rule ensured the interests of the separated descendants were safeguarded. After dinner, a remnant of twilight lingered in the sky. Leaning against Feng Xi, Song Liuhua enjoyed the breeze on the deck. Elder brother? Feng Xi, is that not my elder brother over there? She pointed to a figure in the distance. Feng Xi raised his gaze and confirmed, indeed it is. How curious. He just finished dinner. What could he be up to? Uncertain, Feng Xi shook his head. I have a feeling he has been acting strangely these past few days. Song Liuhua murmured, then diverted her attention, suddenly recalling the basketball she had crafted. She retrieved one from her jade bracelet space. Feng Xi held it in his hand, intrigued by its peculiar spherical shape adorned with simple, odd patterns. It was evident it was made from cowhide, light as a feather. What manner of spirit tool is this? How does one utilize it? He gazed at Song Liuhua with childlike curiosity, seeking answers. Her delicate visage paired with his slightly dazed expression struck a chord within her, prompting Song Liuhua to poke his cheek playfully and smile. This is a spherical spirit tool. As for its usage, I shall teach you shortly. Or perhaps, you could find someone to test it out? I believe it would be best not to subject Feng Xi to any misfortune with this basketball. After all, she could hardly envision the graceful youth performing an impromptu dance number that would be utterly devastating. Considering her husband's peculiar creations, Feng Xi readily agreed. Then let us summon Feng Shan. Song Liuhua appreciated this aspect of Feng Xi, his willingness to heed advice. Very well, he shall do. When Feng Shan was called, he appeared bewildered. Song Liuhua tossed him the basketball, clearing her throat. This is a spherical spirit tool. I will impart its usage to you. You may give it a try. Feng Shan, recalling the peculiar bowl his wife had previously presented, felt a surge of anticipation. Thank you, madam, for your trust. I humbly request you to instruct me in its usage. Noting the eagerness in his eyes, Song Liuhua chuckled. Very well, I shall teach you. She found a spacious area, stating, observe closely, I will only demonstrate once. Yes. Feng Shan's focus sharpened, his expression earnest, his eyes almost glued to Song Liuhua. I shall begin now. Genie Taimei. Song Liuhua exclaimed suddenly. In a flash of inspiration, the palm-sized spherical spirit tool rapidly expanded to the size of a human head. She then crouched slightly and, with the ball in hand, bounced it on the ground like a rubber ball, maneuvering it through her legs, and with a deft flick of her fingers, spun it atop her fingertips before tossing it away. With a turn of her shoulders, she leapt into the air, her fingers dancing, executing a series of Genie Taimei dance moves that perfectly mimicked a certain celebrity's performance. Song Liuhua even orchestrated an imaginary soundtrack in her mind, all for that flawless effect. Feng Shan stood there, dazed, stars dancing in his eyes. What is this technique? He found it rather bizarre. Did a spirit tool require such intricate maneuvers? Feng Xi's lips twitched as he rubbed his forehead, grateful his wife had spared him the need to perform such an astounding display. After her demonstration, Song Liuhua turned to the bewildered Feng Shan. So, have you learned? It's quite simple. Just shout Genie Taimei, then mimic my movements, and you shall be able to use it. Feng Shan regretted his keen memory, and under Song Liuhua's expectant gaze, he managed to stammer, I have learned. That's splendid. Marvelous. Song Liuhua patted her chest, relieved that one demonstration sufficed, as another might very well unravel the universe. There are 8 more spherical spirit tools. They are all yours. Having crafted 10 basketballs in total, Song Liuhua kept one for herself, handing the rest to Feng Xi. Thank you, my dear, for considering me. Feng Xi smiled, affectionately ruffling Song Liuhua's hair. United as one, a couple's strength can cut through gold. Song Liuhua beamed at Feng Shan, whose expression was one of confusion. Feng Shan couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Chapter 52. Twisting together in the serene valley, a herd of fiery red flame sheep grazed leisurely. Feng Xi, Qin Yi, Jiang Wenxiu, and Liu Yuan led a coordinated encirclement from all sides. Sensing the imminent danger, the sheep erupted into chaos, scattering in all directions. Feng Xi and his companions split into 2 groups. One continued to block the escape routes while the other engaged the flame sheep in combat. Although the flame sheep were herbivorous beasts, their species excelled at locating flame grass, which they consumed year-round, rendering their bodies remarkably tough and resilient, making them as formidable to slay as the second-tier blue bull beast. Feng Xi, wielding his 4th-tier spiritual energy, could only fell one with great effort, while Feng Qing, Feng Yi, and the others needed half a day to do the same. As some of the flame sheep broke through the blockade and leapt away, Feng Xi retracted his spiritual sword and commanded Feng Shan, attempt to use the spherical spiritual device. Understood. The previous day, with no beasts present, Feng Shan had not been able to demonstrate the true power of the spherical device, merely familiarizing himself with its operation in private. Though the activation method was somewhat awkward, he was eager to discover the device's true capabilities. He promptly retrieved the spherical spiritual device, exclaiming, Jin and I Taimei. A robust and booming voice unexpectedly pierced through the chaos of battle, immediately capturing the attention of many. Qin Yi dodged the splattering blood from a flame sheep and saw Feng Shan, seemingly transformed, standing dumbfounded with something in hand. What on earth is that? He was not the only one taken aback. Jiang Wenxiu, evading the sharp horns of a flame sheep, muttered with a twitching mouth, "What is wrong with Feng Xi's kin?" Liu Yuan observed Feng Xi's calm demeanor as he effortlessly dispatched a flame sheep with ease. Indeed, the next scene confirmed Liu Yuan's suspicions. Feng Shan's unclear object rapidly expanded, morphing into a peculiar sphere adorned with strange patterns. Then, he began to tremble, executing a series of bizarre and slightly comical movements before launching the sphere in a straight trajectory, which struck a flame sheep with a resounding thud. The struck flame sheep let out a pained bleat, its head spinning as it collapsed to the ground. Splendid. It worked. Feng Shan had not anticipated his success on the first attempt and eagerly prepared to retrieve the sheep. Wait. Feng Xi halted him. It's still alive. Feng Shan regained his composure, observing the flame sheep shakily rise again, charging toward him in a frenzy. Along the way, other martial spirit masters attempted to intervene but were evaded by the crazed flame sheep, which continued to charge despite being struck by sword energy. Its demeanor suggested that it bore a grudge against Feng Shan as if he had harmed its entire family. With no other choice, Feng Shan stowed the spherical device and engaged in a struggle with the frenzied sheep. The irrational flame sheep, devoid of reason, charged at him despite receiving blows from his spiritual sword. Were it not for his status as a fourth-tier martial spirit master, he might have been seriously injured by the relentless creature. Feng Shan silently lamented, "Oh dear, what sort of spiritual device have you forged, my lady? It has truly put me in a predicament." At that moment, Song Yuan, having just defeated a flame sheep, rushed over to assist. The two worked together, expending considerable effort to slay the mad beast. Feng Xi stood nearby, thoughtfully tapping the blade of his sword with slender fingers. Feng Shan, use the spherical device again. Understood. Elder brother, assist Feng Shan. All right. Song Yuan, unaware of the spherical device's peculiarities since he had been absent the previous day, could not help but burst into laughter upon witnessing Feng Shan's strange actions with the device. Haraha. Feng Shan, what kind of spiritual device is that? It looks like you're dancing. Who but your sister could forge such a whimsical thing? Feng Shan grumbled under his breath. At least my sister hasn't sought me out. Well, it's actually quite rhythmic. Very spirited. Indeed, just so. Feng Shan ignored him, turning away with a forlorn expression. He executed the full sequence of motions, guiding the spherical device to fly forth and accurately strike another flame sheep. As the onlookers observed, the sheep, too, did not perish. It staggered to the ground only to rise again, charging wildly at Feng Shan. The scene mirrored that of the first sheep struck, with Song Yuan's support this time. Feng Shan was less flustered than before. However, overall, subduing the frenzied sheep proved far more challenging than simply slaying it with a sword without the spherical device. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Song Yuan kicked the carcass of the crazed sheep, remarking, "I have never heard of a spiritual device making it harder to kill a beast. Your sister truly is remarkable. Indeed, my spiritual sword has already sustained damage." Feng Shan lamented as he gazed at his recently repaired third-tier sword. Feng Xi pondered for a moment and instructed, "Elder brother, select a flame sheep and guard it with Feng Yi and Feng Qing. Feng Shan, you will attack the flame sheep chosen by Song Yuan. Once it falls, you, Elder brother, and Feng Qing, Feng Yi, will attempt to swiftly slay it before it rises." Understood. Song Yuan called upon Feng Qing and Feng Yi, rushing into the herd to select a flame sheep. Feng Shan activated the spherical device, aimed carefully, and struck the chosen flame sheep. As the sheep fell, Song Yuan, Feng Qing, and Feng Yi coordinated their efforts, targeting its most vulnerable throat. The group initially expected to expend considerable effort, yet to their astonishment, that single strike extinguished the flame sheep's life. They exchanged glances, bewildered. That's it. It's dead? Having previously struggled against a flame sheep struck by the spherical device, they found this kill astonishingly effortless, even simpler than slaying an ordinary flame sheep. Feng Shan, Song Yuan, and the others repeated their collaboration, allowing Feng Xi to discern a pattern. When a flame sheep was struck by the spherical device and fell, its offensive capability diminished. Even a third-tier martial spirit master could easily slay it, while two second-tier martial spirit masters could also achieve the same with a combined strike. Feng Xi promptly issued orders. Feng Qing, Feng Yi, learn from Feng Shan how to use the spherical device. The rest of you will assist Feng Shan, Feng Qing, and Feng Yi in slaying the flame sheep. First-tier martial spirit masters will clear the battlefield. Understood. Feng Qing and Feng Yi wore expressions of distress. As they observed the uproarious laughter of Feng Wu and Feng Lu, Feng Yi clenched his fists, only to elicit even louder laughter from the two. Let us begin. Feng Ci tossed two spherical devices to Feng Qing and Feng Yi. Feng Shan grinned broadly. At last, I am not the only one who appears foolish. Ignoring their protests, he earnestly demonstrated the usage of the device. After completing the demonstration, Feng Shan, almost as if watching a play, asked, "Did you learn it?" "Of course." Feng Yi replied with a mischievous smile, his youthful face adorned with deep dimples as if to drown Feng Shan in them. Feng Qing simply nodded in acknowledgement. Since consuming the third-tier spirit turtle egg after their last hunt, both Feng Qing and Feng Yi had elevated their spiritual energy to the fourth tier. Though their control was not as refined as Feng Shan's, who had entered the fourth tier years earlier, they quickly gained proficiency in directing the spherical device toward the flame sheep. Meanwhile, Feng Ci's team was reaping their rewards with great satisfaction. Qin Yi, Liuhua, and Jiang Wenxiu's team watched in astonishment. Have they truly matched our speed with their mere 100 men against our 300? Chapter 53. Wait no more Feng Ci. You clever lad. Where did you acquire such exquisite treasures? Jiang Wenxiu could no longer contain his excitement, shamelessly leaning towards Feng Ci. Want some? Feng Ci replied with a subtle smile. Jiang Wenxiu nodded vigorously. Do you have more? Indeed, came the response. Qin Yi and Lu Yuan soon joined them. Feng Ci. This spirit artifact is remarkable. I offer 1,000,000 spirit stones for 2. Qin Yi proposed first. Lu Yuan then presented a card worth 1,000,000 spirit stones without hesitation. No, this time I require spirit swords instead, Feng Ci stated. I have 40 second-grade spirit swords, 9 third-grade spirit swords, and 3 fourth-grade spirit swords. The remaining 6 spherical spirit artifacts will be yours. After a brief discussion among Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, and Jiang Wenxiu, they swiftly reached a consensus. Very well. We shall take them. Once the spirit swords return to the camp, I will have them delivered to you, Feng Ci acknowledged. I will have Feng Shan instruct you on the use of the spherical artifacts. Will you learn yourselves, or send someone to learn? Feng Ci glanced at the trio. Send someone to learn. Both Lu Yuan and Jiang Wenxiu exclaimed in unison. Jiang Wenxiu added, I too will send someone to learn. They found the thought of personally learning the methods amusing. It would be far more comical to engage in the task themselves. After all, there were clan members to handle such labor, leaving them free from the task. Very well, Feng Ci chuckled lightly. With the aid of the spherical spirit artifacts, the group found hunting the blazing flame sheep much more manageable. Before long, the martial spirit masters tasked with clearing the battlefield were nearly overwhelmed. Amusingly, a group of burly men was awkwardly twisting about on site, a rather jarring sight. Recalling the demonstration given by his beloved wife the previous day, Feng Ci found it unexpectedly endearing and could not help but curve his lips into a smile. Just then, Song Liuhua returned to the camp after a leisurely stroll outside, only to be informed by Feng Yi that there were guests. Who is it? She inquired. It is the young master of the Nong family, Feng Yi replied. Nong Hong. Is he so idle? Does he not have hunting to attend to today? Song Liuhua questioned in confusion. Though Feng Yi was occupied with cooking and managing logistics at the camp daily, he was still well informed. Not quite. Yesterday, the young master of the Nong family encountered a fourth-grade azure bull beast and was entangled in battle all day. He has exhausted his spirit energy and sustained minor injuries to his spirit mansion, requiring a few days of rest. Humph. Song Liuhua remained unmoved by this news. A mere small crack in the spirit mansion could be easily remedied with some quality supplements. He would recover in a month. It was clear he had ulterior motives for visiting now. From a familial perspective, Nong Hong was Feng Ci's cousin. If he had genuine intentions and was willing to negotiate fairly, they would not be so unyielding. Unfortunately, he had initially sent Wang Yuya, someone with whom she had some past grievances, and now he had come himself, but his sincerity was evidently lacking. Had he truly been sincere, he would not have approached her, a woman, in Feng Ci's absence. It seemed he believed he could easily manipulate her to his advantage. This notion left Song Liuhua feeling quite repulsed, and she informed Feng Yi, tell him I am not back yet. Let him wait for Feng Ci to return before discussing anything. With that, she turned and took flight on her sword, heading straight up the mountain. After waiting for half an hour and finishing his tea, Nong Hing grew increasingly impatient as Song Liuhua still had not returned. The smile on his otherwise plain face vanished. Wang Yuya rose from her seat and approached him, gently pressing on his temples until his expression softened, then spoke tenderly. It is nearly noon, and Madame Feng has yet to return. Could something have happened? Shall I inquire? Go ahead. Nong Hung waved his hand dismissively. It is hard work for you, carrying a child and accompanying me. For you, it is no trouble at all, Wang Yuya replied, her head lowered bashfully as her slender fingers brushed over her still flat abdomen. With no one in the kitchen for lunch, Feng Yin prepared a simple meal for just a few of them. Since Nong Hung had arrived, he made an extra dish of roasted second-grade silver-patterned deer meat and fried peanuts. When Wang Yuya arrived, Feng Yin was in the midst of preparing the deer meat. Upon seeing her, he paused his work. Greetings, madam. Is there something you need? Wang Yuya, taken aback by his address, blushed slightly and took a moment to respond. I wanted to ask when your lady will return. It is unsafe for her to be outside alone at this hour. Should we send someone to find her? Feng Yin regarded her with curiosity and replied nonchalantly. The collection area behind is quite safe. My lady knows her own limits. There is no need for your concern. However, allow me to remind you, given the situation today, it seems unlikely that our lady will return for lunch. If young Master Nong has urgent matters, he may seek our young master after sunset. Very well, thank you, Nong Hung responded after a moment of silence. He rose and said, then I shall return for now. Indeed, Wang Yuya followed closely behind him. Song Liuhua, flying on her sword, trailed behind a group of women. Most of the women collecting in this area were from the Feng, Qin, Lu, and Jiang families. The families were closely knit, often related through numerous convoluted ties. As the women ventured out to forage for wild vegetables and collect spirit herbs, they formed their own small groups. As the fourth wife of the Feng family, Song Liuhua enjoyed a life of leisure, free from the burdens of crafting artifacts, concocting elixirs, or foraging. This reputation had spread widely, and while many admired her, few wished to befriend her. Such a life, from their perspective, seemed enviable. Yet, should they draw near, feelings of discontent might arise within. Song Liuhua possessed her own way of existing and thriving. With her innate talents deemed inferior, she found herself unable to integrate into the circles of the gifted. She had no desire to dig for wild vegetables among commoners. Alone, she preferred the tranquility. Amidst the astonished, curious, or envious gazes of onlookers, she swiftly soared towards a secluded bamboo grove. Sun Shower brushed aside her bangs and chanced upon the scene of Song Liuhua elegantly departing on her sword. If only I could possess such a flying sword, it would be worth dying for, she said enviously. You wishful thinker. Flying artifacts are exceedingly rare. Even if one is wealthy, they are not easily acquired, let alone for those of us without funds. I was merely jesting. Sun Shower, self-aware, chuckled awkwardly. Sun Xier, a daughter-in-law of the Feng family, and Sun Shower, her cousin, were delighted to spend time together, reminiscing about family matters. Sun Shower had long grown accustomed to the sight of her cousin soaring on her sword. Seeing her cousin being teased, she could not help but defend her. This is how our lives are meant to be. If we cannot even dare to envy, what meaning does life hold? As for Our Lady, I am not the least bit envious of her good fortune. I actually wish she could acquire even more. You have no idea how generous she is with us. That spirit clam pearl the size of a thumb? She gives them away freely. In other families, such treasures are reserved for the ladies and daughters of the house. Sun Xier, revealing her collar, displayed a pink spirit clam pearl pendant hanging around her neck. Look, this is from our last hunt, a gift from Our Lady. Not just me. Every household in our family received one. My husband cherishes me and gifted me this pink one, while there are 4 white ones, not any smaller. I have a white one too. I was planning to craft another pendant. Cousin, your skin is fair, and this white spirit pearl would suit you perfectly. Allow me to gift it to you. Sun Xier hesitated for a moment, then carefully retrieved a small pouch from her bosom and gently poured out a thumb-sized white spirit clam pearl. The crowd was captivated by her display, their mouths practically watering as they fixated on the exquisite white spirit clam pearl. Sun Shower swallowed hard and asked, Sister, are you truly giving this to me? Without hesitation, Sun Xier replied, Of course, take it. Observing the interaction, she pressed the pearl into Sun Shower's palm, exclaiming, Ever since I began wearing this pendant, my skin has become noticeably smoother. Cousins of similar age, they had played together since childhood and maintained a close relationship even after marriage. In her earlier days of hardship, her cousin had lent her a helping hand. And now that times had improved, Sun Shower felt a desire to return the favor. She had contemplated the gift for quite some time, and despite her cousin's noticeable aging over the past few years, she ultimately resolved to present the spirit clam pearl to her. Chapter 54, Bamboo Treasure? Does it deserve it? Sierra, truly thank you. Sun Shower clutched the white spirit clam pearl tightly, tears glistening in her eyes. She understood that such a treasure was beyond what her wealth could procure. Immediately, she produced her entire savings. This is my hard-earned 10,000 spirit coins. Please accept it. And when I have more, I shall give you extra. Sun Sierra did not refuse, replying, very well, I shall accept this 10,000 spirit coins, effectively selling you this spirit clam pearl. I do not require more. However, Sun Shower hesitated, realizing that 10,000 spirit coins would scarcely suffice. Even a mediocre spirit clam pearl in the market would fetch a higher price. Enough. Consider me your sister and accept it. Let us not discuss its worth any further. After much back and forth, the sisters finally exchanged the pearl. Other women nearby inquired eagerly, Sierra, do you have any more spirit clam pearls? Sell one to me. I'll offer 20,000 no, 30,000 spirit coins for one, just like that. I'll give 50,000 for one. I'll offer 60,000. Sun Sierra found herself surrounded by a throng of women, feeling overwhelmed. There is no more. This is the only one. The rest have already been distributed among my 2 sisters-in-law and my brother's wife. Not even for 100,000 would anyone be foolish enough to part with such a fine spirit clam pearl. Your lady has so many. Do you think she might consider selling some? The women speculated about Song Liuhua. Sun Sierra scoffed. What are you thinking? Our lady is not in need of money. She could simply keep it for herself or gift it to someone else. Why would she sell? You're fortunate to have such a generous mistress. Their family, after all, had never shared much, not even wild vegetables. Indeed, Sun Sierra had once believed that her family would struggle while following young Master C, but to her astonishment, their lives were improving greatly. She had a premonition that their future would be even brighter. Unbeknownst to Song Liuhua, who was busy cultivating her good reputation, she glided through a bamboo grove on her flying sword. This secluded area was filled with slender green bamboos, each as thick as a thumb, stretching far into the distance towards the western farmlands of the Li family. Recently, Feng Yin and the others had harvested bamboo from this very spot for their peanut fields, and remnants of the cut bamboo were still visible. She recalled that Liuhua had gifted her a segment of 3rd-grade mutated purple bamboo, intended for her crafting endeavors. Determined to see if she could cultivate it, Song Liuhua plucked a bamboo seed from the side of the purple bamboo. She had heard that purple bamboo had stringent growing conditions, and although she was uncertain of the exact requirements, she figured that since green bamboo thrived, purple bamboo would too if planted in similar soil. Where should I begin? Song Liuhua pondered, holding her small gardening spade as she searched for fertile ground. After much searching, she found the soil to be rather uniform, lacking anything distinctive. Never mind, I shall just dig near the bamboo roots. With her spade in hand, she began to excavate. To her surprise, the spade, a gift from Jiang Wenxiu, proved remarkably effective, allowing her to unearth a substantial clump of soil with ease. As she dug down to the 10th stalk, she heard a loud crack, and the tall green bamboo came crashing down. Staring in shock at her spade, she was taken aback. I swear, I did not touch that bamboo. I merely removed some soil. Just as she bent to inspect the fallen bamboo, a swarm of plump, wriggling insects emerged from the hollow stalk. Ah! Song Liuhua screamed, retreating in fright and hastily leaping onto her flying sword to escape. Feng Yin, preparing dinner, came out upon hearing the commotion and, noticing her distress, asked anxiously, Madam, what is the matter? Song Liuhua patted her chest, shaking her head. It's nothing. Just encountered a few insects. She couldn't help but chuckle at her own fear. How absurd to be frightened by insects. Relieved that it was merely insects, Feng Yin grew curious. What kind of insects? They resembled cicadas, somewhat grotesque, but longer and certainly quite repulsive, Song Liuhua described. The image of those creepy, white, wriggling creatures etched in her mind. I believe they must be bamboo treasures. Madam, where did you find them? Take me to catch them. Feng Yin exclaimed, bubbling with excitement. What is a bamboo treasure? Song Liuhua had never heard of such a thing. Bamboo treasure, cough, cough. It's a valuable thing. It's of no use to women, so don't inquire further. Quickly, let us go find it. I understand your eagerness, but please, exercise patience. It may have already scurried away, Song Liuhua replied candidly. Feng Yin, however, was not in a hurry, reasoning that he had no immediate need for it. Yet, as any man knows, one can never guarantee they would never need something, and he was eager, perhaps in preparation for unforeseen circumstances. Reluctantly, Song Liuhua agreed to lead Feng Yin to the spot where she had found the bamboo treasure. "This is where I discovered it," she indicated. "Let us see if it's still here." "It's still here. This is the bamboo treasure," Feng Yin exclaimed, extracting a handful of slender, white, meaty worms from the bamboo. Song Liuhua's lips twitched. It hardly seemed deserving of such a splendid name. After all, they were still just worms. Rather unappealing and somewhat unsettling. Deserving indeed. Feng Yin gazed at the handful of worms with fervent eyes, brighter than when beholding a beautiful woman. Eager to indulge in their raw protein right there and then. Chapter 55. It was not a hallucination. Feng Yin's demeanor left Song Liuhua utterly speechless. "Is it truly necessary?" "Madam, you may not understand. I cannot speak plainly, but this item is beneficial for men, and you have no need for it. Our young master may find it useful in the future." Feng Yin chuckled softly, carefully stowing a handful of bamboo treasures into his pouch. What could possibly be advantageous for men? Song Liuhua's mind raced, recalling certain advertisements. Could it be something of that sort? If so, it would explain Feng Yin's reluctance to clarify. As for whether Feng Ci would require it, she believed it unnecessary for now. Song Liuhua eyed Feng Yin suspiciously. Could it be that at such a young age, he is incapable? Feng Yin felt a chill from her gaze and wiped his face in confusion. "Madam, what are you looking at? Is there something on my face?" "Nothing. I'm just contemplating. Since these bamboo treasures are so precious, perhaps we should seek more." She would never disclose her doubts about his capabilities. "Then, madam, let us separate and search." "Fine." Song Liuhua forced a smile. She resolved to overcome her discomfort with the insects around. If necessary, she could always call Feng Yin for assistance. After some mental preparation, she wandered through the bamboo grove with her small hoe. Feng Yin, having communicated with the station martial spirit masters and arranged their accommodations, joined her in the search. Moving in tandem, before long, Feng Yin discovered a bamboo joint with a hole. He drew his spirit sword and cautiously split open the bamboo tube, from which a large white maggot emerged. "Did you find something?" Song Liuhua asked, a mix of disdain and curiosity. "Not at all." Feng Yin kicked the ground in disappointment, crushing the maggot. "What is this if not the bamboo treasure?" In the face of Song Liuhua's inquisitive gaze, Feng Yin sheathed his sword and explained. "That large maggot is called a bamboo wraith. It feeds exclusively on bamboo treasures and bamboo itself, posing no threat, merely a useless insect. The rarity of bamboo treasures is compounded by the presence of bamboo wraiths." At this moment, Feng Yin had little faith in finding more bamboo treasures. Primarily, bamboo treasures favored purple bamboo, and even among green bamboo, one might not find a single nest. Today, the madam was fortunate. Encountering a nest in this green bamboo grove might be a stroke of luck, but further searching could yield nothing. Otherwise, everyone would not be foolish enough to leave these green bamboos standing. With some matters still to address at their camp, Feng Yin contemplated returning. Just as he was about to speak, "Madam," Song Liuhua shot him a glare, silencing him, while Feng Yin was enlightening her. He had been tapping the bamboo joints with the hose handle, and now it seemed she heard a faint yet distinct cracking sound in her mind. When Feng Yin spoke, the sound vanished. Curious, Song Liuhua tapped the suspicious bamboo joint again, withdrew her hand, and waited a moment. The cracking sound returned. She focused on a seemingly ordinary segment of bamboo before her, confirming the sound emanated from the eighth joint from the bottom. However, the sound soon faded once more. She tapped again and called Feng Yin over. "Listen, what do you think is inside?" Feng Yin concentrated for a moment. Aside from the gentle breeze in the bamboo grove, he heard nothing. He shook his head honestly. "I can't hear anything." Song Liuhua, puzzled, tapped again. Soon, the cracking sound echoed once more. "It's definitely there. Listen again." This time, Feng Yin pressed his ear against the bamboo segment, but still heard nothing. "Why don't you split it open and see?" Feng Yin, intrigued by what his madam had perceived, immediately unsheathed his sword. Finding a safe corner, Song Liuhua watched as a flash of sword light split the bamboo, revealing a mass of white, elongated maggots wriggling within. "Bamboo treasures," Feng Yin exclaimed joyfully, carefully collecting the 34 wriggling jewels. Song Liuhua gazed thoughtfully at the slightly rough inner wall of the bamboo. Could the sounds she had heard earlier be those treasures feeding? Yet, why hadn't Feng Yin, a capable fourth-tier martial spirit master, detected it? Feng Yin, entrusted by Feng Ci to handle matters at their base, was quick to grasp the crux of the issue. "Madam, can you truly hear the bamboo treasures?" Song Liuhua shook her head in confusion. She was just as bewildered and could not provide an answer. Feng Yin, understanding the delicate nature of the situation, refrained from pressing further. Perhaps you can locate the bamboo treasures by sound. Why not give it another try? Eager to test this newfound ability, Song Liuhua nodded in agreement. Armed with her small hoe, she began tapping through the bamboo grove. After striking hundreds of bamboo segments without hearing the previous sound, Feng Yin remarked, "Bamboo treasures are indeed rare." Song Liuhua remained silent, continuing her pursuit. Suddenly, the cracking sound emerged once more. A smile crept across her lips. Hearing it again filled her with joy. "Quick, let us split this bamboo open," she directed Feng Yin. His eyes brightened as he deftly drew his sword. Indeed, there is something. Feng Yin's gaze towards Song Liuhua was now filled with newfound admiration. "Madam, you possess incredible talent. With her ability, they could potentially scour the entire bamboo grove for treasures." Understanding Feng Yin's intent, Song Liuhua resigned herself to the task, mounting her flying sword as she leisurely continued her tapping. With the assistance of this spherical spirit artifact, the martial spirit masters from the four families, Feng Xi, Qin Yi, Liu Yuan, and Jiang Wenxiu, worked in pairs, significantly accelerating their hunt for the blazing flame sheep. Before long, they had slain all the blazing flame sheep in the valley, lifting everyone's spirits. Qin Yi wiped the blood from his hands and remarked, "It has been ages since I've enjoyed such a lively hunt." Indeed, this group of blazing flame sheep is far simpler to dispatch than any azure ox or silver-patterned deer. With Feng Xi's spherical spirit artifact, we can take down large numbers in one go. Our efforts today are equivalent to 3 days of hunting. Liu Yuan added, "Based on the numbers, there are around 400 to 500. A single third-tier blazing flame sheep weighs over 300 pounds. 400 sheep would amount to over 120,000 pounds. After just one morning of combat, each family could expect to share around 30,000 pounds of meat, and given their high rank, they were naturally elated." Chapter 56, Finding Fault? Qin Yi patted Feng Xi's shoulder, acknowledging that their successful hunt of so many flame sheep was largely due to the spherical spirit tool crafted by his wife. Once they divided the spoils among their families, he promised to offer an additional flame sheep to Feng Xi's wife for her health. "Choose anyone you like," he added, his gaze shifting to Feng Xi. Jiang Wenxiu, not one to be outdone, quickly declared he too would make a gift. With a smile, Feng Xi graciously accepted the brother's enthusiasm. "Please extend my gratitude to all on behalf of my wife." The fact that the spherical spirit tool was made by Song Liuhua was common knowledge, having been spread by Feng Shan long ago. Without needing to consider the reactions of their own family or those of the Qin, Liu, and Jiang clans. At least Qin Yi and Liu Yuan had grown accustomed to it, feeling a sense of inevitability about it, while other craftsmen produced items that, though not overly elaborate, conformed to the norms of their craft. Only Feng Xi's wife would create such peculiar spirit tools. Jiang Wenxiu, upon first hearing of her work, found it hard to believe, especially since he had previously advised Feng Xi against pursuing her due to her humble background. However, after spending time together, he realized that Feng Xi's wife was far more extraordinary than she appeared. He found renewed confidence in his brother's judgment. Feng Xi chuckled lightly, sheathing his sword, and continued walking with his usual composure. With ample time ahead, they discussed their next steps and pressed on in search of more flame sheep. Half an hour later, they had not located any flame beasts but instead attracted a flock of feathered phoenix chickens, with the weakest among them at level 4 and the strongest at level 5. Feng Xi felt a headache coming on. He would rather face a 6th-tier blue bull than these creatures. Though called chickens, their attack power rivaled that of hawks and other predatory beasts. They were not only larger than flame sheep, but also adorned with extravagant plumage, equipped with sharp claws and long beaks, capable of flight and swift movement. A moment's lapse in attention could lead to a person or beast being snatched into the air and subsequently dropped to their demise. Thus, despite their meat being rich in spiritual energy, few martial spirit masters would dare provoke them. They were certainly not the reckless type. Even more concerning, while these creatures might lack intelligence, being somewhat foolish, they bore grudges fiercely. Once they set their sights on someone, they would attack relentlessly, undeterred by injuries. With their tenacity, the feathered phoenix chickens had carved out a notorious reputation. This time, they had not sought out the troublesome flock, but merely passed by when they were spotted and subsequently marked as adversaries. Qin Yi, Liu Yuan, and Jiang Wenxiu wore grave expressions, their gazes fixated on the circling chickens overhead. their sense of caution heightened to its peak. Jiang Wenxiu inwardly cursed. What on earth? I can't even pass by without trouble, can I? What foolish creatures. The tense silence was shattered by the cacophonous clucking of the feathered phoenix chickens. Someone in the group moved, prompting the chickens to unleash a discordant chorus of clucks. Clearly, there was no chance of a peaceful resolution. Standing at the forefront, Feng Xiai wiped the smile from his face and gestured calmly. Attack! 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 The members of the Feng clan shouted in unison, swiftly assuming their battle formations. Their spirits ignited. A glint of cold determination flashed in Qin Ye's eyes. Qin family members, prepare for battle. Yes, the Qin clan responded immediately, adjusting their formations. Swords raised to the sky. Liuhua snorted, and his clansmen quickly grasped the intent, readying themselves for combat. Jiang Wenxiu waved his arm, spitting, damn it. I've had enough of these foolish chickens. Let's take them down. His followers grimaced, swiftly preparing for the confrontation. Their collective actions served only to infuriate the flock of feathered phoenix chickens. The chickens squawked chaotically, scattering before launching into a dive. Their sharp claws and beaks aimed at the group. Feng Xiai was the first to raise his sword, engaging in a fierce struggle with a descending level 5 chicken. Feng Shan, Song Yuan, Feng Yi, and Feng Qing quickly joined the fray, coordinating their efforts in battle. Jiang Wenxiu, having recently elevated his status to level 5 thanks to a level 3 red turtle egg purchased from Feng Xiai, found himself slightly outmatched by the fearless level 5 chickens. Just as he managed to fend off one, another, with a bald tail, raked its claws across his back. Though he was not seriously injured, the sting of the blow was undeniable. Fortunately, his armor, made from the hide of a level 5 blue bull, spared him from severe injury. Cursing, Jiang Wenxiu pointed his sword at the bald-tailed chicken, exclaiming, "You foolish creature, just wait until I catch you. I'll turn you into roast chicken." Feng Xiai, already a 6th-tier martial spirit master before sustaining any injuries, possessed ample combat experience. Now, with his spiritual realm nearly restored, he found himself managing the skirmish against the level 5 chickens with relative ease. However, despite their foolishness, the chickens exhibited keen instinct. Upon sensing danger, they would take to the skies. Grounded, they could only jump 2 or 3 meters high. Even as they yearned to eliminate these troublesome chickens, they found themselves unable to reach them. Should the chickens recover, another wave of attacks would follow, and they risked being overwhelmed. Feng Shan, Feng Yi, Feng Qing used the spherical spirit tools to attack. Yes, the three responded promptly, breaking free from their entanglements with the chickens to retrieve their spherical spirit tools. Others support them. Yes, following Feng Xi's command, they rejoined the fray. Seeing this, Qin Yi, Liuhua, Jiang Wenxiu, and the others also took out their spherical spirit tools, instructing their comrades to assist. Despite issuing such orders, Qin Yi and the others felt uncertain. After all, the feathered phoenix chickens were level 5 beasts, their size and combat prowess vastly superior to that of the flame sheep. This time, achieving victory with the spherical spirit tools seemed a formidable challenge. Qin Yi leaped, kicking aside a charging level 3 chicken, exhaling heavily. Liuhua remained non-committal. The number of injured continued to rise. Rather than exhaust themselves here, it was better to make a decisive move. Even if we fail, it is our lives at stake. No one else is to blame. Indeed, a smirk crept onto Qin Ye's lips as he gritted his teeth, declaring, "If I discover the weakness of these feathered phoenix chickens, I shall annihilate their entire flock. Take me with you." Jiang Wenxiu, having been sent flying by a wing, wiped the blood from his mouth and charged back into the fray. Chapter 57. Seeking Death. The spherical spiritual artifact activated, and Feng Shan and the others skillfully maneuvered the enlarged sphere towards the airborne feathered phoenix chickens. A sharp cry pierced the air, and several of the chickens momentarily stalled in mid-flight before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Song Yuan and his companions, armed with spiritual swords, stood ready for action, but after a prolonged wait, the chickens remained motionless. Cautiously, he approached and prodded them with the blade. Yet there was no response. Were they dead? Song Yuan was taken aback. Slaying the 3rd-tier flame sheep had not been so effortless. How could these chickens fall so easily? The reality before him was hard to believe, and inwardly, he couldn't help but question what kind of concoction his little sister had brewed. Unable to kill sheep, yet effortlessly dispatching chickens? The way these feathered phoenix chickens fell was almost laughable. Feng Shan, Feng Qing, and Feng Yi focused intently on the chickens in the sky, quickly seeking new targets after each successful hit. As the saying goes, a chaotic attack can defeat a seasoned master. With a considerable number of these chickens and their penchant for group behavior, they found it challenging to bring them down. However, the chickens were much more agile than the flame sheep, making the battle particularly taxing on their spiritual energy. After enduring an entire morning, Fengshan and his companions were beginning to feel the strain. Their faces turned pale, and sweat poured down like rain. Fengshan silently lamented his dwindling stamina. Glancing up at the sky, he saw still a few hundred chickens remaining and gritted his teeth to persevere. After knocking down a few more chickens with the spherical artifact, Fengshan, Fengqing, and Feng Yi could no longer hold on. Fortunately, Feng Wu and Feng Lu had also learned to use the spherical artifact and were ready to step in. The third participant had to be Song Yuan. With a resentful gaze directed at the artifact, he resigned himself to the task, his body swaying as he activated the sphere. Once engaged, both spirit and focus were intensely concentrated on the chickens above. Under the relentless assault of 4 families' 9 spherical artifacts, the chickens fell from the sky like dumplings. And those that hit the ground did not stir again. This phenomenon quickly caught the attention of Feng Xi, Qin Yi, and others. The 4 were pleasantly surprised by the effectiveness of the spherical artifact against the feathered phoenix chickens. Feng Xi was the first to recall the exclamations of Genie Tai Mei from Feng Shan's group, wondering if this artifact had a peculiar efficacy against chickens. Amused and intrigued by the strange concoctions his wife crafted, he found himself chuckling at the situation. This time, Genie Tai Mei had proven to be exceptionally beneficial. Jiang Wenxiu kicked a fallen chicken with great force, exclaiming, "Take that, die." Qin Yi remarked, "I thought Genie Tai Mei was a peculiar phrase. But it turns out your sister-in-law's creation is quite extraordinary. I must admit, this tool is unprecedentedly effective for hunting chickens." Liuhua nodded in agreement. Jiang Wenxiu continued to laugh, but Qin Yi, unable to tolerate his antics, kicked him lightly. "Enough already. There are still plenty of chickens left. Haven't you noticed your martial spirit's energy is nearly depleted? Hurry and switch out." "Oh right. Why are you still pushing it?" Jiang Wenxiu shrugged off the admonishment, glaring at his pale-faced kin. "Yes," the family member replied, their face twitching as they quietly removed the spherical artifact and popped the spirit-replenishing pill into their mouth. With the assistance of the spherical artifact, the pressure on Feng Xi and the others was significantly alleviated. As time passed, the number of fallen feathered phoenix chickens increased, gradually turning the tide in their favor. Everyone present bore some injuries, but fortunately, they had prepared ample spirit-replenishing pills and various remedies for internal and external wounds, so their conditions remained relatively stable. This day marked the greatest crisis they had faced during their hunting expedition, and although the spherical artifact had mitigated the danger, Feng Xi, Qin Yi, Liuhua, and Jiang Wenxiu still bore their fair share of injuries. Feng Xi's martial attire was dark, now marred with damp stains and palm-length rips. Yet his hair remained unruffled, and his demeanor composed, maintaining an air of elegance. In contrast, Qin Yi's white martial attire was stained with blood, showcasing noticeable rips from the chicken's attacks, making him appear rather disheveled. Seeing Feng Xi in such a state, he couldn't help but lament, "Had I known, I would have worn black like you." Turning to see Liuhua's tattered, deep green attire, which still held some semblance of dignity, he noted that even the distant Jiang Wenxiu, with his sky-blue garb, appeared more respectable. With a grimace, Qin Yi resolved to don black for the next hunt. Glancing at his own kin, clad in pure white, stained and torn, they resembled beggars. Jiang Wenxiu observed that the feathered phoenix chickens seemed somewhat ill-fated, as their family chickens fell like dumplings, while the remaining ones did not flee but instead grew bolder. Those fortunate enough to have avoided the spherical artifact's strikes charged down, only to be beaten back, then fled into the air again, only to be pursued and returned shortly after. He spotted the bald-tailed 5th-tier feathered phoenix chicken. Realizing it had somehow survived this long, Jiang Wenxiu, irritated by its luck, quickly directed the 2 martial spirits controlling the spherical artifact. "Do you see that bald-tailed chicken? Smash it. Hit it hard." They shared a glance, a hint of disbelief in their eyes, before they coordinated to corner the bald-tailed chicken. The spherical artifact proved lethal, and before long, the unfortunate chicken found itself with no escape, struck violently by one of the spheres and crashing to the ground with a thud. Jiang Wenxiu stomped on its bare tail, declaring, "Your luck runs out tonight. You're going on the spit." As the last of the feathered phoenix chickens fell, Feng Xiai assessed the sky and cheerfully announced, "It's getting late. Let us clean up and head back." After clearing the battlefield, they had successfully collected 472 feathered phoenix chickens, comprising 248 fourth-tier and 224 fifth-tier birds, each weighing approximately 150 pounds. Qin Yi suggested, "Shall we divide them equally, as per usual?" Liuhua nodded in agreement, "Certainly." Zhang Wenxiu added, "Let us do it." With Feng Xi's team comprising only 100 members, they were at a clear advantage against the other families, which had over 200 members more. However, during this hunt at Shihe Ridge, whether it was the purple berry that took down the fourth-tier green bull brought by his wife, the cicadas, or this peculiar spherical artifact, all had played significant roles in their success. These valuable resources were rightfully theirs, and with such treasures in hand, it was only natural for others to approach them for collaboration. As the sun set, the encampment buzzed with activity. Upon returning, Feng Xiai noticed the absence of Song Liuhua. The kitchen's martial spirit informed him, Madame and Feng Yin went out searching for something, and Haven Tea returned all afternoon. Earlier, the young master of the farming family came by, and fearing they would linger, the madam left without eating lunch. The food is still kept warm for her, though it's no longer fresh. The martial spirit slapped their forehead, recounting the events in haste. Feng Xiai's smile faded. He instructed that the ladies' dinner be prepared anew, emphasizing the need for freshness, and requested a nourishing chicken soup, suggesting the addition of some high-quality medicinal herbs from the pantry. Having spoken, he retrieved the spirit stone and proceeded to exit. The martial artist observed his tattered attire and muttered, "You might as well take a bath and change into clean clothes before you go." In the bamboo grove, Song Liuhua, akin to a monk from the temple, glided about on her flying sword, tapping and listening intently. Feng Yin trailed behind her, sporting a chubby grin, chopping and grasping eagerly. One was numbed by life's monotony, while the other, with a large basket hanging at her waist, beamed with joy, her cheeks visibly plumped with delight. "Do we still need to gather?" Song Liuhua inquired of Feng Yin for what felt like the umpteenth time. "Yes, please," Feng Yin replied, gently patting her basket, her expression earnest. "Very well," Song Liuhua acquiesced, resuming her tedious and monotonous tapping. Chapter 58. Lost in the bamboo grove when Feng Xiai located the two. The bamboo forest bore signs of disturbance. To his surprise, he witnessed the duo skillfully extracting bamboo treasures from a green bamboo stalk. For these treasures were known to favor purple bamboo. Song Liuhua, upon seeing Feng Xiai, waved joyfully, "Feng Xiai, you're here. Look, Feng Yin and I have found so many bamboo treasures." She pointed to the basket hanging from Feng Yin's waist. However, Feng Xiai paid no heed to the basket, instead walking directly to Song Liuhua, gently flicking her forehead. "You've become quite capable, even skipping lunch." "I had some pastries," she replied. Noticing the injuries on his body, she gasped, "You're hurt. How badly? Have you applied any medicine?" Song Liuhua hastily reached out to inspect him, but Feng Xiai caught her little hands and smiled softly. "It's nothing serious, just a surface wound. It has healed already." Yet, Song Liuhua was still unconvinced. "Let me take a look." "Be good. I'll show you when we get back." "Feng Yin is watching, too." Feng Yin turned with a smile. "I didn't see anything. I was merely checking Feng Xi's injury." "You two are making me seem like a ravenous femme fatale," she retorted with a chuckle. Feng Xiai chuckled lightly, taking Song Liuhua's hand. "It's getting late. Let us head back." "Yes. Let us go." Upon hearing this, Song Liuhua sighed with relief. After an entire afternoon of tapping, she was indeed feeling rather weary. Though Feng Yin was reluctant to leave the bamboo treasures behind, with his master having spoken, he could only glance longingly into the depths of the green bamboo forest before following suit. After the trio departed, a group of women entered from the west, floundering like headless flies, aimlessly wandering through the bamboo grove. "Didn't you say we could exit by coming this way?" "Indeed. We've been wandering in this bamboo forest for an entire afternoon without finding a single clue. And now we're lost. It's all your fault for not knowing the way. Why act so capable? It's getting dark. If we can't find our way out, will we end up feeding the beasts?" The women could not help but complain about the leading figure. "Xie Lu, I always said outsiders are unreliable." They were all from farming families in the West and had little regard for outsiders. Were it not for the reputation of Xie Dalong and his wife, they would hardly have bothered with her. My son said it himself. How could it be wrong? Xie Huixing indeed claimed that passing through this bamboo forest would lead to the territory of the Qin and the four families. However, They had entered at noon and had been lost for over 2 hours. Even Xie Lu felt a tinge of guilt. Despite her inner turmoil, she maintained her composure. If it weren't for your greed for the soil cicadas in the Central Territory, I wouldn't have secretly brought you this way. You can only blame your own avarice. One woman, unable to tolerate her arrogance, scoffed. Didn't you say there was a way to avoid the Qin and the other families? We each paid you 50 spirit stones to lead us here. This entire afternoon, you led us through this bamboo forest. And not only have we not found a single soil cicada, but we have hardly seen any wild vegetables. Who knows what kind of beasts might appear after dark? If something happens to us here, my sons will not spare your son. You dare. My son is a third-tier martial spirit master, and my daughter-in-law is a second-tier alchemist, known to the young master. You dare. Before Xie Lu could finish, she was interrupted. Enough? There's a bamboo here that looks suspicious, as if it were cut by a martial spirit master with a spirit sword. A perceptive woman crouched by a nearby bamboo, deep in thought. There's another one over there. Another woman with keen eyes spotted another similarly cut bamboo 10 steps away. Everyone, search for more of these cut bamboos. Perhaps if we follow them, we can find a way out. The group dispersed, seeking the peculiar bamboos, and after a half-hour of trekking, they finally emerged from the bamboo grove. Xie Lu gazed toward the distant light. I told you we would reach the Qin and Lu family's encampment. The other women ignored her, huffing as they proceeded westward, while only the woman who initially noticed the odd bamboo cast a contemplative glance back at the forest. Upon returning to the encampment, Feng Yin lifted the lid of the basket filled with bamboo treasures, revealing a writhing mass of pale, elongated bodies intertwined within. Even Feng Xi, usually unflappable, couldn't help but be taken aback. After all, this was a green bamboo forest. He thought finding a few hundred treasures would be the limit, but it turned out there were 4,000 or 5,000. He couldn't help but marvel at how extraordinary his wife was, able to unearth such treasures from what appeared to be an ordinary green bamboo grove. Recalling this, Feng Xi remembered that she had previously dug up soil cicadas, which were unearthed from the very earth she had disturbed, and he couldn't suppress a chuckle. Feng Shan, Song Yuan, Feng Qing, and Feng Yi soon gathered around, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Good heavens, Feng Yin, where did you acquire so many bamboo treasures? Did you wipe out an entire clan? I don't recall seeing any purple bamboo in this area. The crowd buzzed with a mix of surprise and curiosity. Feng Yin closed the lid. Guess. Feng Shan recalled the green bamboo forest behind the encampment, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Could it be that grove? Impossible. Bamboo treasures do not favor green bamboo. Finding a few would be believable, but this many? Unthinkable. Song Yuan asserted emphatically. Feng Yi chuckled, regardless of where they came from. Leave a few for us, brothers. 12 treasures for me, said Feng Qing. I want some too. Feng Yin cast a meaningful glance at their lower halves. Fear not. There will be enough for everyone. We are few in number, and the task of expanding our clan now falls to you all, Feng Shan teased, having already married and unperturbed by Feng Yin's jest. That's fair, but you must share more bamboo treasures with us. Otherwise, our good intentions will come to naught. He even glanced back at Song Yuan, Feng Qing, and Feng Yi. Song Yuan chuckled awkwardly, his ears turning red. Feng Yi, whose youthful appearance belied a thick-skinned demeanor, laughed. It's a valid point. He nudged Feng Qing with his elbow. Feng Qing expressionlessly shifted his position. After some light-hearted banter, Feng Shan pressed, but where exactly did you catch these bamboo treasures? In the nearby green bamboo forest. You guessed correctly, Feng Yin replied, her tone laced with disbelief. It's true. Honestly, I didn't expect it either. Initially, it was my wife who discovered a nest of bamboo treasures. When I tried my hand at it, I found this many. So it was your wife, younger sister, who found them. Then there's no issue. Over the past few days, the unusual sounds produced by Song Liuhua had become commonplace to Song Yuan, Feng Shan, and others. When something evidently irrational occurred, it became reasonable to them. We shall return tomorrow to gather more. Feng Yin succinctly recounted the entire experience, and they agreed that Feng Qing and Feng Yi would accompany her to the bamboo forest the following day to collect more treasures. Chapter 59. The future sister-in-law. At the same time, the women of the farming family returned home. The first to notice something unusual in the bamboo grove was Su Qing, whose husband was a second-tier martial spirit master, while she herself was merely a first-tier spiritual plant master. Both of them possessed mediocre talents and led a life that was neither good nor bad under the protection of their family. Upon returning home, Su Qing'er pondered increasingly over the matter. That bamboo grove must harbor some secrets. She had secretly counted the number of bamboo stalks that had been cleaved, and to her astonishment, there were over 100. She could not fathom who had done it, but no one would chop bamboo without reason. Thus, there must be something valuable among them. What could it possibly be? Suddenly, an idea struck her: bamboo treasure. Although it was said that bamboo treasure grows in purple bamboo, she had witnessed numerous extraordinary occurrences in this world. Perhaps these green bamboos were exceptions. After all, had not the brilliant fourth young master of the Feng family married a commoner, seemingly worthless woman? On the airship station nearby, Song Liuhua observed her elder brother donning a new outfit before heading out. Tilting her head in curiosity, she watched intently until his figure disappeared into the forest. Puzzled without any clear understanding, Feng Xiai, noticing her bewilderment, smiled and remarked, "Brother has reached the age for marriage." "What?" Song Liuhua exclaimed, her eyes wide. "You mean, I will have a sister-in-law?" "Perhaps." Feng Xiai gently helped her close her gaping mouth. "Perhaps? I had no inkling at all." Song Liuhua suddenly recalled her brother's earlier peculiar behavior. Well, she did notice, but had not thought much about it. After all, her brother had always struck her as a quintessential ironclad man. To think he had swiftly found a sister-in-law for her. She mused that one should not judge a book by its cover. Her brother was quite remarkable. Who is this sister-in-law I have yet to meet? Song Liuhua's eyes sparkled with gossip. Feng Xiai shook his head. "I do not know." "Not knowing is acceptable," Song Liuhua replied, not expecting him to have any insight. Immediately, she rummaged through her jade bracelet space. "No, my brother is a rough man. He surely doesn't know how to court a woman. I must assist him." Yes, this dark-hued spiritual silk should be a perfect gift for the future sister-in-law. Feng Xiai could only smile faintly as he watched her muttering to herself. Outside the Li family residence, Song Yuan's face turned crimson as his heart raced like a drum, delicately placing a butterfly hairpin into the woman's hair. "Is it beautiful?" she asked, tilting her head to reveal a face as lovely as a hibiscus, her eyes filled with gentle smiles. "Beautiful, beautiful," Song Yuan nodded vigorously. "In that case, when we return from this hunt, come and marry me." The woman's seemingly ordinary voice echoed in Song Yuan's ears like thunderclaps. Marry you?" "Yes." Song Yuan was momentarily stunned, his mind buzzing. The woman's smile dimmed slightly. "You are unwilling?" "And no, I'm willing," he quickly replied, regaining his composure. "Then I shall await you. The night is dark, and the road is treacherous. You should return early." Dazed, Song Yuan departed. As his figure vanished into the night, Liuhua turned back to her residence. Upon entering, her roommate, Xiaononio, remarked sarcastically, "Oh, you just broke off your engagement with Brother Nomi. And now you're already involved with someone else. My affairs are none of your concern." Having severed her engagement with Nomi, Liuhua felt no obligation to answer to him or the insufferable Xiaononio, who had been entangled with Nomi before their engagement was even dissolved. She could hardly muster the energy to deal with her. Xiaononio chuckled. "Well, I'm about to marry Brother Nomi, and you're nearing 18. If you don't marry soon, your time may run short." Liuhua responded by burying herself under her blankets, seeking solace in sleep. Having lost her mother to illness last year and her father to a beast's attack this year, she had grieved enough. The dissolution of her engagement with Nomi, while not entirely painless, was not enough to shatter her spirit. She had to care for her 5-year-old brother and face a long life ahead, devoid of the desire to tangle with them. She had grown weary of the second young mistress Qin Rue, who constantly criticized her, as well as Xiaononio's duplicitous nature. She yearned to marry soon to escape these unpleasant individuals. In a few days, the hunt would conclude, and she could finalize her marriage contract, liberating herself from the Li family's torment. She had heard that the Feng family's fourth young master group was free from such trivial matters. And after spending time with Song Yuan, she found him, despite lacking a noble lineage, to be no less admirable than Nomi. As long as they worked together, their future would hold promise, which comforted her greatly. With her eyes closed, she quickly drifted off to sleep. Upon arriving at the residence, Song Yuan received a heartfelt gift from his younger sister, a piece of lotus-colored spiritual silk. "Little sister, what is this?" he asked, puzzled. Song Liuhua scrutinized him from head to toe. He stood at 8 feet tall, robustly built, likely possessing a chiseled physique. His face, adorned with thick brows and bright eyes, bore striking features, exuding a rugged charm. Quite handsome, indeed. Song Yuan felt uneasy under her gaze. Little sister, what are you doing? Song Liuhua giggled. Nothing much. Just admiring my brother's gallant figure for my future sister-in-law. By the way, this piece of spiritual silk is for her to tailor a dress. Feeling embarrassed, Song Yuan scratched his head. You already know? I didn't mean to keep it from you. Song Liuhua waved her hand dismissively. I understand. No, you don't. He insisted. Pray tell. She is gentle and beautiful, with a kind heart. We are to be wed soon, after this hunt. Oh, well, I suppose I truly do not understand. Even though Song Liuhua had braced herself, she was still taken aback by Song Yuan's announcement. Then, I wish you happiness. Thank you, little sister. As she watched him depart, Song Liuhua rested her chin on her hand, reflecting to herself how serendipitous it was. She was marrying at a swift pace. And her elder brother was not far behind. They were indeed of the same family, destined to enter the same door. The following day, Feng Qing and Feng Yi were eager to venture into the bamboo grove in search of bamboo treasures. Song Liuhua, still bleary-eyed, opened her door to find the two of them standing like sentinels, Feng Yi leaning casually against the left doorframe, while Feng Qing stood rigidly on the right. Startled, Song Liuhua jumped. What are you two doing? Madam, we are going to catch bamboo treasures together. Feng Yi replied cheerfully. Huh. Song Liuhua rolled her eyes. You ought to wait for me to have breakfast first. Feng Yi eagerly nudged Feng Qing. You wait here. We'll fetch breakfast for you. Feng Qing, with an expressionless glance, turned and departed the airship. Chapter 60. Shall we cut bamboo? I am engaged in high-stakes gaming. How about you? After enjoying her breakfast, Song Liuhua, under the incessant chatter of Feng Yi, arrived at the green bamboo forest. This time, she chose to head westward. Hey, here I go, she exclaimed, blowing gently into her palms before retrieving a small medicinal hoe. Amid the curious gazes of Feng Qing and Feng Yi, she stepped onto her flying sword, bouncing up and down as she began to tap away, moving with the agility of a monkey swinging through the trees. Our lady truly possesses a unique flair. Feng Yi chuckled, only to quickly cover his mouth, his eyes widening in surprise. Feng Qing twitched her lips and turned her head away, only to return with an expression devoid of emotion. The two stood on the ground, watching her tap away at the bamboo, yet despite her efforts, they saw no results. Feng Yi could not help but lament. This bamboo treasure is indeed elusive. I wonder how our luck will fare today. Even if we find only half of what we did yesterday, I would be satisfied. Like a diligent woodpecker, Song Liuhua continued her rhythmic tapping. Suddenly, she perked up upon hearing a familiar sound. I've got something, she called out to the others. Feng Yi and Feng Qing swiftly drew their swords to slice through the bamboo. The slender green stalks split open, revealing within the 13th segment a series of long, wriggling bamboo treasures nestled within the pristine inner walls of the bamboo. Feng Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, there are treasures. He promptly gathered all the bamboo treasures into a basket at his waist. Song Liuhua pressed on westward. The bamboo deeper within the forest was thicker, and to her surprise, she discovered that the likelihood of finding bamboo treasures here was greater than among the slender stalks outside. Her enthusiasm surged as she continued tapping. After a while, she realized, although she still found the sight of the pale, fleshy worms repulsive, her initial fear had diminished. It seemed she had developed an immunity. In the western hunting area, Su Qing'er stealthily approached the bamboo grove with a basket in hand. Prior to her arrival, she had envisioned a bountiful harvest, dreaming of collecting 100 bamboo treasures and ascending to wealth. However, upon seeing the tall bamboo stalks, she felt utterly at a loss, unsure of where to start. Not knowing which bamboo contained treasures and lacking the strength of a martial spirit master to easily cleave through them, she exerted tremendous effort with a sickle to cut down a stalk, only to find nothing inside. Su Qing'er was utterly disheartened. Gritting her teeth, she turned to leave. A quarter of an hour later, countless women and children flooded into the bamboo forest, accompanied by dozens of first-tier martial spirit masters. In search of bamboo worms, the farmers, along with the women, became laborers chopping bamboo. The sound of bamboo crashing down echoed as children dragged them away, eagerly prying them open to search inside. The commotion attracted members of the Li and Yun families. Upon discussing the situation, the families decided to join the frenzy, disregarding the farmers' endeavors. They quickly gathered a number of their kin and began chopping and splitting bamboo. As the commotion escalated, Su Qing'er grew increasingly anxious, especially since no one had yet found a single bamboo treasure. She began to wonder if she had miscalculated. With the passage of time, the lack of discoveries led to doubts regarding Su Qing'er's claims. "Are you certain there are really bamboo treasures here?" questioned her husband, who was the 8th son in his family. His parents had named him Nong Laoba, and after marrying him, she became known as Laoba's wife. "Everyone knows bamboo treasures grow in the purple bamboo forest. This is green bamboo. Are you joking with us?" Su Qing'er's sister-in-law looked at her sternly. It was one thing to jest with family, but to make a fool of oneself in front of outsiders could lead to a serious embarrassment, especially with both the Li and Yun families present. "I truly saw them with my own eyes," Su Qing'er stammered, feeling increasingly flustered. At this point, she couldn't back down, even as her heart was heavy with doubt. Yet she remained 80% sure that even if they weren't bamboo treasures, they must be something valuable. Seeing her unwavering conviction, her sister-in-law finally relaxed. She explained to the other women, "Bamboo treasures are exceedingly rare. It's entirely normal if we haven't found any yet. With such a vast bamboo forest, we will surely uncover them eventually." The others felt somewhat reassured, though still skeptical. At least there was a glimmer of hope. Su Qing'er's anxiety eased for the moment. She simply hoped something would soon emerge, even if it wasn't a bamboo treasure. Suddenly, a chorus of cheerful voices rang out. "Bamboo treasures. Look, bamboo treasures. They're real. Where? Let me see." The crowd, consisting of women, children, martial spirit masters, and members from the farming, Li, and Yun families, rushed toward the source of the commotion, quickly spiraling into chaos. "Don't push. You've made me lose my shoes," shouted a burly martial spirit master, raising his fist in frustration, momentarily restoring some order. The crowd finally caught a glimpse of the bamboo treasures. Within the pristine inner walls of the bamboo, slender, wriggling worms squirmed. Some, unfamiliar with the treasures, remained oblivious. However, a few knowledgeable martial spirit masters confirmed with delight, "Indeed, these are bamboo treasures." Though there were only about 20, each bamboo treasure held significant value. A martial spirit master from the farming community carefully collected the treasures before taking a deep breath and commanding, "Continue chopping bamboo." Understood. It was at this moment that the members of the Li and Yun families realized what the farmers were searching for, their gazes igniting with fervor as they turned toward the bamboo grove. The group dispersed, fervently resuming their bamboo cutting and splitting. Su Qing'er let out a sigh of relief. Sinking down onto the ground, she had made the right bet. As long as they could find more bamboo treasures, she would be generously rewarded. With money in hand, she could buy the clothes and jewelry she adored, as well as procure more vegetables and fruits imbued with spiritual energy. Essentially, she could indulge in countless desires. Unbeknownst to Song Liuhua and her companions, the actions of her and Feng in the previous day had incited a bamboo-cutting frenzy among the Li, Nong, and Yun families in the western hunting area. Presently, she was busy collecting bamboo treasures alongside Feng Qing and Feng Yi in the bamboo grove. Why do I say collecting? It was because she had stumbled upon a rather peculiar area. The ground here was damp, leaving watermarks with every step, and no matter where she tapped, bamboo treasures would appear. After tapping for quite a while, her hands grew numb, prompting Song Liuhua to cease her efforts and instead instruct Feng Qing and Feng Yi to cut down all the bamboo in this area. The results were remarkably fruitful. Every bamboo cut in this spot contained treasures, with the largest quantities found at the very base, where the bamboo segments could scarcely contain the treasures within. As they sliced through the bamboo, numerous worms erupted into the air. Feng Qing and Feng Yi hastily spread out bedding on the ground before commencing their task. Just yesterday, Song Liuhua had barely begun to recover from her mild phobia of these worms, but now it was resurfacing. With a shriek, she quickly found a distant spot to crouch down and dig in the dirt. Chapter 61. The bamboo grove in the west. The families of Nong, Li, and Yun were fervently engaged in cutting bamboo, their enthusiasm palpable. Each family had unearthed treasures of bamboo, further invigorating their spirits. "Let us work diligently. This time, we shall be rewarded," they cheered. A group of women and children, who had not anticipated receiving such precious items, found that seeking bamboo treasures was far more profitable than foraging for wild vegetables. Both sides were satisfied, their motivation only heightened. A martial artist from one of the farming families gazed longingly at the bamboo stretching towards the central hunting area. The families of Qin, Lu, and Jiang likely have no inkling that treasures lie within this green bamboo grove. "Once we finish harvesting here, we will clear the bamboo over there, and all the treasures will belong to us." Last time, they reaped the benefits of the earth's cicadas without sharing. This time, they will watch helplessly as we claim the bamboo treasures. Haraha. The martial artists of the Nome, Li, and Yun families reveled in their delightful fantasies. At that moment, Song Liuhua exclaimed, "Do not compare your trifles to my army of insects." Feeling overwhelmed, she dropped her stick, leapt up, and summoned her spirit sword. Soaring into the sky, her heart raced as she patted her chest. How could I endure this? Song Liuhua was on the brink of madness. She had merely intended to dig a bit of soil to pass the time, but as her stick struck the ground, it unearthed a plump, green worm the size of her thumb. Imagine a grotesquely green, fat worm emerging from the earth, its tiny black eyes locking onto hers, such a terrifying sight. Akin to discovering a pair of pristine embroidered shoes in a dilapidated old building. For someone with a phobia of worms, merely surviving that encounter was a feat. Feng Qing and Feng Yi, who were busy cutting bamboo, rushed over upon hearing her strange cry, only to find her hovering in the air. Feng Yi's dimple twitched as he asked, "Madam, why are you up there?" Song Liuhua lowered herself slightly, frowning as she pointed to the spot she had just excavated. "There's a giant worm. You are far too timid. What is there to fear about such a worm? Wait, I shall crush it for you." Feng Yi laughed, striding towards where Song Liuhua had crouched. Indeed, he spotted a hint of green protruding from the earth, and as he prepared to stomp it, the creature revealed its head from the dark soil. Feng Yi mused, stepping back in surprise. This worm seemed oddly familiar. It was a spirit-replenishing worm. As its name suggests, it was brimming with spiritual energy and classified as a level 4 extraordinary beast. Its primary function was to nourish the meridians and spiritual dwellings, enhancing their resilience so that martial artists and auxiliary spirit masters would not easily damage their meridians and spiritual dwellings from excessive use of spiritual power. Feng Qing crouched down to fully excavate the worm. A plump, thumb-sized, grotesquely green worm was now visible in its entirety, and Feng Yi was left in disbelief. "It truly is a spirit-replenishing worm. I can't be mistaken," he exclaimed, carefully placing the large green worm into his pocket like a precious treasure. "What happened to avenging me?" Song Liuhua pouted. Feng Yi chuckled. "In truth, we need not seek revenge for this, right? Hee. Shameless." Song Liuhua scoffed. Feng Qing, unable to remain silent, continued digging in the area they had disturbed. Suddenly, his pupils widened in astonishment. Feng Yi turned to see him frozen, pointing at the dark soil, stammering, "So many spirit-replenishing worms." Curious, Song Liuhua leaned closer to take a look, only to swiftly ascend back into the air. The grotesquely green worms writhed in the moist black earth, sending shivers down her spine. Thank heavens I flew away quickly. She shuddered at the thought of what might have happened had she not possessed her flying sword. She would have likely been screaming and frantically fleeing through the bamboo grove. With her heart settling, Song Liuhua controlled her flying sword to ascend further until those excessively plump green worms were out of sight. Feng Qing and Feng Yi exchanged glances, and Feng Qing promptly took out a communication stone to summon help. When Feng Yi received the message, he was busy inventorying supplies in the storage room. Feng Qing succinctly instructed, "Bring people to assist," before cutting off the call. Feng Yin's eyes brightened. It seemed they had discovered even more bamboo treasures than the previous day. "Quickly, you all start counting. I shall join you shortly." "Go ahead. We will ensure everything is counted accurately." Several martial artists eagerly chimed in, wishing they could personally capture the bamboo treasures, but the looming task of inventory kept them from doing so. When Feng Yin arrived, he found Feng Qing and Feng Yi had already excavated an extensive area, with a basket nearby, filled halfway with spirit-replenishing worms. Song Liuhua sat atop her flying sword, munching on snacks. Noticing Feng Yin's solitary arrival, Feng Yi slapped his forehead. "You came alone?" "Indeed," Feng Yin chuckled. "Do you think I could bring more? With so many spirit-replenishing worms and bamboo treasures around, what do you think?" Feng Yi gestured around at the bamboo and the clusters of green worms in the soil. Feng Yin fell silent, his inner self screaming in disbelief. "Call everyone here," Feng Yi suggested. Feng Yin shot a glare at Feng Qing, blaming him for the lack of clarity in communication. What else could he do but agree enthusiastically? When Feng Yin summoned all the martial artists from their encampment, they were collectively astounded. However, time was of the essence. Only once these treasures were secured in their own possession could they truly feel at ease. The group busily set to work. Interestingly, the soil in this area was unusually damp. Every time Feng Yi's group dug a hole, It soon filled with a shallow layer of black water, almost imperceptible at first glance. Song Liuhua was intrigued, squatting beside one of the pits. She stirred the dark substance with a stick, discovering it was not viscous but rather akin to water in consistency. When she touched it with her fingertip, she found it to be cool yet soothing, providing a gentle warmth. "What on earth is this?" Song Liuhua murmured in bewilderment. Chapter 62. The Vanished Black Water. "What on earth?" Song Liuhua exclaimed, jumping up. "It has disappeared." She gazed incredulously at her fingers, which were fair and adorned with neatly trimmed, rosy nails, as charming as ever. She flexed her fingers, finding nothing amiss. Looking again at the small pit on the ground, the black water had vanished. So, did this substance escape from her fingertips into her body? For a moment, Song Liuhua was bewildered. To ascertain if anything was unusual with her body, she spontaneously broke into a dance. After a while, aside from a slight dizziness from shaking her head, she felt no peculiarities at all. How strange. Unable to discern anything further, she decided to set the matter aside for the moment. After searching the surroundings, she found no trace of the black water, and thus, she buried the incident in her heart. Feng Yin brought 4 men along with Feng Qing, Feng Yi, and himself, making a total of 7, who split into 2 groups, 3 to chop bamboo and catch bamboo treasures, while 4 dug for spirit insects. All were robust men, plowing and chopping with remarkable speed. By midday, Feng Yin and his companions had thoroughly tilled the special land and captured a fair number of spirit insects, while Feng Qing's team had also completed their task of harvesting bamboo treasures. Song Liuhua casually tapped the bamboo outside the black, damp soil, already having a sense of how many treasures lay within. Throughout the morning, they had collected 2 large baskets filled with bamboo treasures, amounting to roughly 150 pounds. In terms of quantity, Feng Yin estimated they had gathered over 100,000 pieces. Feng Yin, Feng Qing, and Feng Yi were all thrilled. Song Liuhua remained indifferent. After all, she had no intention of consuming these insects. If forced to eat them, that would truly be a challenge. She took out a spirit communication stone and sent a message to Feng Xi. Feng Xi, Qin Yi, Liuhua, and Zhang Wenxiu were leading a team to capture feathered phoenixes. Upon discovering the spherical spirit tool's restraining effect on the phoenixes, they devised a special extermination plan targeting them. Over the years, whether beasts or humans, none dared to provoke the feathered phoenixes, resulting in their unchecked reproduction. With just a slight effort, Feng Xi and his team managed to draw out a large flock of these creatures. Having learned from their previous encounter, this hunting mission proceeded smoothly. Within just half a day, they had eradicated a squad of feathered phoenixes, with each family capturing 100. Once they finished clearing the battlefield, Feng Xi received a message from Song Liuhua. Wiping the blood from his face, he spoke gently. "Liuhua?" Feng Xi called Qin Yi and the others over. "We found a great spot with plenty of bamboo treasures," she replied before cutting off the communication. Feng Xi raised an eyebrow and relayed the information to Qin Yi and the others. "Really?" Zhang Wenxiu exclaimed, his eyes wide. "If you don't believe it, you're free to stay behind." Feng Xi chuckled, issuing orders for his team to prepare to return. "Let us go, I believe." Zhang Wenxiu, fearing being left out, immediately rallied his team, eagerly looking to Feng Xi. Qin Yi and Liuhua exchanged glances, silently acknowledging their impending fortune. They followed Song Liuhua's directions, venturing deeper into the bamboo grove. As they observed the split bamboo, both felt a sense of disbelief, mingled with anticipation. As the hunting event neared its conclusion, the harvest from their respective families had already been substantial, but acquiring more bamboo treasures would bring even greater satisfaction. Feng Yin and the others wished to continue chopping bamboo outside the special area to gather more treasures. However, Song Liuhua halted them, declaring, "That's enough. We've had our fill, we must leave some for others. Otherwise, who would want to collaborate with us in the future?" I had Feng Xi call Qin Yi and the others. "Let them have this." Noticing the time, she added, "They should be back soon. You all head back and prepare lunch." "Understood." Feng Yin hesitated for a moment before leading his team away. Only she, Feng Qing, and Feng Yi remained in the bamboo grove. Feng Qing, a man of few words, followed her directives without objection. Meanwhile, Feng Yi, with a playful demeanor, understood the underlying strategy. Without the allure of benefits to entice Qin Yi and the others, given his current circumstances, he alone could not secure equal footing in this hunt based solely on his rapport with the 3. Even if Qin Yi, Liuhua, and Jiang Wenxiu were agreeable. Their families would not tolerate such arrangements. The lady's actions merely cost them a fraction of their potential gains, which was inconsequential. Yet it preserved their temporary equality with the other three prominent families. He had no objections. Song Liuhua appreciated clever individuals. If one respected her a foot, she would honor them a mile. With the families of Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, and Jiang Wenxiu collaborating with Feng Xi, the spoils would be shared equally. She understood that allowing some benefits to flow only served to strengthen their ties. Otherwise, would she be foolish enough to sell the very soil that birthed the cicadas to Qin Yi and the others? When Feng Xi arrived with Qin Yi and the others, he found his wife lounging comfortably in a chair, a variety of pastries, snacks, and wild fruits laid out on a small table before her. Feng Qing and Feng Yi stood at her sides. The scene was one of utter relaxation. Feng Xi paused, chuckling softly, and strode toward the table, retrieving a chair from his spatial ring to sit down. With his long fingers, he poured himself a cup of spirit tea from a delicate blue and white porcelain teapot, savoring it slowly. Seeing this, Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, and Jiang Wenxiu followed suit, each pulling out a chair and gathering around the table. Some sipped tea, while others indulged in snacks, feeling completely at ease. Behind them, a crowd of over 1,000 family members stood silently, observing. The atmosphere and setting were such that an outsider might mistake them for formidable leaders engaged in negotiations, ready to unleash chaos should discussions falter. Even with her thick skin, Song Liuhua began to feel uneasy. She rose from her chair and resignedly stated, "Since everyone is here, let us get to work." She designated a spot, instructing Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, Jiang Wenxiu, "You three families start from this point. Select an area, chop bamboo, and split it open. The treasures lie within." Understood. Given her reliability in previous endeavors, Qin Yi and the others no longer doubted her, promptly leading their kin to begin their tasks. Qin Yi chose the west, Lu Yuan the north, and Jiang Wenxiu the east. This location, previously explored by Song Liuhua, had fewer bamboo treasures than the area they had just vacated. Yet it surpassed the initial encounter she and Feng Yi had experienced. Before long, cheers erupted from Lu Yuan's side as someone unearthed bamboo treasures, stirring excitement among the Qin and Jiang families. Before they could express envy, their own teams reported good news. With the first discovery came the second and third, boosting the confidence of all three families, and their efforts intensified. Song Liuhua stretched, recalling her lounge chair and table to her spatial ring. Turning to Feng Xi, she remarked, "Let us head back now." Very well. Chapter 63. Let us discuss the improvement in efficiency along the way. Song Liuhua chattered excitedly to Feng Xi about the day's gains, saying, "So, there's no need for disappointment. Today we've captured quite a few bamboo treasures and spirit-replenishing insects, far more than Qin Yi and the others." Feng Xi glanced at her, noticing her eager expression for praise, and gently patted her little head, smiling warmly. "How could I be disappointed? My dear wife is more capable than I ever imagined." He had initially thought that after their marriage, he would be the one to support her, only to discover that he was the one being nurtured. This sensation was quite novel for Feng Xi. This day marked the final day of the hunt. Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, and Jiang Wenxiu had managed to capture a considerable number of bamboo treasures the previous afternoon. Today, they were so engrossed in their haul that they neglected the hunting itself, calling upon all the men, women, and children of their clan to head to the bamboo forest early in the morning. With the nearby exotic beasts mostly cleared out, Feng Xi had no intention of venturing deeper. Instead, he led his team to scour the nearby valley, gathering any wild vegetables or medicinal herbs they encountered. By the time Song Liuhua rose, Feng Xi and the others had already been in the mountains for quite some time. After finishing her breakfast, Feng Yi approached her, carrying an iron cage. "Madam, your bunny beast," he announced. While checking the inventory, he had casually pulled out the pink bunny beast from a corner. Song Liuhua suddenly remembered that this was a pet Feng Xi had caught for her. Unfortunately, she had been too busy to care for the little creature, so she had asked Feng Yi to help nurture it for a while. The adorable pink bunny beast was indeed charming, and she wondered if it had grown a bit during its time with Feng Yi. "All right, let me take a look." Song Liuhua rubbed her hands together, eagerly lifting the black cloth covering the cage. What on earth? It was fluffy, pink, and undeniably a bunny beast. But who could explain how this creature had ballooned to 20 pounds in just half a month? It was crammed into the narrow cage, a veritable bundle of fur and flesh. Whose pet grew so large? Furthermore, It had developed a ring of black fur under its nose, resembling a peculiar creature that would raise eyebrows in any era. Song Liuhua thought, this wasn't cute, it was edible. Of course, since it was a pet gifted by Feng Xiai, he had a say in its fate, whether it would end up in a spicy stew or braised in soy sauce. Put it back, it's too big. I can't fit it in my room. Song Liuhua waved her hand, a look of reluctance on her face. She seriously suspected that Feng Yin was a prodigy at pig raising, vividly recalling how the pink bunny had once been as fresh and adorable as a summer lotus by Daming Lake, only to have transformed into a hefty creature in just half a month. Feng Yin hesitated for a moment, but ultimately took the cage away. In these past 2 days, Song Liuhua had been so occupied with searching for bamboo treasures that she hadn't had time to refine pills or craft items. She immediately took out her alchemical furnace and began concocting medicine. As she worked, she sensed something was amiss. Typically, a failed batch would take at least half an hour, but the 2 batches she had just attempted had failed in barely half that time. The entire refining process felt accelerated, unlike before when she would have to wait a full half hour to ascertain failure. After a few more attempts, she was met with failure yet again, but the time taken was indeed significantly reduced. Song Liuhua's eyes widened. It seemed she had stumbled upon a breakthrough. By this calculation, her efficiency had at least doubled. Previously, she could refine 10 batches without rest in a day, with each failing. Now, she could refine 20 batches, with the same rate of failure. How could that not be considered an improvement in efficiency? Amused by her own realization, Song Liuhua chuckled. In terms of alchemical and crafting efficiency, no one could rival her. As for the reason behind this change, she recalled the peculiar black water she had encountered in the bamboo forest yesterday. Perhaps her anomaly was linked to that strange substance. What a bizarre thing, she muttered, losing interest in refining medicine. She promptly stored the furnace and flew away on her sword. In the western hunting grounds, amidst the bamboo forest, Nong Hong, Li Cheng, and Yunju were thrilled to learn that bamboo treasures had indeed been found in the green bamboo forest. They immediately summoned all their clan members to begin cutting bamboo in search of treasures. After 2 days of relentless effort, they had nearly cleared the area. Each family had collected no fewer than several thousand bamboo treasures. The one who first proposed that there were bamboo treasures in the green bamboo forest, Qiuqing, was awarded 100,000 spirit stones, gripping the spirit stone card tightly, overwhelmed with excitement. Nongheng waved her off, his mind already plotting to seize the treasures in the central bamboo forest. Unfortunately, just as this thought crossed his mind, it was shattered by a report from a martial spirit master. Young master, we've finished cutting our bamboo, but guess who we encountered at the border? They were also cutting bamboo. It was none other than Feng Xiai, Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, and Jiang Wenxiu. Nongheng sighed. His plans had been thwarted. Indeed, Feng Xiai, Qin Yi, and Lu Yuan were all astute individuals. Even Jiang Wenxiu, who appeared reckless, was astute enough to not overlook any valuable finds. Though Qin Yi had contemplated their treasures, upon seeing that Nong, Li, and Yun families had already cut bamboo to their doorstep, he dismissed the thought. He nodded to Nongheng, Li Cheng, and Yunju, then departed with his group. Though there was a sense of regret, it wasn't disappointment, as they had still managed to acquire over 10,000 bamboo treasures before heading home. Quite a substantial haul. The same sentiment resonated with Nongheng, Li Cheng, and Yunju, who had worked tirelessly for 2 days, each garnering 2,000 bamboo treasures, ample to share among their core family members. When Song Liuhua found Feng Xiai, they were busy gathering wild fruits across the mountains, though most had already been picked clean, hanging high in the trees where women and children dared not venture. Feng Xiai plucked a particularly exquisite, enticingly red wild spirit peach from the basket, carefully wiped it with a handkerchief twice, and offered it to Song Liuhua. Would you like to try? Yes, please. Song Liuhua accepted it, taking a crisp bite. The wild spirit peach was sweet and tangy, infused with a natural fragrance of grass and wood, utterly refreshing. In just a few bites, the peach, the size of a fist, was reduced to a mere pit. Feng Xiai replaced the handkerchief with a fresh one, wiping her small mouth, and said, "Extend your hand." Song Liuhua quickly pocketed the pit and extended a hand stained with the peach juice. Feng Xiai took her hand, gently wiping away the remnants of juice. Suddenly, Song Liuhua recalled the pink bunny beast and hesitated. She tentatively asked Feng Xiai, Feng Xiai, the bunny beast you gave me seems a bit unattractive. If I don't want to keep it, would you be upset? Chapter 64. Return of goods. Feng Xiai smiled as he gently brushed his finger against her delicate nose, his eyes sparkling like a sky full of stars. This was merely meant to bring you joy. If it displeases you, then do not keep it. Can I dispose of it myself? Song Liuhua shook his hand playfully. Of course you may, he replied, intrigued by her intentions. I'll take it to the kitchen, half braised and half spicy perhaps, she suggested with a chuckle. I'll have Feng Yin take care of it when we return. Feng Xiai playfully tapped her nose, his smile warm and affectionate. It was midday, and various flying vessels were making their way into Yanqing City. The once quiet streets soon buzzed with life. At Feng Xiai's training grounds, martial spirit masters were sweating profusely as they unloaded baskets of exotic beast meat from the vessels. Groups of women gathered, placing baskets filled with wild vegetables, fruits, and spiritual plants at their feet, chattering happily about the latest gossip while eyeing the bountiful harvest with laughter. Children ran about in the open space, playing and frolicking, occasionally bumping into their busy elders and earning a playful kick before dashing off to continue their games. The atmosphere was more vibrant than a festival celebration. Overall, the hall was substantial. After accounting for daily sustenance, they had collected over 28,000 pounds of second-class silver-patterned deer meat, over 21,000 pounds of third-class silver-patterned deer meat, 8,000 pounds of fourth-class silver-patterned deer meat, 15,000 pounds of second-class blue cow beast meat, 5,000 pounds of fourth-class blue cow beast meat, 36,300 pounds of third-class blazing flame sheep, 21,620 pounds of fourth-class feathered phoenix chicken, and 15,800 pounds of fifth-class feathered phoenix chicken. Additionally, there were 7,000 pounds of second-class peanuts, 8,000 cicadas, over 130,000 bamboo treasures, and over 78,000 replenishing insects. Song Liuhua had also caught 75 fragrant chickens and 213 fragrant chicken eggs, which were not included in the distribution. The game had been meticulously counted several times, and Feng Shan handed a ledger to Feng Xiai. After reviewing it, Feng Xiai formulated a distribution plan in his mind. This hunting expedition had been arduous for everyone. Each person would receive 150 pounds of second-class silver-patterned deer meat, 100 pounds of third-class silver-patterned deer meat, and 50 pounds of fourth-class silver-patterned deer meat, 100 pounds of second-class blue cow beast meat and 30 pounds of third-class blue cow beast meat, 200 pounds of third-class blazing flame sheep meat, 100 pounds of fourth-class feathered phoenix chicken, 80 pounds of fifth-class feathered phoenix chicken, 10 cicadas per person, 100 bamboo treasures, 100 replenishing insects, and 50 pounds of peanuts. 4 third-tier martial spirit masters. Each would additionally receive 2 third-class red turtle eggs, 20 replenishing insects, 30 bamboo treasures, and 30,000 spiritual stones. 4th-tier martial spirit masters would receive 5 third-class red turtle eggs, 50 replenishing insects, 50 bamboo treasures, and 50,000 spiritual stones. This was the same treatment for weapon and potion masters. Understood. Feng Yin's round face beamed with delight as he promptly arranged for the distribution of goods. Feng Shan's eyes sparkled with excitement, unable to suppress a broad grin, while Feng Li, Feng Su, Feng Rou, and Feng Lu exchanged glances filled with exhilaration. The last distribution had already yielded ample rewards, but they were astonished that this time the quantity of exotic beast meat was nearly doubled, not to mention the precious cicadas, which they were fortunate to receive, along with replenishing insects and bamboo treasures. With cicadas and replenishing insects, their spiritual residences and meridians would be better safeguarded, making potion and weapon crafting more effortless. Though they couldn't personally utilize the bamboo treasures, they had male relatives at home who could benefit greatly from it. Su Yin was initially taken aback, questioning Zhao Qiyun for confirmation, and upon receiving an affirmative answer, she stood there in disbelief. She had always intended to align herself with one of the 10 prominent families, drawn by their generosity that promised a life free from want for her and her child. Little did she know, Feng Xi's group offered rewards far superior to those of the main branches of the 10 families. Cicadas, replenishing insects, and bamboo treasures were all coveted items hoarded by these families, yet he distributed them without a second thought. Suddenly, she found herself filled with anticipation for the future. Other martial spirit masters and their families could not contain their joy upon hearing about the substantial distribution their husbands and sons would receive. Even the children chimed in jubilantly, shouting, "We're having meat." At that moment, Song Liuhua was touched by their exuberance. Among the bounty were 3 blazing flame sheep gifted to her by Qin Yi, Liuhua, and Zhang Wenxiu, which Feng Xi had set aside specifically for her. She gratefully accepted this special boon. Although Feng Xi was the leader of the group and could have taken everything from their storehouse without objection, he understood that a team required financial and material support to function. Therefore, he decided to retain a significant portion of the supplies for the team's continued operation. Some families had only women, with no men to provide support. If they struggled to make ends meet, he felt it necessary to offer assistance from time to time, which would incur costs, and not an insignificant amount at that. Feng Xi glanced at the remaining supplies in the storehouse, a light smile gracing his lips. In the days before his wife arrived, his life had been quite frugal. Each time goods were distributed after a hunt, aside from a small portion for himself, the storehouse would be nearly empty. He could not pinpoint when their circumstances began to improve, but now the spacious storehouse was nearing its capacity. Song Liuhua was puzzled by Feng Xi's smile. He often bore a cheerful demeanor, yet at that moment, his gaze held an inexplicable depth of emotion. Upon arriving at the residence in Qinghua Alley, despite not having lived there long, Song Liuhua felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity as she stepped into the courtyard. Young Momo greeted them with joy. "Young master, madam has returned. You must be exhausted. Lunch is ready. Would you like to eat first?" "Yes." Feng Xi replied with a smile and a nod. Young Momo beamed warmly at Song Liuhua. "Madam, where is your cousin?" "I have prepared his share as well." Surprised, Song Liuhua replied with a smile. "My brother has gone home to change. I'll call him over." She summoned Song Yuan, and the 3 shared a meal before retreating to their quarters to rest. After a refreshing nap, they awoke to find it was already evening. Feng Xi had changed into a loose-fitting outfit and sat on a couch in the outer room, engrossed in a book. Song Liuhua yawned and stumbled into his embrace, inhaling his fresh scent, which made her feel drowsy again. Feng Xi adjusted his posture, cradling her across his lap, one arm resting on her shoulder while the other encircled her slender waist. The woman's features were exquisite, her delicate nostrils flaring gently as her rosy lips parted slightly, revealing a hint of her pink tongue and pearly white teeth. Her soft form nestled against him, and waves of fragrance enveloped him. Feng Xi, unable to suppress a swallow, fought against his rising restlessness and affectionately tapped her dainty nose, saying, "You, my dear." Chapter 65. Third-class spiritual fruits. The two sat quietly for a while until dinner time arrived. After their meal, Song Liuhua wandered through her small vegetable garden, where the tomatoes she had planted before the hunt were now fully ripe. She was delighted to find that the branches were laden with large, purple tomatoes, each the size of her fist, each one a third-class spiritual fruit. In that moment, she distinctly perceived that these large purple tomatoes were not comparable to the smaller ones she had produced last time. While those had been effective for slaying fourth-class blue cow beasts, these third-class spiritual fruits were still quite remarkable. Excited, Song Liuhua called for Feng Xi to help her gather the fruits. In the garden, rows of tall purple-leaved plants bore clusters of tomatoes, their weight bending the stems, with some fruits nearly touching the ground. Each fruit was plump, brimming with spiritual energy, and undoubtedly among the best of the third class. Feng Xi was quite taken aback. During family gatherings, the third-tier spiritual fruits cultivated by the spiritual gardeners lacked both the vitality and the abundance of these fruits. In stark contrast, the produce of his beloved wife far surpassed theirs in both quantity and quality. "Your wife possesses remarkable skills," Feng Xi remarked in admiration. Song Liuhua graciously accepted the praise, puffing up her chest with pride. "Indeed." Yang Mama retrieved 2 baskets, one for Feng Xi and one for Song Liuhua. Having spent considerable time tending to the vegetable garden, watering and weeding, she had witnessed its growth firsthand. With bountiful harvests, no one could be more delighted than her. "Let us begin picking," Song Liuhua commanded, and Yang Mama along with Feng Xi commenced the task. The purple fruits felt tender to the touch. A gentle tug on the stem was all it took to pluck them. Song Liuhua picked one, casually wiped it on her clothing, and took a hearty bite. Juices burst forth, flooding her mouth with a delightful balance of sweetness and tartness, leaving a warm sensation in her belly that was utterly comforting. "This is even more delicious than the third-tier spiritual fruits I had before," she exclaimed, her eyes narrowing in bliss as she devoured the fruit with glee. Tempted to dance on the spot, she had planted 7 rows of fruit-bearing plants, totaling 70, with each plant yielding a generous harvest. They managed to gather over 300 pounds of purple fruits. With thoughts of the 3 fiery sheep, Sung Liuhua considered sending some to Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, and Jiang Wenxiu. She called for Feng Shan, saying, I heard from your wife that you can weave bamboo baskets. Could you craft a few for me? Something small and elegant. As she gestured and described her vision, Feng Shan quickly grasped her request. Sung Liuhua produced a bundle of bamboo from her spatial bracelet, remnants from their bamboo treasure hunt. Do you think these will suffice? Feng Shan smirked slightly. You truly can fit anything into that bracelet. He picked up a few pieces of bamboo, inspecting them closely. These will work. I'll get started immediately. Soon, Sung Liuhua watched as he drew forth a spiritual sword, deftly stripping the bamboo of its nodes and splinters before slicing them into even strips and preparing to weave, with broad strips forming the base. He quickly wove the narrower ones, his fingers flying with remarkable speed. In no time, he measured the lid's dimensions and completed a delicate bamboo gift box with a handle. Feng Shan crafted over 10 boxes in just 1 hour, his hands a blur, completely dispelling Sung Liuhua's intention to learn his craft. She marveled at his skill, thinking he could likely weave even with his eyes closed. In modern times, he would surely be revered as a master artisan. Finished, Feng Shan declared, stretching his limbs after completing the final box. Madam, are you satisfied with these? Quite, Sung Liuhua replied, examining one closely. The intricate patterns were tightly arranged, smooth to the touch, both in quality and appearance. They are truly lovely. Feng Shan chuckled. Only now, in a few years, I will have forgotten how. Before departing, Sung Liuhua gifted him 2 purple fruits. Take these home. They taste delightful. Thank you, madam, Feng Shan responded, elated. He could sense that these fruits were at least 3rd tier. And in terms of quality, they were likely the finest among them, rarely found in the market. The value of the bamboo baskets he had woven seemed insignificant compared to this rewarding visit. As he left, beaming, Sung Liuhua retrieved 3 baskets, each perfectly sized to hold 10 purple fruits. After arranging them, she tied them with red ribbons and adorned them with gilded red paper, creating exquisitely crafted gift boxes. In the afternoon, Feng Xi, Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, and Jiang Wenxiu gathered together. Feng Xi gestured at the spiritual fruits on the table. These are gifts from my wife. Each of you gets a box. What could it be? The packaging is rather exquisite, Jiang Wenxiu remarked, curiously tugging at the red paper on the basket. You'll find out once you open it, Qin Yi replied, untying the ribbon and lifting the lid to reveal the glistening, neatly arranged purple fruits. Is this a fruit? He recognized the spiritual fruit immediately, recalling that they had used a smaller version of it during their last hunt for the 4th tier azure bull beast. Feng Xi confirmed, indeed, it is a variant of the fruit, distinct from the ordinary red fruit, and the smaller version we utilized last time, merely a 3rd tier spiritual fruit. Lu Yuan opened his share, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. Qin Yi shook his head, lamenting, if only it were the smaller version. Our next hunt for the azure bull beast would be so much easier. Jiang Wenxiu had already popped one into his mouth, exclaiming in delight as the sweet and tangy flavor exploded, the abundant spiritual energy swirling within. Delicious. You too must try this. Is it really that good? Qin Yi responded, turning his head in disdain as Jiang Wenxiu urged him on. Absolutely. I wouldn't lie, Jiang Wenxiu insisted, reaching for another. Finally, Qin Yi and Lu Yuan each took a fruit and began to eat, their expressions shifting from curiosity to astonishment. They quickly accelerated their pace, savoring the delightful taste. After finishing one, both were left wanting more. Qin Yi elegantly dabbed his mouth and fingers with a handkerchief, eyeing the remaining 9 fruits in the basket. He promptly replaced the lid, dragging the basket closer to himself. Lu Yuan followed suit. Jiang Wenxiu, taken aback, exclaimed, What are you two doing? Are you guarding against me? Indeed, Qin Yi replied with a sidelong glance. I'm wary of you gobbling up your share and then coming for mine. Jiang Wenxiu was about to retort when he noticed he had only 7 fruits left, leaving him momentarily speechless. Chapter 66. The engagement of Feng Xian. As the two exchanged playful banter, Feng Xi wore a subtle smile while sipping on a cup of spirit tea. Lu Yuan inquired, This spirit fruit, was it cultivated by your wife? Indeed, Feng Xi affirmed with a nod. Your wife is quite remarkable, Lu Yuan remarked, a rare compliment escaping his lips. Absolutely, Feng Xi replied, his eyes sparkling with approval. Jiang Wenxiu recalled his previous assessment of Song Liuhua, a flush of embarrassment creeping across his face. The pain was excruciating, a familiar agony he had grown used to, often being overshadowed by Feng Xi's wife. Qin Yi mused, "You are indeed fortunate, with this batch of earth cicadas. Your spirit estate will be fully restored. It is merely a matter of time." Feng Xi did not dispute this. In fact, with a few more days of recuperation, his spirit estate would be entirely revitalized, all thanks to the green elixir concocted by his wife. He understood the principle of a common man is innocent, but one who possesses treasure may face adversity. Thus, he would never reveal the existence of the green elixir to others. Although the earth cicadas were not perfect, they served as a commendable shield. A 6th level or even a 7th level martial spirit master is exceedingly rare. Just wait, your parents will regret their decisions. Jiang Wenxiu expressed on Feng Xi's behalf. Uncle and aunt have indeed overstepped. Qin Yi shook his head. But what good is regret? Liuhua understood Feng Xi well. Even if the Feng family felt remorse, Feng Xi's heart would remain unmoved. Among the four of them, Feng Xi appeared the most gentle, yet he was, in fact, the most ruthless. Outside the home of Song Liuhua, a woman hesitated for a long moment before finally summoning the courage to knock on the door. Yang Momo recognized her at once. "Ah, it's Feng Xian's mother. Please, come in." Feng Xian's mother, in her 40s or 50s, had not remarried after losing her husband early on. She had raised Feng Xian alone, bearing the marks of hardship that made her appear older than her contemporaries. Dressed in a stone-blue robe, she stood nervously to the side. Yang Momo closed the door and led her into the courtyard, asking, "Have you come with a matter to discuss?" I wish to see the mistress," Feng Xian's mother replied, her gaze cast downwards. Yang Momo, puzzled, asked, "What business do you have with her?" Feng Xian's mother remained tight-lipped, looking down. With a sigh, Yang Momo said, "Please wait, I will relay your message." Meanwhile, Song Liuhua had just planted the ancestral seeds Jiang Wenxiu gifted her, the segment of purple bamboo Liuhua provided, and the remaining peach pit from the wild spirit peach. Exhausted, she collapsed onto her bed, barely catching her breath when Yang Momo announced that Feng Xian's mother had come to see her. "Do you wish to meet her? If not, I shall send her away." Yang Momo inquired. "Let her in. Have her wait in the front hall," Song Liuhua replied. After dismissing Yang Momo, Song Liuhua resignedly rose from her bed, tidied her hair, and changed her attire. While she could appear disheveled in private, she must present herself impeccably in public. After some preparations, she transformed back into the noble, beautiful, dignified, and beloved flower that everyone admired. In the front hall, Feng Xian's mother ate the pastries served by Yang Momo, but the taste eluded her. She had lived in the Feng family for many years, and after her husband's passing, she had not remarried. With her second-tier spirit planting skills, she barely managed to support herself, let alone raise her daughter and train her to become a third-tier refiner. Without the support of the family and the fourth young master, they would not have come this far. Now, upon returning, her daughter expressed her desire to marry the third young master of the Li family, which terrified her immensely. She understood the conflict between the fourth young master and the Li family all too well. How could her daughter, the highest-ranked refiner under the fourth young master, choose someone from the Li family? Had she wed someone from another family, it would not have been an issue. However, this choice would surely displease the fourth young master, jeopardizing their standing in the household. Yet, Feng Xian insisted, "What is there to fear? If I become the third madam of the Li family, I will no longer have to depend on the fourth young master. You can come live with me in the Li family. With me around, you shall want for nothing." Feng Xian's mother sighed. "Xianer, have you thought this through?" "Mother, I have made my decision. I wish to marry Li Ji." "But..." Feng Xian's mother hesitated. Words unspoken. "Mother, there is no but. If even a talentless person like the mistress can marry the fourth young master and live in luxury, why should I, with my efforts and abilities, settle for an ordinary person, laboring my life away just to make ends meet? You need not persuade me. My mind is made up." Seeing her daughter's determination, Feng Xian's mother could only acquiesce. She understood that if Feng Xian were to marry, especially into one of the 10 great families, she ought to inform the fourth young master beforehand, as per tradition. Yet, her daughter had delayed until now, with the contract to be signed tomorrow, without uttering a word. This was rather inconsiderate. Reluctantly, she steeled herself to speak on her behalf. As Song Liuhua entered the front hall, she noticed a woman sitting stiffly in a chair, sighing heavily. The woman's features were unremarkable, but there was a faint resemblance to Feng Xian in her eyes and brows. This must be Feng Xian's mother. Upon hearing the light footsteps, Feng Xian's mother looked up to see a beautifully adorned woman enter. the embodiment of grace and elegance. Clad in a fragrant red, cloud-patterned gown, her lustrous dark hair was intricately woven with pink spirit pearls, elegantly styled atop her head, showcasing her delicate neck. A deep red huangquan flower adorned her hair, and two fine strands were braided with pink spirit pearls at the ends, exuding both playfulness and gentility. She was stunningly beautiful. Feng Xian's mother momentarily stood in awe before realizing this was the mistress she sought to meet, hastily rising to pay her respects. Song Luhua nodded. No need for excessive formalities. Please, have a seat. Feng Xian's mother, still dazed, took her seat, awkwardly rubbing her hands together, hesitant to speak. After a brief silence, Song Luhua asked directly, "Did you come with a matter to discuss?" Feng Xian was likely on the verge of marriage. As a member of the hunting team, she ought to inform them. Otherwise, if she suddenly left, it would be challenging to find a martial spirit master to fill her role. A matter of utmost importance for over 100 families. Song Luhua, unable to let Feng Xian's mother dally any longer, initiated the conversation. Feng Xian's mother, glancing cautiously at Song Liuhua's delicate hands, finally spoke in a hushed tone, "Mistress, my daughter Xianer is to be married. I fear she will not be able to serve under the fourth young master any longer. I have come to inform you of this matter." Having spoken, she nervously awaited Song Luhua's reaction. Upon seeing her expression remain calm, she breathed a sigh of relief. Song Liuhua's anxious heart finally eased, and she smiled. "Marriage is a joyous occasion. Please convey my congratulations to Feng Xian." As she spoke, Song Luhua retrieved a wooden box from her spatial bracelet, containing a pair of pink spirit pearls and a pair of red spirit pearls. "This is a gift for her bridal adornment. Please pass it along." "Thank you, mistress." Feng Xian's mother felt her worries dissipate upon receiving the gift, relieved that the mistress bore no ill will. Chapter 67. Brief and insignificant. As Feng Xuanyang leisurely departed, Song Luhua stretched and murmured to herself, pondering when her elder brother would bring home a new sister-in-law. In the Li family, Li Zhener had already confided in Qin Rui about her intention to marry Song Yuan when they were at the hunting grounds. Upon hearing that he bore no surname from one of the 10 prominent families, Qin Rui waved her hand dismissively, indicating her indifference. The Li family represented a prominent lineage. Though a third-tier artifact craftsman was not as commonplace as wild herbs, their presence or absence held little significance. Qin Rui, enjoying the authority of being the second young mistress of the Li family, often directed the family's craftsmen while neglecting her own responsibilities. This arrangement worked only until she encountered Li Zhener, who could not tolerate such treatment. Li Zhener frequently disregarded her remarks and occasionally retorted, further fueled by the meddlesome Xia Niao Niao, who delighted in flattering Qin Rui. Thus, Qin Rui grew increasingly intolerant of Li Zhener, wishing fervently for her to leave the Li family and marry a commoner instead. Li Zhener remained silent, returning home from the hunting grounds, where she promptly formalized her marriage contract with Song Yuan. For the past few days, she had been busy organizing her belongings at home. Meanwhile, Song Luhua enjoyed a leisurely snack in the courtyard when she was suddenly greeted by a cacophony of sounds emanating from her maternal family's yard. As she made her way through the side gate, she spotted a tall woman clad in a sky-blue silk gown, holding a small boy by her side. Her elder brother, Song Yuan, had rallied a group of martial spirits to assist with the moving, among them Feng Shan, Feng Qing, Feng Yi, Feng Yin, Feng Yu, and several others she could name. Quietly, Song Luhua approached her future sister-in-law and was struck by her beauty. With a graceful, serene visage and a hint of determination in her clear, steadfast gaze, it was evident that she possessed insight and wisdom. Her brother had indeed chosen well. It was rumored that the new sister-in-law hailed from the Li family. How delightful, she thought, that her brother had brought another member of the Li family back after they had just taken one away. Remarkable, indeed. Li Zhener was intently observing the commotion when her 5-year-old younger brother tugged at her hand, drawing her attention to a woman standing beside her. "Who are you?" "My sister-in-law," Li Zhener inquired uncertainly, as she was aware that Song Yuan had a sister who had married into the Feng family, yet she had never met her. The woman before her had a lovely, lotus-like face, and upon closer inspection, her features bore a resemblance to Song Yuan's. "You must be my sister-in-law. I am Song Luhua, Song Yuan's sister. My family resides in the adjacent courtyard. How could my brother allow you to stand outside? Come, come, let us go to my home for some refreshments and tea to rest." Song Luhua warmly invited Li Zhener and her brother to her residence. Li Zhener, pleased by her warm demeanor, politely declined. I shall pass for now. I have much to tidy up at home. Once I am finished, I will visit you. Understanding her straightforward nature, Song Liuhua did not press further. They exchanged pleasantries for a while before parting ways. Upon her next visit, Song Liuhua handed Li Zhener 2 large purple fruits, saying, "These fruits are refreshing. You and your brother should enjoy them." With a call to Feng Shan and Feng Yin, she announced, "We shall have dinner at my home later." "Thank you, madam." Feng Shan grinned while moving a cabinet, remembering fondly how delicious the last spiritual fruit had been. He eagerly anticipated the evening's gathering. After discussing dinner arrangements, Li Zhener hesitated but ultimately agreed, recognizing that as relatives living nearby, it would be impolite to refuse. Eventually, there would be ample opportunities to reciprocate the invitation. Satisfied with her agreement, Song Liuhua departed, eager to assist old Madame Yang in preparing the evening meal. Chapter 68. The day of Yang Mama's astonishment. "Mama, please prepare a little extra food for dinner tonight. My elder brother, sister-in-law, and Feng Shan will be dining here," she said. "Ah, I have already arranged for it," Yang Mama replied, aware that today was the day when the lady's sister-in-law entered the household, and there were numerous matters to attend to. She had prepared in advance, fearing that they would not have enough time to cook. As Song Liuhua entered the kitchen, she saw a spacious counter adorned with a variety of processed exotic beast meats and fresh vegetables. Beside her, a large basin of raw blue ox beast meat awaited cutting. She rolled up her sleeves and picked up a knife, ready to assist in slicing the meat. However, Yang Mama quickly intervened, saying, "Oh no, madam, put that down. I can handle it. How could I possibly manage to prepare meals for over 20 people, most of whom are hardy warriors? Let me help," Song Liuhua insisted, sidestepping Yang Mama's attempts to deter her. The second-grade blue ox beast meat was rather tough, and as she wielded the knife, she found it somewhat laborious. With the slices varying in thickness and size, Yang Mama could no longer bear to watch. She snatched the knife from Song Liuhua's hands and pushed her aside. "My dear madam, allow me to take over. This is not a task suited for you." Before Song Liuhua could protest, Yang Mama expertly pressed down on the blue ox meat with one hand while deftly maneuvering the knife with the other. In mere moments, a flurry of precise cuts echoed through the kitchen, and the unevenly sized pieces of meat transformed into uniformly thin slices, neatly arranged on the counter. Song Liuhua stood in awe, exclaiming, How can you do this so quickly?" Yang Mama chuckled nonchalantly. "It's nothing. I have been cooking since I was 5 years old. Now at the age of 100, I have spent countless years chopping vegetables, so much so that I could do it with my eyes closed." Impressive, Song Liuhua thought, filled with admiration. It was indeed true that she had heard from Feng Xiai about Yang Mama's remarkable age. Despite her modest talents, she had been cooking for the Feng family since Song Liuhua could remember. Such proficiency could only come from decades of practice. What she initially thought would be a cumbersome task turned into an unexpected display of skill from Yang Mama. After finishing the meat, Yang Mama proceeded to prepare blue shell crabs and blue skin shrimp, quickly setting up 2 large pots on the stoves to steam them. Casting a glance at Song Liuhua, she smiled and said, "Madam, you may step outside now. The dishes are ready to be cooked." "Very well," Song Liuhua replied, realizing her presence was no longer necessary, and stepped outside. As evening approached, the courtyard of Song Liuhua's home grew lively. Song Yuan, Feng Shan, and Feng Yin arrived, chatting and laughing. Song Liuhua poured a large jug of spirit tea and invited them to sit. The men, including Feng Shan and Feng Yin, exchanged mischievous glances and whispered among themselves. Meanwhile, Song Liuhua led Li Zhener and her 5-year-old brother, Li He, into the inner room to present the carefully prepared gifts. Upon receiving the exquisite wooden box, Li Zhener looked astonished. "What is this?" With sparkling eyes, Song Liuhua encouraged, "Why not open it and see?" As Li Zhener unlocked the mechanism of the box, it opened with a soft click, revealing a stunning set of pink spirit clam pearl jewelry, an elegant necklace, a bracelet, a pair of hairpins, a pair of floral ornaments, and 2 pairs of earrings, all crafted from lustrous pink pearls, each the width of a thumb, smooth and plump, a rarity indeed. Li Zhener was momentarily speechless and pushed the box away, saying, "This is far too precious. I cannot accept it." Having grown up, she had only seen such opulent jewelry on favored young ladies of the clan. "Please, it's a gift, and we are family. We needn't be so formal. Besides, I have plenty of these. They are merely collected during hunts and cost me little," Song Liuhua insisted, feigning displeasure as she placed the box firmly in Liuhua's hands. "Accept it, or I shall be upset." With no way to refuse, Liuhua finally relented. "Then I shall gratefully accept this gift." Her fondness for her sister-in-law grew as she recognized her generosity, alleviating some of her anxieties about the future. As the two sisters-in-law stepped outside with little Liuhua, they found that young Mama and Feng Yin had already begun serving the dishes, and Feng Xi had returned. With nearly 30 guests, 2 large tables were set. Liuhua and her brother Liuhua sat beside Song Yuan, while Song Liuhua took her place next to Feng Xi. The meal was lavish, featuring spicy blueskin shrimp, steamed blue shell crabs, fragrant cicada chicken soup, grilled second-grade blue ox beast meat, roasted fiery lamb, steamed second-grade blue-scaled fish, first-grade blue glowing grilled fish, roasted venison, seasoned peanuts, cold tossed green quinoa, and several home-style stir-fried vegetables. Song Liuhua also contributed her spirit fruit wine, enhanced with the juice of purple large tomatoes, resulting in a fresh and rich flavor, accompanied by a natural fragrance of fruits and vegetables. Feng Yin savored a cup and exclaimed how delightful it was. Even Feng Shan, who typically preferred strong spirits, found it satisfying, feeling a sense of comfort wash over him. Feng Xi gracefully extracted tender crab meat from a shell and placed it on his Song Liuhua's plate. Since their marriage, he had always performed this gesture whenever he was present, and she had grown accustomed to it. Liuhua was taken aback, not expecting the seemingly aloof fourth young master of the Feng family to be so considerate. She instinctively glanced at Song Yuan, who was laughing and drinking with Feng Shan and Feng Yin, and sighed quietly to herself. Such a comparison seemed futile. With young Mama's exceptional culinary skills and the abundance of dishes, everyone enjoyed the meal immensely. As they prepared to depart, Song Liuhua presented each guest with a purple large tomato. Feng Shan, having tasted its flavor, nearly drooled in anticipation. He attempted to coax the spirit fruit from Feng Yin and Feng Qing, only to be met with their swift exit. Feng Yin, accustomed to dealings with food and drink, recognized immediately that the fruit was of a grade above 3. Its appearance suggested it was something not readily available in the market. Feng Shan's attempts to persuade him were futile. Feng Yi, having been tricked in the past, had learned well and made a hasty retreat with his prized possession. Once Feng Shan and the others departed, Song Yuan shared his plans. "Your sister-in-law and I have entered into a marriage contract. Though we will postpone the wedding banquet for now, we shall hold it once we have settled the household matters." Song Liuhua nodded in understanding. She found the idea of a wedding banquet cumbersome, having not held one for her own marriage to Feng Xi. "Let us leave it at that for now. We can always plan for it later." Chapter 69. The Art of Incubation. Young Mama, what is all the commotion outside? "It seems quite festive," inquired Song Liuhua, who had risen early to the sounds of clattering and banging from outside. Young Mama's expression was not particularly cheerful. Today marked the wedding of Feng Xian, who was marrying Li Jiu, the third son of the Li family. Invitations had been sent to the leaders of the Qin and Lu families, as well as to the third son of the Jiang family, all of whom would attend the ceremony. It was rumored that esteemed members from the 10 prominent families had also received invites, yet they had conspicuously excluded them, which felt like a slight against their young master. This was utterly intolerable. "Is that so?" Song Liuhua twitched her lips. "If he chooses not to invite us, so be it. We have no intention of attending anyway. So why should we be upset?" Understanding young Mama's sentiments, Song Liuhua recognized that Feng Xi had once been renowned among the 10 noble families. However, since his injury and subsequent separation from the Ling house, those families had treated him with disdain. In the cutthroat environment of the 10-wind continent, the Li family had brazenly seized Feng Xi's prey, showing little regard for the matter. Young Mama continued to express her indignation, prompting Song Liuhua to intervene. "Enough, Mama. Why dwell on such trivial matters? We should focus on living our own lives." While she acknowledged the logic in young Mama's reasoning, a lingering sense of discontent gnawed at her heart. Having watched the young master grow from a promising boy into a remarkable man, it pained her to see him in such a desolate state after being adored by many. Thus, she felt an inexhaustible resentment towards the Li family members who had first laid hands on him. Seeing the sorrow and desolation etched on young Mama's face, Song Liuhua empathized with her emotions. However, recalling that Feng Xi's spiritual abode had nearly fully recovered, and that he was currently working on advancing his cultivation to 5th tier using the 3rd-grade red turtle eggs, the fleeting melancholy inspired by young Mama soon dissipated. Once Feng Xi regained his strength, the Li family and the Wang family would pose no threat. After all, it was possible that Feng Xiai himself didn't even care about these matters. Why should they overthink it? With a cheerful demeanor, Song Liuhua visited her elder brother's home next door before returning to inspect her vegetable garden. She had planted a segment of purple bamboo gifted by Liu Yuan several days prior, but despite urging it with spiritual energy, there had been no visible response. She mused that it was likely a lost cause, and upon inspection, she found that the roots were already beginning to rot. Well, it seems I should focus on refining tools instead, she concluded, resigning herself to the fact that this was a lifeless object. Conversely, the so-called ancestral seeds given to her by Jiang Wenxiu had sprouted delicate shoots, smaller than a needle's tip, hidden within the dark soil, barely noticeable unless inspected closely. These ancestral seeds aren't as difficult to sprout as I thought, Song Liuhua murmured to herself. Previously, she had asked Feng Xiai to help her bring back some fragrant chicken eggs from their hunting excursion. She planned to attempt hatching them. Should she succeed, she would be able to raise them, and in turn, the chickens would lay eggs, creating an infinite cycle of chickens and eggs, ensuring that her supply of fragrant chickens and eggs would be inexhaustible. The thought excited her, and she suddenly recalled the methods of incubation. Typically, hens would incubate eggs, but all the fragrant chickens had been slaughtered after capture and stored away. If only I had known to spare their lives, she lamented. What other methods could there possibly be for hatching eggs? In her struggle for ideas, Song Liuhua found herself at a loss, sighing, if only I had read more books on poultry farming in my previous life, I wouldn't be so at a loss now. Just then, young Mama appeared, holding a kitchen knife in her left hand and a cage in her right, heading toward the kitchen. An idea sparked in Song Liuhua's mind. Wait, she called out. Don't kill it. I have a use for that. Though young Mama was puzzled, she handed the cage over to Song Liuhua. As Song Liuhua lifted the 20-pound pink rabbit beast, her wrist suddenly felt heavy, and a grimace formed on her face. It's so heavy, she exclaimed, realizing it weighed more than 2 large barrels of mineral water. Seeing her struggle, young Mama couldn't bear it any longer and took the cage from her. Madam, where are you taking it? Let me help you. To the storage room, Song Liuhua replied. Young Mama swiftly opened the door to the storage room, and Song Liuhua retrieved a segment of 4th-grade cow tendons from her space bracelet. She bound the hefty pink rabbit tightly, leaving its soft belly exposed. Then, in the astonished gaze of young Mama, she brought over a large basket of fragrant chicken eggs, neatly placing them on the rabbit's belly. You want this rabbit to incubate the eggs? Young Mama was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. Of course, it has a coat of fur. It would be a shame not to use it for incubation, Song Liuhua replied matter-of-factly. But shouldn't the fragrant chicken eggs be incubated by the fragrant chickens? Didn't you just say they were all slaughtered? Young Mama queried, puzzled. Exactly, but that doesn't mean I can't think of another way. Song Liuhua earnestly sought young Mama's advice. I have no idea, young Mama admitted, shaking her head. Then that's settled, Song Liuhua shrugged. The rabbit probably won't incubate the eggs, will it? Young Mama hesitated, voicing the crux of the matter. I know it sounds absurd, but I'm going to teach it, Song Liuhua declared, tugging at the rabbit's ear threateningly. Listen closely. You better incubate those eggs properly, or I'll have you stewed in spicy sauce. The pink rabbit's round eyes widened in terror. Witnessing Song Liuhua threaten a rabbit to incubate eggs left young Mama speechless. 3 days later, in the side room, Song Liuhua had wasted 6 furnaces of medicinal pills in the morning alone. With a calm demeanor, she tidied up and began to refine her next batch. Her efficiency had indeed improved significantly. In just an hour and a half, she had already prepared 6 furnaces. As Song Liuhua absent-mindedly added various spiritual herbs into the cauldron, she reflected on how she had upgraded to a superior cauldron since acquiring wealth. This new cauldron not only surpassed her previous one in rank, but also possessed a larger internal space. Consequently, she abandoned her previous cautious approach of adding ingredients sparingly and began to pour in large quantities. After tossing in a handful of fragrant golden money grass, she noticed the cauldron was somewhat dry. How irritating. I've added too much, she muttered. Without hesitation, she poured in a ladle of clear spring water, only to find it had become too moist. In such circumstances, no amount of additional herbs could rectify the situation, and she felt a twinge of regret for the precious herbs she had added. Some were purchased by Feng Xiai from the mercenary market and apothecaries, while others were exchanged with the clan's spiritual plant masters. All were hard-earned treasures. Estimating that this batch was doomed to failure, she added a few more ladles of spring water. To her surprise, the liquid within the cauldron turned a vibrant green, reminiscent of a replenishing spirit worm. Without hesitation, she tossed in 10 of them, feeling less remorseful about their addition since she had plenty stored away. 15 minutes later, the flames beneath the cauldron extinguished, and upon lifting the lid, Song Liuhua was astonished to discover that she had successfully refined the concoction. Chapter 70. Growth Liquid? Growth Liquid? Song Liuhua blinked her eyes. Ever since returning from the hunting grounds, she had been acutely aware of the effects of the concoctions she had refined, unlike the initial ignorance she had experienced. The dark green liquid before her was undoubtedly a growth liquid designed to stimulate plant development. Judging by its quality, it was at least a level 4 spiritual medicine. Overjoyed, Song Liuhua thought to herself, with this elixir, why would she need to exert herself to encourage growth? She promptly arranged to utilize it in her vegetable garden. Diving into her storage bracelet, she retrieved over 100 porcelain vials to fill with the growth liquid. Song Liuhua then took a bucket of clear water and mixed in half a porcelain vial of the growth liquid, instantly transforming the water into a vibrant green hue. She decided to test it on a wild spiritual peach sapling, pouring the mixture onto the still dormant seed. In the blink of an eye, a lush green peach tree erupted from the ground, growing taller and thicker, sprouting branches, blooming, wilting, and bearing fruit. Song Liuhua watched in awe as the small green peaches matured, turning red and hanging heavily from the tree's branches. Just then, Young Mama entered, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. Wait, how did such a large fruit tree appear here? Song Liuhua herself was momentarily stunned, staring at the remaining half bucket of the growth liquid-infused water. Her astonishment rendering her speechless. Madam, is this tree? Young Mama approached, only to discover that another figure stood behind the tree. Ahem. This is a wild spiritual peach tree that I just stimulated to grow, Song Liuhua explained, her gaze fixated on the bounteous fruits. I remember this wild peach was merely a level 1 wild fruit, yet now it has transformed into a level 3 spiritual fruit. Could it have undergone a mutation? Pondering, Song Liuhua stroked her chin thoughtfully. Young Mama was overjoyed, exclaiming, "This is wonderful. With so many level 3 spiritual fruits, you will have enough to enjoy for quite some time, and I can prepare some spiritual fruit cakes for you." The madam's snacks already contained various spiritual fruits, sourced by the young master, ranging from level 1 to level 3, albeit at a high price and with mediocre spiritual energy. These spiritual peaches, however, were brimming with vitality. Just the fragrance alone was far superior to what they purchased from the market. Madam, these spiritual peaches are ripe. Shall we pick them? Yes, Song Liuhua replied, waving her hand and retrieving several baskets from her storage bracelet. The two gathered beneath the tree, merrily plucking the fruits. As they ate while picking, the soft, sweet flesh burst with flavor, refreshing juice flowed forth, and the unique aroma of the spiritual peaches wafted through the air. Young Mama savored one peach, momentarily grappling with feelings of wastefulness, when Song Liuhua handed her another, wiping off the fuzz with a cloth. Just eat it. There are plenty to go around, she said generously. Encouraged, Young Mama no longer hesitated. She swallowed hard, relishing the spiritual peach in her hands. After devouring 3, she sighed contentedly. After filling one basket, Song Liuhua felt weary, her back aching. She noticed that 2/3 of the peaches remained unpicked, and if she harvested them all, she could yield several hundred pounds. As she rubbed her waist, Feng Xiai and Song Yuan entered. Her eyes brightened, and she waved them over. Feng Xiai, brother, come help. Under the spiritual peach tree, Feng Xiai and Song Yuan stood silent for a moment, taken aback by the sight of the large fruit-laden tree. They had only been gone for half a day, and already, a bountiful peach tree had sprung up in their home. Even for growth stimulation, the speed was astonishing. Before they could ponder further, Song Liuhua, impatient with their delay, handed each of them a basket. Stop staring and help out. Exchanging amused glances, Feng Xiai and Song Yuan smiled indulgently and swiftly began to pick the fruits. The 4 of them worked together for nearly half an hour, finally gathering all the peaches from the tree, filling 6 large baskets, each containing at least 100 pounds. This is an incredible amount, Song Yuan exclaimed. Disbelief etched on his face. And they are all level 3, he added, swallowing hard as he grabbed one from the basket and bit into it without even wiping it clean. Song Liuhua wrinkled her nose in mild disapproval, retrieving a handkerchief to wipe one for Feng Xiai. Here, try it, it's quite delicious. Thank you, my lady, Feng Xiai replied, taking a bite and smiling as he swallowed. I can hardly believe these are indeed level 3 premium spiritual peaches. Song Liuhua wandered to the back of the tree, gazing at the remaining green water mixed with the growth liquid, a glimmer of excitement igniting in her eyes. If just a ladle could transform a peach seed into a flourishing tree bearing fruit, and even yielding level 3 spiritual fruits, did this mean that with these growth liquids, she would never again lack for spiritual fruits? The mere thought filled her with exhilaration. Her gaze shifted to the ancestral seeds of the Jiang family, which had just begun to sprout as plans began to form in her mind. Chapter 71. Ancestral Seeds. What on earth moved by her whims? Song Liuhua promptly carried a wooden bucket towards the vegetable patch. With a scoop of water infused with growth liquid poured over the area where the Jiang family's ancestral seeds were planted, life sprang forth in an instant. Lush green vines rapidly enveloped the garden, while orange blossoms bloomed and fell, and numerous orange fruits, the size of watermelons, emerged from the verdant tendrils. Feng Xiai, Song Yuan, and others were drawn in by this commotion. A third-grade spirit peach slipped from Song Yuan's grasp and fell to the ground. As he gazed incredulously at the scene before him, "Sister, have you leveled up?" Yet, something felt amiss. As far as he knew, even a third-grade spirit planter could not nurture such a multitude of spirit plants to this extent in such a brief span. In the blink of an eye, the once barren vegetable patch had transformed into this vibrant sight, which was undeniably peculiar. Moreover, the spirit peach tree, which he was certain did not exist yesterday, had grown into a substantial tree bearing ample fruit within just one day, clearly indicating something was amiss. Feng Xi's gaze fell upon the wooden bucket beside Song Liuhua, deep in thought. In response to the puzzled expressions of Feng Xiai and her brother, Song Liuhua pointed to the bucket. "I concocted a potion that accelerates spirit plant growth." "A potion? What kind?" Song Yuan inquired curiously, glancing into the bucket. The light green liquid seemed vaguely familiar. He dipped his hand in and stirred, feeling nothing unusual. "I call it growth liquid." As the name suggests, both Song Yuan and Feng Xiai found it quite fitting. However, what exactly was it? Feng Xi's slender fingers tapped against an orange fruit. He could faintly sense the spirit energy within, albeit not in abundance. Song Liuhua shook her head. "I don't know either. This is supposedly the ancestral seed given by Jiang Wenxiu. Don't let that fellow fool you. This ancestral seed? It's not worth as much as that spirit peach tree." Song Yuan didn't mean to belittle it. He could sense that the spirit energy contained was at most second grade. Nothing more. Regardless, it's at least a second-grade spirit plant. "It's edible," Song Liuhua remarked nonchalantly. "By the way, have you finished picking the spirit peaches? Why aren't you continuing?" She raised an eyebrow at the remaining half of the spirit peaches on the tree. Picking. I'm on it," Song Yuan said, having grasped the situation, continuing with a cheerful demeanor. Feng Xiai smiled gently, following suit with a basket. Meanwhile, Song Liuhua knelt on the ground, examining the orange fruits. She tapped one, producing a dull thud. The sound revealed little. Plucking a large orange fruit from the vine, she sliced it open, and instantly, dark, viscous pulp oozed out. Touching it, she found her hands smeared with the inky substance that would not wash off easily, though she could vaguely sense the spirit energy within. Song Liuhua couldn't help but grumble. "Who could possibly eat this? Before even tasting it, my mouth and teeth are stained black, and it won't wash away." The Jiang family's ancestral seeds were indeed peculiar. Rushing to the kitchen, she scrubbed her hands with water, nearly peeling her skin off in the process. But the dark residue barely budged, leaving her wrists still a shade darker compared to her fair skin. "That deceitful Jiang Wenxiu," she muttered, examining her now darkened hands. Upon exiting the kitchen, she found that Song Yuan, Feng Xiai, and Grandma Yang had finished collecting all the spirit peaches, an astonishing 5 baskets. After pondering for a moment, Song Liuhua said to Song Yuan, "Elder brother, take a basket back. Sister-in-law and Ahe should appreciate it." "All right." After Song Yuan left, Song Liuhua instructed Feng Xiai to move the remaining spirit peaches to the storage room. Grandma Yang picked a few and cheerfully remarked, "I'll make some spirit peach cakes for you as a snack." Song Liuhua nodded eagerly in anticipation. In the Song family's kitchen, Liuhua was preparing lunch, with 5-year-old Lihe assisting by tending the fire, his little hands expertly adding firewood to the stove. Song Yuan magically produced a spirit peach and placed it in Lihe's tiny hands. Lihe shyly smiled, unsure whether to accept it, glancing at Liuhua. "Sister?" Liuhua, while cooking, nodded reassuringly at her brother. Only then did Lihe accept it, saying, Thank you, brother-in-law. Good boy, Song Yuan said, bending down to ruffle his hair, and handed another spirit peach to Liuhua. This is from my little sister's farm. It's quite sweet. Give it a try. Liuhua shot him a playful glare. I'm cooking. With a chuckle, Song Yuan snatched the spatula from her hands. I'll cook. You eat this spirit peach first. Liuhua smiled, standing aside as she took a gentle bite. The sweet fragrance of the peach filled her mouth, and the delightful taste made her feel utterly at ease. In astonishment, she said, a third-grade spirit fruit? Yes, isn't it delicious? Song Yuan replied with a grin, quickly returning to his cooking with the spatula. Liuhua couldn't help but smile. In the afternoon, Song Liuhua watered the spirit peach tree again with a mixture of growth liquid. The tree grew taller, yet did not bloom or bear fruit again. Regrettably, Song Liuhua concluded that the spirit peach tree could only bear fruit once a year. With a spark of inspiration, she took a spirit peach, bit into its flesh, buried the pit in the soil, and watered it with some growth liquid. The scene from the morning repeated itself as the spirit peach tree swiftly grew, blossomed, and bore fruit. In terms of appearance and size, the fruits produced were smaller than those of the third-grade spirit peach tree from the morning, merely first-grade peaches. Disappointed, Song Liuhua pouted. Still, better than nothing. She planned to harvest them all. Feng Ci and her elder brother went to the training grounds, and Song Liuhua fetched a ladder. Leaning over the wall to glance at her sister-in-law, Liuhua, who was hanging clothes in the courtyard. Waving her hand, Song Liuhua cheerfully called out, Sister-in-law, come over and pick some fruit. Liuhua wrung out the last piece of clothing in her hands, tiptoed, and deftly hung a man's martial outfit on the bamboo rack, smiling in response, I'll be right there. Thinking of the basket of third-grade spirit peaches her husband had brought back from his sister's house, Liuhua couldn't help but twitch her lips. The siblings were quite bold. One dared to give, and the other dared to take. Such a quantity of third-grade spirit peaches was quite valuable, and her husband had brought them back so nonchalantly, seemingly unaware. Did Feng Ci, as the head of the household, have no objections? Returning them now would be awkward. She could only accept them with a stiff upper lip. She decided to make some spirit peach jam and take a jar to her sister-in-law later. Chapter 72. I apologize for the misunderstanding as Liuhua led Liuhua into the courtyard, carrying a jar of spirit peach jam. Her gaze was instantly drawn to the two grand spirit peach trees standing majestically. One tree bore only leaves, while the other was laden with heavy, ripe peaches. She gasped in astonishment, her eyes reflecting a flicker of disbelief. Even a level 4 spirit plant master would find it impossible to cultivate such a large spirit peach tree in a single day, let alone bear fruit. How had her younger sister and the others accomplished this feat? Had they perhaps transplanted them from elsewhere? Yet, upon closer inspection, neither tree exhibited signs of being uprooted. It was indeed perplexing. Song Liuhua, unaware of her thoughts, had changed into a practical outfit suitable for work and approached her. Sister-in-law, you're here, she exclaimed, playfully pinching the soft cheek of little Liuhua. And you're here too, Ahi? How about picking peaches with your sister later? Okay. Liuhua shyly nestled into Liuhua's embrace, revealing his twinkling eyes as he bashfully gazed at Song Liuhua. He remembered this sister. Song Liuhua continued to tease him until his cheeks flushed a rosy hue. Then she relented. Liuhua watched with a smile. Once the two had finished their playful antics, she handed over the white ceramic jar. Your brother brought back many level 3 spirit peaches this morning, so I made some jam. Little sister, give it a try. If you find it delicious, I'll make more for you. Curious, Song Liuhua removed the lid of the jar, and a rich and enticing peach fragrance wafted toward her. The pink peach jam inside the white porcelain container was not only visually appealing, but also aromatic, making one's mouth water. It looks delightful. I shall not be polite then, she said with a grin, carefully placing it into her storage bracelet. Seeing her accept it so readily brought joy to Liuhua's heart. After exchanging a few more words, they began to pick the spirit peaches. Little Liuhua, with a small basket in hand, buzzed about like a diligent little bee. Meanwhile, Granny Yang, having finished her tasks in the kitchen, came over to lend a hand. The three women chatted and laughed, and before long, they had harvested all the peaches from one tree. Song Liuhua wanted to give some more to Liuhua, but she declined, saying, your brother has already taken a basket back, which should sustain us for a while. Though these peaches are only level 1, they are still considered fine spirit fruits among them. You should keep some for yourself. All right, since they are merely level 1 spirit fruits, I can wait for the next time to receive better ones. Although she had not spent much time with her sister-in-law, Liuhua sensed her goodwill. just before exiting the corner of the courtyard. She glanced at Granny Yang in the distance and hesitated for a moment before voicing her thoughts. My brother and I are managing well, so you need not send us any more valuable items. By the time Song Liuhua comprehended her words, she had already taken Li He into the courtyard. Song Liuhua chuckled, revealing her teeth. She appreciated a sister-in-law who could consider her feelings. She understood Li Zhen'er's concerns. She worried that Feng Xi might be displeased with her frequently sending valuable gifts to her family, potentially straining their relationship. However, Li Zhen'er was overly cautious in this regard. Whatever Song Liuhua produced, Feng Xi would never object to whom she chose to give it. After spending time together, she had gained confidence in this. Feng Xi appeared gentle but harbored a subtle pride. Such minor matters were trivial to him, far from the point of calculating over trifles. Song Liuhua resolved that she would continue to send gifts when appropriate. Although she had not willingly taken over the original owner's body and had arrived only after the original had passed, she was a reasonable person. The original owner, whether intentionally or not, had granted her a second chance at life. Furthermore, her brother Song Yuan, who had depended on the original owner, was someone she held in high regard, and she naturally wished to share good things with him. However, having already grown level 3 spirit peaches, she found that the abundance of level 1 peaches was still fresh and delicious. It would not do to simply store them away. After some thought, Song Liuhua decided to use growth liquid to cultivate more level 1 spirit peaches and let her family members pick them all. She promptly used her communication stone to inform Feng Xi, stating that she had grown more level 1 spirit peaches and asked him to let Feng Shan and the others know to come and pick peaches when they had time. Calculating the number of people in her clan with her fingers, she pondered, 3 trees? That seems insufficient. Perhaps I should plant a few more. Is that too few? She had not yet exhausted the bucket of liquid she had prepared in the morning. She was determined to ensure her family members enjoyed the freedom of level 1 spirit peaches. Thus, Song Liuhua embarked on a fervent endeavor to cultivate spirit peaches using the growth liquid. The size of the vegetable garden was not an issue. There was plenty of space on the large stone-paved area in the courtyard. A little soil sprinkled here and there would suffice. The roots need not be firmly planted, as long as they grew and bore fruit. Just as Granny Yang emerged from the storage room, she caught sight of the scene unfolding in the courtyard and could not help but exclaim, "My goodness!" At the martial arts practice field, Feng Shan, perplexed and curious upon hearing that Song Liuhua had invited them to pick spirit peaches, could not resist asking Feng Xi, "Has the lady planted more spirit peaches? How many has she grown? Have they borne fruit already?" "Perhaps 3 or 4, Feng Xi replied uncertainly. His wife's ideas were often too vibrant for him to keep up with. "That is wonderful." Feng Shan and the others were filled with anticipation. They had sampled wild spirit peaches during their last hunt and found them delightful, yet regrettably scarce. Hearing the mention of spirit peaches now made their mouths water with longing. With their numbers, 3 or 4 spirit peach trees would yield enough for each to enjoy at least 10 peaches. They could eat one themselves and share the rest with the ladies and children at home as delightful snacks. A jubilant group of martial spirit masters followed Feng Xi towards Qinghua Alley. Upon entering, the sight before them rendered them speechless. Feng Xi, Song Yuan. Feng Shan trembled as he pointed at the courtyard filled with spirit peach trees. Did we come to the wrong place? How has our young master's home transformed into a grove? Feng Yi gaped, silently stepping back as he surveyed the familiar plaque outside, rendered speechless. Feng Qing, Feng Wu, Feng Lu, and the others stood in awe, still processing the sight of the laden spirit peach trees. Feng Yin, eyes gleaming with delight, chuckled heartily, "Madam. Splendid work." At that moment, they all came to realize that the grove of spirit peach trees in the courtyard was brimming with fruit, and upon entering, they were enveloped by the rich spiritual energy in the air. The sweet aroma of spirit peaches made it impossible for them to resist swallowing in anticipation. Emerging from the dense thicket, Song Liuhua spotted the group standing dazed at the entrance and tilted her head in inquiry. "Why are you all standing at the door? Come in and pick peaches." "Yes." With the command given, Feng Shan, Feng Yin, and the others eagerly plunged into the grove of spirit peaches. Noticing this, Feng Xi quietly took out his communication stone and summoned another group to come and pick peaches. Song Yuan, with a twitching mouth, tossed out a remark of approval before joining in. A throng of men buzzed about in the courtyard, their voices rising and falling in excitement as they busily engaged in the harvest. With a sense of accomplishment, Song Liuhua declared, "Behold, This is the empire I have built for you all. Chapter 73. After picking the spirit peach, so sweet. The translucent, rosy spirit peaches glistened on the branches. A young martial spirit master could not resist plucking one, casually wiping it on his clothes before taking a crisp bite. The juicy flesh was sweet without being cloying, and a wave of fragrant spirit fruit filled his mouth, with abundant spiritual energy flowing into his spiritual abode as he swallowed. The young martial spirit master closed his eyes in delight. Feng Shan and others were equally tempted, but knowing these were precious fruits, each one consumed was one less to savor, and they merely swallowed their saliva in longing. Soon, the courtyard was stripped bare of spirit peaches by Feng Shan, Feng Yin, and Song Liuhua. Baskets overflowing with rosy spirit peaches filled the yard, where Feng Yin and the others gazed eagerly at Song Liuhua, awaiting her distribution. 2 baskets per family. Song Liuhua swiftly calculated in her mind and proposed this allocation. Excellent. Feng Shan's eye sparkled as he quickly selected 2 baskets from the bounty. As for the spirit peach trees, they were no longer wanted. You may uproot them for me. Song Liuhua thought these trees had become rather unsightly. It would be a pity to simply discard them. If anyone desired, why not each take one and transplant it? Feng Yin chose a spirit peach tree and expressed her thoughts. I no longer want it. You all can handle it. Song Liuhua replied nonchalantly. I want one. Feng Yi shouted. Me too. Feng Wu and Feng Lu exchanged glances and chimed in immediately. I also. Some martial spirit masters considered planting them, but upon reflecting on their already limited yards, they regrettably relinquished the idea. Feng Shan and the others uprooted the spirit peach trees and helped clean the soil from the bluestone slabs before joyfully returning home with their spirit peaches. The courtyard regained its previous freshness, and Song Liuhua found it somewhat more pleasing to the eye. Days had passed since the pink baga rabbit creature had begun its incubation, and it had been Yang Mama nurturing it. Song Liuhua wondered about its progress. Lost in thought, she made her way to the storage room. Upon seeing her, the pink baga rabbit creature jumped in fright, its bright red eyes wide with terror. Song Liuhua stroked its soft fur. To her surprise, it felt wonderfully plush. Were it not for its odd and unsightly shape, she might have mistaken it for a small pillow. Let me see how your eggs are hatching, she said, lifting the creature's belly to reveal perfectly formed fragrant eggs. They remained exactly as she had placed them. Are you even capable, you silly creature? If you can't hatch the eggs, what's the use of keeping you? Perhaps I should ask Yang Mama to stew you instead. I've been craving spicy rabbit heads. Song Liuhua sighed dramatically and shook her head. With that, she exited. The door to the storage room slammed shut with a bang. Unbeknownst to her, after she left, the pink baga rabbit creature squawked in a frenzy for quite some time before painstakingly freeing one of its bound pink paws, carefully placing it atop a fragrant egg. In Feng Wan's courtyard, a group of young ladies gathered, engaging in light-hearted chatter. Liuhua displayed an orange lightstone strung on a red cord around her wrist. Feng Wan. Our 3rd young master is getting married. It's a real shame you weren't there. Look, see this? This is a return gift from our 3rd young master's wife. It costs 50 spirit stones each if bought separately. Your 3rd young master's wife is truly generous, remarked a girl in a pale yellow skirt, enviously touching her empty wrist. Indeed, you have no idea how much delicious food was at our 3rd young master's banquet, not to mention the abundance of spirit fruits afterward. Although they were only first-level spirit fruits, each person received 2. Liuhua reminisced about the last banquet, still savoring the memory. What's so impressive about that? Who hasn't dined at a banquet before? Feng Wan couldn't tolerate her. She hadn't invited Liuhua today. The audacity of her showing up uninvited made it difficult for Feng Wan to kick her out. Oh, I forgot that Feng Xian is from your clan. It seems your young master wasn't invited to our 3rd young master's wedding. Liuhua sneered, reveling in the fact. Your young master's spiritual abode is shattered. His power diminished, and he married a useless girl from a common family. He is no longer in the same league as our young master. Liuhua harbored resentment from earlier when Feng Wan had embarrassed her, speaking without restraint. Although the other girls lacked the privilege to attend Li family's 3rd young master's wedding, they had certainly heard about it, and many in their clan had been quietly mocking the Feng family's 4th young master. Yet, only Liuhua had the audacity to speak so brazenly in front of the Feng family's 4th young master's kin. The others regarded her with admiration. She truly had a way with words, managing to offend the host family while standing on their ground. Noticing the atmosphere tense, The girls sought to ease the situation but were unsure how to proceed, turning their gazes toward Feng Yuan, hoping to see how she would respond. Feng Yuan, with her naturally extroverted disposition, would have previously slapped Liuhua across the face, yet today she showed no anger. She cast a disdainful glance at Liuhua, saying, "Some people, upon seeing a trivial benefit, cling to it like flies to dung, believing themselves to have gained something valuable. They flaunt their ignorance, but be careful. One day, your facade may shatter, and the consequences will be amusing. I see you're merely bitter about the grapes you cannot reach. Regardless, we genuinely received benefits. Our Li family's lady is generous, unlike your common-born song lady, who, upon acquiring something good, is unlikely to share it with you, let alone produce anything of value herself." Liuhua flicked her hair, retorting sarcastically, "Indeed, she is quite generous, after all. Your Li family's lady can gift you a 50 spirit stone orange light stone bracelet and distribute 2 first-level spirit fruits at the banquet. Our lady can only offer us a handful of unquantifiable spirit clam pearls and 2 baskets of first-level spirit peaches." Feng Yuan revealed a pink spirit clam pearl pendant hanging from her neck, casually stating, "Compared to your inferior orange lightstone bracelet, I prefer this pink spirit clam pearl." Wow! The young ladies erupted in excitement, crowding around Feng Yuan. "It's a pink spirit clam pearl. Feng Yuan, you are so lucky. This pink spirit clam pearl is of even color, full-bodied, and quite large. It's a top-tier gem. Its rejuvenating effects last at least 20 years. Your lady is truly wonderful." They all nodded vigorously. If anyone were to gift them such a treasure, they would elevate that person to the highest pedestal. A wave of envy washed over the group of young girls, their eyes gleaming with desire. If not for their remaining composure, they would have been tempted to snatch it away. Chapter 74. Orange melon seeds. "You cannot be serious," Liuhua exclaimed, abruptly rising to her feet and hastily squeezing herself beside Feng Yuan. Her gaze was fervent as it fixated on the pink spirit pearl adorning Feng Yuan's neck. How could she possess such a treasure? Why would she bestow it upon you? As she spoke, she reached out to snatch the pink spirit pearl from Feng Yuan's neck. Feng Yuan furrowed her brows, dodging the grasp, and admonished, "What are you doing?" Realizing her audacity, Liuhua was momentarily taken aback, her eyes reflecting disbelief. "This is impossible." "What is impossible? Our lady has indeed gifted it. The evidence is right before you, believe it or not," Feng Yuan replied impatiently. Afterward, she turned to her other companions. "Our lady has sent a considerable amount of spirit peaches. I shall slice a couple for you to savor. Today, you are in for a treat." With a provocative glance at Liuhua, Feng Yuan swiftly made her way to the storage room. Upon her return, she held a large white porcelain platter, adorned with neatly sliced, juicy spirit peaches that exuded a delightful fragrance. They appeared utterly delectable. Each of her friends eagerly took a slice, their mouths watering at the crisp, sweet flavor of the spirit peaches, rich in spiritual essence, prompting a fervent desire for more. They gazed longingly at the remaining slices, rapidly entering a competitive frenzy for the last morsels. "Hey, I got it first, let go. Let go? Do you think I'm foolish?" In the midst of their tussle, a third party seized the opportunity, swiftly snatching a piece while the two were preoccupied, exclaiming, "Thank you, my dear sisters. You, Chanqian, you are quite the rogue," protested a girl who had failed to secure the last slice of spirit peach, casting an aggrieved glare at the one named Chanqian. Liuhua, seething with resentment, surveyed the scene. These girls were behaving as though they had never tasted food before. Afraid of Feng Yuan's mockery, she only dared to take one slice. The sweet and refreshing spirit peach settled in her stomach, bringing her great comfort. Had she known better, she wouldn't have been so reserved earlier. Feng Yuan, having divided 2 spirit peaches among them, felt a pang of sympathy as she observed their delight, and a sense of satisfaction blossomed within her. "See, this is the life we lead. Even after separating from the main family, our lives are no less prosperous than others. Their lady, despite her humble beginnings and numerous shortcomings, was far more generous than the ladies of the main family, earning her their respect." Liuhua shamelessly licked her lips and turned to Feng Yuan. "Feng Yuan, you are rather stingy, aren't you? Did you not claim that your lady sent 2 baskets? And yet you only offer us 2? The other girls were astounded by Liuhua's audacity. While they too wished for more, they could not utter such a brazen demand, especially since Liuhua had just ridiculed Feng Yuan and her family. Truly shameless, they murmured. Yun Chanqian nearly choked on her tea, coughing before saying, "Liuhua, Have you considered the absurdity of your words? Your benefactor kindly offered you spirit fruits, and you dare complain of their scarcity? If you were so generous, why not invite us to your home tomorrow and treat us to a few spirit fruits? Indeed, Liuhua, we shall all visit your home tomorrow. If there are no spirit fruits to be had, do not dare to associate with us in the future. We cannot afford such disgrace. The girls banded together to chastise Liuhua. Caught off guard, Liuhua stammered, I. We have no spirit fruits at home. You may visit whomever you wish. My mother has summoned me home for dinner. I must take my leave. With that, she dashed away. Feng Nuan, supporting herself with laughter, found herself nearly doubled over. Yun Qianqian curiously inquired, Is your lady always this generous? Naturally, not only is our lady generous, but our young master is as well. Each time he hunts, the majority of the exotic beasts are shared with us, and what remains is used to assist the orphans and widows within our clan. In Feng Nuan's recollection, since their young master had been separated from the main family, they had consistently received a significant portion of the spoils. How splendid, Yun Qianqian remarked, observing the well-nourished and radiant Feng Nuan, silently resolving to emulate her. Fengshan family. When Fengshan returned home with 2 baskets of spirit peaches, both Fengshan's wife and Zhao Qiyun were taken aback. Where did you acquire so many first-grade spirit peaches? They were a gift from Our Lady. A gift from Our Lady? Zhao Qiyun pondered, recalling how generous their lady was. Whenever she was in the alchemy room, spirit fruits and snacks were never lacking. However, for her husband to carry back 2 baskets seemed rather extravagant. Were they for you alone, or for everyone? Zhao Qiyun's expression suggested a hint of suspicion, as if implying he had done something extraordinary to receive such a bounty. Fengshan rolled his eyes at her. You are overthinking this. Every household received some. What? Every household? 2 baskets for one family. How many spirit fruits must that be? Zhao Qiyun was incredulous. Truly, Our Lady is quite generous. She mused. Yet, she had previously thought their lady's generosity was beneficial to their clan. She was pleased about it. However, with such a distribution, would they not deplete their resources, leaving the young master without support? No, I must advise against this, she decided, her initial joy dissipating as she gazed at her husband, who wore a foolish grin, wishing she could tug at his ear and shout to make him rethink his actions. Meanwhile, Song Liuhua was unaware of the ramifications of the abundant spirit peaches. She squatted beside Granny Yang, watching her as she harvested the orange melons, splitting them open to scoop out the insides, which she then washed repeatedly with water. Granny Yang, this stuff is difficult to wash off. Won't you fear ending up with blackened hands? Song Liuhua observed, noting how even Granny's nails had turned dark. My dear lady, just trust in my methods, Granny Yang replied, diligently scrubbing the gooey melon pulp and its seeds, not wanting to waste such a fine second-grade spiritual plant. Song Liuhua touched her nose, recalling how she had initially intended to discard the unappealing yellow-skinned melons with their dark, mushy interiors until Granny Yang had stepped in, prompting her current actions. After Granny Yang had washed the black, mushy pulp repeatedly, what remained were glistening seeds of an inky hue. She placed these seeds in a bamboo basket to drain, then stood upright, carrying the basket to the stove, where she ignited a fire and added oil, salt, star anise, bay leaves, and other seasonings, beginning to stir-fry. In no time, a fragrant aroma wafted from the pot, and the dish began to resemble delectable seeds. Once satisfied with the cooking, Granny Yang tossed a handful to Song Liuhua. My lady, do give it a taste. Chapter 75. The eye of the storm. Song Liuhua cracked open a seed, revealing its pristine white kernel, which she savored in her mouth, relishing the silky, crunchy flavor that left her yearning for more. Delicious, exclaimed young mama, her face lighting up with a smile. In my decades of experience, there is no spiritual plant that cannot be enjoyed. Song Liuhua chuckled. Thanks to you, I almost discarded such a delightful treat. These seeds were indeed extraordinary, possessing an unusual allure for her. She found herself inexplicably drawn to cracking these black seeds, feeling a sense of comfort that was distinct from the warmth experienced while gathering spiritual energy from spiritual fruits. It was an indescribable sensation. After cracking 10 seeds, she felt a wave of heat coursing through her body, accompanied by a slight ache in her spiritual realm that took a while to subside, causing her to break into a cold sweat. I must not indulge too much. A feeling stirred within her that these spiritual seeds were of immense value, rivaling the ancestral jade bracelet gifted to her by Feng Xiai. Realizing their worth, Song Liuhua promptly took action. She had a considerable harvest of orange seeds, and she volunteered to open them all, extracting the pulp and diligently washing out the dark seeds, which Young Mama then roasted. Afterward, 2 large barrels brimmed with roasted orange seeds. After a moment's hesitation, Song Liuhua handed Young Mama a small handful, cautioning her not to exceed 10 seeds a day, while she stored the remainder in her jade bracelet. It wasn't tea out of stinginess. After consuming just 1 more seed, she found herself in this predicament, and she didn't want Young Mama to overindulge and suffer any ill effects. Upon exiting the kitchen, she suddenly realized she had forgotten to wash her hands. Her small hands were smeared with black residue, with dirt lodged beneath her nails. If seen at night, they could frighten anyone. Fortunately, Young Mama was experienced. She plucked a few orange melon leaves from the garden, massaging them until they released their juices, which she effortlessly used to cleanse her hands. She also reserved some seeds, clearing the remaining orange melon vines from the field, sowing the seeds into the soil, and watering them with a growth solution. In no time, a new batch of orange melons sprouted, still containing second-level spiritual energy. Song Liuhua commenced another round of washing, while Young Mama busied herself with roasting. They toiled throughout the day, finally producing several large barrels of spiritual seeds. However, Song Liuhua sensed a difference between this batch and the first. The texture and flavor remained consistent, crisp and fragrant, but the sensation upon consumption was markedly different. She tried cracking 10, 20, and many more, yet none induced the same discomfort in her spiritual realm as the first batch. She confirmed that this second wave was merely ordinary second-level spiritual seeds. Henceforth, she added a new category to her snack repertoire, naming the first batch premium orange seeds and the second ordinary orange seeds. One day, as she reclined in a sunlit chair, enjoying her orange seeds, an excited voice floated in from the storage room. "Madam, the fragrant chicks have hatched." "Really?" Song Liuhua leaped from her chair, seeds scattering across the ground. "Look." Young Mama carefully cradled a palm-sized fragrant chick, presenting it to Song Liuhua. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she instinctively stepped back, exclaiming, "Quick, put it down." Before she could finish, a sound erupted as the chick let out a fart, its tail feathers still sticky with egg fluid, causing them to fluff up. The next moment, a familiar, pungent aroma wafted into her nostrils, and she quickly covered her eyes. Retreating, Young Mama, facing the chick's rear, was momentarily dazed by the unexpected release. Blinking, she stood frozen, holding the chick, until a sharp stinging sensation in her eyes brought her back to reality. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she realized the predicament, hastily returning the chick to the safety of the pink baga rabbit's belly before retreating. Song Liuhua retrieved a palm-sized crystal mirror from her jade bracelet, inspecting her eyes, relieved to find only slight redness and swelling. Young Mama, however, was not so fortunate. The chick's fart had directly assaulted her face, causing her eyes to swell to the size of walnuts. Song Liuhua felt a mix of relief and guilt. Yet, she couldn't dwell on that. Her immediate concern was how to care for these chicks. Each hatchling weighed barely 2 taels, hardly enough to fill a tooth gap. Keeping them was labor-intensive and visually demanding. Suddenly, she glanced at the crystal mirror in her hand. Though relatively expensive in the Ten-Wind continent, she could afford to make a pair of crystal goggles to protect her eyes. The more she considered it, the more appealing the idea became. Without delay, Song Liuhua made her way to the mercenary market. Until the goggles were ready, the troublesome fragrant chicks would have to be a burden for Young Mama. After washing her eyes, Young Mama's swollen orbs still appeared somewhat alarming, yet the discomfort had lessened. After a moment's hesitation, she quickly chopped some wild vegetables, mixing them with leftover rice from the previous day, and placed it in front of the pink baga rabbit before fleeing the scene. In the storage room, the pink baga rabbit, with its swollen, red eyes, shed large tears, pitifully chirping. It felt suffocated. Was no one to speak for it. As each fragrant chick egg shell cracked open, plump, sparsely feathered gray chicks stumbled out, occasionally letting out farts, creating a cacophony of sounds that filled the air with an unpleasant odor. Amidst this stench, the baga rabbit closed its gem-like red eyes in despair, extending its only movable pink, fluffy foot to continue exploring the next fragrant egg. It dared not pause, as any halt would mean its fate in the pot. Realizing this, it furiously kicked at the 3 other bound feet, lamenting that the loss of 3 feet had slowed its hatching pace by a third. How infuriating. Chapter 76. Erdan Darling, this is Aunt Feng Yang. As Song Liuhua had just asked her sister-in-law, Li Zhiner, to assist in crafting a few pairs of crystal goggles. She noticed Feng Xi entering with a spirited woman. The woman wore an ordinary female martial attire, her long hair simply tied up with an exquisite jade hairpin. With a resolute brow and a naturally heroic demeanor, she strode forward with steady and assured steps, exuding a charming elegance. Before Song Liuhua could greet her, Feng Yang briskly approached and curiously assessed her. "Are you Feng Xi's wife?" "Aunt Feng Yang," Song Liuhua greeted with a smile. Feng Yang retrieved a wooden box from her storage ring and presented it to her, saying, "A gift for our meeting." "Thank you, Aunt." Song Liuhua accepted it joyfully. Feng Yang nodded in satisfaction. Eager to invite her inside, Song Liuhua was met with Feng Yang's reply. "I've just moved here and have matters to attend to at home, so I cannot stay. I shall return tomorrow when I have the time." "Very well, Aunt, take care." After bidding her farewell, Song Liuhua playfully tugged at Feng Xi's sleeve, her curious eyes sparkling. Who is Aunt Feng Yang, and why did she come suddenly? Aside from the main branch of the Feng family, Song Liuhua was unfamiliar with many of its members. Feng Xi grasped her mischievous hand and chuckled. "Aunt Feng Yang is a cousin from the previous generation, a fourth-tier artifact master. She has returned to the clan after her divorce and will be crafting spiritual tools for our team in the future. That is simply splendid." Song Liuhua clapped her hands in excitement. It has not been easy to find a fourth-tier artifact master. She opened the wooden box gifted by Feng Yang, revealing a set of exquisite orange light stone jewelry, the warm and radiant stones glimmering under the sun. After pondering for a moment, she selected about 20 round and plump pink spiritual clam beads from her jade bracelet compartment and neatly stored them in a small box. Reciprocity is essential in relationships. One must give and take to foster connection. Once Aunt Feng Yang settled into her new home, she intended to pay her a visit with these gifts, which would demonstrate her sincerity. Yet, she felt this was still insufficient. She scurried to her storage room to gather a basket of third-tier spirit peaches and a basket of second-tier ordinary orange melon seeds, feeling more satisfied with her offerings. However, Song Liuhua couldn't help but wonder, but why did Aunt Feng Yang get divorced? A trace of mockery flickered in Feng Xi's eyes as he recounted. Aunt Feng Yang married the fifth lord of the Yun family over 20 years ago. After he sustained an injury during a hunt, he became incapable of having children. For years, Aunt Feng Yang sought remedies to improve his health. During the last hunt, when you found the bamboo treasure in the Qingzhou forest, I sent word to Aunt Feng Yang, hoping she could assist in crafting some spiritual swords to temporarily fill the void left by Feng Xian's departure. Unexpectedly, upon receiving the bamboo treasure, Lord Yun could not contain himself and was caught in the act by Aunt Feng Yang. With her fierce temperament, she could not endure such a profound humiliation and resolutely chose to divorce him. Song Liuhua listened, her eyes wide with intrigue. What a dramatic turn of events. She then recalled the subtle entanglement between Nong Heng and Wang Yuya, the wife of her former fiancé, marveling at the complexities of human relationships. Are all men like this? Curiously, she scrutinized Feng Xi, who, noticing her thoughts, playfully tapped her on the head. "I am not like them. Do not overthink it." "But how did you know what I was thinking without me saying anything?" Song Liuhua retorted, covering her head and darting away. Feng Xi chuckled softly, shaking his head as he headed into his study. Meanwhile, Song Liuhua resumed her poultry-rearing endeavors. With the crystal goggles, she and Granny Yang were no longer deterred by the unpleasant odors of the fragrant chickens. Upon opening the door to the storage room, a strong stench assaulted them. Holding their breaths, they hurried to the side of the pink baga rabbit creature, which was bound tightly, its eyes swollen and red, twitching helplessly while surrounded by broken eggshells and pecking chicks. The scene was oddly harmonious. Song Liuhua stifled a laugh as she and Granny Yang worked together, one pouncing to catch the chicks while the other cautiously approached. After a flurry of feathers and chaos, they successfully captured over 20 newly hatched fragrant chicks and tossed them into a bamboo cage. As for the pitiful pink baga rabbit, Song Liuhua finally felt a pang of conscience. She retrieved a specially crafted tendon rope from her sister-in-law and gently untied its limbs. Before stepping out, she playfully kicked its plump rear, saying, "Indeed, you can hatch eggs. Well done. As long as you do your job well, the rewards will be plentiful." Chirp, chirp, chirp. The pink baga rabbit weakly responded. "I shall name you," she declared. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The pink baga rabbit lifted its eyelids, its blood-red eyes suddenly sparkling with interest. "Do you wish to be called Gigi?" Song Liuhua pondered, then decisively shook her head. "No, that name won't do. It has inappropriate connotations. You are so fluffy. The pink Baga rabbit perked up its ears in anticipation. Then I shall name you Erdan. Erdan, if you work diligently, you shall become the designated hatching rabbit of our household. Fail to do so, and you shall face the consequences. As the saying goes, one must recognize the times to thrive. Given the current circumstances, I trust you know how to choose wisely, correct? Erdan stubbornly closed its eyes, resting its chin on the ground in resignation. Ah, you still have some spirit, Song Liuhua remarked. Do not feel wronged. You should be grateful to have encountered me. Otherwise, you would have long been in the pot. Only I possess the discerning eye to recognize your potential. Choose the right path and become an extraordinary rabbit. The reasoning has been laid out. Now it is up to you to decide between spicy and hatching. I am indifferent. Take your time to reflect. With that, Song Liuhua exited the storage room. Spicy or hatching? Spicy or hatching? Erdan, in despair, closed its eyes again. Upon reopening them, a sense of weariness clouded its features. It extended its 4 tiny pink paws, embarking on a challenging journey of labor. The resources at Shiha Ridge had been nearly exhausted. The 10 great families and the mercenary guild had agreed upon a new hunting ground and planned to depart in 2 days. It was then that Song Liuhua realized she had not crafted any artifacts in quite some time. That day, she took out the section of purple bamboo, sent by Liuhua. The piece, about the thickness of a thumb and arm's length, was smooth and emitted a faint purple glow. As she crafted, an image of a flute materialized in her mind, faint yet distinct. Joy surged within her. Her artifact crafting skills had progressed. Previously, she had never known what kind of spiritual tool she was forging before it was completed. This time, she had a specific vision. Soon, very soon, this would surely become a flute's spiritual tool, she repeated to herself with conviction. As time slipped by, Song Liuhua could feel her heart racing with anticipation during the crafting process. Finally, after a quarter of an hour, the spiritual fire beneath the furnace extinguished, and with bated breath, she unveiled the artifact within. Chapter 77, Hunting in the Marshlands, a Swona. It was actually a Swona. Song Liuhua gazed at the item within the refining cauldron, unable to restrain her exclamation. Contrary to her expectations of a purple flute, she peered into the cauldron, searching intently, only to find a solitary purple Swona. It was utterly outrageous. Scratching her head, she ultimately came to terms with the reality. She attempted to blow into it, but no sound emerged. With a sigh of disappointment, she relegated it to her jade bracelet space. The feeling of failure was somewhat disheartening. Yet she consoled herself with the knowledge that this item possessed extraordinary capabilities. With the addition of crystal goggles and a cloth to cover her nose, raising chicks became a delightful endeavor, prompting Song Liuhua to immerse herself in the joys of chick rearing. She gathered the remnants of orange melon vines from the garden, imbued with a slight aura, and chopped them up to feed the chicks. These delightful little chicks grew at an astonishing rate, transforming visibly from one day to the next. Just yesterday, she noticed some were still sparsely feathered. Today, they were fully plumaged. Since receiving their name, Erdan had significantly increased its efficiency, hatching nearly half the eggs within 2 days. The remainder, alas, were unlikely to hatch. Pleased with Erdan's performance, she decided to reward it with a refreshing white radish. Erdan was indeed famished, gnawing on the radish, which was thicker than her thigh, with great enthusiasm. Understanding Erdan's preferences, she instructed young Momo, Erdan enjoys white radishes. Let it have 3 meals a day, totaling 9 radishes every 3 days. Young Momo, albeit perplexed, complied. As you wish, madam. Song Liuhua nodded in satisfaction. The day for the hunting expedition swiftly approached, and Song Liuhua reluctantly bid farewell to her cherished chicks. The destination was a marshland situated several thousand miles north of Shiha Ridge. The airships from various families and mercenary teams departed from Yanqing City, taking an entire day to arrive. Hovering above the marshlands, the view from above revealed a vast expanse of shimmering water, dotted with a variety of aquatic plants. Below, in the glistening shallows, Song Liuhua spotted flowers in shades of yellow, purple, and red, all breathtakingly beautiful. A few mischievous children frolicked on the deck, tossing stones overboard, causing splashes and the flurry of unseen birds taking flight. Foam Ci retrieved pre-prepared timber from the spatial realm, commanding the martial spirit masters to construct a temporary base. All women and children must remain on board until the base is established, he declared sternly, scanning the deck. The response was unanimous. In the marshlands, Water posed dangers akin to those on land. Thus, until the martial spirit masters ensured safety, the vulnerable women and children were not permitted to disembark. Such scenes were commonplace for the natives of Incompetent, where most refrained from trifling with their lives. Yet, each year, there were a few reckless individuals who fancied themselves fortunate and attempted to seize an early advantage, prompting Feng Xiai to issue a serious warning. Song Liuhua, having never witnessed such a scene, leaned over the ship's railing, her eyes wide as she gazed down at the marshlands. Liuhua cautioned her, "Sister, you must not go down first. There exists a fierce hidden beast known as the crocodile. If you encounter a Sushua crocodile, it feeds solely on spirit plants and is relatively docile. But should you meet a Qing or Hui crocodile, it would be perilous for women and children to escape its jaws." Song Liuhua's understanding of this world was primarily derived from the original owner's memories. The original owner had been weak and frail, and her family had kept her away from the marshlands for fear of the dampness exacerbating her condition. However, she had read enough to possess a basic understanding of the marsh's nature. Aware of the dangers Liuhua mentioned, she nodded obediently. "I understand, sister-in-law." Seeing her sincerity relieved Liuhua, who had been tasked with watching over her sister, especially since Song Yuan had mentioned that she had never visited the marshlands before. Observing her demeanor, Liuhua kept a watchful eye on her. Song Liuhua felt helpless. Did they truly think she was fearless? She was quite the opposite. She had experienced the devastating pain of loss in her previous life, having not even had the chance to spend her vast wealth. She had no desire to relive such regret in this life. Starting from nothing and building her fortune into millions of spirit stones, along with a remarkably handsome husband. It would be absurd to perish due to some unforeseen creature. Though curiosity tugged at her, Song Liuhua retracted her neck. Feng Xiai, overseeing the construction of the temporary base, chuckled upon seeing her retreat. The martial spirit masters worked efficiently, and by the next day, when Song Liuhua awoke aboard the airship, wooden structures had already risen from the marshlands. As in previous hunts, Feng Xi's base was situated adjacent to those of the Qin and Lu families. To the left were the disciples of the Feng family, led by Feng Jing, and further left were the Yun, Nong, and Li families, while the other three major families, the Lan, Bo, and Lu families, were positioned behind them. Surrounding them were scattered branches of the 10 great families. Not far from the 10 great families was the Mercenary Guild, with their influence extending south and north, while women and children foraged in the central area for small aquatic creatures. Feng Xiai, Qin Yi, and members of the 10 great families advanced in formation, clearing the marsh of dangerous beasts, establishing a protective barrier in the perimeter before allowing Song Liuhua and the others to descend. The water reached only to their knees, permitting them to walk directly within. Prior to their departure, Feng Xiai had outfitted her with a level 4 spirit garment crafted from the hide of a blue bull beast, designed to be waterproof. As she disembarked the airship, she donned the garment. The level 4 spirit garment was not only waterproof, but also incredibly lightweight and elegantly colored with a sheen of blue, rendering it exceptionally beautiful. Clad in the spirit garment, Song Liuhua joyfully entered the water. Were it not for the resistance, she could hardly tell the difference from walking on land. "What a marvelous item!" she exclaimed in admiration. Chapter 78. How can a chicken match a phoenix? As Song Liuhua walked a few steps into the knee-deep wetland, she was momentarily taken aback. A group of women from prominent families and mercenary teams descended upon the area like a swarm of locusts, enthusiastically gathering water vegetables. Among the bounty were water celery, tender reed roots, and various edible plants, all of which were eagerly harvested without a single stem left behind. Among them were her own kin, holding a small basket. Song Liuhua stepped forward, ready to lend a hand in gathering some greens. Observing her empty basket, several aunties and sisters-in-law generously scooped a handful of assorted water vegetables from their own baskets and filled her basket to the brim, insisting, "Madam, take these and go play elsewhere." One of the aunties continued to pick red amaranth without pausing. "Indeed, madam, what vegetables would you like? I'll save some for you." "There's no need for you to toil over this," another auntie chimed in. They had never seen their lady foraging for wild vegetables and were unaccustomed to her engaging in such labor. They urged her to step aside and enjoy herself. As for wanting to eat some wild vegetables, that was simple enough. Each would gladly offer her a portion. In comparison to the 2 large baskets of first-rate spirit peaches she had given them, these greens were negligible. Everyone had their own measure of worth. Unable to refuse their kindness, Song Liuhua took her basket of wild vegetables and meandered to the back to fish. And indeed, she was fishing. Just moments ago, a palm-sized first-rate spirit crucian carp leapt out of the water, and she instinctively reached out to catch it. The spirited crucian flailed in her grasp, and she swiftly subdued it with a couple of firm slaps. Next, she placed the basket of water vegetables into her space bracelet, retrieved a wooden bucket, filled it with a bit of water, and tossed the first-rate spirit crucian inside. It seemed that in addition to water vegetables and wild duck eggs, this shallow wetland also teemed with fish and shrimp. As Song Liuhua glanced around, she spotted a group of children clustered together, wielding fishing nets to catch shrimp, and their haul appeared quite plentiful. Intrigued, she produced a small wooden boat from her space bracelet, sat down, and took out several bamboo poles. Tying fresh exotic beast meat to one end with sinew from a second-rate azure bowl, she cast them into the water one by one, pondering whether she would catch anything. As she nibbled on pastries, seeds, and tea from her space, the other women from various families and mercenary guilds watched her with envy. Who is that? She seems so leisurely, unlike us, who are knee-deep in water, our legs swollen and pale, yet we dare not stop, one remarked. Indeed, it's truly a case of different fates for different people, another woman added, glancing with jealousy, only to notice her red amaranth being snatched away. A flicker of annoyance crossing her eyes. Who else could it be but that useless daughter-in-law of the Song family? Xiaolu frowned, adjusting her basket and casting a disdainful glance at the direction the others were indicating. It's infuriating how lucky that little vixen is. Supported by her father and brothers before her marriage, and after being jilted by our eldest son, she found a wealthier husband and continues to be supported, she scoffed, her tone dripping with contempt. Ah, so she is the wife of the fourth young master of the Feng family. TSK. Had I known her life would be so comfortable after marrying him, I imagine many would regret their choices now. Regret? Nonsense. Xiaolu rolled her eyes dismissively. Who doesn't he know that the fourth young master of the Feng family is crippled and will never progress in life? They are a perfect match, one useless, the other incapable. And they've been cast out by their families. Xiaolu, I think you're just bitter because you can't reach those grapes. Everyone knows you've been trying to push your daughter, Xia Qingqing, into the arms of the main branch of the 10 great families, even considering being a concubine. Yet they still refuse, the women jeered mercilessly. Humph, don't speak of me. If any of you had the chance, you'd do the same, Xiaolu retorted, huffing as she walked away with her basket. The women exchanged glances, rendered speechless. People strive to ascend, just as water seeks its level. If given the opportunity, none of us would act differently than Xiaolu, they thought. They were all former neighbors of Xiaolu, unable to tolerate her smugness since the arrival of the farming family. They often heard her boast about the perks of being part of the 10 great families, detailing how much exotic beast meat and spirit stones they received during hunts. A wave of envy surged through them, yet they could only muster a few sarcastic remarks in response. Upon returning to her farming family S group, Xiaolu cast a scornful glance at the women. Can you truly compare yourselves to her? She thought, smirking inwardly. As for that wretched Song Liuhua, she was hardly worthy of being compared to her daughter-in-law. Xiaolu looked toward the farming family S encampment, a glint of satisfaction flashing in her eyes. At the farming family's encampment, Wang Yueya and Xia Qingqing, fatigued from concocting potions, stepped outside to gaze into the distance. Just then, Nong Hung happened to return from the wetland for a rest, colliding with the two sisters-in-law. After over a month of intermittent recovery from his excessive use of spiritual energy, he still had not fully healed. Frustrated by his inability to procure land cicadas from the crafty Qin, Lu, and Jiang families, his irritation festered. Though he was mindful of Wang Yueya's presence, he maintained his demeanor as the young master. He nodded gently to the two, preparing to leave when he was called. A flicker of impatience crossed his eyes, but he quickly masked it with a warm smile. Qingqing, do you need something? Xia Qingqing shyly glanced at Nong Hung, her small hands fidgeting together. After a long moment of hesitation, she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Noticing a hint of annoyance in Nong Heng's brow, Wang Yueya swiftly intervened. Qingqing, is there something you wish to discuss with the young master? If it's not urgent, let us wait until later. The young master has important matters to attend to. We shouldn't disturb him. What your sister-in-law says is true. Unless it's urgent, let us postpone our conversation. I'll head in first, Nong Hung stated before striding into the room. After much contemplation, Xia Qingqing was about to present her gift when all she saw was his departing figure. Disappointment washed over her as she stamped her foot and left. Wang Yueya, witnessing this, gently opened Nong Hong's door. Half an hour later, she emerged, her face flushed. Reflecting on her unreasonable sister-in-law, she felt a headache coming on. How can a chicken ever match a phoenix? The young master is of such noble stature, and even if this young girl admires him, they will not end up together. It seems I must dissuade her from these notions, Wang Yueya murmured softly, a cloud of worry shadowing her brow. Chapter 79. The gluttonous fish. The idle chatter of the women went unheard by Song Liuhua. Just as she swallowed a piece of spirit fruit paste, she noticed that the green bull tendons tied to the bamboo pole had become taut, swaying slightly. Clearly, something was tugging at the beast meat submerged in the water. Song Liuhua's eyes sparkled. Action was at hand. She swiftly lifted the bamboo pole, and a palm-sized first-grade spirit carp emerged from the water, dangling in midair, its tail thrashing violently. Song Liuhua was speechless. Even in such a predicament, it still clung to the beast meat. How much did it truly love it? I did not bait the hook, so I cannot be blamed for this. With a fierce determination, Song Liuhua yanked the spirit carp up. The fish, seemingly oblivious to the danger, remained tightly clamped onto the beast meat even after being pulled ashore. Ah, you are quite tenacious. With a few swift slaps, Song Liuhua stunned the spirit carp, prying the beast meat from its jaws and tossing it back into the water. As soon as the bamboo pole was placed back in the water, another pole nearby began to tremble. Song Liuhua pulled it up, revealing yet another palm-sized first-grade spirit carp. Excitedly, she repeated the previous actions, pulling it up, stunning it, prying out the beast meat, and tossing the fish into a wooden bucket while discarding the beast meat back into the water. The sequence flowed seamlessly, without a moment's hesitation. The pace of catching fish was astonishing. Just as she set one pole down, the other three began to shake. She hurriedly pulled up 3 more first-grade spirit carps, and soon 2 others stirred as well. The issue was that these small spirit carps clung tightly to the beast meat, refusing to let go even after being dragged onto the shore, leaving Song Liuhua both angry and anxious. Each fish took a bite, and soon a piece of meat the thickness of a thumb was depleted. Song Liuhua winced at the loss. She caught one stubborn fish and slapped it a few times. Let go, I command you to relinquish it. It's all gone. Eventually, when the meat was exhausted from several poles, Song Liuhua squatted on the wooden boat, panting heavily. This approach would not suffice. I might perish from exhaustion before catching any real fish. Gazing at the 2 buckets filled with spirit carps at the rear of the boat, Song Liuhua fell into contemplation. It seems I need to enlist some help. After pondering for a moment, she decided to mobilize the children from her clan to assist her. She stepped onto her flying sword and soared forward a short distance before spotting a group of 20 or 30 children, both boys and girls. Many appeared familiar, yet their names eluded her. Only Liuhua, her sister-in-law's younger brother, stood out. After some time spent together, he was quite familiar to her. However, the little fellow was merely 5 years old, and she held no hopes for his assistance. Her gaze shifted to the largest boy, who appeared to be around 10 years old. Clad in the family's distinctive black martial attire, he had a square face with thick eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding vitality. Song Liuhua observed as he managed the other children with great aplomb, directing the older ones into small teams to cast nets while the younger ones, like 5-year-old Liuhua, leisurely fished from the nets. In theory, casting nets is the quickest way to catch fish, but in this case, it was evidently ineffective. After watching for some time, Song Liuhua noted the commanding presence of the boy, but when the nets were pulled up, there were scarcely any fish inside. Observing the children from other families, she noted they fared similarly. She sighed in dismay. It was clear that the fish in these waters were adept at evading capture. Without genuine skill, it was indeed a challenge to catch them. No wonder those women preferred gathering aquatic vegetables rather than fishing. Song Liuhua waved to the largest child, who looked surprised and pointed at himself, asking, "Madam, did you call me?" "Yes, come here." When he approached, she inquired, "What is your name? Which family do you belong to?" His eyes lit up as he replied, "Madam, my name is Feng Yang, and I am the eldest son of the Fengshan family." "Oh, so your father is from Fengshan. That explains your familiarity." Song Liuhua patted his shoulder. "Feng Yang, stop casting nets for now. I need you to lead the others to assist me." "Understood." Feng Yang eagerly agreed and dashed to the group of children. After a flurry of chatter, the children efficiently gathered the fishing nets and wooden buckets, the older ones proudly carrying them as they approached Song Liuhua. "Now that everyone is here, let us set forth." Song Liuhua rallied, raising her fist. Yes, the children responded, their spirits soaring. Arriving at her domain, Song Liuhua produced a bundle of bamboo, a pile of second-grade green bull tendons, and a piece of second-grade silver-patterned deer meat from her storage. Pointing to the fishing rods she had prepared, she instructed Feng Yang. Do you see these? Make all the bamboo poles into similar fishing rods. Understood. Under Feng Yang's leadership, 50 bamboo poles tied with beast meat were soon cast into the water. Song Liuhua briefly explained the essentials of hooking fish, and the children nodded in agreement. Their eyes fixed eagerly on the tendons on the poles. In less than 10 breaths, several poles had their tendons straightened. The children, including Feng Yang, were still processing the situation when Song Liuhua called out, Feng Yang, your pole has a fish. You can reel it in now. Only then did Feng Yang react, hurriedly pulling up a spirit carp. Following this, Song Liuhua demonstrated true prowess in front of the astonished children, delivering 2 quick slaps to the fish's face and deftly extracting the beast meat from its mouth. The process was smooth and fluid, leaving the children in a state of shock and fear, their gazes fixed upon her. At that moment, Song Liuhua realized she might have gone a bit overboard. Her gentle and graceful image was utterly shattered. Clearing her throat awkwardly, she softly addressed Feng Yang. Did you see? These spirit carps bite quite fiercely. You need not worry about them falling from the air. However, once they are on land, you must retrieve the beast meat swiftly. Sighing with a feigned sorrow, she continued. I would prefer not to do this, but my supply of beast meat is limited, and these spirit carps are insatiable. I fear that before we catch enough fish, they will consume all our beast meat. Feng Yang and the other children widened their eyes, their chests puffing with indignation. Madam, you are right. We cannot allow them to devour so much of our beast meat. The thought that these spirit carps fared better than what they themselves consumed extinguished any sympathy Feng Yang had, turning it into resentment. Upon hearing this, the other children immediately rallied, vowing to protect the beast meat and ensure the fish did not get another bite. Seeing her image slightly restored, Song Liuhua smiled with relief. Chapter 80. Unprecedented maneuvers. Strangely, where have the children from the Feng family's 4th son's entourage gone? In such a short span of time, they seem to have vanished. The women in the lead are busy foraging for water plants, occasionally glancing back at their own children. While their little ones are present, the children from Feng Xi's family, 2, 3, and 4, are nowhere to be found. Perhaps they have wandered off with that erratic matriarch of theirs, one woman casually remarked. Why is she calling those boys? The crowd was quite curious. What can she do? She is either idly consuming food or frolicking about. Never once have they heard of her producing anything of merit. Her talents are lacking, and she is so lethargic. One wonders how Feng Xi can tolerate her. A younger wife spoke with a hint of envy. Others may have luck on their side, but your jealousy is futile. The women laughed at her. The young wife's face flushed with anger, but being among the elders, she refrained from further comment. With a sly glance, she approached the female relatives of Feng Xi's group, saying, Your children have gone off to play with Madame Song. Oh dear, how unfortunate it is for you to have such an erratic matriarch. Food is so precious, and while she indulges herself without concern for improvement, dragging your children into her frivolities, this is nothing short of corrupting them. In my opinion, this woman harbors ill intentions. If I were you, I would not allow my children to play with her. Who are you to meddle in our affairs? A voice retorted, Madam is kind-hearted. She is willing to take our children to play. It is an honor for my family's children, and we are more than happy about it. You have no right to speak. At that moment, someone recognized her. Aren't you that farmer, Nong Shui? Didn't you come to recommend yourself as a suitable wife for our son? Now that you haven't married him, you resort to slandering our matriarch? The crowd's gaze turned pointedly at her, as if insinuating she is a frog wishing to eat swan meat. With her intentions exposed, Nong Shui's face shifted from green to white, glaring fiercely at the crowd before hastily retreating with her basket. Meanwhile, the women began to lament about their own children. That little brat. Who's he? I'll make sure to discipline him when I get home. My Kaihua too. I must teach her properly. Playing is one thing, but she must not overdo it. Each of them eats more than a pig, and if they continue to misbehave, how can we afford to raise them? As evening approached, they resolved to have a serious talk with their husbands, ensuring this group of children wouldn't be allowed to play recklessly. The women chattered animatedly, already planning to prepare a dish of stir-fried bamboo shoots and meat for their children, even envisioning the stick they would use for discipline, thin and straight, enough to sting without causing harm. Meanwhile, Over by Song Liuhua's side, a swarm of children was busily engaged in fishing, the older ones managing 2 rods each, while the younger ones focused on one. Aside from the initial chaos, the children quickly mastered the art of fishing. They would pull the rod when a fish was hooked, stun it with their small hands, retrieve the prized second-level silver-striped deer meat from its mouth, and toss it back into the water. In no time, they filled dozens of wooden barrels, and one wooden boat was insufficient to hold all their catch. Song Liuhua contributed her last 2 boats. Feng Yang and the others were drenched in sweat, while Song Liuhua squatted nearby, munching on sunflower seeds, suddenly questioning if she might have gone a bit overboard. Feng Yang, would you like to take a break? Song Liuhua suggested. No worries, madam, we're not tired. Feng Yang efficiently pulled up a spirit carp, extracting its meat and tossing it back into the water. Exactly, we're not tired. We want to catch tons and tons of spirit carps. The children wiped their sweaty brows, their eyes sparkling with excitement. At that moment, Song Liuhua found the sunflower seeds in her mouth suddenly unappealing. She took up a bamboo rod and joined in the fishing. An hour later, the spirit carps in this area had dwindled, prompting them to move to another location. At this moment, Song Liuhua's 3 wooden boats were brimming with barrels of all sizes, each filled with palm-sized spirit carps. Occasionally, a couple of fish would jump from the barrels onto the deck of the boat, only to be swiftly picked up by the nearby children and tossed back in. The boats had become so crowded that Song Liuhua could only awkwardly squat on the flying sword. Had she known, she would have brought more boats. At this rate, there wouldn't even be space to place the barrels. Song Liuhua took out her communication stone to contact Feng Yin. The children have caught quite a few spirit carps. Bring a few people to help carry them back. She counted the barrels on the boats. There were at least 30. Feng Yin arrived with a few companions and was greeted by the astonishing scene. A group of children wielding simple fishing rods were reeling in spirit carps as if they were leaves swirling in the air, yanking them onto the shore, where they were tossed into barrels. The surface of the water was dotted with the sight of 3 boats filled with barrels, the silver scales of the fish shimmering from the openings, revealing that each barrel was filled with spirit carps. The martial spirits beside him gaped in astonishment. Are spirit carps really this worthless now? Feng Yin pondered the same question. Song Liuhua waved to Feng Yin and the others. Come quickly and help us move them. There's no room left. All right. Initially, he thought he had only brought 2 people, but with so many barrels, it would take 2 or 3 trips. However, the next scene left an indelible impression on Song Liuhua. With a wave of his hand, Feng Yin directed the 2 martial spirits to swiftly wade through the water to the boats. The 3 of them, including Feng Yin, first unfastened their belts, hanging 4 barrels from their waists, 1 barrel tucked under each arm, and 2 barrels carried in each hand, with 1 held in their mouths. They rapidly cleared the boats of spirit carps and dashed back to their base. Song Liuhua and the children could only watch in awe. Feng Yang gazed at Feng Yin and the others with admiration. When I grow up, I want to be just as impressive. To this, Song Liuhua could only agree. They were indeed remarkable, truly professionals in logistics, able to utilize every part of themselves for the task at hand. One could hardly encapsulate her astonishment with the term impressive. The sight of Feng Yin and his companions quickly became a sensation throughout the encampment. The martial spirits from the Liu, Jiang, Feng main branches, and the Qin families couldn't help but burst into laughter as they watched the trio approach in their peculiar manner. How hilarious isn't that Feng Yin from the Feng family's 4th son's entourage. Why is he hanging so many barrels? Who knows? I've never seen anything like this in my life. What could possibly be inside those barrels? The 4th son's group has so few members. Surely one must serve as 2. The 4th son is so pitiable. Who would have thought he'd end up in such a situation after being separated? A martial spirit from the Feng main branch sighed wistfully. Thank goodness we weren't assigned to the 4th son's group. Otherwise, we would have been the unfortunate ones. The men chattered animatedly, enjoying the spectacle. Chapter 81. Fearing for my brother's struggles, yet envious of their fortunes as Feng Yin and his companions drew near. They were met with the sight of countless buckets of spirit fish dangling from their shoulders. The expressions of the martial spirits from the Feng family, as well as those from the Qin, Jiang, and Liu clans, shifted dramatically. Where on earth did they procure such an abundance of spirit fish? How foolish we were to mock them earlier. I would gladly call him father for just a taste of these fish, remarked a martial spirit from the Jiang family with a hint of envy. The martial spirits from the Feng family felt a burning shame. They had pitted their brothers in their struggles, but now, Upon witnessing their bountiful catch, their eyes turned red with jealousy. They had assumed their brothers were enduring hardships, unaware that they had been secretly enjoying their good fortune. With glances exchanged, the group slinked back to their own encampment. The martial spirits from the Liu, Jiang, and Qin families, unable to restrain their curiosity, approached Feng Yin with eager inquiries. Brother, where did you acquire such a plethora of spirit fish? Given our relationship, would you be so kind as to share the secret? One of them implored. Indeed, rest assured, I shall keep your secret, added another from the Qin family, their eyes wide with anticipation. After a moment's contemplation, Feng Yin activated his communication stone to contact Song Liuhua. Madam, might you be willing to share your method of catching spirit fish with the members of the Qin, Jiang, and Liu families? Song Liuhua replied nonchalantly, feel free to share. This waterway is vast, and spirit fish are plentiful. Their fishing endeavors will not hinder ours. Besides, anyone with a modicum of curiosity could easily discern our methods, so telling them poses no threat. Having received his wife's consent, Feng Yin promptly divulged the technique. The listeners were taken aback by its simplicity. In the next moment, they hurried to gather their children and any available martial spirits to embark on their fishing expedition. Meanwhile, Song Liuhua was perched on her flying sword when she noticed a group of martial spirits hastening towards them, grinning widely. Ah, Madam Song, it is a pleasure to see you here. We are immensely grateful for your fishing technique. One of the martial spirits from the Qin family bowed respectfully, followed by his companions mimicking his gesture. Pleased by their politeness, Song Liuhua smiled and added, by the way, it seems Feng Yin may not be aware that using second-grade silver-patterned deer meat yields the best results for catching spirit fish. She had discovered this through her own experimentation while idling on her spirit sword. During her trials, she had switched to black rock pig meat, only to find that the spirit fish quickly rejected it. After testing dozens of exotic meats, she realized their preference was solely for silver-patterned deer meat. Interestingly, when she switched to fourth-grade silver-patterned deer meat, the spirit fish would immediately float belly up upon biting the hook. What a curious phenomenon. Song Liuhua pondered. It seemed both grades of deer meat were effective, but who desired to catch dead fish? Moreover, the spirit fish were voracious eaters. Her 2 pounds of silver-patterned deer meat was nearly consumed. She hesitated to offer them the more expensive fourth-grade meat, not due to inability, but because the second-grade meat was simply more cost-effective. Realizing she had initially stumbled upon this knowledge, she felt no reluctance to clarify matters for the polite members of the Qin, Jiang, and Liu families, allowing them to avoid unnecessary detours. Thank you for your guidance, madam. A martial spirit from the Jiang family expressed his gratitude promptly. The martial spirit from the Liu family quickly followed suit, offering to assist in transporting the spirit fish to their encampment. With a radiant smile, Song Liuhua replied, I appreciate your kindness. It is but a trifling matter. No need for thanks. The group then split into 2 factions. One set off to gather their children for fishing, while the other helped Song Liuhua transport buckets of spirit fish to Feng Xi's encampment. As the last of them departed, Song Liuhua suddenly realized she had forgotten to inform them about the spirit fish's gluttonous nature. Oh well, it is not of great consequence. As the Qin, Jiang, and Liu families replicated Song Liuhua's method for catching spirit fish, the martial spirits swiftly prepared their fishing rods. A boy of about 10 promptly cast a rod baited with second-grade silver-patterned deer meat into the water, and immediately, a spirit fish was hooked. I got one. The fish is on, he exclaimed joyfully. Silence. The martial spirits admonished, their brows furrowing. Everyone suddenly became cautious. Reel it in, they urged. The boy held his breath, cautiously lifting the rod, and a palm-sized spirit fish broke the water's surface. Wow. The crowd gasped in excitement, their gazes fixed on the fish. The martial spirits beamed with delight. Having just cast their lines, they had already hooked a spirit fish. What a stroke of luck. Now, all that remained was to bring it ashore. Tension filled the air as everyone focused on the boy. He swallowed nervously and carefully pulled upward, but in his anxiety, he stumbled in the water, causing the rod to jerk violently. The spirit fish swung in the air like a pendulum, and the martial spirits covered their eyes, shaking their heads. It seemed they had lost their catch. But wait, the fish was still there. Moments later, the boy stared in disbelief at the spirit fish, which clung stubbornly to the exotic meat. I pulled it up, he exclaimed, marveling at the fish's tenacity as it struggled to devour the bait. It's stuck. I can't get it off. The boy exclaimed, tugging at the fish, but it remained firmly attached. A martial spirit took over, trying to pull the fish free. but to no avail. Increasing the force would risk tearing the fish in half. What to do? A sudden inspiration struck the martial spirit. He recalled seeing Song Liuhua's children slap the fish's mouth to dislodge the bait. Perhaps he had misjudged their methods. He extended his large hand and gave the spirit fish a couple of gentle slaps before quickly yanking the bait free. A sizable chunk of meat was missing. Goodness. So that actually works. The martial spirit lamented, feeling a pang of regret. As the families of Qin, Jiang, and Lu continued to catch spirit fish by the bucketful, other clans soon caught wind of the method and began to emulate it. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the women from various families returned home, pushing bamboo rafts and carrying baskets filled with water vegetables. The women of the Feng family, with children in tow, deftly plucked slender, straight reeds from the marshes. "Children, wait for your mother," they called, brandishing the reeds threateningly in the air. Chapter 82. The ongoing beating. Wow, so many spiritual crucians. The children gazed at the bountiful catch of the day, their excitement causing them to leap with joy. "Let's divide them into 70 buckets." After a moment's contemplation, Song Liuhua turned to Feng Yang and said, "How did you divide them before? You take charge of the distribution." "Yes, thank you, madam." Upon hearing that they could divide 60 buckets, Feng Yang nearly leaped with joy, quickly calculating in his mind before commencing the distribution. "Huzi, you take 3 buckets home. Kaiwa, you 2. Agu, 3 buckets for you. Aki, a Chang. Alu, each of you gets 2.5 buckets. The rest, Ahe. Each of you takes 1.5 buckets." Under Feng Yang's guidance, a line of children formed, eagerly collecting their share of the spiritual crucians. "All right, everyone. Head back now." With Song Liuhua's command, Feng Yang and the other children joyfully trotted back to their dwelling. Feng Yin observed the remaining 100 buckets of spiritual crucians and thought to himself, "Goodness, these children are truly capable. They managed to catch so many in a single day." Of course, it is still thanks to Madam's method. Otherwise, the children would hardly have caught even a few buckets with their nets after a long day's effort. Song Liuhua reflected on how the children had fished all day while she had merely felt the fish, and she waved her hand dismissively. It is all their merit. This was merely a stroke of luck. The spiritual crucians were nourishing, and as the womenfolk were frail and had been in the water all day, they were inevitably susceptible to dampness. The remaining crucians would be stewed into soup for the children and women in the group. Madam is kind-hearted. Receiving the order, Feng Yin promptly began preparing the spiritual crucians, ensuring that the women and children would enjoy a steaming bowl of crucian soup that evening. Having arranged everything, Song Liuhua wandered about the encampment. This hunting expedition was a large-scale joint effort among all the clans and mercenary guilds. The proximity of the various encampments led to a bustling atmosphere at Feng Xi's dwelling. Song Liuhua's leisurely demeanor was particularly striking against the backdrop of the busy crowd. The women engaged in gossip while working, and Song Liuhua's identity had long been the subject of speculation, which evoked mere curiosity rather than surprise. Exhausted from a day of labor, they hurriedly made their way back to their own encampments, laden with baskets and burdens. Spotting her own womenfolk in the crowd, Song Liuhua greeted them with a friendly smile, but they responded with stiff smiles and hurried towards their dwelling, their demeanor quite aggressive. "What is going on?" Song Liuhua wondered. Perplexed. Aren't they usually quite amiable? Some were even wielding sticks. What could they possibly intend to do? Oh well, perhaps they merely picked them up for play. An image of children being playfully swatted with slender bamboo sticks by their parents flashed through her mind, and she shook her head, reassured that these children were well-behaved enough to avoid such treatment. "Huzi, come here." On the wooden platform, the women set down their burdens, preparing to discipline their children. Huzi was diligently changing the water for the spiritual crucians when he was startled by his mother's shout. Before he could respond, he saw his mother approaching ominously with a reed stick in hand. Instinctively, he covered his backside and ran away, bewildered. "Mother, what are you doing?" "What do you think I'm doing, you little rascal? I called for you. I called for you, Huzi's mother, rushing past, halted abruptly upon seeing the 3 buckets of spiritual crucians. The stick clattered onto the wooden floor as she incredulously asked Huzi, "Did you catch all of this today?" "Yes." Huzi replied hesitantly, eyeing his mother with suspicion, unsure of what he might have done to deserve such treatment. Had he been caught diluting his father's wine with water or accidentally spilled his mother's rouge and blamed his 2-year-old sister? "Mother, what do you want?" Unable to bear the oppressive atmosphere any longer, Huzi urged, "If you want to hit me, just do it already. The suspense is unbearable." "Nothing of the sort. I merely saw how capable you are and thought to reward you with some spirit stones to buy sweets. His mother revealed a smile she believed was benevolent, retrieving 5 spirit stones from her pocket and offering them to Huzi. He hesitated to accept, fearing that his mother had lost her senses and was trying to trick him into being punished. Such things had happened before. His mother, growing tired of holding her hand up, watched as her foolish son remained frightened. She put away her smile and said sternly, "Take it or leave it. If not for the fact that you caught so many spiritual crucians today, I wouldn't have given you anything." Realizing her true intentions, Huzi sighed in relief. "If you want to reward me, just say so. Why bring a stick along? Who wouldn't be afraid?" His mother had already realized her misunderstanding regarding Song Liuhua and her son, feeling somewhat embarrassed. She cleared her throat, rolling her eyes dramatically. "I still have a childlike spirit. What's wrong with playing with a reed stick?" All right, you are right," Huzi replied dismissively, carefully pocketing the 5 spirit stones. The next day, Huzi's mother woke up to find Chang's mother had tossed her reed stick far away. The 2 women exchanged an awkward smile. Song Liuhua gathered a group of children, preparing to continue fishing for spiritual crucians, only to find that most of the children were cheerful, while 2 or 3 were pouting and on the verge of tears. Curious, she inquired, "What is the matter? Are you feeling unwell?" The health of children was no trivial matter, although they were generally stronger than in her previous life. One could not afford to be careless. Concern crept into Song Liuhua's heart. Feng Yang, aware of the truth, could no longer suppress his laughter, finally bursting out. "Ha ha ha." The other children, having narrowly escaped a beating, soon joined in the laughter. The few distressed children felt increasingly aggrieved, unable to hold back their tears. Feng Yang and the others laughed even harder. Song Liuhua, puzzled by their mirth, glared at Feng Yang. "Why are you laughing? Those 3 children are crying. What on earth happened?" "Haha. Their mothers thought we slacked off yesterday and punished them. Only after the fact did they realize their mistake." Feng Yang grinned widely, resembling his father, unable to contain his laughter. That beating was entirely unjustified, haha. At that moment, Huzi realized he had narrowly escaped punishment and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The 3 children cried even louder. Song Liuhua twitched her mouth, unable to suppress her laughter as well. "Stop crying. Haha, don't cry. Your mothers didn't mean it. Cough cough. Considering your excellent performance yesterday, I will reward each of you with a handful of orange melon seeds." Song Liuhua quickly produced 10 pounds of orange melon seeds from her space bracelet. Each child grabbed several handfuls, and after distributing the majority, she allocated the remaining half a pound to the 3 sobbing little ones. Finally, she managed to comfort the 3 tearful children. They expressed their gratitude with soft voices. Still choked with emotion, Song Liuhua felt a sense of satisfaction. The obedient little ones were indeed charming. Chapter 83. Not allowed to eat? You simply do not understand. In the span of a single day, Song Liuhua's fishing technique for the ethereal crucian carp had become a sensation among the children of the hunting grounds. Feng Yang and his companions, having enjoyed the spoils of their endeavors yesterday, were keen to engage in another fruitful expedition. However, as they traversed their usual path, they discovered that their favored spots had long been depleted. The only area still holding promise was the water near their encampment, but even there, the ethereal crucian had been nearly exhausted. After half a day's effort, they managed to catch merely 10 barrels of fish, a stark contrast to their bountiful harvest of the previous day. The children felt a twinge of disappointment under normal circumstances. Such a catch would have sent them soaring with joy, yet the disparity between expectation and reality left them somewhat disheartened. Anticipating this letdown, Song Liuhua remained silent, understanding that the ebbs and flows of life are to be expected. Allowing the children to experience such fluctuations would serve to strengthen their resolve. Perched upon the wooden boat, she reminisced about the delicious crucian carp soup from the day before. Feng Yin's culinary skills were quite remarkable, crafting a creamy, savory broth devoid of any fish bones. The tender fish melted in her mouth, bursting with flavor. Lost in thought, she felt a pang of hunger. With half an hour until mealtime, Song Liuhua recalled the fragrant roasted chicken that Yang Mama had prepared for her before their departure. She retrieved an entire chicken from her jade bracelet space. With a swift motion, she tore off a generous chicken leg and took a hearty bite. The tender, salty meat exploded with flavor, satisfying her cravings momentarily. Feng Yin was undoubtedly preparing more crucian carp soup for lunch, and Song Liuhua lamented that she could not indulge in it this time. In her past life, She had heard it advised that chicken and crucian carp should not be consumed together. Unsure of the reasoning behind this, she resolved to heed the advice and play the role of a compliant child. With one chicken bone left in her hand, she pondered for a moment before picking up a fishing rod, tying the bone to the other end of a second-grade ox tendon and casting it into the water. Having not tested the roasted chicken's efficacy yesterday, today presented the perfect opportunity. As soon as the chicken bone hit the water, the rod trembled, and the bamboo pole began to sway erratically. Could it be a big catch? Song Liuhua's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exerted her strength to lift the pole. When the object beneath the surface emerged, she could hardly believe her eyes. A small lobster. Clusters of bright red lobsters clung tightly to the chicken bone, resembling a massive crimson sphere. If memory served her right, these creatures had only been introduced to China during the Republic era. It was astonishing to find lobsters in a land reminiscent of ancient China. Yet, given that even the green-shelled shrimp weighed around 10 pounds, perhaps the presence of lobsters here was not so surprising after all. Her mind raced with countless culinary ideas for the lobsters: garlic, spicy, fragrant, steamed, or braised in oil. Her mouth watered at the thought. With a vigorous tug, she dislodged the lobsters from the chicken bone, and they splashed into the water with a resounding plop. Gathering the vibrant red lobsters into a wooden barrel, gravity caused them to disperse, waving their little red pincers animatedly. This was far more entertaining than fishing for crucian carp, and Song Liuhua quickly set up 2 more rods for lobster fishing. The lobsters here seemed rather foolish, eagerly accepting bait the moment it was presented, resulting in a veritable bounty. Before long, one wooden barrel reached its capacity. Unlike crucian carp, the lively lobsters began to escape, climbing out of the barrel with their pincers. Preoccupied with her fishing, Song Liuhua had little time to chase after the escaping lobsters. Instead, she retrieved a large wooden tub from her jade bracelet, one meant for bathing, and transferred the smaller barrel's catch into it. Content, she squatted at the rear of the boat, thoroughly enjoying her lobster fishing. Madame was eerily quiet, a fact that Feng Yang had noted after spending an entire day in her company. The absence of the familiar sound of her munching on melon seeds or the patter of her footsteps on the boat, not to mention her absence from the flying sword as she surveyed the scene, left him wondering why she was so silent. Turning to glance at the nearby boat, he spotted a large bathing tub perched atop it. As for Madame, he could only see a corner of her azure garment peeking out from behind the tub. The spirit garment made from the skin of a 4th-grade blue ox was a rare sight. He had yet to encounter any other lady adorned in such a manner. It could only belong to his wife. Yet, he was curious about what she was doing. Feng Yang approached, climbing onto the boat for a better view, and was taken aback by the sight of an abundance of bright red lobsters in the tub. The sight of their pincers made him shudder. He still bore the memory of a painful pinch from one of these creatures. Though they posed no real threat, the sting was quite unpleasant, a sensation he preferred not to recall. "Madam, what do you intend to do with all these lobsters?" he queried, perplexed. "You cannot eat them, can you?" "Of course, I can," Song Liuhua declared, tossing another lobster into the tub and casting a bemused glance at Feng Yang for his foolish question. "You wish to eat this?" Feng Yang was taken aback. "Surely you jest." Noticing his incredulous expression, Song Liuhua realized the gravity of the misunderstanding. They referred to this creature as a small red shrimp and were unaware it was edible. She was astonished. How could they claim to be food enthusiasts yet not know how to enjoy lobsters? Is it so hard to believe? Have you truly never tasted them? The small red shrimp was diminutive and rather dry, leaving a mouthful of shells and a bitter taste. Feng Yang's incredulous expression suggested he found it hard to believe anyone could find such a creature appetizing. Song Liuhua remained silent, acknowledging that he likely did not know the proper way to prepare the lobsters, which involved removing the liver, intestines, and digestive glands before cooking. Otherwise, one would certainly end up with a bitter dish. Today, I shall introduce you to the delights of these lobsters. Oh, pardon me, small red shrimp. It was unacceptable that they had never savored the exquisite taste of lobsters. Song Liuhua resolved to enlighten them on the culinary charm of the small red shrimp. Chapter 84. Handling the situation. Feng Yang hesitated for a moment, ultimately choosing to trust his wife. After all, there was no other choice. The spirit fish were gone. He cast down 50 bamboo poles and waited for a quarter of an hour, but only 4 or 5 poles showed any signs of movement. The other children, despite their confusion over their wife's method of fishing for small red shrimp, became enthusiastic after receiving a few pieces of candy. Surprisingly, although the shrimp were not particularly palatable. Catching them was indeed a delightful experience. Once a pole was lowered, it wasn't long before a series of small red shrimp were hooked. With a swift motion, they were tossed into the bathing tub, where the shrimp would readily release the fragrant chicken bait, making it significantly easier to extract than the silver-striped venison from the spirit fish. The entire process proved to be far more entertaining than anticipated. Feng Yang and the other children reasoned that since they had already caught a substantial amount of spirit fish yesterday, acquiring this mini shrimp today was more than satisfactory. They joyfully engaged in their activity, with 2 or 3 dozen children each grabbing 2 bamboo poles, rapidly filling the tub with groups of small red shrimp. Before long, the tub, capable of holding 300 to 400 jin, was filled to the brim. Song Liuhua was astounded and summoned Feng Yin with a communication stone. Feng Yin arrived with 3 companions, fearing that the sheer quantity of spirit fish caught today would be too much for them to carry. So he had even called upon 2 additional martial spirit masters for assistance. When he beheld the large tub filled with small red shrimp, he was taken aback. "Madam, you summoned me to transport this?" he asked in disbelief. While these small red shrimp are indeed a first-tier aquatic creature, they are not particularly appetizing. If you haven't tasted them before, a few jin would suffice. There is no need to gather so many. Mind your own business. Just take them back, Song Liuhua replied, preoccupied with gathering the shrimp. The martial spirit masters behind Feng Yin exchanged glances, all looking towards him. With a resigned wave of his hand, Feng Yin instructed, "Take them back." Understood. Although the martial spirit masters felt that their lady was merely indulging in a pastime, they did not perceive it as a significant inconvenience. After all, the distance to their base was not far, and while it might appear somewhat unusual to carry a tub of small red shrimp, it was better than returning empty-handed after coming all this way. The group of men cheerfully lifted the tub and set off. However, the tub was too conspicuous. As soon as Feng Yin and his companions returned to the base, they immediately attracted the attention of the 10 great families. "Ah, Feng Yin, didn't you catch quite a few spirit fish yesterday? Why are you gathering so many small red shrimp today?" A curious youth from the Yun family inquired. "They're bitter and solely shell. What effort is this for? Is there another purpose?" Some onlookers found amusement in the spectacle, while a few quick-witted individuals began to speculate on their intentions. What purpose could there be? They simply couldn't catch any spirit fish today, and the children were bored. So they decided to gather some small red shrimp to pass the time. Even so, there is no point in collecting so many useless things. Feng Yin, we are all from the same family. Why not share a bit of insight? A martial spirit master from a branch of the Feng family grinned shamelessly. Yesterday, you shared your method for catching spirit fish with the Qin, Liu, and Jiang families, but not a word with us. Where did your loyalty go? Enough. When the 4th young master of the Feng family faced difficulties, we never saw any support from the main branch. Now that there are benefits, you suddenly speak of familial bonds. It is laughable. The martial spirit masters from the Jiang, Liu, and Qin families expressed their disdain. Our family matters are none of your concern. The group began to bicker back and forth. Feng Yin, who was not particularly fond of the main branch of the Feng family, felt a headache coming on but could not openly express his disdain in public. He could only focus on directing the transportation of the small red shrimp. At noon, when Song Liuhua felt the time was right, she collected the poles and led the children back to the base. "I will teach you how to process these small red shrimp." She pointed to 3 large tubs filled with shrimp and addressed the children. Yes, the children were filled with curiosity about the new method their lady was about to demonstrate. Would this new technique render the shrimp, which were all shell, delicious? Song Liuhua prepared to make 2 types, one with shells and one with pure shrimp meat. First, clean the small red shrimp thoroughly, then snap off their heads along the seam at the top. Wow! The children couldn't help but exclaim. "Madam, what is this yellow part?" "That is the shrimp's roe." Song Liuhua chuckled at their astonishment. "Do you see the long, slender claws along the abdomen? Look closely." Feng Yang leaned in for a better view, noticing that the long claws of the shrimp, having had their heads removed, were still wriggling. "This part connects to the shrimp's gills, which are inedible. Remove them." As she spoke, Song Liuhua deftly detached the gills from the small red shrimp. Finally, she removed the shrimp line from the tail, and one small red shrimp was completely processed. "Have you learned to do it my way?" "We have, madam." The children chorused in unison. "Good. Now, process the 3 tubs of small red shrimp." With mealtime approaching, Song Liuhua hurriedly guided the children in their task. Feng Yin stood at the kitchen door with a frying spatula, feeling a sense of anticipation. The children, accustomed to working from a young age, moved with surprising agility. Even 5-year-old Li, he managed to handle the small red shrimp effortlessly. In contrast, Liuhua, who had little experience with such tasks, found her delicate hands repeatedly pinched by the sharp claws of the shrimp. Ouch! She inadvertently received a sharp pinch from one of the small red shrimp. With her fingers soaked and pale from the water, a tiny cut opened, and blood began to flow. "It hurts, it really hurts," she cried out, revealing that none of her fingers remained unscathed, all marked with small, reddened cuts. Fuming, Liuhua grabbed a stick and struck the offending shrimp. "Take that for biting me. Just because I'm not fierce doesn't mean you can bully me." Fengyang could hardly bear to watch. He snatched the unprocessed shrimp from her hands, saying, "Madam, you should rest. We can handle this." "Yes, madam, we will finish quickly. Please take a break," several children worriedly chimed in. "Ah, fine." As an adult, it was somewhat embarrassing to be bitten by small red shrimp while making a fuss. Understanding that the children looked down on her, Liuhua retreated, feeling somewhat defeated. "Call me when you're finished. We will call you when we're done. You go and play." Fengyang waved her off. Chapter 85. The children were tempted to tears. "First, let's have some spicy red shrimp." In the kitchen, Fengyang stood by watching Liuhua stir-fry the small red shrimp. From a young age, he had known that small red shrimp were rather unpalatable, so he was quite curious about how his lady would transform these diminutive crustaceans into a delectable dish. Having not cooked in a while, Liuhua felt somewhat out of practice, her knife skills not as nimble as before. She first chopped a handful of wild spirit peppers, a bit of wild ginger, and some wild garlic, washing a handful of freshly picked, tender-leafed Sichuan peppercorns for later use. Fengyang assisted by managing the heat. Liuhua poured in a generous amount of oil, and when it bubbled vigorously, she added the prepped small red shrimp, frying them until they turned a brilliant red. After fishing them out and draining the oil, she heated another pan, added more oil, and tossed in the reserved wild spirit peppers, wild ginger, wild scallions, wild garlic, and Sichuan peppercorns, stir-frying until the aroma was intoxicating. At this point, the drained small red shrimp were ready to join the fray. In this era, the ingredients were relatively simple, and it was commendable to gather such seasonings. Moreover, these condiments were entirely natural and imbued with a certain vitality, thus rendering the dish even more fragrant. After a brief saute, the familiar aroma wafted through the air, prompting Liuhua to swallow in anticipation. Fengyang, witnessing her culinary prowess and catching a whiff of the enticing fragrance, found it hard to resist. He restrained himself, recalling how he had previously been deceived by the aroma. It smelled delightful, yet the taste was another matter entirely. Despite Liuhua's efforts, the small red shrimp still bore many shells, which would certainly be bothersome. He thought to himself. Once the stir-frying reached its peak, Liuhua added a splash of water and a pinch of salt for flavor, covering the pan to let it stew for a while. There was also a dish of stir-fried shrimp meat, which was much simpler. Heating the oil, she added the ingredients, and after they released their fragrance, she tossed in the shrimp meat. The red and white morsels curled up quickly under the high heat, their alluring aroma drawing the attention of Fengyang and the other children. A group of children gathered around, their eyes wide with anticipation. The timing was right to serve the dish. With a few swift motions, Liuhua plated the food and beckoned the children to grab their chopsticks. "I haven't made much. Each of you can have one to whet your appetite." "Yes." Fengyang eagerly picked up a shrimp meat piece and cautiously placed it in his mouth. The spicy and numbing sensation instantly captivated his palate. With one bite, the tender and fluffy texture was unlike any exotic meat he had previously tasted. It was simply divine. Fengyang remained silent, but the delight etched on his face was unmistakable to the other children, who clamored to have a taste. Fortunately, they still adhered to the rules. The older ones allowed the younger ones to go first, and the little ones obediently stepped aside to savor their shrimp. Liuhua had prepared only a small plate of shrimp meat, and there was hardly anything left after each child had taken one. Liuhua presented the plate to Fengyang. "Won't you try some?" Fengyang picked up his chopsticks, took a piece, and upon tasting it, his fingers danced in delight at the salty, fragrant, spicy burst of flavor. The stir-fried shrimp was unexpectedly delicious, free from any unpleasant undertones. "How is it?" Liuhua recalled their initial aversion to the dish and curiously inquired about his current impression. After swallowing the shrimp meat, Fengyang smiled and gave a thumbs up. "Truly remarkable. You have an eye for quality, my lady." He offered his praise. "Indeed, just look at who I am." Song Liuhua puffed her chest with pride, delighted that a dish famed in her homeland had received acclaim from a foreigner. As they exchanged words, the spicy small red shrimp was ready. Song Liuhua lifted the lid, and a rich shrimp aroma wafted forth, mingling with the steam. This time, not only did the children gulp in anticipation, but even Feng Yin felt a surge of eagerness. Song Liuhua retrieved a large white porcelain basin, ladling out the vibrant red spicy small red shrimp along with its broth. Though they still have their shells, I have fried them to a crisp in oil. When you eat, you can peel off the shells, or if your teeth are strong enough, you can eat them whole. She teased, grabbing a small red shrimp and savoring it herself. With one bite, a wave of nostalgia washed over her. She recalled the scorching summer of her past life, sitting at a roadside stall with a colleague, devouring 5 pounds of lobster accompanied by chilled beer, relishing every moment. This time, the company with her was different. Yet the atmosphere was even more lively. Song Liuhua found herself reflecting on the moment. If only we had 2 bottles of beer, she mused, dipping her shrimp in the oil and speaking through a mouthful. Feng Yin and the children hesitated at first, but after tasting it, their pupils widened in shock, and they began to relish the dish with gusto. Who knew small red shrimp could be this delicious? We have wasted so many in the past. Just thinking about it makes me feel regretful. The children wiped the oil from their mouths, their eyes fixed on the dwindling shrimp in the porcelain basin. A mix of longing and remorse reflected in their gaze. Feng Yin, always lenient toward the children, chuckled as he wiped his hands clean of oil. What is there to feel regretful about? In the past, we simply did not know better. Gather more small red shrimp, and I shall cook for you. Thank you, Uncle Feng Yin. The children's eyes brightened, and their joyful thanks filled the kitchen like a melody. This heartwarming scene made Song Liuhua's soul feel a sense of belonging in that moment. Having tasted the delightful small red shrimp, the children were even more eager to go fishing that afternoon. Song Liuhua sat cross-legged in the wooden boat, smiling. In truth, using a net would yield different results. She instructed the children and returned to the base. In the refining room, Feng Yang was busy assisting Feng Lu, Li Zhener, and Feng Rou, occasionally offering guidance. As a senior elder and a 5th-tier refining master, she was well equipped to instruct the 2nd-tier Feng Rou and Feng Lu, as well as the 3rd-tier Li Zhener. The 3 were eager to learn, and the atmosphere was charged with diligence. When Song Liuhua arrived, she observed this scene. The opportunity to receive guidance was rare, and although she initially intended to ask for assistance in crafting some shrimp traps, she hesitated for a moment, contemplating relinquishing the idea. Feng Yang noticed her indecision and approached her from Feng Rou's side. "Asai, do you have something you need? Are you looking to refine something?" Feng Yang held a favorable impression of this daughter-in-law. After she had gifted her jewelry, the next day, Asai returned the favor with a basket of spirit peaches, leaving her quite astonished. Such exquisite quality was rare in the market, and even if available, it would be snatched up by the 10 great families immediately. Her willingness to part with an entire basket demonstrated her generosity. Additionally, she appreciated her etiquette. Although, as an elder, she had no expectation for the younger generation to reciprocate gifts, her acknowledgement was a form of respect that brought her joy. Unlike certain individuals who, after receiving her generous gifts, would not even utter a word of thanks, which was rather irksome. Chapter 86. Far ahead, as Aunt Feng initiated the inquiry, Song Liuhua expressed her desires. "The children are catching small red shrimp, and I wish to create some shrimp traps. This would expedite the process." Once she had spoken, she inwardly pondered whether Aunt Feng would scold her. However, after a brief contemplation, Aunt Feng requested her to describe the desired shrimp traps and set about crafting them herself. Song Liuhua breathed a sigh of relief. Facing an elder can be somewhat uncomfortable. Although Aunt Feng found it perplexing that she was pursuing such seemingly insignificant creatures, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. It is essential for a person to recognize their own standing. Though she was an elder, she was not the head of the household and had no justification to intrude upon the matriarch's domain. Moreover, Feng Ci was her favored nephew, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, she would rely on him for her later years. As a mere cousin, it was unnecessary for her to assume the role of a mother-in-law. True to her status as a 5th-tier artifact refiner, Aunt Feng swiftly completed the shrimp traps that Song Liuhua had requested. Song Liuhua retrieved a small table from her spatial jade bracelet, placing upon it a small stove, spiritual tea, spiritual fruitcakes, and an assortment of snacks before returning to the riverbank. Su Yan, Feng Li, and Feng Su, accustomed to their ladies' occasional offerings, washed their hands after finishing their batch, and began to rest and partake in the food. Feng Lu and Feng Li observed enviously, prompting Aunt Feng to wave her hand, suggesting they pause for a while. Aunt is truly kind, Feng Lu sweetly complimented. With a more reserved disposition, Feng Lu fetched water for the others to wash their hands. This was Li Zhen'er's first visit to Feng Xi's group, and she was pleasantly surprised by the amiable atmosphere. Furthermore, with Aunt Feng, the fifth-tier artifact refiner, providing guidance. She smiled gently and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Aunt. Aunt Feng glanced at the lovely young ladies, her stern expression softening slightly. It seemed they had made the right choice by coming to Feng Xi, having obtained 20 shrimp traps. Song Liuhua reluctantly offered up dozens of fragrant roasted chickens prepared by Young Mama. After directing the youngsters to strategically place the traps, the next step was to fish while awaiting their catch. A quarter of an hour later, the nearest trap began to stir. Feng Yang remained vigilant and promptly summoned the others to retrieve the trap. He called upon two boys, around 8 or 9 years old, and despite their first-tier martial spirit cultivation, their faces reddened as they struggled to haul the trap from the water. Song Liuhua could immediately tell there was a considerable catch. When the trap was finally lifted to the surface, she realized her earlier estimations had been far too modest. Wow, small red shrimp. It's all small red shrimp. The children, momentarily distracted from their fishing rods, crowded curiously around to witness the spectacle. The long, deep green trap was brimming with countless small red shrimp, appearing to weigh nearly 100 pounds. Underwater, even with the strength of martial spirit practitioners, it would be a challenge for even 7 or 8 ordinary individuals to pull it up. The densely packed red shrimp wriggled about, producing a cacophony of sounds that set Song Liuhua's skin crawling. She turned her face away, directly communicating with Feng Yin through a communication stone. Feng Yin had grown accustomed to her summons in recent days. Upon her call, he immediately set aside his tasks and rushed over. Madam, why have you summoned me again? He spotted his wife perched atop her flying sword, her back turned to Feng Yang and the others. Before he could finish, he caught sight of the vibrant long traps piled upon the wooden boat, causing his mouth to twitch uncontrollably. So many small red shrimp. Even having tasted their delightful flavor earlier that day, the sheer quantity now was overwhelming. The other martial spirit practitioners behind him shivered in response, as these small shrimp were akin to insects in their eyes. 1 or 2, or even a small group, evoked little concern, but the sight of them in heaps sent shivers down their spines. Feng Yin rubbed his forehead, realizing why his wife harbored such a fear of bugs. Hurry and take these back, and bring me the traps, Song Liuhua urged with a hint of disdain. Feng Yin scanned the area filled with shrimp traps and reluctantly instructed his companions to carry the boat. Song Liuhua stifled a laugh from above, finding the scene reminiscent of a comedic procession. If they swayed a little more, it would be even more amusing. As expected, the commotion created by Feng Yin and his group once again attracted attention. Among the onlookers, some had attempted to catch small red shrimp themselves, only to discover that these elusive creatures were surprisingly difficult to capture. They had tried nets, bait, and scoops, but to no avail. These shrimp seemed almost enchanted. Far cleverer than expected. Could they possibly fish with their feet? Such a suggestion would render them utterly useless. Frustration mounted as they witnessed Feng Yin effortlessly hauling in boatloads of shrimp while they struggled to catch even a few. Despite knowing the small red shrimp were not particularly tasty, they couldn't help but feel anxious watching Feng Yin's group return with bountiful catches. The martial spirit practitioners from the Qin, Jiang, and Lu families watched hungrily as Feng Yin's group passed by with their boats full of shrimp, sighing in resignation. They were not so shameless as to ask for assistance a second time. The last time they had sought help regarding the spirit carp had required a thick skin, and they were unwilling to repeat the process. With the aid of the shrimp traps, Song Fengyang and the other children managed to catch a substantial amount of small red shrimp throughout the afternoon. Song Liuhua merely remained on her flying sword, serving as a messenger. The members of the 10 prominent families watched helplessly as Feng Yin's group continued to haul in boat after boat of shrimp, while they themselves were unable to catch any, feeling increasingly frustrated. As evening approached, the martial spirit practitioners and women who had been out hunting and gathering began to return. A group of children swaggered past, each carrying fishing rods and cages full of small red shrimp, drawing curious glances and whispers from onlookers. Some could not help but chuckle and remind, whose children are these? Do they even know what they've caught? It's small red shrimp, not exactly a delicacy. What are they going to do with all of those? They won't even be able to toss them away later. I recognize them. They are from the Feng family's fourth young master group. A dark-skinned boy shouted out Feng Yang's name. Feng Yang, have you lost your mind? You didn't catch any spirit carp today, so you settled for small red shrimp instead? Heh, you don't know anything. Feng Yang exclaimed, eager to return and manage the shrimp. The mere thought of their taste from earlier made his mouth water. He had no intention of engaging with the boy further. He doubted he would believe him anyway, and he relished the idea of proving him wrong later with something delicious. They were simply too envious. Humph. Chapter 87. What a fragrant aroma. Where does that scent come from? As evening fell, the residents at various encampments stretched their necks, sniffing the air, seemingly drawn by an enticing fragrance emanating from the residence of the fourth young master of the Feng family. Feng Xi, Qin Yi, Liuhua, and Jiang Wenxiu had just returned when they overheard this conversation. Curiosity piqued, Qin Yi inquired, "What delectable dish are you preparing today? That aroma is truly captivating." "Let us go find out," Feng Xi chuckled lightly, leading the way towards his abode. "Let us head to Feng Xi's for some delicious food," Qin Yi laughed, promptly following suit. Liuhua, with unwavering determination, strode confidently beside Feng Xi, while Jiang Wenxiu, chuckling mischievously, tossed a storage ring containing the remains of exotic beasts to a clan member before scampering after them. At the encampment, Song Liuhua was engrossed in devouring a freshly cooked spicy little red shrimp. Upon spotting Feng Xi approaching from a distance, her eyes sparkled with delight. She raised her hand, still clutching the shrimp, and waved enthusiastically. Noticing her, Feng Xi quickened his pace. Qin Yi and Liuhua exchanged knowing glances, instinctively slowing their steps. Jiang Wenxiu, realizing their deceleration, also paused to walk alongside them. With a teasing tone, Qin Yi remarked, "Oh, when did the third young master of the Jiang family become so perceptive? When have I ever lacked discernment?" Jiang Wenxiu retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Liuhua. "I am clever and astute, truly understanding. When have I failed to notice my own remarkable qualities?" Liuhua, do you not agree that Qin Yi's vision is failing him, unable to see my evident superiority? Liuhua merely shot him a glance before turning away, too disinterested to engage with such foolishness. "My dear, are you holding a little red shrimp?" Feng Xi queried, slightly puzzled, recalling that its shell was difficult to consume and its taste rather bitter. Could it truly be edible? Having explained the process of catching and eating the shrimp, Song Liuhua had little desire to converse further. She promptly peeled the shrimp's shell, beckoning Feng Xi. "Feng Xi, come, lower your head." Confused but compliant, Feng Xi obliged. Open your mouth." Just as he bowed his head, a little red shrimp was thrust into his mouth. The unique spicy and savory flavor was surprisingly delightful. Trusting his wife, Feng Xi took a gentle bite, astonished by the unexpected deliciousness. "Is it tasty?" Song Liuhua observed his brows transition from a slight furrow to relaxation, indicating that the shrimp indeed suited his palate. "Delicious," Feng Xi affirmed, swallowing the entire shrimp before retrieving a pristine handkerchief from his storage, delicately wiping the grease from Song Liuhua's hands before gently cleaning his own mouth. The couple's intimacy was not lost on Qin Yi and Liuhua, who wisely chose not to intrude. Jiang Wenxiu, watching them, felt a twinge of envy, muttering to himself, "Is marrying a wife truly this wonderful? It makes me want to tie the knot as well." At the dining table, as a large platter of little red shrimp was brought forth, Qin Yi and the others expressed their astonishment, exclaiming, "Isn't this a little red shrimp? Can this be eaten?" Song Liuhua, however, had no intention of answering such queries. In silence, Feng Xi, undeterred by their bewildered gazes, was the first to pick up a shrimp with his chopsticks, skillfully peeling it before placing it in his mouth. His memory served him well. Having observed Song Liuhua consume it once, he knew precisely how to enjoy it. With a single bite, the rich, spicy flavor of the shrimp proved irresistible. Even someone as discerning as Feng Xi found no fault in it. He quickly peeled several more, placing them into Song Liuhua's bowl before savoring one at his leisure. Though he spoke not a word, his actions spoke volumes to the questions lingering in their minds. Witnessing this, Qin Yi, Liuhua, and Jiang Wenxiu eagerly followed suit, extending their chopsticks to partake. "Wow, it's truly edible. Delicious." If Jiang Wenxiu had any reservations prior to tasting the shrimp, they vanished entirely after the first bite, thoroughly enchanted by its flavor. Qin Yi and Liuhua remained silent, Yet their frequent reaches for the shrimp revealed their undeniable satisfaction. Song Liuhua poured her homemade spirit peach wine, crafted from third-grade spirit peaches. Its fragrant aroma enchanting and rich in spiritual essence, pairing splendidly with the little red shrimp, perhaps even surpassing beer in compatibility. The meal unfolded joyously, with all guests reveling in the feast. As Jiang Wenxiu returned home, he continued to savor the memory of the delightful meal. Upon his return to the encampment, he was promptly informed by a clan member, "Young master, today, Madame Song took the children to catch a considerable number of little red shrimp. We are unsure of her intentions. We also attempted to catch some, but those creatures are exceedingly cunning, and we barely managed to capture any. What do you think about this matter?" The clan member gazed at Qin Yi, seeking guidance. "Enough fretting over this. If they can catch them and devise a way to enjoy them, that is their skill. Stop coveting what belongs to others." Qin Yi waved his hand dismissively, his patience wearing thin. The method to catch spirit carp has already been shared by Feng Xi's wife. Do not be so ungrateful. Recalling the thousands of pounds of spirit carp in storage, the clan member fell silent. Food was precious among the great families, as long as one did not overstep. A little greed was customary. Once they had withdrawn, Qin Yi could not help but chuckle. When did I become so principled? Not that it mattered. His friendship with Feng Xi meant he would not impose the family's standards upon his brothers. Furthermore, this fellow had quietly restored his spirit house and regained his 5th-tier cultivation. Feng Xi originally possessed 6th-tier cultivation, given his current pace. Regaining his 6th-tier status would occur much more swiftly than their ascent from 5th to 6th tier. At such a young age, with such prowess, he was truly unparalleled across the continent. Having already done such a favor, there was no need to squabble over trivial gains. Besides, the clan members were indeed too greedy. Feng Xi's wife sharing the method for catching spirit carp was already a significant advantage. Taking a group of children along was more than sufficient for a fruitful harvest. As for the little red shrimp, since Feng Xi's wife had chosen not to disclose her method, it was likely for her own reasons. Song Liuhua acknowledged that her silence regarding the shrimp-catching technique stemmed from a desire to monopolize the bounty. She was no saint. With such an opportunity, she would naturally prioritize her own kin's access to the little red shrimp before considering others. Regarding the spirit carp, it was common knowledge, and it was better to offer a favor than to remain silent. Others might not know how to prepare the little red shrimp, and even if they did, they likely lacked sufficient to indulge. Ultimately, whether she disclosed the method or not mattered little. Her aim was to reap substantial rewards. "Hey Z, come out to play." After the meal, Song Liuhua stood on the deck of the flying boat, observing as Feng Yang led a group of children towards the residence of the Yun family. Chapter 88. Let me tell you, the little red shrimp is incredibly delicious. Feng Yang pulled out an oil paper bag from her pocket, opened it, and several vibrant, spicy little red shrimp appeared before He Zi's eyes. The rich aroma of shrimp wafted through the air, causing He Zi to sniff and swallow discreetly, feigning disdain as he remarked, "I see you are truly hungry. Even little red shrimp can be palatable." Feng Yang did not waste words on him. She instantly peeled a shrimp and tossed it into her mouth, savoring the delightful taste. "Wow, it's truly fragrant." He Zi swallowed hard. "You're lying. Who hasn't eaten little red shrimp? They aren't tasty at all." Feng Yang continued to chew the shrimp in her mouth, swallowing it down before generously peeling another and placing it into He Zi's mouth. The spicy flavor compelled He Zi to take a bite, and once he did, he was utterly unable to stop. After swallowing the shrimp, He Zi's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Feng Yang. "It's so delicious. Feng Yang, can you give me another one? Don't even think about it." Feng Yang protectively tucked the remaining little red shrimp back into her bag, pressing it against her chest. That evening, her mother tasted the spicy little red shrimp and was instantly enamored, hoarding the live little shrimp she received. Feng Yin was also too busy to prepare them daily, and who knew when they would have the chance to enjoy them again. She decided to savor these few slowly to satisfy her cravings. The following day, when Song Liuhua took the children to catch little red shrimp, she noticed a small shadow trailing behind Feng Yang. "Hey Z, following me 1T guarantee you any shrimp." "Hee, I'm not asking for your little red shrimp for free. How about this? I'll work for your family in exchange for a few pounds of little red shrimp." After tasting the spicy little shrimp, he was so tempted that he couldn't sleep all night. Early in the morning, he stealthily sought out Feng Yang. He Zi, who was naturally dark-skinned, grinned widely, revealing his big white teeth, which shone brightly under the sun. Song Liuhua sighed. This boy may seem simple-minded, but with those small eyes, he was full of crafty ideas. His gaze, still relatively clear, didn't repel her, so she eventually allowed him to tag along. The group of children, familiar with the process, quickly set up the shrimp traps and began fishing. The little red shrimp were plentiful in the wetland, and soon after the traps were set, there was stirring. Hazy, still in awe from the excitement of fishing, was stunned to see a full trap of little red shrimp being pulled up. Song Liuhua looked at the dwindling roasted chicken in her spatial bracelet and regretted not asking Granny Yang to roast a few more. By noon, they had gathered 2 boats of little red shrimp, but the roasted chicken was all gone. The children reluctantly left the area, while Hazy joyfully carried the 20 pounds of little red shrimp he had received back to the Yun family base. After lunch, Song Liuhua enjoyed a well-deserved afternoon nap. These past few days had been exhausting with catching spirit fish and little red shrimp, even though she had mostly lazed about. Upon waking, she found Feng Xiai and the others had returned with their clan members. They were currently processing and cutting beast meat under the setting sun. Intrigued, Song Liuhua approached to take a look. On the ground lay several large water deer with brown fur, and upon seeing 2 enormous gray crocodiles, Song Liuhua gasped in surprise. They were massive, truly enormous. These creatures looked to weigh over 1,000 pounds, their unblinking eyes staring at her, mouths agape. They were both large and intimidating. Song Liuhua watched as more than 10 martial spirit masters swiftly skinned the gray crocodiles, then cut the flesh into 10-pound strips along the grain, loading them into the storage room of the flying vessel. At the Qin family base, they gathered for dinner at Qin Ye's place. After a hearty meal, Song Liuhua idly poked at the jade buckle on Feng Xi's waist with her finger. Qin Ye remarked, "I think it would be best for us to take a detour tomorrow. Our martial spirit masters are not adept in aquatic combat. While a single level 4 gray crocodile is manageable, a group of them could inflict severe losses. Luckily, we retreated quickly today. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire." Lu Yuan frowned and spoke up. Zhang Wenxiu also wore a face of fear. "Let us take the detour indeed." Feng Xiai calmly tapped his fingers. "It may already be too late." Lu Yuan was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Feng Xiai sighed. "Gray crocodiles have a unique way of communicating. We have likely already been marked. Other gray crocodiles in nearby waters will find a way to gather and attack us. Once targeted, the mark remains for 3 months. This meant that if they wished to continue hunting, they would face significant troubles for the next 3 months. Is that really the case? Zhang Wenxiu asked, incredulous. Feng Xiai smiled wryly. Ever since he consumed the green liquid that repaired his spirit abode, he had become more sensitive to the movements of the beast realm. Coupled with his previous 6th-tier cultivation, he could easily discern the activities of the level 4 gray crocodiles. We have no way out, Qin Ye said sternly. For this hunt, they had prepared for a long time, and they had only just begun. Returning now would result in a significant loss. They could not rely on other families either. Lu Yuan rubbed his forehead. The Feng, Yun, Nong, Li, Lan, Bo, and Lu families have already taken detours. Throughout this journey, we were slightly ahead of the other families due to the spherical spirit tool, but we didn't expect to become the target. The spherical spirit tool had limited effectiveness. Zhang Wenxiu reflected with concern. This is quite troublesome. The weaponsmiths primarily crafted spirit swords, and other types of offensive spirit tools were scarce. The special spirit tools in the hands of Qin Ye, Lu Yuan, and Zhang Wenxiu were all provided by Song Liuhua. However, Feng Xiai's wife rarely succeeded in crafting spirit tools, so they could not rely on her at this moment. The heads of the families exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of helplessness. After listening for a while, Song Liuhua finally grasped the predicament they faced. How unfortunate. If they returned now, they would lose everything. The provisions they had accumulated from previous hunts would likely be depleted as well. With a sigh, Song Liuhua pulled out a purple object from her spatial bracelet. This item had significant side effects, and she had not planned to take it out. However, seeing their distressed faces, she figured that a little side effect wouldn't matter to them. Take this, she said, handing the purple swana to Feng Xiai. What is this? Feng Xiai looked at his wife in confusion. A swana? Don't you recognize it? I know, but I've never seen a purple one. Zhang Wenxiu interjected. Who cares about the color? Aren't you all worried? I guarantee that once this thing is out, all those gray crocodiles will be drawn in. Really? Qin Ye, Lu Yuan, and Zhang Wenxiu's eyes brightened instantly. Of course it's true. It's remarkably effective, Song Liuhua said, her voice slightly shaky. But the thought of their expressions when the time came made her smile mischievously. I trust you, my dear. Feng Xiai, noticing the mischievous smile at the corner of her mouth, felt skeptical about her claim, but complied after receiving a glare, secretly planning to test it on Feng Shan first. Chapter 89. Minor Side Effects. ZD, Feng Xiai, Jiang, Qin, and Lu gathered the members of their respective families and set forth towards the territory of the gray crocodile. Halting 3 miles away, with a serious expression, Feng Xiai tossed a purple suona to Feng Shan, instructing him to play a lament for Wang or Matzi. Young master, can we not have someone else do it? Feng Shan stammered, casting a pleading glance at his brothers. Feng Yi, Feng Qing, Feng Wu, and Feng Lu subtly averted their gazes. Song Yuan, this is a fine creation by your sister. Why not test its efficacy? It'll be my turn eventually. There's no need to rush, Song Yuan replied with a grin, graciously declining. His sister's crafted spiritual tools were notoriously peculiar, and he had no intention of being the first to make a fool of himself. Suddenly, Feng Xiai, Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, and Zhang Wenxiu shouted in unison. They are coming. Prepare yourselves. Feng Shan suppressed his grievances, adopting a solemn demeanor as he infused the purple suona with spiritual energy. In that instant, he sensed an unusual change. An inexplicable sorrow seeped into his heart, compelling his lips to draw near the instrument as he began to play. The mournful, haunting melody soared and dipped, resonating poignantly across the vast expanse of the marshland. The gray crocodiles, known for their swiftness, found their ferocity diminished by half the moment the sorrowful music began to echo. It's working, Feng Xiai exclaimed, his heart swelling with joy, though he couldn't help but feel the sting of tears welling in his eyes. He hastily wiped at the corners of his eyes, relieved to find them dry. In contrast, Song Yuan, Feng Qing, Feng Yi, and others were already in tears. Even Feng Shan, lost in the music, shed tears as he played. Qin Yi observed his weeping kin and, fighting back his own urge to cry, shouted, Feng Xiai, what on earth has your wife concocted? Indeed, while slaying the gray crocodiles has become significantly easier, it has rendered us all teary-eyed. I am a man of stature, yet here I am, weeping pathetically, he lamented. Zhang Wenxiu wiped his nose and hastily rubbed it on his garb, charging into battle despite the tears. Even Lu Yuan, typically reserved in expression, found the corners of his eyes glistening. Thankfully, the sorrowful melodies did not significantly affect their fighting spirit. Otherwise, they would have been rendered incapable of battle. The purple suona, being a 4th-grade spiritual instrument and an area of effect tool, could not sustain its influence for long under Feng Shan's 4th-tier cultivation. Next, it was the turn of the Qin family's martial spiritual master. Qin Yi designated a 4th-tier martial spiritual master, who, having just mocked Feng Shan's tearful playing, found himself unexpectedly seized. Holding the purple suona, he looked around in confusion, exclaiming, but I cannot play the suona. Not to worry. Feng Shan has already recorded the tune for Wang or Matzi's lament, so you need only blow into it, Feng Xiai assured, marveling at his wife's ingenious creation that allowed for such musical adaptation. The 4th-tier martial spiritual master from the Qin family begrudgingly began to play, his sorrowful expression harmonizing unexpectedly with the mournful tune. Before long, he too was reduced to tears. The martial spiritual masters of the Lu and Jiang families above the 4th tier dared not mock him, fearing that laughter would draw the ire of their respective masters. Better to endure in silence. Meanwhile, the children, having exhausted their fishing for shrimp, resumed their usual activities of foraging for aquatic vegetables and casting nets. Song Liuhua floated leisurely on her flying sword, soon outpacing the women of the various families. Among the 10 great families, only her kin and those from the Qin, Jiang, and Lu families had grown accustomed to her carefree demeanor. The other families' women, unfamiliar with such playfulness, craned their necks as she soared far ahead, pointing and whispering among themselves. Song Liuhua could easily guess their words, speculating about her laziness and predicting her eventual abandonment. Such remarks had become akin to a dull ache in her ears. She was indifferent to their opinions, likening their influence to that of village gossipers whose idle chatter held no weight. Foraging for aquatic vegetables was out of the question. That was her principle. As she passed a lush expanse of reeds, Song Liuhua abruptly halted her flying sword, drawn by the sight of shimmering green eggs. Are those red-green duck eggs? She pondered. Unsure, she leaned in for a closer look. Just then, a red-green duck flapped its wings and took flight from the southeast corner. Indeed, This body of water housed red-green ducks, and those green eggs must surely belong to them. Delighted, Song Liuhua gathered a dozen red-green duck eggs nestled among the reeds. With these, I can whip up a delicious egg drop soup, she thought. Searching for eggs in the water proved far more challenging than on land, and she had no intention of continuing her search. With her basket in hand, she stepped back onto her flying sword, when suddenly, a fish leapt from the water with a splash before falling back in with a resounding thud. The tranquil surface rippled, capturing her attention. Pushing aside the reeds obstructing her view, she spotted another cluster of the lake green red-green duck eggs. Ah, another pot of egg drop soup. Pausing mid-flight, she decisively gathered the newly discovered eggs into her basket. With an abundance of eggs at hand, she pondered whether to continue searching. After finding 2 nests of red-green duck eggs, her enthusiasm surged. She navigated the reed beds on her flying sword when, once more, a splash echoed nearby. Startled, she turned to see a large, leg-thick fish with light green scales dive into the water. This reed fish, known for its beauty-enhancing properties, was favored among the noble women. However, such mutated reeds were rare, making the fish scarce. Regrettably, it had eluded her grasp. Now, Song Liuhua set aside her quest for red-green duck eggs. Fixated on capturing the fish, how could she catch it? She activated her long-dormant intellect. Scanning the clusters of tender green reeds, a plan formed. Since these reed fish favored mutated reeds as their food source, she would first gather the mutated reeds and then use them as bait. With a sly grin, Song Liuhua tossed her basket of red-green duck eggs into her spatial bracelet. Ever since the dark water had entered her body, her sensitivity to spiritual energy had heightened. Coupled with her daily consumption of exquisite orange melon seeds, locating spiritually imbued plants became a trivial endeavor. Floating amid the reed beds on her flying sword, she concentrated intently, attuning herself to the surrounding spiritual energy. Most of the reeds and aquatic plants remained still, but a few were adorned with glimmers of light, indicating first-tier spiritual plants. A cluster of light points signified second-tier spiritual flora, but none were what she sought. Focusing her senses, she suddenly spotted a reed radiating with scattered green light points. Her eyes widened in realization. She had found it. Following her instincts, she easily tracked down the mutated reed. At last, she understood the power of a spiritual planter. Holding the mutated reed in her grasp, her eyes sparkled with excitement. This once deemed useless girl was finally on the verge of achieving something remarkable. Chapter 90. Let men cry. It is no sin at this moment. The thoughts of the reed fish had slipped from Song Liuhua's mind. She was exhilarated, having discovered her capability as a spirit plant master to sense the changes in flora. With glee, she soared through the reed marsh on her flying sword, laughing and spinning in delight. The once tranquil marsh erupted in chaos, as startled red and green ducks flapped their wings in a frenzy to escape the thicket. Various fish, preparing to breach the surface for air, leaped only to flop back into the water helplessly. Regardless of the commotion, she remained the composed and elegant Madame Song in front of others. After her bout of madness, she tidied her slightly disheveled hair and resumed her search for the unusual reeds. Unbeknownst to her, a group of martial spirit masters from other clans nearby exchanged bewildered glances. Clutching their chests, isn't that the wife of the 4th son of the Feng family, Madame Song? Who else but her would be flying about on a sword? The injured martial spirit masters from the Lan and Liu families whispered amongst themselves, their faces pale with shock. What has happened to her? She is laughing and shouting, almost like a madwoman. As they discussed her antics, a martial spirit master from a farming clan stealthily eavesdropped, then slyly remarked to his kin, I heard Madame Song is out there shouting and acting like a lunatic. What? Madame Song has gone mad. The clan members gasped. Spread the word. Madame Song has lost her mind. At that moment, Song Liuhua remained blissfully unaware, joyfully collecting the anomalous reeds. For the first time, she felt a surge of empowerment. After nearly an hour of diligent harvesting, she finally gathered all the peculiar reeds. She then initiated her fishing plan, retrieving a bamboo pole to catch small red shrimp. Affixing the serene, altered reeds to the other end of the line before placing it into the water. From the space within her jade bracelet, Song Liuhua produced a small wooden boat and leisurely settled down to fish. Meanwhile, with the assistance of a 4th-grade purple swana, Feng Cis team was efficiently dispatching the gray crocodiles. As it was Song Yuan's turn to play the swana, he rubbed his sore, reddened eyes, cursing under his breath. I've never shed so many tears even after losing my parents. Will I go blind if this continues? At that moment, Feng Xiai, Qin Yi, Liuhua, and Jiang Wenxiu's team, a group of robust men, were unable to suppress their sobs. Despite their sorrow, their spirit swords continued to channel their energy into the somber gray crocodiles, which offered little resistance. I told you, Madam's creations are not easily acquired, Feng Shan remarked. Squinting through his remaining eye, his voice tinged with emotion. Did Madam not mention that her concoctions grow increasingly powerful? Feng Yi's once radiant smile had vanished, leaving his dimples flat. As the battle wore on, the influence of the Suona grew stronger, igniting their fighting spirit, though tears were not far behind. Feng Xiai observed his kin, their eyes red and swollen like rabbits, and shook his head in bemusement. His wife had a knack for crafting the most extraordinary items. Even he, who was far more powerful than his kin, struggled to maintain his composure. His eyes were slightly puffy and reddened. If not for his strong self-control, he would have lost all semblance of dignity. Qin Yi and Liuhua fared little better. Qin Yi pulled out a handkerchief to dab the moisture from his eyes, wary of squeezing them shut lest he trigger another wave of tears. Your wife possesses remarkable talent throughout history. It seems only she could reduce the members of 4 great families, 2 young clan leaders, and 2 direct descendants to such a state, Qin Yi teased. Indeed, she is quite skilled. Liuhua pointed at the sobbing men behind him, his lips twitching in amusement. Laughter erupted as they beheld the sight of burly men battling while weeping. Yet, before long, Qin Yi's laughter was interrupted by fresh tears. Liuhua could not help but smile. Jiang Wenxiu, enviously glancing at the composed trio, stomped his foot in frustration. You lot are still laughing? Hurry up and finish this. At this rate, I'll cry my eyes out. Among us, even Feng Xiai has recovered to 5th grade cultivation. You, the weakest, dare to be angry? Qin Yi quipped, enjoying the spectacle. It's too late to complain about your lack of training. Jiang Wenxiu, about to retort, was interrupted by a sudden snort as a shiny stream of mucus escaped his nose, leaving him to hastily wipe it away. Laughter erupted once more. Enough of the laughter. Let us end this swiftly, Qin Yi urged, rushing into the fray. Feng Xiai nodded at Liuhua, smiling as he too entered the battle, sword in hand. With the support of the purple Suona, they quickly dispatched the formidable gray crocodiles blocking their path. Each crocodile weighed over 1,000 pounds, and the waters were now devoid of the 200-plus gray crocodiles. While excitement surged through the air, a collective sigh of relief spread among them. If they did not conclude the battle soon, not only would the gray crocodiles suffer, but their own eyes would too. Yet, aside from the discomfort in their eyes, Feng Xiai, Qin Yi, Liuhua, and Jiang Wenxiu felt a sense of joy. This misfortune had turned into fortune, leading to a resounding victory. As for their eyes, a few days of rest would suffice. With their progress ahead of the 10 great families, their successful hunt of numerous gray crocodiles had further solidified their lead. With the obstacles cleared, they anticipated encountering the other 10 families within days. Qin Yi eagerly anticipated the expressions of those from the other families upon seeing them. As for Song Liuhua, she was more curious about seeing Qin Yi and the others. The sight of a group of burly men weeping together was certainly intriguing. She had yet to witness Feng Xiai in tears. It must be quite a sight to behold. Lost in her endless musings, she smiled at the thought. Chapter 91. Overturned by the school of fish, let us return for the day, Feng Xiai suggested, observing the distraught cries of his kin. He chuckled softly and conferred with Qin Yi and the others. Returning is certainly agreeable, Qin Yi concurred, noting the swollen eyes of his clansmen. The sentiment was shared by Liuhua and Jiang Wenxiu. The bountiful harvest they had amassed was worth many days of effort, and a brief respite was undoubtedly warranted. Once the battlefield was tidied, the group set forth on their journey back to their encampment. In the reeds, a sudden shout erupted. Oh, I've caught a fish. Song Liuhua had not anticipated that as soon as she placed the mutated reed into the water, a reed-grass fish would take the bait. She yanked the line sharply, and before the fish could react, it was pulled to the surface. A 10-pound fish, adorned with light green scales, leapt from the water with a splash, landing in the wooden boat and thrashing about desperately. To her delight, it bore no unpleasant odor, only the refreshing scent of reeds. This fish possessed an unusual appearance. Song Liuhua curiously poked the golden mini-reed flower on its forehead, provoking a vigorous struggle from the creature as it arched its body and leapt, nearly hitting her face. How peculiar. She tilted her head, scrutinizing the fish. According to the Compendium of Exotic Beasts in the Ten Winds continent, this fish, named for its diet of mutated reeds, was rare and reputed to possess beautifying properties. However, she had never heard of such a creature bearing a tattoo on its forehead. What does it matter? It's merely a fish. How much trouble could it cause? She disregarded the fish's thrashing and cheerfully sought a wooden bucket to store it. The notion of beauty and skincare was unnecessary for her, having already consumed a beauty-enhancing pearl. Nevertheless, she could offer it to her sister-in-law and Aunt Fengyang. At the very least, she could sell it for a handsome sum. Just as her excitement built to begin fishing again, bubbles began to erupt on the water's surface. Suddenly, waves surged from all directions. What on earth? Song Liuhua's expression shifted as she feared the presence of a gray crocodile. Before she could panic, a multitude of fish leapt from the water. First-level spirit carp, first-level miscellaneous fish, second and third-level reedgrass fish, second-level white carp, and second-level green bass all hurtled toward her boat. At first, she widened her eyes in shock, but as the scene unfolded, her eyes narrowed into crescents. Oh my goodness! I thought it was a crocodile. It turns out they are simply hungry. This was indeed a fortuitous moment. She hurriedly extended her bucket to catch the fish. Just as she filled one, more fish crashed down upon her. The impact stung her body, and as the chaos escalated, panic gripped her. She could no longer focus on catching the fish and instead shielded her face with her hands, crouching within the boat. What is happening? She muttered in frustration. Expecting the frenzy to subside, she was instead met with violent shaking of the boat. What the? In an unexpected turn, she tumbled into the water. What is biting me? As she resurfaced and attempted to climb back onto the boat, she felt something gnawing at her foot and rear. Get away! She swatted at her backside and kicked her leg, finally freeing herself from the sensation. This body of water was significantly deeper than the previous one, yet fortunately, she could swim. Otherwise, she might have met her demise at the hands of these fish. Clambering back onto the edge of the boat, she resembled a drowned rat. Dripping wet, her dark hair clung to her face in disarray. Ugh! She spat out river water, wiped her face, and twisted her damp hair. Who would believe she was assailed by a school of fish? She had no desire to remain in the boat any longer. She yearned to ascend. As for the assortment of fish that filled her boat, she paid them no mind. She sifted through the chaos to retrieve the peculiar reed grass fish adorned with a golden flower, and with a swift motion, she soared into the air. Just as she prepared to use her communication stone to summon assistance, she spotted Feng Xiai, Qin Yi, and their clansmen approaching in a grand procession. Without hesitation, she pocketed the stone and waved energetically at Feng Xiai from a distance. Feng Xiai, is that not your little lady? What is she doing here alone? With their keen eyesight, Feng Xiai and the others quickly discerned her, aided by Song Liuhua's distinctive flying sword. Feng Xiai did not respond to her inquiry, but briefly instructed Feng Shan and the others, then retrieved another wooden boat from his spatial ring and swiftly maneuvered it toward her. When his boat halted beside hers, Song Liuhua dismounted from her flying sword and landed beside him. Why are you soaked? Feng Xiai inquired, frowning as he offered her a coat from his spatial ring. He then summoned spiritual energy to dry her clothes. As the damp fabric clung to her skin dried, Song Liuhua exhaled a sigh of relief and recounted her fish attack ordeal to Feng Xiai. You won't believe it. I was nearly submerged by a school of fish. Do you think they have gone mad? She exclaimed, shaking his wrist in agitation. Feng Xiai, amused, gazed at the still flopping fish in the boat and gently patted her head. What about that Tier 3 reedgrass fish? At the mention of the fish, Song Liuhua eagerly presented the bucket to him. Here it is. It looks so odd. With a little golden reed flower on its forehead, it's somewhat charming. She remarked seriously, but it has quite the temper. If I hadn't been cautious, it would have slapped me. Tonight, I shall stew it for my sister-in-law and the others. Upon seeing the fish clearly, Feng Xiai could not help but chuckle. A creature with a golden marking on its forehead was the sovereign of its aquatic realm. This reedgrass fish was the king of that waterway, and naturally, it would incite the wrath of other fish upon being captured. Chapter 92, The Unfortunate Fish King and Its Crispy Henchmen. The silence of Song Liuhua was deafening. Could this creature truly be the Fish King? In this day and age, is the king so inept? Song Liuhua couldn't help but scoff. It wouldn't be entirely accurate to say it had no lethality. Perhaps it was more like 80% lacking in power. She had nearly been struck by its flailing tail, and with a casual throw, she had tossed the creature into a bucket where it couldn't even manage to leap. Was this the might of the Fish King? Setting aside its own meager strength, what were those shrimp and crab minions it summoned? Did they think they could leap onto the wooden boat and bring about their own demise? At most, they could knock the boat askew, send it into the water, and then nibble at her feet and backside? Having been married for some time, Feng Xiai had grown accustomed to his wife's manner of speaking. He chuckled. A king of a species is merely special. It does not necessarily imply it is the strongest. Special? Song Liuhua nodded thoughtfully. The fact that this creature could command so many fish to risk their lives for it indeed hinted at some unique quality. Quite special indeed. Feng Xiai inquired curiously. How did you manage to capture this reed's fish king? The reed's fish was rare, and the reed's fish king even more so, with an acute sense of danger that made it reluctant to bite unless under extraordinary circumstances. Even when netted, these fish were cunning beneath the water, making them difficult to catch. He was genuinely puzzled about how his wife had accomplished this feat. Was it difficult? Song Liuhua replied. I simply uprooted all the mutated reeds in this area and caught it with the mutated reed as bait. She then produced a basket filled with mutated reeds from her spatial storage. So that was it. Feng Xiai examined the contents with astonishment, realizing that every single piece was indeed mutated reed. None were ordinary. It was worth noting that mutated reeds bore little visual distinction from regular ones. Even a fourth-tier spirit plant master might not identify them quickly. Yet, she had managed to gather so many in just one morning, which was truly remarkable. At that moment, Qin Yi and the others arrived. Feng Xiai, why are you running so fast? Afraid your wife will escape? Qin Yi teased. It was then that Song Liuhua noticed the peculiar looks on everyone's faces. Her elder brother, Song Yuan, along with Feng Shan, Feng Yi, and Feng Qing, all had eyes swollen to slits. Looking at Qin Yi, Liu Yuan, and Jiang Wenxiu, she noted that while Qin Yi and Liu Yuan appeared somewhat better, their eyes were red-rimmed, reminiscent of conjunctivitis. As for Jiang Wenxiu, he was not much better off, with his eyelids nearly fused shut. Turning to Feng Xiai, she saw that he merely had a slight redness at the corner of his eyes. With his handsome features and gentle demeanor, the hint of red at his eyes, coupled with his smiling lips, gave him an unexpectedly charming, delicate allure. So handsome. Song Liuhua silently squealed in delight. Feng Xiai met her gaze, pleased by the joy reflected in her eyes, and gently tucked a stray hair blown by the wind behind her ear. Ahem, you too. If you wish to indulge in affection, do so at home. Qin Yi interrupted, oblivious to the couple's intimacy. Indeed, to engage in such flirtation in broad daylight is rather indecent. Jiang Wenxiu shot a glare at the oblivious couple. However, given that his eyes were swollen like walnuts and barely open, Song Liuhua didn't even notice his stare. With a haughty huff, she retorted, I do as I please. What concern is it of yours? After all, he could barely see and it hadn't harmed his eyesight. She pointed at Jiang Wenxiu's eyes and burst into laughter. Jiang Wenxiu sighed. Fine. A gentleman does not quarrel with a lady. My eyes hurt. Feng Xiai and Qin Yi chuckled at Jiang Wenxiu's predicament. Just then, another wave of fish surged from beneath the water, attacking Song Liuhua and Feng Xi's boat. Quickly, quickly. It's time to catch fish. Song Liuhua exclaimed, hastily retrieving a wooden bucket from her spatial storage. Feng Xiai moved with remarkable speed, spinning around with the bucket, just in time to fill it to the brim with fish. Song Liuhua noticed Feng Shan and her brother still in a daze and shouted, Don't just stand there. Come help catch the fish. Oh, right. Under the guidance of Feng Shan and Song Yuan, 100 or so martial spirit masters from Feng Xi's group immediately plunged into the water, using wooden buckets to scoop up fish. Each bucket filled to capacity. The martial spirit masters from the Qin, Jiang, and Lu families watched enviously as their buckets overflowed with fish. However, without orders from their respective heirs, they dared not move. The events unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving Jiang Wenxiu dumbfounded. What is happening? These fish. Qin Yi squinted at Song Liuhua. What has Feng Xi's wife done this time? Liu Yuan nodded in agreement. This woman is quite extraordinary. It seemed there was still more to unravel. They should return for now. Qin Yi decisively led his family to retreat. Liu Yuan cast a casual glance before following suit. Seeing the two depart, Jiang Wenxiu recognized the situation and left as well. Feng Shan, who had been worried about competition from the others, breathed a sigh of relief as everyone dispersed. Feng Xiai discerned his thoughts and smiled gently. Qin Yi and the others can distinguish between great and trivial gains. Feng Shan felt he had been overly sensitive. After all, this was merely a playful affair. Song Liuhua, holding the reed's fish king tightly, attracted wave after wave of fish, waiting for the water to settle into tranquil silence. Feng Shan and the others reaped a bountiful harvest, filling 10 wooden boats with all manner of fish. After a long morning of labor, Song Liuhua was utterly exhausted and leaned against Feng Xiai's chest for a brief respite on their way back to camp. Upon their arrival, Qin Yi and the others heard the clan members discussing, "Have you heard? Lady Song has gone mad. Is it true? Wasn't she fine just yesterday? Would I deceive you? My wife's sister's sister-in-law's cousin married into the farmer's family, and this is what the farmer's martial spirit master witnessed." A slightly rotund martial spirit master from the Lan family interjected, believing he spoke softly. "You have quite the extensive family," remarked a bewildered martial spirit master, his mouth twitching. "Indeed, otherwise how would I know so much?" A martial spirit master from the Li family chimed in. "I always thought she seemed a bit eccentric. I never expected she was truly mad." Such words should not be spoken lightly. A member of the Qin family shot a glare at the Li family martial spirit master. "You must have seen her incorrectly." He, for one, did not believe that Lady Song had lost her mind. She always greeted others with a warm smile, far kinder than many of the ladies in their clan, and even the relatives of the fourth young master Feng had often praised her. As a group of men idled, they muttered on endlessly. Qin Yi mused, "Song Liuhua is merely spirited. She is far from mad. If she knew of these rumors, she would be furious." He couldn't help but imagine her hands on her hips, fervently defending her sanity, and he chuckled softly. "If you don't believe it, just wait for her return and see for yourself." A martial spirit master began, but Qin Yi cut him off with a frown. "What kind of conduct is this? A bunch of grown men finding amusement at the expense of a woman. Lady Song is perfectly well. Do not spread idle gossip. Any member of the Qin family caught doing so will face the clan's law." "Understood." The members of the Qin family and others straightened up, scattering hastily. Chapter 93. Aunt Fengyang faces a setback upon returning to the encampment. Both Lu Yuan and Zhang Wenxiu heard some gossip concerning Song Liuhua. The actions of these two families mirrored those of Qin Yi. Initially, these rumors were absurd, but after prominent figures from 3 families issued refutations, the rumors surrounding Song Liuhua quickly dissipated. Zhang Wenxiu let out a sigh of relief, muttering, "If that troublesome girl finds out, she will surely throw a tantrum." The farmers were equally idle, their incessant chatter more tiresome than that of women. Feng Shan and the others, in addition to the gray crocodile they had caught, also managed to catch a considerable number of fish on their return journey. Despite their eyes hurting and barely being able to open them, they wore satisfied smiles on their faces. This fishing trip yielded not only a variety of fish, but also dozens of reed fish. Song Liuhua was particularly interested in the king of reed fish that she had caught. "Feng Xiai, please help me prepare this fish. I intend to make fish soup for everyone at noon." The everyone referred to here naturally included Feng Li and her sisters, who were engaged in weapon and elixir crafting. Of course, Feng Xiai took the reed fish to the kitchen. With his slender fingers, he drew out a spirit sword and deftly swung it a few times, instantly rendering the 10-pound king of reed fish lifeless. At that moment, Feng Yin walked in. Song Liuhua turned to him, saying, "Please make soup from this king of reed fish for Aunt Fengyang, Su Yan, and Feng Li, so they can nourish themselves." Having just finished tallying today's harvest, Feng Yin's smile faltered as he beheld the prized fish, now reduced to mere fillets. "This is the king of fish. What a waste to turn it into soup. Wouldn't it be better to raise it? What's done is done. You're too late to protest." Song Liuhua waved her hand dismissively. "Just make the soup." "Very well." Feng Yin sighed in resignation, lamenting the loss of such a noble fish. Madame acts too swiftly. Feng Xiai washed his hands and pulled Song Liuhua outside. He held out a golden orb, resting in his palm. "This is the pearl from the king of reed fish. You should keep it, my dear." A pearl? This was Song Liuhua's first encounter with such a treasure, and she curiously picked it up. The golden pearl was the size of a thumbnail, shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. "If you fancy it, you could fashion it into a pendant," Feng Xiai suggested with a smile. "It would also serve well in weapon crafting." Song Liuhua nodded thoughtfully. Although the pearl would make a lovely pendant, it might be more beneficial to use it in crafting. At lunchtime in the dining hall, the martial spirit masters were present, and a group of men engaged in lively conversation while feasting, making the hall unusually boisterous. Feng Yang, Su Yan, Zhao Qiyun, Li Zhener, Feng Li, Feng Su, Feng Rou, and Feng Lu were seated at one table. Feng Yang, nearing 50, well-versed in worldly matters, stirred the fish soup, which emitted a refreshing aroma of reeds, and remarked in astonishment, "Is this reed fish soup?" "Indeed, but this is no ordinary reed fish soup," came the reply. "Oh, there are different kinds of reed fish?" Feng Yang raised an eyebrow, tasting a spoonful. Immediately, a gentle surge of spiritual energy spread through her, making her feel lighter, albeit fleetingly. This sensation dissipated quickly, but was distinctly different from any reed fish soup she had previously tasted. Feng Yin chuckled, "I trust you have discerned the difference." Feng Yang nodded in agreement. "This morning, Madam caught this king of reed fish," Feng Yin explained. "The king of fish," Feng Yang exclaimed, maintaining her composure despite the surprise, having encountered countless treasures in her lifetime. As soon as Feng Lu, Feng Li, Li Zhener, and Su Yan heard that this soup was beneficial for beauty, their excitement was palpable. When informed it was made from the king of reed fish, their eyes nearly bulged with delight. "Drink it while it's hot. This was specially prepared for you by Madam," Feng Yin said, beaming as he approached another table. The group stared at their bowls in silence for a moment. Feng Li and Feng Su remarked, "Madam is truly generous." Li Zhener couldn't help but chuckle, pondering the experience of having such a magnanimous mistress and sister-in-law. Feng Yang shook her head with a smile. "Drink up. Do not squander Madam's goodwill." "Yes, indeed." In the afternoon, Song Liuhua entered the refining room and could distinctly sense an added layer of gratitude in the gazes directed her way. Perhaps it was the effect of the reed fish soup from earlier. She smiled and nodded to everyone, greeting Feng Yang, before commencing her crafting. Instead of immediately utilizing the golden pearl, she began by refining several other items as per her usual routine. For Song Liuhua, experiencing failure was as common as eating or drinking, so these setbacks did not faze her. Feng Yang, after completing a round of spirit sword refinement, approached Song Liuhua, frowning as she observed her methods. Song Liuhua's casual demeanor changed, feeling as though she was under scrutiny from a strict teacher. Feng Yang stood beside her for some time, unable to discern her intentions. She was haphazardly adding materials without regard for the necessary temperatures or timing. True to form, her batch soon failed. As Song Liuhua expertly cleaned the refining cauldron, preparing for her next attempt, Feng Yang intervened. "Enough of this nonsense." As a fifth-tier weapon refiner, she could not tolerate Song Liuhua's haphazard approach. Finally, hearing Feng Yang's admonition, Song Liuhua relaxed, having anticipated this reaction given Feng Yang's serious nature. With wide, innocent eyes, she looked up at her aunt. Her delicate features, coupled with her sparkling eyes that held a blend of curiosity and innocence, softened Feng Yang's heart. Though she was not a harsh critic, she couldn't help but wonder if perhaps Song Liuhua's lack of proper guidance was the reason for her chaotic refining techniques. "Very well, my dear, follow my instructions closely." Feng Yang thought it might be due to her lack of talent and experience that her efforts were so disorganized. To begin, summon the spirit fire, controlling it from low to medium heat. For a first-tier spirit sword, you should add silver nitrate first, melting it into water. Then incorporate the bones of a first-tier exotic beast, increasing the heat. Under Feng Yang's guidance, Song Liuhua attempted to refine a first-tier spirit sword. She moved with agility and was well acquainted with various crafting materials, prompting Feng Yang to nod in approval. "Exactly, just like that. This batch of first-tier spirit sword will soon be complete." However, Song Liuhua felt a nagging sense of foreboding, sensing that the spiritual energy within the cauldron was not achieving equilibrium. Just as Feng Yang finished speaking, an unexpected puff sound erupted as the lid of Song Liuhua's cauldron was jolted askew, dark smoke billowing from the gaps, signaling yet another failure. "Impossible." Even the composed Feng Yang couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Feng Lu, Feng Rou, and Feng Su had grown accustomed to such occurrences. They had attempted teaching before, only to question their own abilities as instructors, and it appeared that Madame had yet to succeed as well. Li Zhener was bewildered to discover that Song Liuhua could engage in crafting at all, silently reflecting, isn't she supposed to lack talent for crafting or alchemy? Unwilling to concede defeat, Feng Yang continued to instruct, attempting several rounds, all of which ended in failure, leading her to doubt her own teaching methods. After all, she had meticulously supervised every step, and there had been no apparent errors in execution. "This doesn't make sense. If you can summon spirit fire, you should be able to refine either weapons or elixirs. I've heard you lack talent for alchemy, so it must be in crafting. How could this be failing?" Feng Yang pondered, perplexed, especially noting how swiftly the failures occurred, not even lasting half an hour. Thus began a series of arduous attempts for Song Liuhua. Feng Yang believed that a flaw in the process must have caused the failure in refining. After spending an entire afternoon with Song Liuhua, all efforts ended in disappointment. In response, Song Liuhua, with a forlorn expression, asked, "Auntie, haven't you considered that perhaps it is my inadequacy that prevents me from producing anything?" Feng Yang, already harboring doubts, replied, "Never mind, you can manage on your own." She relinquished her efforts, with Feng Yang no longer guiding her in the art of crafting. Song Liuhua exhaled in relief, joyfully gathering the refining cauldron and the scattered materials, and swiftly exited the refining chamber. Feng Yang observed her cheerful figure retreating, shaking her head in silent disbelief. This child was somewhat of a disappointment. She could not rely on her. Perhaps it would be best for her to refine more on her own. Chapter 94. The mishap in the days that followed. Feng Ci and his companions wielded the purple suona with great ferocity, annihilating all the gray crocodiles that pursued them. The martial spirit masters from the Qin, Jiang, and Lu families, alongside Feng Shan, returned each day with a sense of triumphant fulfillment. Song Liuhua observed their flushed eyes and secretly chuckled for quite some time. Even other families began to sense that something was amiss. After dinner, Nong Heng, Yunju, and Li Zhong gathered. Yunju leisurely lifted his teacup and remarked, "I hear that the martial spirit masters of Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, Feng Ci, and Zhang Wenxiu have been returning with red-rimmed eyes daily. Could it be that they have caught the attention of those gray crocodiles, to the point of shedding tears? Do you believe that?" questioned Li Zhong, the young master of the Li family, his handsome visage betraying a hint of ambivalence as he snorted softly. It seemed they already had a strategy in place. Sitting calmly, Nong Heng, with a smile upon his face, inquired, "I am curious as to how they plan to deal with it." Li Zhong's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. "What does it matter if we know?" Nong Heng chuckled nonchalantly, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. Since they had been separated, Feng Ci's relationship with his cousin had grown increasingly distant. He conjectured that even if Feng Ci and the others had a means to tackle the obstructive gray crocodiles, it would take them quite some time. This hunt would undoubtedly result in significant losses, yielding little in terms of gains. Li Zhong and Yunju shared similar thoughts, each lost in their own musings as they finished their tea and discussed the hunting plan for the following day before dispersing. That night, Song Liuhua lay against Feng Ci's chest, tracing circles on his pectoral. "Feng Ci, how goes the situation with those gray crocodiles?" In recent days, they had brought back a considerable number of gray crocodiles, but the full extent of the crocodile horde remained uncertain. Song Liuhua had an unsettling premonition regarding the purple suona. Feng Ci, mistaking her concern for worry, gently stroked her hair and replied with a smile, "It has been dealt with. Since the gray crocodiles were eliminated, others from different areas have gradually made their way towards us. After exterminating dozens of batches, only a few scattered ones dare to approach now." Song Liuhua breathed a sigh of relief. "That is good. If it remains unresolved, I fear the suona won't last much longer." Feng Ci reassured her, "Do not fret. Sleep now." As he patted her shoulder, he pondered the journey ahead, hoping they might reunite with the 7 great families. The next day, while the members of the 7 great families were engaged in hunting, a throng of several hundred gray crocodiles charged from a distance. "Defend yourselves," commanded Nong Heng, Feng Jing, Yunju, and Li Zhong, the leaders of their respective clans, as everyone readied themselves. Just as they assumed defensive stances, the crocodiles dashed past them towards another direction. Such occurrences had become commonplace for them, and they quickly resumed their hunt for the water deer herd. Lan Shi stroked his chin, pondering. Feng Ci and Qin Yi are in for trouble again. Whether it was trouble or opportunity remained uncertain. The young master of the Bo family, with a single sword strike, dispatched a 3rd-tier water deer, his cold expression betraying no emotion. "As long as we have gains, it suffices. We have prepared extensively for this hunt in the marshlands." I was worried that Feng Ci and his group would return empty-handed. The young master of the Lu family, Lu Heng, sported a perfectly timed smile on his round, pale face. "Brother Feng Jing, what do you think?" Lu Heng asked with a grin. Feng Jing laughed heartily. "Naturally, that would be splendid. If not for the heavy burdens of family responsibilities, I would gladly stay and assist." However, he shook his head, leaving his thoughts unspoken. "Alas, I share similar sentiments. I feel quite ashamed." Lu Heng's amiable countenance briefly displayed a hint of guilt. Yunju's lips curled in a sardonic smile. "Humans tend to don the cloak of hypocrisy. In my view, self-interest prevails, Why indulge in such pretenses? It was evident that Feng Xi's departure from the Feng family's main branch had led to a decline in their fortunes. Li Zhong wore a subtle smile, concealing his thoughts. Nong Hung, with a gentle smile, refrained from joining the discourse, adjusting his posture as he gracefully plunged into the herd of water deer, his sword dancing effortlessly as he felled several deer with each strike. It seems we have nearly eradicated the gray crocodiles in this vicinity, Jiang Wenxiu remarked. Having slain the last gray crocodile with the group's cooperation, panting slightly. No sooner had he spoken than Qin Yi shot him a glare. You have a knack for jinxing things. As the Swona's sound echoed, the gray crocodiles were momentarily weakened, prompting him to lead the charge. Ah, is it never-ending? Jiang Wenxiu lamented, resignedly drawing his spirit sword as he prepared to fight. Despite the assistance of the purple Swona, he had nearly grown weary of slaying gray crocodiles over the past few days. After a brief moment of despondency, he quickly rallied his spirits, thankful for the purple Swona's aid. Then, calamity struck. Just as Jiang Wenxiu finished his sentence, a clan member from the Jiang family, flustered, approached him with the broken purple Swona in hand. Third young master, what should we do? The Swona is broken. What did you do? Jiang Wenxiu nearly choked on his breath, shaking the clan member vigorously by the shoulders. I did nothing. The clan member protested, feeling wronged. You did nothing, and it broke just like that? Jiang Wenxiu could not fathom how such a vital spiritual instrument could be so fragile. As Feng Xi and the others continued their battle, the sudden cessation of the Swona's sound dramatically altered the gray crocodile's state, catching many off guard and resulting in injuries. Retreat. Feng Xi, Qin Yi, and Lu Yuan immediately ordered a withdrawal. Feng Shan, Song Yuan, Feng Qing, Feng Yi, spherical spirit instruments. Qin Yi and Lu Yuan also commanded their clansmen to summon spherical spirit instruments. The group fought while retreating, finally managing to temporarily shake off the horde of over 100 gray crocodiles. Furrowing his brow, Qin Yi inquired, what happened? Feng Xi, recalling his wife's words, had already come to a realization. The Swona is broken. Jiang Wenxiu, cradling the purple Swona, wore a dejected expression, revealing a crack at the horn. Feng Xi, I will compensate you. He fretted over this matter, knowing that it was not his own spiritual instrument, and that compensation was due. Yet the question remained, how could he compensate? Although he had shed tears over this spiritual instrument, it was undeniably a remarkable item. Compensating with a spirit stone would likely not suffice in Feng Xi's eyes. If he were to offer an item of equivalent grade, even 3 fifth-tier spirit swords would not be enough to offset the value of this Swona. Jiang Wenxiu continued to ponder. Feng Xi, after inspecting the Swona, chuckled. It seems its usage time has expired. No compensation is necessary. Liuhua warned me yesterday. I was negligent in not clarifying. That is a relief. Jiang Wenxiu sighed in relief. Qin Yi recalled a bowl-shaped spirit instrument gifted by Feng Xi's wife, which had similarly cracked after some use. He wiped his face, thinking that while Feng Xi's wife's instruments were indeed effective, their usability was too limited, leading to frequent breakage. Lu Yuan suggested, let us return for today. Remaining here will only invite more trouble from those gray crocodiles. It would be better to rest for half a day. As for the damaged Swona, its utility was undeniable. It remained to be seen whether Feng Xi's wife could repair it for continued use. Chapter 95. The peculiar spiritual artifact without the watchful gaze of Aunt Fengyang. Song Liuhua resumed her previous method of artifact crafting. Regardless of the nature of the materials, she relied solely on her instincts to proceed. It is widely acknowledged that the Pythagorean theorem bears no relation to the torque of an excavator. If one were to liken her artifact crafting to the Pythagorean theorem, then the decision of when to introduce specific materials or the appropriate heat would correspond to the excavator's torque. Frankly, she found it astonishing herself. With a demeanor of blissful ignorance, Fengyang observed as Song Liuhua smiled awkwardly yet courteously. Today, her primary focus was on crafting a golden fish pearl. After a series of Song family's crafting techniques, Song Liuhua felt it was time to increase the heat and introduce the fish pearl into the mixture. The process of melting the crafting materials into shape is a protracted affair. While monitoring the flames, Song Liuhua perused a novel. As the crafting neared completion, an abstract image flashed through her mind. Had she succeeded? What had transpired? Fengyang, Su Yan, Li Zhener, Feng Li, and others quickly gathered around her. Did you succeed, madam? Feng Su inquired after a moment of contemplation. Indeed, Song Liuhua replied with a nod. But how did you achieve it so swiftly? Feng Lu questioned, perplexed as they, being fellow crafters, typically required at least half an hour for a single artifact, while her endeavor spanned merely 15 minutes from ignition to success. I cannot say. She thought fleetingly of the black liquid entering her body through her fingers, a secret she would never divulge. Feng Yang regarded her with a peculiar expression, recalling how she had failed to teach her that day. Could it be that her haphazard crafting had indeed yielded results? Shall we take a look? Li Zhen'er queried, intrigued. Could her sister-in-law truly craft a spiritual artifact? Under the watchful gazes of the crowd, Song Liuhua lifted the lid of the furnace. A bizarre object emerged into view. Upon closer inspection, her lips twitched in disbelief. Had her folly led her to create such a peculiar artifact? Before her stood a palm-sized green dinosaur, sporting a dense tuft of green hair that obscured its left eye. On its back was a white wolf pup, its head adorned with a tuft of red fur that firmly covered its right eye, revealing a mouthful of gleaming white teeth in a silly grin. The wolf pup's other eye gleamed golden, revealing the golden fish pearl nestled there. Song Liuhua could hardly bear to look. It was a nonconformist dinosaur carrying an equally unconventional one-eyed wolf. Together, they barely managed to present a semblance of eyes. How glaringly absurd. What on earth is this? Feng Yang asked, bewildered, as she looked towards Song Liuhua. Li Zhen'er playfully brushed aside the green dinosaur's hair, exposing its left eye, only for it to be covered again shortly after. This is quite peculiar, she mused. Feng Li poked the cheek of the one-eyed wolf pup, deep in thought. Unable to identify these two species among the exotic creatures she knew. It resembles a trinket of sorts, Feng Ro observed while examining the artifact. Ah, yes indeed. It resembles a trinket, Song Liuhua admitted sheepishly. Feng Yang sighed wistfully at the golden fish pearl in the wolf's eye. After a brief moment of fascination, the crowd dispersed upon realizing it was merely an ordinary ornament. Song Liuhua squeezed the nonconformist dinosaur wolf artifact, tossing it into her spatial storage without a second thought. To have crafted such a thing was an affront to her career as an artifact crafter. Go gather dust in a corner, she muttered, hastily retreating from the crafting chamber. As she prepared to check on the children, she noticed Feng Xi and a group returning in a flurry. Waving her hand, she caught sight of several injured individuals. Her heart sank. Could it be they had encountered the gray crocodiles once more? After bathing and changing, Feng Xi emerged alongside Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, and Jiang Wenxiu. We encountered a group of gray crocodiles today, and the Swanna's spiritual artifact was damaged. My dear, could you possibly repair it? Feng Xi handed the broken purple Swanna to Song Liuhua. Repair it? No, that's impossible, she replied, waving her hand dismissively. One of the characteristics of the artifacts she crafted was that they could not be repaired. Is there truly nothing we can do about the gray crocodiles? Qin Yi asked, his head throbbing. Perhaps you could bind it with some blue ox sinew and use mud to patch it up? Song Liuhua suggested, albeit half-heartedly. Are you serious? Jiang Wenxiu exclaimed, wide-eyed. Whose spiritual artifact is repaired in such a manner? Then there's no other option. If I say it cannot be repaired, it cannot be. Song Liuhua replied nonchalantly, raising her hands in surrender. It was not that she lacked the desire to repair it, but the crafting process was so haphazard that recalling the precise sequence of materials and timing felt akin to solving the Navier-Stokes equations. Moreover, she sensed that even if she remembered the crafting process, success was not guaranteed upon a second attempt. Thus, she found no necessity to remember. From her unique crafting method, it was clear that she specialized in producing irreplaceable singular artifacts. If broken, they would simply cease to exist. Feng Xi gently patted her hand, his voice calm and soothing. If it cannot be repaired, then let it be. Fengshan, let us try the method suggested by the madam. Yes, Fengshan complied, taking the blue ox sinew from a second-tier beast and firmly wrapping it around the Swanna's mouthpiece. Once the sinew covered the cracks, he proceeded to apply mud collected fresh from the riverbed. Done. Let us give it a try, Feng Xi instructed. Fengshan immediately began to play the mournful tune of Wang Mozi's Mourning, a melody that resonated deeply with the martial spirit of their families. As the music flowed, tears welled up in Fengshan's eyes. It works, Jiang Wenxiu exclaimed, astonished at the spectacle before him. Qin Yi and Lu Yuan exchanged glances, initially skeptical of Song Liuhua's suggestion, but now they were taken aback by its success. They both recognized the surprise mirrored in each other's eyes. Only Feng Xi remained unperturbed. It was not that he was unastonished, but rather that he had become accustomed to such occurrences. Song Liuhua, too, was taken aback. Her whimsical suggestion had yielded genuine results, leaving her wide-eyed in disbelief. Noticing Jiang Wenxiu's astonishment, she haughtily scoffed. To ensure the Suona's longevity, Feng Ci requested Feng Shan to continue playing, testing the artifact's durability. The somber notes of the Suona echoed throughout the camp for an entire afternoon, enveloping the area in a melancholic atmosphere. Song Liuhua's eyes brimmed with tears, her heart heavy with the realization that the very artifact she had crafted had turned against her. "I cannot bear this," she declared, hastily leaving the encampment as her tears flowed freely, resembling a rainstorm. Feng Yang, Su Yin, Li Zhinar, Feng Lu, and others found their eyes misty, unable to continue their crafting or alchemy. Each woman exchanged glances filled with unspoken understanding, ultimately succumbing to emotion and retreating in tears. Nearby, members of other clans, upon hearing the sorrowful melody, initially believed something dreadful had transpired and hurried over to investigate. Only upon being moved to tears by the music did they realize it was a spiritual artifact. After much discussion, they found themselves unable to discern the cause of the sorrow, instead merely sharing in the spectacle of the unfolding drama.